Chapter 1. Orochimaru, allow me to weave a tale for you. Beneath a cerulean sky, a gentle breeze caressed the verdant grassland, where a young lad lounged leisurely, swinging his legs and basking in the sun. While humming a merry tune, another boy bore a countenance reminiscent of constipation, as if he wished to articulate something profound. Chow Chow once told me that fairy tales are mere fabrications. I could never be your monkey brother. Oh, monkey brother, you truly are remarkable. The 5 elements mountain cannot contain you. You leap forth like a spirited child. As the first boy passionately belted out his verses, the second boy could no longer endure the absurdity and interjected, Jiang Feng, where on earth did you gather such nonsensical lyrics? Instead of frolicking in the sun, why not devote your time to mastering new ninjutsu? Oh, come now, Orochimaru. Relentlessly toiling away will only yield counterproductive results. True cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Without that, how can one achieve greatness? Unfazed by Orochimaru's complaints, Jiang Feng continued to expound upon his seemingly sagacious musings. Then you can enjoy your own version of balance. I shall take my leave. Orochimaru's frustration deepened upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. He was acutely aware of the laziness of this troublesome friend, who had spent 4 years at the Ninja Academy slacking off, skipping classes, and napping. Yet, despite his indolence, Jiang Feng effortlessly grasped new techniques, mastering them overnight. While Orochimaru toiled for a week, Orochimaru wished to urge him to exert himself. But Jiang Feng always countered with a barrage of irrefutable logic. For years prior, Orochimaru received the devastating news of his parents' demise from a messenger ninja. As he watched the ninja depart, he clutched a kunai engraved with his father's name in his right hand. Staring vacantly at the raindrops cascading from the sky, it was the first time he comprehended the fragility of life. Just a month ago, he had been sharing laughter and joy with his parents, and now he was left utterly alone. Weak and powerless, this was Orochimaru's assessment of himself in that moment. He began to yearn for strength, having learned that the ninjas responsible for his parents' deaths hailed from the village hidden in the clouds. Alone in his desolate room, the small figure of Orochimaru wept silently, unaware that he had bitten his lip until it bled. Orochimaru vowed to make the village hidden in the clouds pay dearly. Bang! Orochimaru, I'm here to play. The door to his home was kicked open by a boy with tousled brown hair and a cherubic face. Panicking, Orochimaru hastily wiped away his tears and concealed the kunai in his pocket, feigning anger as he approached. Jiang Feng, I told you to use your hands properly when opening the door. I promise to do so next time. Oh, and I have a little something for you. With a nonchalant grin plastered across his face, Jiang Feng handed Orochimaru an item, eliciting a sense of relief from the heart-wrenching sorrow he had just felt. This was his only friend after a month of study at the Ninja Academy. His typically somber demeanor had given his classmates the impression that he was unapproachable, leaving no other children willing to engage him in conversation. Save for the oblivious Jiang Feng, no matter how reticent Orochimaru appeared, Jiang Feng always sought to converse with him. It was unclear whether Jiang Feng was simply thick-skinned or blissfully ignorant. What is this? A piece of cloth? Orochimaru marveled at the exquisite fabric in his hands. Perplexed as to Jiang Feng's intent, did he wish for Orochimaru to fashion clothing? This is a ninjutsu scroll I pilfered from home. It contains methods for practicing the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and instantaneous technique. You ought to know that these won't be taught at the academy for quite some time. Since you can already harness chakra, I thought you might find it useful. Orochimaru embraced the scroll, feeling a stirring within him. As a commoner, he lacked access to techniques, and it dawned upon him that his unyielding desire for ninjutsu had not gone unnoticed by Jiang Feng, leading to this moment of unexpected warmth in what had once felt like an icy abode. However, 3 days later, when Orochimaru learned that the academy had begun teaching the body replacement technique, he couldn't help but suspect that his friend, being of the Nara clan, had somehow obtained insider information. Orochimaru's lips involuntarily twitched in irritation. Orochimaru, I've heard some intriguing gossip. Would you care to know? No, on second thought, go ahead. Orochimaru recognized the mischief in Jiang Feng's expression. Even if he professed disinterest, Jiang Feng would surely drag him into the conversation. As is widely known, the Kage of the 5 great nations represent the strength of their respective villages, right? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Isn't that common knowledge? I can't speak for the other villages, but our village's Hokage, the first Hokage Hashirama, could single-handedly command the wood release to make the Nine-Tails whimper. The leaders of the other villages wouldn't even dare to breathe in his presence. The second Hokage Tobirama was also a remarkable figure, having created various forbidden techniques that have persisted through time, and his water release could drown opponents without a shred of resistance. What water release? Tobirama was a master of water release, not some mythical sea release. Orochimaru facepalmed, realizing Jiang Feng was about to spiral into yet another delusion. Are you joking? What water release can create a lake in a desert? Fine, fine. You're right, what about our teacher? Orochimaru noticed that Jiang Feng's loud voice had attracted the attention of a figure clad in a conical hat inscribed with the character for fire. Accompanied by a one-eyed man in a mask, these two were none other than the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his aide Danzo Shimura. Old man, hi. Jiang Feng broke into a cold sweat as his shirt became instantly soaked, mechanically raising his hand in a wave. How dare you claim I lack intelligence? Hiruzen, look at the kind of disciple you've raised. I shall teach him a lesson today. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Jiang Feng's face drained of color as he instinctively took a step back, while Orochimaru sighed, lamenting the reckless nature of his friend. Wait, Danzo, this is my disciple. Yes, yes, I'm the old man's disciple. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense, Jiang Feng hurriedly moved closer. Why do you still protect this troublemaker? If he dares insult me today, will he not urinate on my head tomorrow? Not at all. I have no such hobbies. Jiang Feng shook his head vigorously, fearing that Danzo might catch a glimpse of his own embarrassment. No, you're mistaken. This is my disciple, and thus, I shall handle this personally. In an instant, the placid atmosphere shattered as Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his summoning beast, Inma, transforming it into a staff that hurtled toward Jiang Feng. No, Yumeka. On that day, cries of anguish echoed from the Hokage Rock, accompanied by Tsunade's laughter that resembled a pig's squeal. Chapter 2. The Choice of the Four Young Ones. After enduring Sarutobi Hiruzen's relentless barrage for nearly half an hour, he finally seemed to have vented his frustrations and returned to his duties. Beside him, Danzo muttered, It's no wonder Hiruzen is the Hokage. This is the kind of disciple he has raised. I must be more ruthless. With a silent resolve, he hurried to catch up, unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, who had played dead during the encounter, that Danzo would later become a figure of darkness and cruelty, ruthlessly training his subordinates to their demise. After all, the third Hokage had always shown him mercy, and given his unexpectedly robust resilience, he had always managed to endure. However, this time, it seemed the third Hokage had unleashed an unprecedented severity, causing Jiang Feng to lose consciousness. In the hazy realm between awareness and oblivion, he felt as though he had been drifting for an eternity. When he regained control of his body and opened his eyes, he discovered that he had become translucent, floating in a dim, gray expanse. He mused, could it be that the old man struck me down with such force? I've only been reincarnated for 10 years. I haven't even had a chance to face Nagato, let alone punch Madara, or trample Kagaya Otsutsuki, or make Black Zetsu weep. What a shame it feels like a wasted reincarnation, having embarrassed himself in front of the time-traveling army. He found himself unexpectedly defeated by the weakest Hokage, the third old man, who had knocked him out as he was lost in thought. A ripple in space materialized before him, revealing an enigmatic figure. Clad in white, with horns atop his head. Are you indulging in cosplay, old man? I must say, your portrayal of the Sage of Six Paths is quite striking. You truly know how to play the part. Before Jiang Feng stood an elderly man, his eyes closed, dressed in a flowing white robe, a black staff slung across his back. Upon opening his eyes, he revealed irises swirling with purple patterns. The old man, resembling the Sage of Six Paths, stirred from the cacophony, his mouth agape in astonishment at the unexpected presence before him. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, only to discover that the boy had vanished into thin air. Shaking his head, he returned to his slumber in the Pure Land. A mirage, perhaps? This chakra. Habitually lifting his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, he was reminded that, as a mere spirit, he was incapable of perspiration. A faint green light pierced through the hazy darkness, and Jiang Feng, utterly fatigued, opened his eyes to find the familiar visage of a golden-haired girl. Ah, you're awake. Nearby, a white-haired boy, Jiraiya, squatted on the ground, playfully poking himself with a twig. Good morning, Jiang Feng. It appears you've once again been soundly thrashed by that pig-headed fool. Upon seeing Jiang Feng regain consciousness, Tsunade ceased her healing efforts and assisted him in rising. That wretched third Hokage, abusing his power and suppressing the fundamental rights of the lower classes to express their opinions. Brothers, for the sake of freedom, let's not be caged birds, but rather march forth to the Hokage building to unfurl our banners in protest. Jiang Feng sprang to his feet, only to forget he had been struck by Konoha's most formidable jutsu, the 1,000 years of pain, causing his legs to tremble and collapse directly into Tsunade's embrace. That deceitful third Hokage! How dare he ambush a fine young lad like me? I strongly suspect this old man is retaliating for my previous comments to Lady Tsunade about his hidden stash of secret funds, not to mention his and Jiraiya's clandestine escapades at the women's bathhouse. Tsunade? Orochimaru? Jiraiya cursed inwardly. Why must you blurt everything out? I was minding my own business. Tsunade regarded Jiang Feng, who clung to her with an air of disdain, pushing away the obviously swollen and bruised visage of her pig-headed friend. She mused that Jiang Feng's survival from the beating he had just endured was indeed fortuitous. Yet, as she internally critiqued him, she couldn't help but wonder. Why was it that Jiang Feng always managed to be caught red-handed whenever he spoke ill of the third Hokage? The knowledgeable Tsunade speculated that the lecherous old man must have left some sort of mark on Jiang Feng. Furthermore, the two often exchanged mischievous glances when together, leaving her utterly perplexed. Especially when she caught them, Jiang Feng would often pat her shoulder meaningfully, urging her to drink more milk, spouting bizarre remarks about how he was well concealed. Jiang Feng, cease your disparagement of the old monkier, the third Hokage. Truth be told, he has been rather kind to us, teaching us ninjutsu and taking us on missions. You must understand, as the Hokage, he is exceedingly busy yet still finds time to be with us. Today, the usually sensible Orochimaru unexpectedly let slip. He felt exhausted initially. Everyone referred to him as either teacher or Lord Sarutobi. But it seemed after that day, Jiang Feng's casual term of old man had influenced Tsunade and Jiraiya to adopt the same. Sarutobi was merely in his 30s, appearing somewhat mature with numerous wrinkles and streaks of gray in his hair, yet surely he did not deserve the moniker of old man. Orochimaru often observed Sarutobi secretly using hair dye in his office, sighing as he watched the strands of hair fall to the desk under the weight of stress. The young Orochimaru resolved to avoid provoking the fragile heart of his teacher. Feeling he had overstayed his welcome, Jiang Feng quickly released Tsunade, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He certainly did not wish to endure Tsunade's formidable strength after just having been reprimanded by Sarutobi. While the third Hokage exercised restraint in his discipline, Tsunade did not. He recalled a chance encounter where he had inadvertently discovered Tsunade binding her chest for convenience, and he had gallantly shielded his eyes with his fingers, offering well-meaning advice on the adverse effects of such practices. It was certainly not due to his curiosity about the stark contrast between his memory of Tsunade as an adult and her youthful self. He merely watched in astonishment as the bandages slipped from her grasp, crimson flowing from his nose. In a fit of rage, Tsunade covered her chest with her left hand and delivered a powerful punch that sent Jiang Feng flying over 20 meters, resulting in him being mummified in the hospital for half a month. By the way, what brings you two here to seek me and Orochimaru? I recall you were supposed to be pursuing that brat Bailu. Were you not? Jiang Feng, recalling the scene of being pummeled by Tsunade, hastily shifted the topic. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glare. You dare speak? Had it not been for the old man informing us, we would have been oblivious to your venture into the Dragon Cave today. My grandfather warned me that the Dragon Cave is the most perilous of the three great sage realms. Those who fail its trials risk being devoured by serpents. Jiraiya chimed in, indeed. If it comes to that, why not join me in a few days to form a contract with the Monkey Clan, or follow Tsunade's path and contract with the Shikatsu Forest? Why venture into the Dragon Cave and tempt fate? Orochimaru fell into contemplation as well based on Jiang Feng's words. The Dragon Cave was indeed formidable, yet its dangers were unparalleled, and he was reluctant to see his friends take such risks. Enough of this counsel. The Mayaboka Mountain lacks a means of forming a contract, and the slug sage of the Shikatsu Forest places great emphasis on medical talent. Those without such gifts are not even granted an audience. The Monkey Clan, capable of transforming into the Rui Bang, is better suited to those proficient in taijutsu. Do I seem like someone who wields a staff? After much deliberation, the Dragon Cave remains our best option. Besides, with my strength, what trouble could I possibly encounter? What ist? Orochimaru could hardly entertain the thought of not pursuing a contract with the Dragon Cave. What else would remain of his spirit? Moreover, among the three great sage realms, the Dragon Cave stood supreme in the original tale. Manda reigned second only to the likes of Fukasaku and Shima, who could do nothing against Manda. The Shikatsu Forest slugs and Myobicus frogs were hardly intimidating. In contrast, the sage mode of the Dragon Cave merely required one to grow horns should one unlock a form akin to the Sage of the Six Paths. How splendid that would be. Cool fact. One's body only manifests animalistic features when they lose control of natural energy. Bidding farewell to Tsunade and Jiraiya, the duo activated the summoning artifact for the Dragon Cave, as Jiang Feng and Orochimaru were enveloped in a dense white mist, stepping forward and vanishing from sight before Tsunade and Jiraiya. Chapter 3. The Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave is an exceedingly peculiar place, nestled within the crevices of the reality we know. Rumors abound that it lies at the world's edge. Others claim that one must possess a resolute desire for power to discover the path to the Dragon Cave. Then, guided by the relic of the Dragon's Abyss, in the blink of an eye, Jiangfeng and Orochimaru found themselves before a vast cavern. Its entrance adorned with the three bold characters spelling Dragon's Abyss. Inside the cavern, a multitude of serpents seemed to sense the arrival of uninvited guests. Lifting their heads in unison, behind them, three silhouettes emerged, and the serpents instinctively parted to allow passage. Ah, two unfamiliar scents. After all these years. It is remarkable that anyone would venture here. It has been ages since I have encountered such a delectable aroma. Perhaps it is time to indulge. Are they lost travelers? Or perhaps seekers of forbidden power, driven by insatiable desires? Three little ones, let us observe the situation. It has been quite some time since such excitement filled the air. Reclining upon a high stone seat was a portly old woman, half closing her eyes as she regarded the trio of visitors descending the steps. Yes, exclaimed Orochimaru, as he gazed at the countless serpents surging forth from the depths of the Dragon's Abyss. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. Orochimaru compressed the air currents in his hands, then charged into the throng of serpents, unleashing a tempest that obliterated wave after wave of pythons while deftly evading the vibrant, venomous snakes that emerged from the ground. The pythons served as tanks, while the venomous snakes acted as assassins. How exhilarating! It makes my hands itch for action. Lightning release, false darkness. With a resounding clap of his hands, Jiangfeng summoned forth a formidable orb of lightning, which expanded ominously before him. Orochimaru. Upon hearing Jiangfeng's call, a flicker of concern crossed Orochimaru's face, prompting him to hastily retreat from the battlefield using his instantaneous body technique. As Orochimaru made his exit, Jiangfeng thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of electric energy that surged forth in a radiant column nearly half a meter wide, incinerating all venomous serpents in its path into charred remnants. The ensuing explosion culminated in a magnificent mushroom cloud that gracefully ascended into the sky. Thus, another day of annihilation had come to pass. Jiangfeng placed his hands over his eyes, gazing at the dissipating mushroom cloud, nodding in satisfaction. Orochimaru, standing nearby, looked at the scorched earth, unsure of what to say. Should he be grateful for surviving another day, or lament the fact that his friend employed ninjutsu in such an unconventional manner? After all, which ninjutsu is performed without hand seals? Is this some sort of pseudo-dark lightning technique? You're merely expelling compressed lightning chakra, for goodness sake. Every time he broached the subject with Jiangfeng, Jiang would retort, what respectable person uses hand seals for ninjutsu? Orochimaru was tempted to point out that only Jiangfeng bypassed the seals, flaunting his abundant chakra as he pleased. Each time he witnessed Jiangfeng indiscriminately unleashing ninjutsu, a pang of envy pierced his heart. Boom! Who dares disturb my slumber? Suddenly, from the rubble of the wall that Jiangfeng had just collapsed with his pseudo-dark lightning, several massive serpents, each over 10 meters high, surged forth. They appeared frantic, akin to fish ensnared in a fisherman's net, desperately thrashing their tails in an attempt to escape. Following them was a colossal purple serpent nearly 30 meters long, which crashed through the wall and emerged from the debris. Orochimaru, feeling the pressure of the enormous creature, hastily retrieved his kunai, drenched in cold sweat and reconsidering his decision. The oppressive aura of this giant serpent was reminiscent of the terror he felt during battles with his teacher, Jiraiya. Oh dear. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I've heard that snakes have long lifespans, and judging by your physique, you must be at least a century old. Yet here you are, throwing a tantrum like a child, Jiangfeng remarked, recognizing the horned serpent as the legendary Manda. However, Manda seemed to possess only great strength and potent venom, shedding its skin only in dire situations. As long as one was cautious about positioning and avoided entanglement, there was little to fear. The Manda's size was imposing. Jiangfeng recalled his previous visit to the wet-boned forest with Tsunade, where he had encountered the enormous sage of slugs. By comparison, Manda seemed almost trivial. Manda, I object to being compared to a sage. Manda, you shall perish today. Fueled by rage, Manda disregarded Orochimaru entirely and charged straight at Jiangfeng. Despite its massive size, Manda's speed was astonishing. The adage that larger creatures move slower did not apply in the real world. Jiangfeng swiftly infused his legs with lightning chakra, stimulating his cells for enhanced agility, leaping high into the air. However, as he soared over Manda, he felt an ominous chill down his spine. Turning just in time, he saw Manda's enormous tail sweeping towards him. With no time to employ ninjutsu in defense, he raised his hands, channeling lightning chakra to mitigate the impending impact. Yet, Manda's strength was overwhelming. The blow sent Jiang Feng hurtling away, crashing against the stone wall and becoming buried under the rubble. Jiang Feng. Orochimaru could hardly comprehend how a simple contract with a summoning beast would lead to such chaos. He scrambled forward, but as he ran, he found himself engulfed in shadow. Looking up, he realized the giant serpent was about to swallow him whole. Realizing he could not evade the attack, he froze in terror, his limbs trembling. Just as Orochimaru faced imminent doom, a dazzling blue-white bolt of lightning struck Manda's jaw, slamming its head into the ground. Jiang Feng, Orochimaru exclaimed, joy filling his heart as he beheld his friend enveloped in electric light. If you wish to devour my friend, Manda, have you considered how you shall meet your end? Jiang Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wielding a long sword as he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Wan Shi, the insufferable little demon. At that moment, Wan Shi, having sustained a blow to its gills, found itself unable to control its mouth, causing the purple venom to drip uncontrollably onto the ground, corroding it and creating numerous holes. As Wan Shi lifted its head, it was met with a flash of white light that sliced through several of its scales on the abdomen, blood oozing from the wound. In excruciating agony, Wan Shi thrashed its body against the ground, the intense suffering eliciting mournful cries, leaving destruction in the wake of its frenzied movements. Yet, that white light continued to carve through its form, inflicting more and more wounds upon Wan Shi as Jiang Feng ascended along the serpent's tail. Wan Shi, realizing that Jiang Feng was drawing ever closer to its head, experienced panic for the first time, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to shake him off. But to no avail. The long sword, capable of effortlessly slicing through its scales, was now but a step away from its pupils. The cold gaze of its opponent paralyzing Wan Shi with fear. To live or to die? Life. Wan Shi swallowed hard, its voice hoarse as it spoke. The specter of death looming closer than ever, compelling it to relinquish its proud demeanor. It signed its fate. Jiang Feng cast forth the summoning scroll, and the myriad serpents gazed at it with reluctance. However, they soon perceived the flickering lightning sword drawing nearer, prompting the myriad serpents to hastily inscribe their mark with their own blood. Observing the cooperation of the myriad serpents, he exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, who, filled with excitement, nodded fervently and rushed over. In the realm of ninjas, such a formidable summoning beast is a coveted aspiration for any shinobi. What? You intend to forge a contract with this young one? Jiang Feng gently swayed the longsword in his hand, compelling the mighty Wan Shi to retract its head. Forced to witness the seemingly feeble Orochimaru inscribe his name upon the scroll, Wan Shi endeavored to convince itself that its acquiescence to this absurdity was not born of fear. In the tumultuous world of martial arts, one often finds oneself at the mercy of fate. Bowing to the forces of darkness is but a temporary measure. As long as the green mountains endure, one need not worry about the firewood. Observing the scroll, Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction, stowed it away, and gracefully descended from Wan Shi's formidable form. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, perplexed by Wan Shi's indecisiveness. Although Orochimaru was merely 10 years old, the young lad was indeed the summoning beast of Orochimaru in the original narrative. Chapter 4, The Return. As the figures of the two vanished into the dragon's cave, Wan Shi, witnessing the trembling giant python nearby, felt a surge of anger. He charged towards it, causing a deafening whip-like sound with its tail, and in an instant, the myriad snakes within the cave emitted heart-wrenching wails. How intriguing, to toy with the young Wan Shi at such a tender age. Indeed, I find myself unable to resist intervening. The delectable aroma of chakra is irresistible. Sisters, may I play with him? Can I break him? Can I devour him? Among the three maidens clad in white priestess garments, the smallest girl, brimming with excitement, emerged from the shadows, gazing at the spot where Jiang Feng and his companion had disappeared. She possessed long, deep blue hair adorned with a golden crown, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her eyes transformed into narrow slits, revealing a mouth filled with sharp fangs and a flickering serpent tongue. Do not cause trouble, little Shirchu, otherwise, grandmother shall not spare you. Ah, Sister Tianqin, what a pity. I had hoped for a sumptuous feast. The girl named Shirchu glanced back at the dark green-haired Yamato, who had reverted from her serpentine form to her previous delicate appearance, gently covering her mouth with her long sleeves, betraying no trace of her earlier frenzied demeanor. There is no need to rush. Since we have already forged a pact with the Dragon's Cave, we shall surely encounter him again. However, young Wan Shi is quite noisy, isn't he? We had only recently taught him a lesson. Another girl with brown hair observed Wan Shi's rampant destruction from a distance, lost in thought. Leave it to me. Our previous game has yet to conclude. Young Wan Shi will play with me. With that, the girl named Shirchu floated into the air and soared towards Wan Shi. While Wan Shi was preoccupied with punishing his younger brother, An unexpected chill ran down his spine as he heard a voice that filled him with dread. Looking up, he was met with the sight of that demon approaching him. Mistress Shirchu, please, do not come any closer. Wanshi, paralyzed by fear, felt as though he might lose control of his bodily functions. It was not that he wished to flee, but this seemingly harmless maiden had exerted an oppressive aura that rendered his breathing labored. Dear little Wanshi, let us continue our game from before. With a flick of her delicate wrist, Shirchu summoned several massive boulders, each 5 meters in diameter, to float beside her. As Wanshi gazed at the demon that instilled terror within him, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures, his eyes lighting up. Mistress Tenchin, Mistress Taki, save me. Before Wanshi could finish his plea, a barrage of boulders struck him, causing him to wail in agony. His injuries had yet to heal, and the relentless onslaught of stones caused his resilient scales to peel away in large patches. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, while Tianqin and Taki observed the commotion with amused laughter. On the Hokage Rock, a mist dissipated to reveal 2 boys emerging, Jiangfeng and Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at the familiar structures of Konoha in the distance, exhaling a sigh of relief. The terrifying pressure of Wanshi in the near brush with death faded, leaving him feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. I never imagined we would return safely, all thanks to you, Jiang, as Orochimaru turned to speak. He noticed Jiang Feng's pallid complexion and bloodless lips. Clang! As the long sword slipped from his grasp, Jiang Feng felt the weight of impending death lift. But his limbs convulsed uncontrollably until he could no longer endure and collapsed straight down. Jiang Feng, in the depths of his unconsciousness. Jiang Feng felt as though his consciousness was perpetually tumbling, akin to being tossed into a washing machine, spinning relentlessly. Dizziness and nausea were the entirety of his sensations at that moment. He could not discern how long this disorientation lasted when, suddenly, he felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he could only perceive a hazy silhouette, yet curiously, he could discern that this figure possessed a pair of immaculate, crystalline eyes. Such beautiful eyes, sparkling and translucent like exquisite crystal. The indistinct figure seemed to comprehend his unspoken thoughts, momentarily frozen, appearing flustered and unsure of how to manage Jiang Feng, who was cradled in their arms. He faintly sensed the other attempting to articulate something, but alas, he could not comprehend the words. Though unable to grasp the meaning of your speech, I yearn to hear your voice once more. As he uttered these words, Jiang Feng felt his body slip once again beyond his control, the world around him dimmed, and the figure before him faded from view. The sensation of being tossed into a spinning washing machine returned with the stealth of an assassin, and he could no longer endure the weightlessness. The queasiness surged, prompting him to expel the contents of his stomach. In his ears, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Finally able to open his eyes, he was met with the blinding light of the ceiling fixture, followed by the sterile scent of a room adorned in pristine white. He lay upon a bed, and 4 drip connected to his right hand. Beside him stood a woman of elegant demeanor, draped in a flowing purple gown, exuding a grace akin to a gentle spring breeze. Upon noticing Jiang Feng had awakened, she gently assisted him into an upright position against the pillows. You're awake. Next time, do not create such chaos, she said softly, as she tenderly smoothed his disheveled hair. All right, mother. The woman before him was none other than his mother, Shiranui Kyouka. Jiang Feng did not share the fate of other transmigrators who began their journey as orphans, bereft of parents. He was not thrust into the ranks of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans to become a warrior with mesmerizing eyes. As for the 4th Great Ninja War, that seems a distant prospect, considering he has traversed to this world so early. Whether he can even survive until then remains a matter of uncertainty. Having arrived in this new realm, he chooses to embrace it. Why burden oneself with excessive thoughts? After all, isn't living itself a challenge? Upon awakening one day, did he feel any discomfort? No, rather, after exhausting his chakra, it seemed to him that his reserves had increased once more. Jiang Feng sensed a 1/3 increase in the chakra within him, responding truthfully, for after all, this was his own mother. Could she truly wish him harm? Although she appeared delicate and fragile like a tender flower, she was a nin in the village, and had once served as a medical ninja in this very hospital. She undoubtedly knew everything about him, especially after his recent examination, leaving little for him to conceal. While he was aware that his constitution recovered swiftly, chakra represented a balance of physical and spiritual energy. Recklessly relying on his rapid healing could render him foolish. His mother certainly did not wish for her son to become a simpleton. Watching her tenderly pinch his cheeks, he hastily agreed, not wanting his face to endure further torment. As he calculated the passage of time, he realized it was nearly time. What was approaching? Jiang Feng's mother smiled warmly and extended her finger, counting down, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Tsunade rushed in, her expression filled with concern. I heard you woke up. Are you all right? Beside her stood Orochimaru and Jiraiya, along with a white-haired young boy. Ah. The main characters have arrived. I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Jiangfeng's mother welcomed the three young boys at the door with a cheerful smile, giving Jiangfeng an encouraging gesture before gently closing the door. Don't mind it. You all know my mother enjoys joking, he said, observing Tsunade's flustered little eyes darting about. For the first time, Jiangfeng realized this girl possessed such an endearing charm. He then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, noticing an inexplicable flush creeping onto his face, causing Jiangfeng to feel a sudden sense of dread. He wondered if it might be prudent to keep his distance from Orochimaru for a few days. However, he feared that such an action might sadden him. Moreover, he couldn't fathom being anything but straight, firmly so. Obito appeared to remain shy and reticent, while Jiraiya was acting rather strangely. Why are your pants wet? Jiangfeng exclaimed. Come on, Jiraiya, you're 10 years old and still wetting yourself? Shut up, you brat. When you were unconscious, you kept asking for water. I gave you some, and you inexplicably vomited all over the place. It stank terribly. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Obito scrunched their noses in disdain, quickly distancing themselves from Jiraiya, who was left seething with frustration, grinding his teeth and stomping the floor in exasperation. Chapter 5. Everyone step aside. I am about to show off. After the noisy commotion, Jiangfeng felt that his health had improved sufficiently. Together with his companions, he completed the discharge formalities. Gazing out at the clear blue sky, he took a deep breath, feeling his mind clear considerably. The persistent smell of disinfectant in the hospital always left one with the impression that something was amiss with their health. During the noon visit, the old man had come to see him. He conveyed that Jiangfeng's cells had been overstimulated by the lightning chakra, causing a rapid decline in immunity. The accelerated rate of cell division could potentially lead to cancerous cells, or excessive strain on the cells might render them inactive, which would greatly affect his future achievements. The old man advised that until Jiangfeng's body fully matured, he should refrain from utilizing this technique temporarily. Jiangfeng nodded upon hearing this, initially expecting to encounter merely some large pythons in the dragon cave, but who could have anticipated meeting Orochimaru's nemesis, the myriad serpents? Not to mention, the question of whether the sage mode would be stylish or not was irrelevant when his life nearly hung in the balance. Those shameless myriad serpents took advantage of my youth. I shall remember this grievance. Tsunade, however, had a remarkable memory. I could not comprehend the intricacies of cells and their transformations from hot to cold. Jiraiya, with a cheerful demeanor, placed his hand on Jiangfeng's shoulder. Jiangfeng, looking at Jiraiya's damp trousers that had not yet dried from washing, felt a sense of aversion, as if he could detect the scent of his own vomit lingering on Jiraiya. Indeed, you lecherous fool. You were ogling the women's posteriors on the way to the hospital. You ought to focus on enhancing your strength. At this rate, Bailuho will soon surpass you. You are a disciple of the Hokage. Do you not realize you are bringing disgrace upon us, the disciples of the Fire Shadow? How could that be? I still have a long way to go, Bailuho replied with a nonchalant smile, casting a complicated glance at Jiraiya. On the day Jiangfeng and the others graduated 6 months early, in a time of peace, children need not graduate early nor engage in battle. The third Hokage entered the classroom to select disciples, causing quite a commotion. Without hesitation, he chose Tsunade of the Senju clan, blessed with medical talent, and the peculiar Inuzuka Jiangfeng, who, due to an abundance of chakra, had never performed ninjutsu without hand seals. After a brief contemplation, the third Hokage selected Orochimaru, who had the highest written examination score and was among the top in practical skills. Upon glancing at his deskmate Jiraiya, Bailuho believed he too had a chance to become a disciple of the third Hokage. However, to his dismay, the third Hokage chose Jiraiya, who was quite similar to him. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bailuho felt that perhaps he simply had not worked hard enough. If he could surpass Jiraiya, maybe the third Hokage would notice him and take him on as a disciple. After graduation, Bailuho dedicated himself to completing tasks with fervor, seizing any opportunity to extract chakra or practice new ninjutsu. He attempted to forge friendships with the disciples of the third Hokage to enhance his presence before him. Yet his 6 months of effort seemed to yield little result. He frequently sparred with Jiraiya, but he could not fathom why, no matter how hard he tried. He always fell just short of that carefree Jiraiya. The feelings of resentment and jealousy continually festered within him. He believed that had the third Hokage discovered him sooner, Jiraiya might have been irrelevant, and he could have been the one admired as a disciple of the third Hokage. Bailuho, what troubles you? Jiangfeng gazed at Bailuho, who appeared to be in a state of excitement, and inquired, Oh, it's nothing really. I'm just curious about the type of spirit beast you have bonded with. What is it, if I may ask? Belu responded nonchalantly, it's nothing much, just a colossal serpent, rather pompous and narcissistic, as large as a mountain. As Jiang Feng reminisced, it seemed he had not misrepresented the legendary serpent, Wanshi, known for its boastful proclamations and its demand for living sacrifices upon its entrance. Subsequently, it served as a flesh shield for Erjuzi, meeting a gruesome end. What kind of colossal serpent is this? He mused. Shouldn't summoning beasts resemble the Nin dogs of the Hataki and Inazuka clans, or perhaps the Nin cats and Nin crows of the Uchiha family? Is it reasonable to summon a serpent as large as a mountain? Even the mighty summoning beast of the third Hokage, the king of monkeys, did not possess such an immense size. You are beginning to stretch the limits of believability. Tsunade and her companions maintained a calm demeanor. After all, as disciples of the Hokage, they had seen much. Tsunade, with her grandfathers being the first and second Hokage, had long since become accustomed to the extraordinary. To her, Wanshi might simply be perceived as a larger-than-average serpent. Oh, what a marvel! Just imagine how long we could feast on serpent stew. Jiraiya recalled the last time the old man prepared serpent stew for him, wiping his mouth in anticipation, much to the bemusement of those around him. If you possess such a skill, we shall be fortunate indeed. With that, he led the group to the training ground, which was reasonably spacious, nodding in satisfaction. Step aside. I am about to perform a grand spectacle. Arise, divine dragon. He swiftly began to weave hand signs. Hi, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. Astoundingly, this unconventional individual, who rarely performed hand seals, was now diligently executing them, shocking his companions, who were left sweating at the absurdity of Jiang Feng's words. Suddenly, a tremendous cloud of smoke erupted, and Wanshi materialized before them like a massive purple mountain, leaving the other ninjas in the vicinity paralyzed with fear. With a thunderous roar, Wanshi's cry reverberated, prompting several to instinctively cover their ears. It's deafening. Jiang Feng could no longer contain himself. He swiftly ascended to the top of the colossal serpent's head, chakra enveloping his feet, and unleashed a powerful punch, crackling with lightning. You dare strike my head, you little rascal. Do you believe I won't devour you? The immense serpent, in pain, halted its furious roar and glared at Jiang Feng, causing a palpable tension among the onlookers. The weakest among them, Belu Hu, felt an increasing pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. The surrounding ninjas were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape as though their very lives depended on it. The Umbu, tasked with safeguarding the group, promptly utilized their body flicker technique to rush to the scene. Tsunade, clutching her ninja tools, felt a tumult of emotions. She had initially assumed it was merely a larger snake, but to her astonishment, the creature exuded an aura comparable to that of an elite jonin returning from the battlefield. Given the serpent's menacing tone, it seemed Jiang Feng had yet to assert his dominance over it. However, when Jiang Feng brandished his longsword, the few approaching ninjas, well-versed in the ways of the world, silenced at once. The great serpent, acutely aware of the potential danger, regretted speaking so audibly, fearing that this individual might unleash a frenzy akin to the last encounter. Having sustained grievous injuries from the madwoman, Shichikushimaheim, the serpent had been seeking a respite for its wounds, only to be summoned here, only to discover that this young man merely wished to flaunt his summoning technique. Who could blame it for feeling irate? As the Umbu emerged behind the children, intent on protecting the Hokage's apprentice and hoping to make a favorable impression for future promotions, the serpent's cowardly remarks were a stark disappointment to its own formidable stature. Had it known the thoughts of the Umbu, the serpent would have surely spat venom at them, expressing disdain for their lofty ideals. Observing the dozen or so masked ninjas, the serpent felt fortunate for refraining from a confrontation, lest it find itself in pieces. Oh, dear uncles, it's nothing serious. I was merely conversing with my summoning beast, it chuckled nervously. Jiang Feng was aware that there were members of the Dark Division lurking in the training ground, which is why he summoned the myriad serpents. Moreover, he was not keen on the idea of the serpents turning against him during a mission, and it seems he has made the right bet this time. Chapter 6. It is well known that those who wear the skin will inevitably face punishment. The members of the Dark Division exchanged glances and nodded at Jiang Feng and the others before retreating into the nearby woods of the training ground. Another wave of excitement washed over by. A figure from the Dark Division, adorned with a fox mask, let out a deep sigh. Indeed, this little ancestor always creates a commotion whenever he arrives, yet somehow, there is never a ripple of consequence. It's utterly baffling. The member with the cat-faced mask, feeling frustrated, struck the tree in annoyance, his sentiments resonating with several others from the Dark Division. That damn Jiang Feng has been causing a ruckus at the training grounds ever since he was 5 years old. This brat even had the audacity to dream of mastering bloodline limit techniques, yet somehow ended up inventing composite ninjutsu instead, blending fire and lightning release into explosive combinations. Or collaborating with Orochimaru to fuse wind and lightning release into tempestuous storms. When the colossal serpent appeared this time, everyone initially assumed it was some summoned beast invasion. But no, it was none other than that troublemaker Jiangfeng from the Shiranui clan. Each incident leaves the ANBU drowning in paperwork, their hands cramping from endless reports. They'd love to grab him by the collar and scream, "We're ANBU, not babysitters. And for heaven's sake, you just got out of the hospital, can't you take a single day off and give us a break?" But they don't dare. He is the Hokage's disciple, and his family is the prestigious Shiranui clan, untouchable. A white-masked ANBU veteran exchanges glances with a few senior members and shrugs. Honestly, they prefer these harmless incidents. Why bother climbing the ranks? Even as Jonin, they're still stuck playing nanny to these brats. Other ANBU squads are off assassinating targets. Some even got sent after Kumo's high-ranking officials, only to be torn in half by the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Now that's dangerous. Better to slack off when they can. These rookies just don't get it. Meanwhile, the giant serpent man secedes under the scrutiny of the children gawking at him like some carnival attraction. But he doesn't dare move recklessly. Standing before them is a middle-aged man wearing a fire-engraved hat, his presence so subdued it's nearly imperceptible. Yet his piercing gaze makes Manda's scales crawl. This man is undoubtedly formidable. "Old man, what do you think? My summon is pretty impressive, huh? Strong. Massive. Way better than your Enma. If I don't feel like walking, I can just lounge on its head and let it carry me." Hiruzen Sarutobi chokes on his pipe smoke at Jiangfeng's words. Good grief, this kid treats a war asset like a damn taxi. This serpent's scales are practically impervious to standard weaponry. On a battlefield, who could stop it? Though he notes patches of missing scales, some kind of skin condition, he'll have to warn the boy about potential infections. Taming it couldn't have been easy. Of course not. Took this sword to do it, cost me all my savings. 2. Custom forged from chakra-conductive metal. After performing a flourish with his sword, Jiangfeng returned his long blade to the storage scroll. Is the Noera family truly so affluent? I recall that such materials are rather costly, are they not? Perhaps it is the foundation of a prominent clan? Sarutobi Hizashi rolled his eyes at the conversation between Bairuhua and Jiraiya, thinking, are you really going to fall for his trickery? You've been swindled by him since childhood. And you still believe his tall tales? One day, a member of his umbu witnessed this troublesome disciple rescuing a cat, only to discover that it was a member of the Ninja Cat clan. Grateful for Jiangfeng's kindness, the Ninja Cat expressed a desire to become his summoning beast. However, without a moment's hesitation, the disciple declined, stating that if the cat wished to express gratitude, it could provide him with a chakra weapon. The Ninja Cat clan, skilled in gathering intelligence and crafting weapons, was aware of the value of a chakra weapon and had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. The disciple, however, proved to be quite remarkable, producing catnip and a bottle of what heaven-dew liquor, promptly intoxicating the Ninja Cat. In its inebriated state, the cat inadvertently revealed that it possessed a piece of chakra metal hidden on its person. Jiangfeng, without a moment's hesitation, spoke candidly. As for the inebriated cat, it felt utterly humiliated at having been deceived and has since been hiding in Jiangfeng's home, indulging in catnip like a mere idle feline. Ah, how trivial. How utterly trivial. Jiangfeng, feeling triumphant, rubbed his nose and burst into hearty laughter. Well, here you are, already a lowly practitioner yet still lacking composure. This spirit beast is quite formidable. I never anticipated that you possessed the chakra to successfully summon it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Jiangfeng, who was once again acting irrationally, and rubbed his brow, pondering why he had foolishly chosen this disciple in the first place. Jiangfeng patted his chest, exclaiming, Indeed. I possessed nothing but an immense reservoir of chakra. His pride was palpable, almost causing his nose to tilt in delight. Orochimaru, I have heard that you too have contracted this summoning beast. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, teacher Sarutobi. Do take heed. You do not possess the astonishing chakra reserves of Jiangfeng. Without sufficient chakra, you cannot successfully summon it, and even if you manage to do so, it is unlikely to heed your commands. Be cautious. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the obedient Orochimaru, gently ruffling his hair, then cast a glance at his other peculiar disciples, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. Hee. This old man speaks quite favorably. That little brat. Well, I await your ascension to strength. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen praise its prowess, the serpent Manda proudly flicked its tail, ready to taunt Orochimaru. However, upon noticing Jiangfeng's gleaming sword and the sharp gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it promptly refrained. Orochimaru nodded, mistaking Manda's actions for genuine encouragement, and felt a surge of motivation. After a day of rest in the hospital, I sense my strength has augmented. Old man, let us spar. Should you lose, you must relinquish your position as Hokage. Ah, you wish for me to step down in favor of you, do you? It seems this impudent boy has grown cheeky again. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, bemused by Jiang Feng's antics. This boy possessed a peculiar constitution, with rapid recovery and highly active cellular strength. Each time he sustained an injury, he emerged even stronger. Undoubtedly buoyed by his unique physique and the formidable summoning beast he had contracted. Let us deal with Manda. As Jiang Feng leaped onto Manda's head to engage, his companions swiftly moved aside to spectate. Reluctantly, Manda twisted its body and lunged at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the latter, no ordinary ninja, easily evaded the attack with his body flicker technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, 3 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Manda, which, undeterred, bit down on the blazing sphere. With a resounding thud, Manda exhaled a plume of black smoke, striking a striking resemblance to Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier display. Truly, it was a technique famously dubbed by netizens as the unstoppable ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Manda's lack of harm, muttered under his breath in disbelief while simultaneously performing hand seals. Earth style, earth flow river. The ground beneath Manda transformed into sludge, slowly pushing the serpent backward. Jiang Feng, perched atop Manda's head, could not comprehend Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, yet he remained undeterred. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A dragon composed of flames crashed into Sarutobi Hiruzen, waves of fire relentlessly engulfing him. The onlooking children gasped in concern, but Jiang Feng remained vigilant, carefully surveying the surroundings. Within the flames, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained motionless, transforming into earth. A sudden whoosh pierced the air as Manda, acting instinctively, swung its tail. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens were ruthlessly deflected by Manda's tail. Realizing that his new ninjutsu derived from the second Hokage's shadow clone technique had proven ineffective, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, recognizing that he needed to showcase his true abilities, lest this impudent youth become even more unruly in his presence. Upon landing, Sarutobi Hiruzen created a shadow clone, both he and his clone forming hand seals in unison. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. A water dragon imbued with electricity struck Manda at breakneck speed. Manda let out a wail, this time. The third Hokage's jutsu did not merely tickle, it inflicted pain, aggravating Manda's unhealed wounds. Enraged, Manda roared, ready to retaliate against the third Hokage, only for a cloud of smoke to disperse, rendering Manda invisible. Jiang Feng fell to the ground in a daze, utterly unable to comprehend that once he had chosen this moment to flee. As he sensed his own body, he realized that his chakra was nearly depleted, exclaiming in frustration at his misfortune. With a sinister smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, his hands forming fists as he coldly regarded Jiang Feng. Grasping Jiang Feng's head with a menacing grip, he sneered, "The summoning time has come, hasn't it? Your chakra seems to be almost exhausted. Show me another display, if you will." "What are you talking about, old man? How could someone as obedient as I be rebellious?" Chapter 7. The ninja world is not just about fighting. It also involves human relationships. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on how, ever since assuming the role of Hokage, even the slightest movement caused him to perspire. However, seeing the expressions of admiration on the faces of Jiraiya and Ebisu filled him with quiet satisfaction. He took great pleasure in the reverence the children displayed towards him. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng lay on the ground, clutching his smoldering backside, cursing the toothless third Hokage for once again tormenting his delicate rear end. Beside Jiang Feng, Tsunade was laughing heartily at his expense, while Orochimaru, in a display of concern, helped Jiang Feng to his feet, incessantly inquiring about his well-being. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Jiang Feng, pondering the remarkable speed at which this disciple had grown. The summoned beast known as the 10,000 Snakes proved to be particularly formidable, without the aid of combined ninjutsu or the influence of the Monkey King. It seemed he could hardly inflict significant damage upon him. Jiraiya, among the few of you without a summoning beast, should prepare, for a powerful summoning beast greatly enhances a ninja's combat capabilities. In 2 days, I shall escort you to the dwelling of the Monkey King. May you succeed." Jiraiya nodded, astounded by the recent display of the 10,000 snakes, which seemed almost immune to ordinary ninja tools and techniques. Such strength was indeed enticing. He found himself envisioning a scene where he wielded the Rui Bang of the Monkey King to thoroughly thrash his old mentor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, You plan to steal my summoning beast and then challenge me. Sarutobi Hiruzen imparted various precautions to Jiraiya before returning to his duties. Bairuhu observed the distant figure of the third Hokage, acutely aware that the Monkey King, as a summoning beast, was a remarkable asset. One could say that half of the third strength stemmed from the enhancement provided by his summoned creature. Recently, Bairuhu had also formed a contract with a small ninja dog, which offered little to no augmentation to his combat prowess. Contemplating the widening gap between himself and Jiraiya, who would benefit from the Monkey King's enhancement, Bairuhu clenched his teeth in frustration. Was this the privilege of being a disciple of the Hokage? The freedom to learn various ninjutsu and the assurance of powerful summoning beasts? This only deepened Bairuhu's envy as a common ninja. Why had the third Hokage not chosen him, when they were both mere commoners? Jiang Feng cast a fleeting glance at Bailuhu before turning his gaze towards Jiraiya, letting out a sigh within his heart. In the original world, Bailuhu had betrayed the village out of jealousy towards the three ninjas, stemming from his own lack of talent. It seemed that his arrival had not altered Bailuhu's distorted character in the slightest. However, it appeared that Jiraiya had failed to forge a contract with the Monkey King of the Monkey Clan despite their many years of camaraderie. It was only fitting that he extend a helping hand to him. After bidding farewell to his companions, Jiang Feng returned home, only to find that his parents were seemingly absent. However, this did not dampen his spirits. Upon opening the balcony door on the third floor, he indeed discovered his target, the inebriated cat, basking in the sunlight, surrounded by a dozen empty bottles. Hey, Orange. Drinking to the point of oblivion in broad daylight. Jiang Feng seized it and vigorously rubbed its head, in retaliation for Jiang Feng's malicious act of getting it intoxicated. The cat resolved to remain at Jiang Feng's residence, indulging in daily feasts and libations to compensate for the anguish of losing its precious chakra metal. Jiang Feng held no objections to its lingering presence in his home. After all, having deceived him of such a precious item, its continued stay also bore advantages. Whenever he found himself in need of ninja tools, he could simply request them from it. Not only were the craftsmanship of the weapons from the ninja cat's shop exquisite, but their prices were also more reasonable than those at the Konoha Ninja Tool store, undoubtedly a situation that offered benefits without drawbacks. Jiang Feng would never concede that leaving this cat behind was merely an exploitation of its residual value. Absolutely not. For the sake of convenience, Jiang Feng disregarded its objections and named it Big Orange due to its vibrant orange fur. As days passed, the cat lingered in his home, indulging in incessant drinking, which caused its belly to swell, hence the name Big Orange. Let me go? The cat, awakened by Jiang Feng's clamor, pushed away his grasp with its paw. If you want me to relinquish my hold, then sign this, Jiang Feng declared, presenting a small scroll before Big Orange. Rubbing its eyes, the cat scrutinized the densely packed text on the scroll, then shook its head in bewilderment, casting a curious glance at Jiang Feng. Internally, it seethed. Is this person out of his mind? Previously, when I suggested he become my familiar, he refused, yet now he comes to me for a binding contract. To sign or not to sign? If you don't, there'll be no more Mutian Liao liquor for you, Jiang Feng threatened, observing Big Orange's indecision. You. How unreasonable! Big Orange exclaimed, swatting Jiang Feng's other hand away in frustration, its eyes brimming with tears, as if on the verge of shedding them. The cat found the audacity of this man intolerable. Not only had he forced liquor upon it and stolen its chakra metal, but now he demanded it sign a contract as well. One could not possibly fleece a cat like this. Ahem, if you sign this, I'll prepare our latest concoction, Mutian Lao cocktail. Jiang Feng acknowledged his overreach, scratching his head in embarrassment. To demonstrate his sincerity, he extracted 2 bottles filled with a sky blue and pale pink Mutian Lao cocktail from the scroll. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Big Orange, with its keen sense of smell, could already detect the rich fragrance of the liquor, drool trickling from the corner of its mouth. Then sign it. Jiang Feng hastily tightened his trousers, fearing this intoxicated feline might topple him over. Sign it, right away. Big Orange promptly stamped its bloodied paw print onto the scroll, then contentedly cradled the 2 exquisitely beautiful bottles of Mutian Liao cocktail. Jiang Feng had not anticipated that he would achieve his goal with such ease. Observing the 2 bottles of wine that had already been consumed, he felt a twinge of unreliability as he noticed the inebriated large orange cat, who seemed far from coherent. A week later, as he watched Jiraiya imprint his blood on the summoning scroll of the Monkey Clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen incessantly reminded him to exercise caution. Jiang Feng found himself growing weary of the repeated admonitions, a testament to the third Hokage's ability to articulate the essence of fire for half an hour. Seeking refuge, He retreated to a secluded corner and employed the reverse summoning technique to arrive at the domain of the Ninja Cat clan, before a tightly shut shrine. The large orange cat, having waited patiently, waved at him. As Jiang Feng approached, he discovered several ninja cats lounging atop the shrine's roof, each cradling a colorful bottle, the signature product of his family, the mutiny cocktail, perhaps due to the established rapport with the Jew. The typically aloof ninja cats seemed to have shed their reservations, greeting Jiang Feng with unexpected warmth. He waved back with a smile, realizing that this whimsical concoction he had created turned out to be quite beneficial. He contemplated experimenting with the ninja cat's favorite mutiny to craft a new beverage. As the clan members often praised the ninja tools of the feline tribe and frequently requested his assistance in procuring them, selling the ninja tools at a premium price had unexpectedly yielded considerable profit, enhancing his standing with both the Ninja Cat clan and his own kin while pocketing a tidy sum as well. His understanding of social dynamics was indeed profound. The Jew guided Jiang Feng to the borders of the Ninja Cat territory, then handed him a map leading to the realm of the monkey tribe. With a swift reverse summoning technique, he vanished without a trace, demonstrating a remarkable efficiency in his haste to return home for a drink, leaving no unnecessary actions in his wake. Jiang Feng cast a glance at the map and could not help but admire its exquisite design. It contained all the necessary details. For aesthetic appeal, the artist had even illustrated some charming cat expressions, a testament to the information gatherer's exceptional skill. It is approximately 46 kilometers, and I hope to arrive in time. Jiang Feng, reluctantly summoned by the mystical forces, found himself amidst a myriad of serpents racing towards the habitat of the monkey clan. Chapter 8. The Turning Point for Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had successfully arrived at Huagua Mountain, a domain established for the Monkey King and his kin. Agile monkeys frolicked joyously among the mountains and streams, their cheerful laughter resonating throughout the area. Frequently, one could observe a larger monkey grooming the white fur of a smaller one, a scene that stirred a sense of longing in Jiraiya, a war orphan. Hey, which mountain are you from? How can you be so ugly without a tail? At that moment, a small monkey with dark red skin approached Jiraiya, who was curiously gazing around the entrance of their territory. I'm a human. How could I have a tail? Jiraiya was taken aback by the monkey's remarks, and the insult ignited a spark of irritation within him. They scrutinized one another, both possessing white fur, though Jiraiya's skin had darkened slightly from frequent training. The only apparent difference seemed to be the absence of a tail. Human? Aren't we of the same kind? You look so similar to us, the small monkey remarked. Noticing the identical patterns on both their heads, you wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate child of the clan leader, would you? The monkey's curiosity surged, struggling to comprehend why a human could resemble its kind so closely. Jiraiya felt the conversation reaching a deadlock. You're the illegitimate child of the Monkey King, he retorted. Recalling how the old monkey could transform his indestructible weapon during battles and seamlessly coordinate with his clan, yet his kin appeared so foolish. As the dialogue between the duo continued, more monkeys gathered around. Are you the contractor of the Monkey King? No. I heard our clan's contractor is the third Hokage. Is that you? No, I'm the old man's disciple. Why would the third Hokage take you, a tailless monkey, as his disciple? I told you. I'm a human. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions and chattering from the monkeys, Jiraiya felt as if his head might explode. Moreover, with his striking silver hair, he wondered why they considered him ugly. Their taste in aesthetics seemed quite questionable. Enough with the noise. What sort of behavior is this? Let him in. A commanding voice emerged from the back of the crowd, silencing the ruckus and parting the gathering like the sea. Phew, saved at last, Jiraiya thought, as he recognized the familiar figure of the Monkey King, who appeared more dignified and imposing than the rest. I remember you as the child by Rijan's side. What brings you here? The Monkey King leaned against a tree, surveying Jiraiya from above. The old man sent me here to form a contract with your clan. Please, Monkey King, become my summoning beast. His words sparked a commotion among the monkeys, prompting the Monkey King to squint and raise a hand to quell the noise. I believe you may have misunderstood something. Summoning beasts and humans do not share a master-servant dynamic. It's not as if I must comply with everything that Rijan commands. If that's the case, you may leave. The Monkey King's tone was less cordial, discontent evident in his gaze as he scrutinized Jiraiya's attitude towards the summoning beasts. Please, Monkey King, grant me this opportunity. Jiraiya hadn't anticipated the situation would devolve to this extent, seemingly ending before it had even begun. Children, escort our guest out. Little one, return and inform Rijan of my dissatisfaction with him. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words as the Monkey King turned away from him, leaving him feeling deflated. Slowly, he turned around, his body stiff as he took hesitant steps towards the exit. The summoning beast that Tsunade, Jiangfeng, and Orochimaru had successfully contracted, he had initially thought today would mark his moment of glory, only to see it unravel before him. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and a colossal shadow rushed towards Huagua Mountain. Are other summoning beasts invading? Monkeys without combat skills, retreat to safety. The Monkey King leaped from the tree, his expression grave as he observed the dark silhouette, while Jiraiya snapped out of his despondency, uncertain of how to respond amidst the chaos of the monkeys. Kid, if you want to live, stay behind me, the Monkey King instructed, choosing to protect Jiraiya out of respect for his connection to Rijan. Don't underestimate me, Jiraiya. I'm the exceptional leaf ninja capable of silencing crying children. Believing the Monkey King was belittling him, Jiraiya shouted defiantly, proclaiming his ninja way. Humph, cocky little brat. Do as you wish. The Monkey King's words bore the same disdain, yet a hint of a smile graced his face if Jiraiya were to look up. Here it comes. Stay alert, kid. Without responding, Jiraiya gripped his kunai, eyes fixed on the massive shadow looming amidst the dust. Hey, Jiraiya and the old monkey. Are you here to welcome me? As the dust settled, the figures of Wan Shi and Jiangfeng emerged. Wait? Jiangfeng? Jiraiya, initially startled, soon felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that they were not foes. What is this little troublemaker doing here? The Monkey King muttered, recalling unpleasant memories of the snake that had once burned away his 10 years of treasured beard, narrowly avoiding a similar fate for his hair. Upon being captured, Jiangfeng sought to excuse himself, claiming he was merely testing whether he could maintain his indestructible form without transforming. With a nurturing spirit toward the youth, he playfully struck Jiangfeng's rear in a flurry of playful blows. However, after a brief absence of a month or two, it appeared that this fellow had undergone a remarkable transformation, even acquiring 3 mystical beasts from the divine realms. As a creature of the ninja realm, he seemed to sense a hint of danger emanating from Jiangfeng. Surely, it was merely a figment of his imagination, for this lad was but 10 years old. Little brat. Remember your promise, the multitude of serpents coiled around him declared. All right, all right. Under Jiangfeng's dismissive demeanor, they promptly returned to the dragon cave. Ah, Jiraiya. Is your progress going smoothly? Initially filled with mirth, Jiraiya slowly lowered his head, lamenting, I have failed. The trials of our monkey clan are notoriously arduous. If you fear not for your life, then follow closely. With a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, the monkey sage strode toward the clan's territory. Yes, senior monkey sage. Jiraiya responded with immense joy, never expecting to have secured a second chance. Gratefully, he nodded at Jiangfeng, realizing that without the earlier mishap, he would have been forced to retreat in disgrace. After giving Jiraiya a thumbs up, Jiangfeng followed the wise monkey ahead. Naturally, the monkey noticed their little exchange but chose to ignore it, for he believed in the importance of following through on his words. Hey, old monkey. What kind of test are you planning for Jiraiya? Will it involve him assisting you with the task, or will he need to demonstrate his prowess? In the realm of nature, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. To achieve one's goals, one must either present enticing conditions or showcase formidable strength. Yuan Mountain. Chief, please give your orders. With a commanding shout, the wise monkey summoned a towering 2-meter-tall giant ape before them. Hey, old monkey, isn't that a bit excessive? Considering our familiarity, sending this fellow who lacks the strength of a chunin is rather unreasonable. Jiangfeng expressed his discontent upon seeing the newcomer. Such was Jiangfeng's nature. Had it been anyone else daring to speak out in the presence of the wise monkey, they would have found themselves buried deep, serving as fertilizer for the newly planted peach trees. Step up if you can, or leave if you cannot. My patience has its limits. If I weren't concerned about Jiangfeng's reckless nature causing chaos with the recently summoned snake, I would have expelled him long ago. Jiraiya, summoning his resolve, drew forth 1,000 books and approached Yuan Mountain. The wise monkey, noticing Jiraiya's courage against a formidable foe, found himself increasingly fond of the scene, perhaps due to the presence of the more troublesome Jiangfeng. Chapter 9. Danzo shouldn't be that foolish, right? In this standoff between man and ape, it was ultimately Jiraiya who could no longer contain himself and launched the 1,000 books. The book struck Yuan Mountain, who transformed into a wooden figure and fell to the ground. A substitution. When did that happen? Not good. Hearing a sound behind him, Jiraiya quickly shielded his head with both hands, but he could not escape being sent sliding 10 meters away. What immense strength. It seems I cannot allow him to close in. Jiraiya observed the purple bruises forming on his arm, wincing in pain. Fire release, hot head. Having learned from his past encounters, Jiraiya dared not let Yuan Mountain approach. Water release. Great waterfall technique. The clash of fire and water filled the battlefield with steam, limiting Jiraiya's visibility as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands gripping his feet, causing him to lose balance as he was buried in the earth. Struggling against the soil, Jiraiya found his efforts futile. Crack. Old monkey, this giant has quite the skill. Are there more like him in your clan? Kid, aren't you concerned about this little rascal, Jiraiya? Observing Jiang Feng munching on sunflower seeds without a care, the wise monkey felt exasperated. His companion was clearly at a disadvantage, while this boy was casually snacking. Don't fret. He is Jiraiya. After all, Jiang Feng waved dismissively. As the steam dissipated from the battlefield, Yuan Mountain finally revealed himself, looking down at Jiraiya, who was buried by his own technique. I found you. Jiraiya, still struggling beneath the earth, smiled upon seeing Yuan Mountain finally appear. Transforming into smoke, he vanished from the pit, prompting Yuan Mountain to notice a hole forming below. Oh no. Realizing too late, Yuan Mountain leaped away, but the ground shattered, and Jiraiya emerged from beneath, clutching a blue sphere. The sight of the approaching blue orb sent shivers down Yuan Mountain's spine. Spiral sphere. Jiraiya's spiral sphere struck Yuan Mountain's abdomen directly, sending the towering ape flying with its tremendous force. Do not underestimate Jiraiya from the Leaf Village. Panting heavily, Jiraiya recognized the powerful technique Jiang Feng had taught him. The spiral sphere was indeed formidable, but it came with significant drawbacks, as his right hand now hung limply, devoid of sensation. Meanwhile, Yuan Mountain, clutching his abdomen in agony, struggled to rise, failing repeatedly. This is a no-hand technique. This kid Jiraiya has mastered a technique without hand seals. The wise monkey's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Jiraiya had achieved such a skill. It is known that ordinary techniques require hand seals, and the more seals involved, the greater the power. Had Jiraiya possessed a greater chakra capacity, the wise monkey felt certain the technique's impact would have been even more devastating. So, what do you think, old monkey? Can Jiraiya's skills suffice? Jiang Feng revealed a sly smile. Of course, it was he who taught Jiraiya the Rasengan. The principle behind the Rasengan is not particularly difficult. Could it be that a time traveler such as Minato has emerged to study this technique? Surely not. Thus, Jiang Feng had long instructed Jiraiya and his companions, though only Jiraiya had truly mastered it. Tsunade, possessing a chakra reserve second only to Jiang Feng's, struggled to form a complete Rasengan, resulting in her clothes turning into mere rags. Out of kindness, Jiang Feng would often visit the changing room to console her, urging her not to lose heart. However, each time he was met with Tsunade's wrath, leaving him battered and thrown out like a pig. Yet, Jiang Feng, wiping the blood from his nose, graciously forgave her. And over time, Tsunade abandoned her attempts at mastering the technique. As for Orochimaru, he had managed to learn it, but his lack of physical prowess hindered his ability to unleash the Rasengan's full potential, leading him to gradually forsake this ninjutsu. Barely adequate. The Monkey King disowned that this technique required a combination with taijutsu. The Rasengan has its advantages and disadvantages. Its strength lies in its tremendous power and the fact that it requires no hand seals. However, the downside is that it necessitates a stable chakra to gather, rotate, compress, and condense, which is no easy feat and demands a significant chakra reserve, while the explosion produces great force if the user fails to wield it properly. They too may suffer its backlash, as evidenced by Jiraiya, who had yet to raise his hand. The reticent old man observed the proud Monkey King, and Jiang Feng chuckled. Jiraiya successfully passed the examination, and the very one with whom he forged a contract was the Monkey King himself, who had battled him. Only later did they learn that the Monkey King was, in fact, the son of the great Monkey King. Upon their return from Flower and Fruit Mountain, the two encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen, who inquired about their journey. Jiraiya concealed the earlier details regarding Jiang Feng, and hearing of Jiraiya's successful contract, Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and Jiang Feng, sensing that he seemed to be hiding something from them. Surely, he must have accomplished something significant. To celebrate Jiraiya's success, they decided to go out for barbecue together. Jiang Feng, through the matter concerning Jiraiya, realized that the original narrative was not immutable. His butterfly effect might indeed wield a far greater impact. Orochimaru, he mused, nodding with a smile. The barbecue from the Akimichi clan sounds delightful. It conveniently coincides with a visit to Uncle Chiefing, Tsunade pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Just then, Jiraiya emerged from the Hokage building, leading a spirited entourage towards the barbecue establishment. Within the Hokage's office, a crystal ball projected the scene of 4 individuals. Youth is truly a blessing, Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected, puffing on a cigarette as he reminisced about the past. Hiruzen, you are growing old, remarked a portly middle-aged man seated on the couch, casually munching on potato chips. However, his gaze was sharp, and if Tsunade were present, she would recognize him as Akimichi Chiefing, whom she had just mentioned. Indeed, over 30 now, in another decade, a ninja's prowess will inevitably decline, Chiefing observed, shaking his head as he noted Hiruzen's nostalgia for days gone by. You seem to be growing old in spirit, even if your body remains youthful. Hiruzen tapped the ash from his cigarette. Chiefing, are you certain you do not wish to engage in any endeavors within the village? With your abilities, you deserve more than mere obscurity. Let it be, Chiefing replied. My disposition does not align with the convolutions of your politics. It is a stroke of fortune for Koyuki and Minyin to ascend to elder status. As for Danzo, once the Hokage position was entrusted to you, he transformed entirely. Take heed of that. With those words, Akimichi Chiefing vanished from his seat. Why has the you of your morphed into the current visage, Danzo? Hiruzen lamented, covering the fresh bandage on his left arm with his right hand. The intel on the table detailed Danzo's various conspiracies to assassinate the Hokage, exploit war orphans for clandestine training within Root, and threaten families to surrender gifted children for recruitment into Root, among other atrocities. Suddenly, Hiruzen recalled Jiang Feng's description of Danzo as a bullheaded fool. Could it be that Danzo believes eliminating me will secure his position as the next Hokage? He shook his head, realizing he had been influenced by Jiang Feng's perspective, contemplating such a foolish notion. Surely, Danzo was not that dim-witted. Within Root, achoo, Danzo sneezed forcefully, startling the Root ninjas nearby. Are you all right, Lord Danzo? Should we pause the training? Not at all. I just have the nagging sensation that someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. It must be that dim-witted apprentice of Hiruzen. Proceed with the training as usual. This bunch can't even manage to assassinate a Hokage. When will I ever ascend to that position? What use are they? Furious, Danzo cleaved a railing in two, causing the nearby Root ninjas to tremble in fear, compelling them to lash their whips with greater fervor. Below, a group of pale, bloody youths gritted their teeth, straining their bodies to extract more strength. Nearby, the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades lay scattered, each one terrified of becoming the next casualty. Chapter 10. Danzo's Invitation. Uncle Chiefing, we have come to see you, Tsunade exclaimed, leading her companions as they dashed into Akimichi Chiefing's home, pushing the door open with enthusiasm. Ah, little Tsunade, if you keep visiting so frequently, I may need to replace my front door. Chiefing chuckled, holding a steaming cup of tea, and waved warmly at Jiang Feng and the others. Jiang Feng and Tsunade displayed a remarkable familiarity as they deftly opened the snacks on the table, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya held their cups with a hint of restraint. It has been quite some time since you last visited me, Akimichi Choza remarked, resembling a benevolent elder, in stark contrast to his earlier assertiveness in the Hokage office. As if we don't come here often, Tsunade feigned annoyance, placing her hands on her hips. Haha. My apologies. Nevertheless, I am genuinely delighted that you chose to visit, Choza said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Tsunade's hair, which always reminded him of the first and second Hokages. Observing Choza's empty teacup, Orochimaru graciously refilled it. Uncle Choza, I brought a gift this time, Jiang Feng said, raising an eyebrow. Oh, has your family released a new product? Choza's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. When Jiang Feng came to visit, he often brought exquisite wines that were not available for sale. It is well known that among the esteemed ninjas and high-ranking officials of Konoha, none could resist the exquisite wines crafted by the prodigious brewmaster Jiang Feng. It could be said that the prominence of the Nara family is largely attributed to this young man. He chuckled, You've caught me. This time, I've brought my latest creation. Pingshui Lao Bygone. Zhu Dao Qifeng accepted the wine box handed over by Jiang Feng, and the five of them conversed for quite some time until the sky gradually turned yellow. Only then did they begin to pack up and prepare to leave. Zhu Dao Qifeng stood to see them off, but Jiang Feng turned back, looking earnestly at him. Uncle Qifeng, the winds within Konoha are about to change. Be wary of Danzo. Rest assured, I have no intention of departing this world before I have had the pleasure of toasting to your wedding, Zhu Dao Qifeng replied, as Jiang Feng chuckled upon hearing the words. He waved goodbye to his companions and stepped out of the Akid clan's grand residence. Akid Torikaze gazed at the packaging of the fierce tiger that Jiang Feng had gifted him, adorned with the flamboyant characters spelling out Pingshui Lao Bygone. It was evidently designed specifically due to his moniker of the Akid tiger. Even such a young child could discern the movements of Danzo. It was hard to fathom the transformations that the Ember of Life left by teacher Tobirama would bring to Konoha. A month later, the bustling atmosphere within Konoha remained unchanged. However, it was intriguing to note that members of various smaller ninja clans ventured forth like startled birds, fearful of being discovered by Danzo and subsequently coerced into bearing the forbidden jutsu of the second Hokage, the Mark of Tongue Curse. Larger clans, such as the Uchiha and the Inuzuka, known for their prowess, had recently faced a surge of failures during missions. Danzo, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? Sarutobi Hiruzen, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Shimura Danzo. The route required a substantial number of personnel, buried deep underground, needing sustenance to grow ever stronger. Danzo, with an impassive expression, regarded Hiruzen as if he had not heard his furious outburst. Don't think I am unaware. You are the mastermind behind these events. You have audaciously employed the tongue curse technique, intended for interrogating spies, against our own villagers, forcibly abducting them to serve as your subordinates. Hiruzen slammed down a hefty stack of documents before him. This is for the sake of Konoha. Without root, Konoha cannot sustain such peace. You. Do not forget that I am the Hokage. This year, the operational funds for root have been halved. Danzo, do not compel me to revoke your status within root. Observing Danzo's unrepentant demeanor, Hiruzen could no longer maintain his civility. You will come to regret this. In a fit of frustration, Danzo turned and slammed the door behind him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Did I truly err in heeding Danzo's counsel regarding the organization of root? Hiruzen gazed forlornly out the window at the landscape of Konoha, letting out a deep sigh. In the realm of the Nara clan, a shadowy figure clad in a peculiar mask fell from the sky, clutching a bleeding throat. What are you planning, Danzo? Today alone, you have dispatched 4 subordinates to their demise. Jiangfeng flicked the blood from his sword onto the ground. A month prior, 2 root ninjas had threatened him to join Shimura Danzo's ranks. Upon his refusal, they unsheathed their weapons with lethal intent. Naturally, the meager strength of the root ninjas proved insufficient against Jiangfeng. In a flash of steel, both adversaries fell. Yet, each subsequent day brought with it numerous assassination attempts from root ninjas. Are you all right, Xiaofeng? The voice belonged to Jiangfeng's father, known as Shiranui Kyouka, who bore the countenance of a benevolent elder. Possessing the strength of a mere genin, he was the head of the Shiranui clan and was accompanied by several clan ninjas. Just a swarm of ants. Has the clan remained unaffected? The ninja cats reported that the root presence buried within the clan's territory had been entirely eradicated. However, Jiangfeng expressed concern. Might our actions provoke Danzo and other high-ranking officials' ire? Shiranui Kyouka harbored trepidation towards Danzo, knowing that even the Uchiha clan, regarded as the foremost in Konoha, had encountered ambushes from the root during missions. Though publicly unaware, no one was a fool. The renowned clans of Konoha possessed their own capabilities. It matters not. Danzo's actions have already instigated panic and discontent among the clans. Though the old man is weak, he is not foolish enough to side with Danzo. Having completed only half a semester at the Ninja Academy alongside Tsunade and others, they were privately taken as disciples by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In these peaceful times, it seemed reasonable to delay their graduation, allowing them to solidify their knowledge. The 4 graduated alongside their peers, and through 4 years of companionship, Jiangfeng discerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the heartless Hokage influenced by Danzo's machinations as portrayed in later narratives. Instead, this version of Hiruzen appeared to be genuinely soft-hearted, often hesitant in the face of assertive individuals. As Jiangfeng's thoughts wandered, a yellow figure swiftly traversed the rooftops and landed before him. Big Orange, what is the situation? Big Orange licked its fur and replied, the reactions of various clans differ. Aside from the Shimura clan, which has capitulated to Danzo, the majority are opting to eliminate the lurking root ninjas or directly confronting the Hokage. The Uchiha clan, unyielding, has even marched to the Hokage's residence to protest. Indeed, the Uchiha are known for their tenacity, boldly approaching the Hokage's home. No wonder the original story depicted the Konoha F for facing numerous challenges. Danzo's actions had stirred significant unrest, and it was only a matter of time before the Hokage would face substantial consequences. A prominent figure approaches. You must take cover. The chakra lines laid out in the clan's rear mountain had been triggered, indicating no fewer than 13 individuals stealthily approaching under the cover of night. Very well. We shall not hinder you. Proceed with caution. Shiranui Kyouka led his clan members and Big Orange away, leaving Jiangfeng alone in the rear mountain. Playing hide and seek lacks excitement, my dear Danzo. Clap, clap, Clap. Shiranui Kyouka. To detect my presence from such a distance speaks volumes of your prowess. I require individuals of your caliber to join the route, Danzo proclaimed, emerging from the trees, flanked by 12 root ninjas adorned with peculiar masks. Chapter 11. The Red Scar forever loves her, Kyouka remarked with a smile. It is indeed a great honor to be acknowledged by Lord Danzo. However, I must decline. I am aware of your talents, and it would be a pity to become a disciple of that fellow, Hisashi. I possess the ability to elevate your strength, and should you join the route, I am willing to overlook the lives of the 23 root ninjas and the insults directed at me in the past. Kyouka stood with his hands clasped behind his back, yawning nonchalantly. I appreciate Lord Danzo's attention, but I must decline. Instantly, Shimura Danzo's gaze shifted to one of menace, the cane in his grip creaking ominously, evoking concern as to whether it would be crushed in the next moment. With a shrug of his shoulder, Kyouka remarked, So, you resort to hard tactics when soft ones fail? And you, Danzo, your underhanded methods are equally ineffective. Who in their right mind would abandon their role as a shinobi to serve as a lackey for a cowardly rat like you? Surely, that reflects a serious lapse in judgment. I offer you one final chance. I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation, lest tonight as Prodigy faces an untimely demise. At Danzo's signal, 12 root ninjas swiftly encircled Kyouka. Had you approached this sooner, we could have avoided this unnecessary delay. Kyouka rolled his eyes, and a wide arc of light surged forth, cleaving 2 root ninjas in half, sending their bodies flying as he deftly caught the spinning longsword and made his escape from the encirclement. Make your move. Observing Kyouka's retreat towards the forested hills, Danzo commanded the pursuit. The group weaved through the trees in the rear mountains, revealing malicious grins as they felt the relentless chase of the root ninjas behind them. With his right hand crackling with lightning, Kyouka clenched it fiercely, unleashing the hidden shuriken buried in the ground, now under his control through lightning release, transforming into a flurry of dense white orbs that shot towards the root ninjas. Panicked and desperate to evade, the root ninjas found themselves outpaced by the shuriken Kyouka commanded. Countless shuriken impaled the foremost root ninjas, turning them into a quilled spectacle, while those further back finally had the presence of mind to activate Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall for defense. Is this all you've got? One of the root ninjas exclaimed. When did he? They turned at the sound behind them to discover Kyouka had inexplicably appeared at their back. With a flash of his sword, he swiftly dispatched 3 more, causing the remaining root ninjas to retreat hastily. A few of them exchanged fervent glances, their eyes igniting with madness as they charged recklessly towards Kyouka. What is wrong with you? Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Kyouka, of course, showed no leniency towards them. A fierce flame erupted, its searing heat expanding relentlessly, incinerating half the forest, leaving behind the charred remains of several root ninjas, emanating a foul odor. The flickering firelight danced upon Kyouka's visage, prompting him to scratch his face as if he realized he had perhaps gone too far. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifted, and he swiftly dodged, only to be confronted by a severely burned root ninja bursting forth from the earth. His body swelled grotesquely, as if writhing creatures stirred within him, culminating in a violent explosion, with massive tree trunks erupting from his form, ensnaring Kyouka within their grasp. Russell, even as a disciple of the day / to defy me brings about this fate. Shimura Danzo scoffed at the towering tree. Though 12 of his Chunin subordinates had perished that night, he deemed it worthwhile if he could eliminate the enigmatic Kyouka. With a thunderous boom, the trunk's midsection was pierced, emitting a blinding golden lightning bolt that surged toward Danzo. He felt as if he had been struck by a speeding van, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. Such power. Cough. Danzo pressed his hand against his wounded abdomen, spitting blood, his midsection charred from the electric assault. He gasped for breath. As the lightning flickered, the golden humanoid form transformed back into Kyouka, who advanced, only to halt as other root members rushed to shield Danzo. Lord Danzo, I am rather timid by nature, hence I harbor no interest in becoming a test subject for your Senju cells. Perhaps you should consider how to remedy your single eye and severed arm instead. Stretching lazily, Kyouka turned to depart, a mocking expression etched upon his face. How infuriating. Danzo lamented, his right arm's prosthetic long lost. Upon hearing Kyouka's derision, he attempted to rise but was nearly overcome by the pain in his abdomen. Lord Danzo, allow us to escort you for treatment. Hurry. He cursed his slow-moving subordinates, knowing that Kyouka had a contract with a colossal summoning beast. His subordinates were originally tasked with sealing that beast. To his astonishment, Jiang Feng had not summoned it, but instead unleashed a new form. That strike from Jiang Feng was likely something only the muscle-bound brutes, A and B from the Cloud Village, could withstand. Back home, Jiang Feng exhaled in relief, quickly swallowing 2 military rations. The principle behind that form involved enveloping his body in a vast amount of chakra, forming a chakra cloak, and propelling himself like a projectile. This technique differed from using lightning chakra to enhance speed and strength. It merely consumed a substantial amount of chakra without affecting his physical form. Chakra Enhancement Mode. Utilizing lightning chakra to stimulate cells, enhancing physical techniques. The stronger the physique, the greater the capability. Chakra Cloak. Capable of withstanding jutsu released by Chunin. Amplifying jutsu damage, transforming lightning chakra into a golden electric form, with this state rendering it possessing piercing and high-temperature burning effects. Jiang Feng, are you alright? Did that guy hurt you? The keen-eared Daju rushed out, circling Jiang Feng to check for injuries. His parents, slightly lagging behind, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their son return safely, especially considering his opponent was the second in command of Konoha, making their worry entirely justified. Jiang Feng chuckled and said, "Rest assured, with the level of those under him, can they truly pose any threat to me? Do you look down upon kittens?" exclaimed the indignant Jiang Feng. The large orange cat leaped onto Jiang Feng's shoulder, frantically pawing at his head. I surrender, I surrender." Jiang Feng swiftly enveloped the rambunctious orange cat in his embrace. Although the cat had retracted its claws, its considerable strength as a ninja beast left Jiang Feng's head ringing from a playful swat. Upon noticing Jiang Feng's disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest due to its antics, the cat ceased its frolicking and settled quietly in his arms. Ah, what a delightful bond they share. Just moments ago, the orange cat had been anxiously pacing the house. Jiang Feng's mother, unable to contain her laughter, supported her chin with her hand. And no, that's not true. The orange cat shyly protested as it wriggled free from Jiang Feng's grasp and dashed into the bedroom, refusing to emerge. Ha ha ha, Jiang Feng and his parents exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. The following day, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? That shadow assistant is hospitalized. Yes, yes. They say he might not last much longer. Could it be that spies from another village ambushed him? Surely not. With just one eye and one hand incapacitated, even the children at the Ninja Academy could overpower him. Indeed, if it were another village's ninja, he'd probably be 6 feet under by now. It must have been the Hokage's doing, considering Danzo's high status. He must have angered the Hokage with some misdeeds. I've heard that Danzo leads a root organization, whose members are nearly impossible to identify. They often impersonate the Hokage's to engage in unsavory activities. How do you know this? Because we are war orphans. My sister, Yakushi Nanoyu, was captured by that vile Danzo for her beauty, and he marked her with the curse of the tongue, ensuring that if she defies his will, her head would explode. At that moment, the boy's body began to swell, causing alarm among the onlookers. What is wrong, young man? I too bear the curse of the tongue. It appears to be taking effect. If you rescue my sister, please tell her that the red scarf will always love her. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek as he smiled. Then, bang, his head exploded, showering blood upon the stunned crowd. Aya. Chapter 12. The Grudge of Jiang Feng. The shocking scene of the boy's explosion left many in terror, prompting the arriving police to swiftly manage the crowd to prevent a stampede. With too many witnesses at the scene, nearly half the police force responded, and the situation escalated to the point where Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting in his office and smoking, also heard of the incident and hurriedly brought a team of to the scene. Upon arrival, after the police had secured the area, Hiruzen addressed the police captain with a stoic expression. He paid little mind to the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with his ascension as the third Hokage, as their disdain was evident. Uchiha Ryokai, what have you found in your investigation? Hokage-sama, according to eyewitnesses, the deceased was known as the Red Scarf. His head exploded first, followed by his body dissolving. We detected a highly corrosive venom remaining on the ground. Uchiha Ryokai handed over the investigation materials to Hiruzen. The Red Scarf, Hiruzen sighed, covering his face in disbelief. He harbored grave suspicions that the boy named Red Scarf was not only alive, but possibly connected to one of his more foolish disciples. After all, this particular disciple was known for causing quite the ruckus. The name Red Scarf had been mentioned frequently, alongside claims of an indomitable golden spirit. Why was he so enamored with wealth instead of embracing the will of fire, which he should have learned in Konoha? Looking over the analysis of the venom, Hiruzen noted that while it was indeed corrosive, it did not match the accounts of a body dissolving so rapidly. What a mess I've gotten myself into, he thought, rubbing his temples in frustration. Danzo just entered the emergency room, and now this trouble arises in the marketplace. How did the boy learn that Danzo was controlling his subordinates with forbidden jutsu? Now the entire village is aware of Danzo's misdeeds. This is truly vexing. Hokage-sama, what should we do in light of the current situation? The public is becoming increasingly agitated. And the matter of Danzo allegedly harming war orphans is severely impacting many students at the Ninja Academy. In these turbulent times, with Konoha constantly at odds with the 4 great ninja villages, many students were indeed orphans. Couldn't you have suppressed the spread of this information? Hiruzen's head was pounding. Under the influence of the will of fire, such scandals emerging from the higher-ups would lead the public to question his integrity as Hokage. He envisioned adversaries using this to tarnish his reputation, claiming he was sheltering Danzo, or even implicating himself in the incidents to foster a cadre of dead servants. It's impossible to control. There were numerous witnesses, many of whom are ninjas or merchants. Our police force lacks the manpower to manage nearly 300 people. Uchiha Ryukai explained, his lips betraying a hint of amusement at the misfortune of the higher-ups. During this time, many misbehaving citizens had lodged complaints against the Uchiha police for excessive force. Now, with such a significant blunder, those complaints were rendered meaningless. Very well, you shall maintain control of the scene, and the Umbu will search the root base. If anyone resists, apprehend them on the spot. And also look for a girl named Yakushi Nanoyu. Yes, the Umbu, receiving Hiruzen's orders, wasted no time, aware that this incident could escalate into a scandal for Konoha. Hiruzen decided to distance himself from Danzo, knowing the trouble was of Danzo's own making. Watching the Umbu depart, he was not concerned about finding evidence, as he possessed ample proof within his own office. However, he was intrigued as to why a disciple would mention a girl's name and call her sister. Was there a past connection or perhaps something deeper? Hiruzen found himself curious. Anyone who occupied the thoughts of his disciple must possess some extraordinary qualities. As events unfolded, Hiruzen opted not to return to his office, but instead took it upon himself to calm the agitated crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not worry. I will uphold my duties. If Root has indeed committed any heinous acts, I will not shield them. With Hiruzen's assurances, the crowd gradually began to settle. Late to the scene, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Menka approached Hiruzen, pulling him aside for a private discussion. Mito Menka asked, Hiruzen, how do you plan to handle this matter? Will you suppress it, or make a statement? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed in silence. Tsunade hurriedly spoke up. Root has been involved in numerous activities. Although Danzo forcibly recruited a batch of personnel, it should not extend to using forbidden techniques to control them. Hiruzen interrupted her, saying Tsunade, regardless of whether it involves brainwashing or inhumane training, Danzo must have employed that forbidden technique. You are aware of the controversies he has stirred by seizing the new generation with potential ninjutsu from various clans. If we do not address the issues concerning those ninja clans, it could lead to dire consequences. Alas, in recent years, the establishment of Root has facilitated many matters for the higher-ups. They are subordinate to Danzo, and even I, as Hokage, cannot command them. Moreover, we lack any records of their existence since birth. This grants them the ability to infiltrate other villages for intelligence gathering and to assassinate foreign dignitaries. Even if discovered, it is nearly impossible to trace them back to a specific nation. Domestically, they instill fear among the ninja clans, providing significant advantages to the upper echelons of Konoha. Not to mention, Danzo has been a friend to them since childhood. Despite his misdeeds, I still wish to protect him. Old man, we have arrived. Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, he heard someone calling out to him. He looked up to see Tsunade and her disciple, Jiangfeng, pushing through the crowd. What brings you two here? This is not an appropriate occasion for you to interfere, he remarked, only to see Jiangfeng grinning mischievously. Hiruzen's temples throbbed as he firmly grasped Jiangfeng's face. Lord Hokage. At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind Tsunade, fidgeting with his hands. Shinju? You're here too. Hiruzen smiled warmly as he patted the boy's head. Yes. Grandma asked me and my sister to come, Shinju replied, blushing and lowering his gaze. Overwhelmed with excitement at meeting his idol, the third Hokage. Do not be anxious, treat me as an ordinary elder, Hiruzen said, retracting his hand. The first Hokage's wife seems to be getting involved in this matter. Danzo, what have you done to draw her attention? Report, Lord Hokage. An Umbu member emerged from the ground, respectfully bowing to Hiruzen. As he began to report, he was about to hand over a stack of documents when Hiruzen stopped him. The ramifications of this matter are too significant, and the public scrutiny is too intense. It would be better to address this issue discreetly to avoid accusations of shielding Danzo from his crimes. Within Root, numerous documents were discovered, detailing the apprehension of 8 individuals uncooperative with the investigation, the elimination of 13 who resisted, and the grim discovery of approximately 153 children under 10 years old, most of whom bore numerous injuries. Furthermore, many bodies of children who perished due to excessive whipping and training were also found. As the Umbu continued his report, the murmurs of the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito's expressions grew more severe with each revelation. It cannot be true, can it? Hiruzen asked, rubbing his temples in uncertainty. Additionally, numerous instruments for human experimentation were found deep within Root. According to the intel left behind by fleeing subjects, a ninja named Bairuhu had been conducting experiments on cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama, but had yet to succeed. The failures had resulted in transformations into colossal trees. As per the preliminary findings, my goodness, human experimentation. Danzo has committed such heinous acts. I had once revered him, Tsunade exclaimed, disbelief evident in her tone. How many children has that shameless Danzo captured? He must be held accountable. Yes, Danzo must be held accountable. The crowd's outcry intensified, and Tsunade and Mito, witnessing the chaos escalating, began to sweat in anxiety. Hiruzen quickly amplified his voice using chakra. Everyone, rest assured. We will not allow anyone to undermine the village established by the first Hokage nor disrupt the hard-won peace. From this moment forth, Danzo shall be stripped of his positions as advisor and elder, imprisoned, and Root will be disbanded. The ninja Bairuhu will be classified as a rogue ninja, and those affected will have the right to take direct action. If you wish to kill me, just wait and see how Danzo feels about this, Jiangfeng smirked, reveling in the unfolding judgments. Chapter 13. A new family member. How could Bairuhu engage in such actions with my great-grandfather's cells? Tsunade realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder Jiangfeng and Mito had mentioned something. It explained why the usually easygoing Mito had been so furious that she summoned her here. The fact that her friend had participated in this matter was difficult for her to accept. Years ago, the Senju clan had also experimented with her great-grandfather's cells, hoping to awaken the wood release within their clan. However, after each volunteer transformed into a tree, Mito had ultimately prohibited the experiment to protect her clan and allow her beloved to rest in peace. To think that Danzo had resorted to capturing people for such experiments. Old man, you need to provide an explanation to the Senju clan, Tsunade said, her expression stern as she looked at Hiruzen. Rest assured. I will give the Senju clan a proper explanation. Hiruzen nodded gravely, fully aware that Tsunade represented the Senju clan, one of the most powerful families in Konoha. Alongside the Uchiha, Shinju, still young, was oblivious to the unfolding events and could not comprehend why his sister and the Hokage had suddenly turned so serious. Let us not disturb your sister. They are discussing very important matters. Come with me, Jiangfeng said with a smile, patting Shinju's head. But Jiangfeng, you said not to pat my head, or I one tea grow tall and will become foolish. Shinju pouted, crossing his arms in discontent, which elicited laughter from Jiangfeng, who promised not to do it again. Tsunade, glancing at her brother and Jiangfeng, sighed inwardly, having initially intended to broaden her brother's horizons. However, the gravity of the situation dictated otherwise, and perhaps it was for the best that her brother was with Jiangfeng. At Konoha Hospital, Danzo awakened, his abdomen bound tightly with bandages. Following the hospital's assessment, he had suffered severe burns, and his stomach had endured significant trauma, resulting in some ruptured walls. After a night of recovery, even moving caused intense pain. Damn that Ino Shikucho brat. Did I underestimate him? To possess such formidable power. If only I had his cells. I could perfectly merge them with Hashirama's cells. Wouldn't he that make me a candidate for Hokage? Danzo clenched his fists, then turned at the sound of commotion at the door. Bang. Several Umbu ninjas rudely burst in, surrounding Danzo. What do you Umbu intend to do? Is this how Hiruzen has trained you? Where are my subordinates? Let them in. Danzo glared at the Umbu, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Had he not been injured, this group of Umbu would not have survived until morning. Save your breath. The roots have already been uprooted. As for you, Danzo, your time has come. Come with us. Outrageous. I am the shadow of the leaves, an elder of Konoha. How dare you lay a hand on me? Danzo shouted, struggling against them. The shadowy figures paid no heed to Danzo's furious tirade, nor did they concern themselves with the blood seeping from his bandages, a consequence of their rough handling. They too had suffered under his tyrannical reign, for Danzo's audacity had earned him many enemies. Now, with his limbs restrained and his voice rendered impotent, he was hoisted over their shoulders, powerless to resist. This spectacle prompted numerous patients and medical staff within the hospital to hastily retreat, and once the dark figures departed, the hospital erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. "Why did the Umbu apprehend Lord Danzo?" a voice inquired. "Ah, young man, are you unaware? Danzo has persecuted the ninjas of his own village, brainwashed the war orphans, and even utilized them for inhumane experiments. My son mentioned that everyone on the street is aware of it. Who would have imagined that someone of such high standing could commit such atrocious acts?" Another voice echoed. "Indeed, it's possible that others in the upper echelons are involved as well. Shh, quiet down. Speak no more." The director of Konoha Hospital, alarmed by the uproar, swiftly directed the medical staff to escort their respective patients to designated areas, restoring a semblance of calm. Upon returning home after several hours of play with SHK, Jiang Feng swung open the door to his house. "Welcome home," a timid voice greeted him, startling him as he was still in the midst of removing his shoes. He looked up to find a strange little girl standing before him, her cheeks flushed as she bowed politely. "Who are you?" "This is my home, isn't it?" Jiang Feng gazed upon the familiar interior of the house, hastily stepping outside to verify the house number on the plaque, ensuring he was indeed in the right place before rushing back inside. "Oh, Xiaofeng, you're back. And you too, Yono, you must be exhausted." Jiang Feng's mother, Shiranui Kyouka, emerged from the kitchen and gently patted the girl, who appeared to be around 5 years old. "Mom, who is she?" he inquired, observing the close bond between his mother and the little girl with increasing curiosity. "Well, this situation primarily falls upon you," she replied. "Upon me?" Jiang Feng wore a perplexed expression, pondering why he was being blamed when he had not behaved like other mischievous children who brought home stray kittens or puppies, let alone a person. "Indeed, let us go inside. The Hokage is also here," said Kaori Shiranui, smiling as she pulled Nonayu into the house. Jiang Feng's confusion deepened. What was the old man doing here? Upon entering the living room, he was astonished to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sharing drinks with his father and Daju. "Ah, you little rascal, you finally decided to come back. Hurry up and join us." Sarutobi beckoned to him, patting the space beside him. Curiously, Jiang Feng took a seat. "Old man, what brings you to my house? And who is this little girl?" he inquired. "How can you ask me why I'm here when you've caused such a tremendous mess? And as for this girl, shouldn't you be the one to explain? Is she not your beloved sister?" Sarutobi scolded, tapping Jiang Feng on the head in irritation, before downing another cup of sake. Nearby, Shiranui Daidoka quickly refilled Sarutobi's cup. "Wait, why is everyone questioning me? What connection do I have with this?" Jiang Feng looked at the shy girl sitting across from him. "Isn't she your most cherished sister, Yaoshi no Nayu? Am I mistaken, Red Scarf?" Sarutobi's frustration was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead, as cracks began to form in the cup he held. "Ahem, old man, this isn't my doing. I can explain," Jiang Feng said with a forced smile. "I found venom in your house identical to that at the scene, and you want to explain what exactly?" Sarutobi retorted coldly, emanating an air of danger, before crushing the wine cup and delivering a heavy blow to Jiang Feng's head, sending him sprawling to the floor. "This is your mess. I've found the person. And she's now in your hands. You deal with it." Sarutobi stood to leave, while Jiang Feng's parents hurriedly escorted him out. "Is everything all right?" Nonayu rushed to Jiang Feng, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine," he replied, gazing at the little girl before him with a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had only intended to throw out a random name, assuming that Nonayu had yet to be born. Who would have thought that the Umbu would genuinely find this tragic girl within the root? Jiang Feng felt utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 14. Calling Oni-chan will lead to trouble under the prolonged gaze of Jiang Feng's family, which lasted a full 10 minutes. They resolved to adopt the young girl, who bore a sorrowful past. "Little Nonayu, oh my, how adorable!" exclaimed Kaori Shiranui, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the freshly bathed Nonayu, who appeared pristine and radiant. She enveloped Nonayu in a warm embrace, affectionately rubbing her cheek against the girl's. As Jiang Feng sipped his milk, he observed Nonayu, just out of the bath. Her cheeks flushed from his mother's teasing. Droplets of water clung to her golden hair, and the lingering scent of her bath products filled the air. The thought that this delightful girl would soon be his sister sent a thrill through him. No blood relation, a sister, just out of the bath. Yet, reflecting on the fact that this girl was merely 5 years old and had endured a year of dark training, he noticed the bruise on her arm and quickly steered his thoughts away. Words like imprisonment, training, and innocence invaded his mind uncontrollably. A sharp slap resonated in the kitchen late at night as Kaori Shiranui regarded him with a look that suggested concern about his state of mind. "It's nothing. Just a mosquito, haha. I've already taken care of it," Jiangfeng feigned, mimicking a gesture as if he had truly swatted a mosquito. "Are you all right, Oni-chan?" "No, not you asked," her gaze fixed on the red mark on Jiangfeng's face, worry evident in her voice. The term Oni-chan echoed in Jiangfeng's mind, causing his heart to race and his breath to become shallow as he stumbled back, colliding with the cupboard. No, I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? I just had a moment of inspiration for a new jutsu while swatting that mosquito. I'll be right back." Jiangfeng, clutching his heart, leapt from the window in a panic, swiftly disappearing from sight. "Mother? Did Yanoyu do something wrong? My brother despises me," thought Yanoyu. Though only 5 years old, she had endured torment for a year, rendering her more mature than the average child. "Oh dear, perhaps little Yanoyu is simply too charming," she mused. At that moment, she observed her son fleeing in disarray, a hint of mischief crossing her face as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "Is that truly the case?" Yanoyu questioned, looking up at her new mother, Kyoko, feeling a sense of unease. What is charm? It seemed she had much to learn. Having finally acquired a new family, she was determined to foster a good relationship. "Such foolish humans," mused the plump orange cat, reclining languidly with its legs crossed, shaking its head in bemusement at the family drama unfolding before it. The following day, Jiangfeng stood upon the surface of the lake, his heart in turmoil. He recalled a headline from a past life, detailing an incident at a comic convention where a girl mere utterance of Onaikan caused a man to faint from excitement, ultimately leading to his demise. He had initially scoffed at such absurdity, never imagining that he himself would nearly meet a similar fate. "What a predicament," Jiangfeng sighed. "What a predicament indeed. Humans are so complicated. Instead of returning home, they come to disturb me." Suddenly, a colossal purple serpent emerged from the depths of the lake, its tail crashing down, sending massive waves crashing towards Jiangfeng. Puffing up his cheeks, he forcefully exhaled, unleashing a tempest that swept the waves into the air, transforming them into delicate droplets that fell gently like rain. The enormous serpent lunged at him with its gaping maw, but Jiangfeng countered with a surge of lightning from his right hand, creating a stalemate between man and beast. As the pressure on his hand eased, the serpent opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of purple venom. The venom corroded Jiangfeng's body, reducing him to a mere wooden block. Yet, he raised his hand once more, preparing to unleash his skill, prompting the serpent to hastily withdraw. Enough. It's been a whole night, and you still have such vigor. No matter how you look at it, you are a monster. To perform ninjutsu without hand seals at such a young age. Your chakra levels are nearly on par with a tailed beast." Seeing its ambush thwarted, the serpent slithered to the side, disheartened, and took a bite of a golden-brown roasted whole cow, its belly swelling slightly from the feast. It then coiled its tail around a barrel taller than itself, pouring the contents into its mouth with abandon. "Ah, this is the life of a serpent," it belched contentedly, swaying lazily on the ground, relishing the pleasant buzz of intoxication. It adored Jiangfeng's wine and delighted in the various delicacies he prepared. Previously, it had not been deprived of cooked food, but the taverns run by the toads of Miyaboka Mountain paled in comparison to Jiangfeng's creations. The insects served there were often half-cooked, wriggling on the plate, or transformed into strange, purplish-black liquids. One could only wonder how the slugs of the wet-bone forest dared to consume such fare. This led the serpent to prefer raw delicacies, relishing the crispness of warm blood that felt as comforting as sunlight upon its scales. The wine is exquisite, the food delightful, but Jiangfeng himself leaves much to be desired. Every time he summons me, it brings misfortune, be it enduring the wrath of 3 generations of Hokage, being summoned for a journey, or being forced into all-night training sessions. Such disrespect towards a serpent. Hey, aren't you worried about turning into a pig if you eat and sleep all day? Jiangfeng rolled his eyes at the serpent's lazy demeanor. Humph. So what? I have no strength left, no chakra either. Motionless I shall remain. With that, the serpent, dismissive of Jiangfeng's ramblings, vanished in a puff of smoke, retreating to its lair to rest. In his heart, Jiangfeng couldn't help but ridicule himself. No matter how large the myriad snakes were, they remained snakes, cold-blooded creatures. Alcohol could warm their blood, and rich food would only lull them into slumber once satiated. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, these lethargic serpents would pay him no mind. What a useless, lazy snake. Although he could summon other serpents from the dragon's den through a contract, Jiang Feng dared not tempt fate, as there were several formidable beings within that realm he could not confront. As he turned to leave, he noticed an individual approaching rapidly, their chakra distinctly unmasked. Just as his curiosity piqued regarding the identity of this newcomer, a girl with a golden ponytail dashed forth and landed before him. "Tsunade? Are you practicing here so early?" Jiang Feng inquired with intrigue. "What did you teach Shitai yesterday?" she demanded. "The Rasengan? Could it be that this lad mastered it in a single day? What a genius!" Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, clapping his hands. "Though he has not perfected the Rasengan, he has indeed honed another jutsu quite well," Tsunade remarked, her smile betraying a hint of mockery as she cracked her knuckles. "Another jutsu? That's impossible. I didn't instruct him in anything else. I merely transformed into your swimsuit-clad self to cheer him on when I saw him struggling," Jiang Feng retorted incredulously. Jiang Feng realized he had misspoken and cautiously lifted his head. "Is that what you call a swimsuit? Do you wrap your swimsuit in bandages? You scoundrel. Don't use bandages in such places." Tsunade's face flushed with anger as she threw a punch, striking Jiang Feng and sending him flying. His body tumbled across the lake's surface like a marionette with its strings cut, ultimately collapsing on the water, unable to rise. Chapter 15. The betrayal of Bairu, who within the serene and picturesque confines of Konoha village. The indefinite detention of Danzo had become a topic of casual conversation among the common folk. The usually aloof Uchiha clan members, who previously appeared as if owed 2 million by others, now seemed eager to celebrate, almost as if setting off firecrackers in jubilation. Whenever they encountered children in their respective areas, they would smile and hand out candies, prompting onlookers to either suspect something was amiss with the sweets or to conclude that the Uchiha had collectively lost their minds today. However, the Uchiha clan paid no heed to the peculiar glances cast their way. It was well known that the Uchiha had been frequently targeted by Danzo in recent years, facing reduced task evaluations and compensation, or being labeled as harbingers of misfortune for Konoha. The Uchiha were considered a cursed clan, leading to a sharp decline in their reputation within the village. Due to their struggle to express themselves among non-clan members, they were portrayed by Danzo as cold, proud individuals indifferent to the lives of others. With Danzo now imprisoned, the Uchiha clan experienced a joy akin to a festive celebration. At that moment, the bustling marketplace fell silent, all due to the presence of a small figure. Tsunade, shrouded in dark energy, wore an expression that resembled that of a malevolent spirit. Her monstrous strength left deep impressions in the ground with each step she took. Only after Tsunade had moved away did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. That couldn't be the princess of Konoha, Tsunade Senju, could it? Why did she look like she was possessed by a demon? Inquired a short-haired merchant from the land of fire, observing Tsunade's retreating silhouette. Who else could it be? The only person capable of provoking the Konoha princess is none other than the troublemaker Jiang Feng from the Noera clan, explained the owner of a dumpling shop, producing freshly made 3-colored dumplings. Jiang Feng? I haven't heard much about him, replied the merchant, scratching his head, desperately sifting through his memory. He seemed to recall that there was a renowned liquor merchant from the Noera clan in Konoha, but was this Jiang Feng perhaps a member of that family? I know about him. Jiang Feng is said to be one of Hokage's 4 disciples. These two have been bickering since childhood, and we, the neighbors, have grown accustomed to it, chimed in the owner of a nearby fruit shop. Indeed. Jiang Feng is remarkable. Once, Tsunade punched him into the ground, and we all thought he was done for. But guess what? After Tsunade left in a huff, he simply dusted himself off and emerged again. As more villagers gathered to discuss, a child squeezed into the crowd and stood atop a table. You old folks don't understand anything. Lord Jiang Feng is the one who defeated Danzo. The fire in the back mountains of the Noera clan that day was caused by Lord Jiang Feng teaching Danzo a jutsu. What? Is that true? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Don't spout nonsense, kid. How could a fire jutsu burn down an entire forest? My son is a ninja. Even his fire jutsu could only scorch a tree. Yeah. You 3-year-old, go home and drink your milk. You all know nothing. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader of the Uchiha family. We have access to specialized intelligence. Seeing the crowd's skepticism, Uchiha Fugaku felt tears welling up in his eyes, desperate to defend his idol who was saving their clan. Young clan leader, please don't say that. I apologize, the child is just rambling. Don't take it seriously. As Fugaku searched for his runaway teammate, the police squad captain, Uchiha Fenghua, swiftly intervened and took Fugaku away. Let me go. I am not lying. Lord Jiangfeng has a summoning contract with the feline clan. My father's ninja cat told me so. Uchiha Fugaku struggled and Uchiha Fuha was grasped, but was ultimately unable to resist being taken away. Could the child's words possibly be true? Danzo was actually defeated and hospitalized by Jiangfeng? The marketplace buzzed with excitement, shattering their previous perception of Jiangfeng as merely a mischievous troublemaker who annoyed the third Hokage. Outside the crowd, two children with strikingly similar pure white eyes passed by, trailed by several guards, all adorned with white headbands, as if belonging to a unique sect. They were members of the Hyuga clan, with the two leading boys being Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Though the Hyuga clan was weaker than the Uchiha, they were renowned in the ninja world for their Byakugan and gentle fist techniques. Hayashi, did you hear that? We should hurry back and inform everyone. Replied Hinata Hayashi, seemingly indifferent. If only we could become powerful ninjas like Jiangfeng. Hinata Hizashi, holding on to his younger brother, remained oblivious to his brother's unusual demeanor that day. As Hinata Hayashi gazed at his brother's carefree expression, he thought to himself, if only I could possess the strength of Senior Jiangfeng, perhaps I wouldn't be marked like a caged bird. Hinata Hayashi grasped his headband, noticing a faint green pattern peeking out from its edge, and hurriedly concealed it, fearful of being seen with that mark. In a cave within the land of rivers, a furious white-haired youth, caked in mud, pounded his fist into a tree, leaving a large hole. He was Bairu who had fled from Konoha. As the sky began to drizzle, the raindrops washed away the dirt from his hair. My human experiments have only just begun. I will surely achieve groundbreaking results. I will crush Jiangfeng and the others. Just as he lamented, a venomous snake burst from the ground, lunging at him. With a swift motion, Bairu produced a kunai and pierced the snake's head, then warily scanned his surroundings. They've come for me. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order, I have been relentlessly pursued by Konoha ninjas. With a rustling sound, Jiraiya and Orochimaru descended from the trees. Jiraiya gazed sorrowfully at his friend. Bairu, come back. It must be a misunderstanding. You are only 10 years old and just graduated. How could you possibly be involved in human experimentation? Someone must have framed you. Just as Jiraiya stepped forward, Bairu hurled a kunai at him, prompting Orochimaru to retaliate by throwing a shuriken to deflect the kunai aimed at Jiraiya. Do you think you can use friendship to sway me into returning? Not a chance. With that, Bairu drew another kunai, marking a line across his forehead protector. Bairu, how dare you do this? If you proceed down this path, there will be no turning back. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at Bairu's actions. In the ninja world, a renegade ninja would sever ties with their past by marking their forehead protector, symbolizing a definitive break with their village. Haha. What more is there to say at this point? Yes, I have conducted human experiments, and had I not been discovered so early, I would have undoubtedly produced extraordinary results using the cells of Hashirama. When the time comes, I shall surpass you all, especially you, Jiraiya, and I will trample you underfoot. Mocking your weakness, Bairu cackled madly. It was futile. He had already lost his sanity and could no longer act rationally. Orochimaru patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. They had been pursuing Bairu for 2 consecutive days, and if they delayed any longer, Bairu would likely escape to the land of wind or the land of rain, making it impossible to continue the chase. Chapter 16. The Justice of the Frogs. Bairu, how could you have become like this? Jiraiya's heart ached as he beheld Bairu's twisted visage. You two want to capture me? Come and try, Bairu bellowed, summoning a gray ninja dog over a meter tall to bite at Orochimaru. The speed of the ninja dog was astonishing, despite Orochimaru's evasive maneuvers. It remained closely on his tail, and when he threw a shuriken, the dog shattered it with a single bite. This dog is unusual, Orochimaru thought. Ordinary ninja dogs did not possess such powerful jaws, and this one moved erratically, as if struggling to adapt to its own body. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Orochimaru noticed that the dog's hind legs were unlike its front legs, with surgical stitches connecting them, as if they had been sewn from the limbs of other creatures. The ninja dog spat out the shuriken, revealing a mouth filled with a terrifying array of sharp teeth, sending shivers down Orochimaru's spine. At that moment, the seemingly modified ninja dog charged forward, striking Orochimaru with immense force. He was sent flying but managed to execute several backflips to mitigate the impact. Cough, cough. Such incredible speed. Orochimaru gasped, his breath unsteady. The dog, relentless in its pursuit, charged at him again. Having learned from his previous encounter, Orochimaru was determined not to let it get close. After biting his fingertip to form a seal, he slammed his hand to the ground. With a hiss, A 5-meter-long black-patterned python emerged as Orochimaru had successfully formed a contract with several giant pythons over the past month. The python coiled around the charging ninja dog, immobilizing it. Despite its attempts to struggle, a sickening crack echoed as the python crushed its bones, resulting in its demise. Orochimaru, observing the effortless defeat of the troublesome ninja dog by his summoned serpent, stroked the python's head, marveling at its immense strength. If only he possessed such physical prowess, his capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Regaining his focus, Orochimaru hurried towards Jiraiya, only to find him locked in combat with Bairuhu. Bairuhu had been pierced by Jiraiya's 1,000 needles in his right leg and left shoulder, while Jiraiya bled from a wound inflicted by Bairuhu's kunai on his left hand. Seeing Orochimaru rush to support him, Bairuhu quickly pushed Jiraiya away, yanking out the 1,000 needles. Blood flowed from the wound, and a paralyzing pain made it difficult for Bairuhu to lift his arms and legs. As the two approached, Bairuhu's anxiety escalated. "Bairuhu, come back with us." "It's not too late to redeem yourself," Jiraiya urged, wiping the blood from his forehead as he advanced. "Humph, you think you can take me back to claim credit? Not a chance." Bairuhu seethed, wishing he could strike Jiraiya. If even such formidable figures as Danzo had fallen, what fate awaited a mere pawn like him upon his return? "Stop clinging to your delusions. If you persist, I will be forced to act decisively," Jiraiya warned, his frustration boiling over as he observed Bairuhu's refusal to cooperate. "Is this your idea of courtesy, given the gaping wounds on my shoulder and thigh? Should I thank you for this?" Bairuhu's face twitched in irritation. "Curse you, summoning technique," Jiraiya exclaimed, forming hand seals. Bairuhu recalled that Jiraiya's summoning beast was of the same lineage as the third Hokage's monkey, and fear gripped him, prompting him to turn and flee. As Jiraiya slammed his hand down, smoke billowed, but the summoned beast did not appear, nor was Jiraiya visible. "What is going on, Jiraiya?" Orochimaru's face paled. "What are you doing? You can't summon without blood. How will the beast find you? Did you forget the last seal? This is a disaster. Who knows what will happen now?" Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled that Jiraiya had always struggled academically, and now, at such a critical juncture, he was resorting to such foolish antics. Bairuhu, noticing Orochimaru's furrowed brow, mistakenly believed that Jiraiya had summoned the monkey and would unleash an extraordinary technique. He gripped his kunai tightly, remaining vigilant. However, Orochimaru suspected that Bairuhu was about to unleash something potent, calling forth a serpent from beneath the earth. Bairuhu heard a noise from below and attempted to evade. But his leg injury hindered him, and he was ensnared by a shadow at lightning speed. The python wrapped around Bairuhu, flicking its tongue. "Why is it a snake?" Bairuhu gasped as he realized that the shadow constricting him was not a monkey but a giant python, leaving him momentarily stunned. Orochimaru had no time to explain Bairuhu's confusion. He swiftly delivered a chop to knock Bairuhu unconscious and bound him with rope. Where had that troublesome Jiraiya gone? This was a hassle. If they delayed their return, Jiang Feng and the others might start to worry. After searching in vain for Jiraiya, Orochimaru hefted Bairuhu onto his shoulder and began the trek back to the village. Amidst the mountains, the air was filled with the chorus of croaking frogs, while the sky shimmered with a peculiar green hue. Statues of frogs adorned the dense jungle, and the vegetation towered abnormally high. One mushroom was even larger than a house. Jiraiya stood in a daze, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar environment. After tumbling through a disorienting space, he had landed here, initially suspecting it to be an illusion. When he cut his palm, the pain confirmed it was real, prompting him to hastily tear off a sleeve to bandage himself. "Where am I? Where did Orochimaru and Bairuhu go?" Faced with the strange surroundings, Jiraiya was cautious, wary of any traps Bairuhu might have set. "Stupid frog, today I will teach you a lesson." A voice echoed nearby. "Come on. If I don't beat you until you can't even defecate, I want to share your surname." Jiraiya approached cautiously, drawn by the sounds of the quarrel. Peering through the underbrush, the noise grew louder. "Watch me send you flying." Suddenly, as Jiraiya popped his head out, a massive purple-red mass hurtled toward him at high speed. Caught unprepared, Jiraiya was struck with full force. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wait, it's soft and doesn't hurt. What is this thing on top of me? The purple-red mass extended a hand, pulling Jiraiya, who had been knocked unconscious, from beneath it. It appeared to be human. As a foul odor assailed him, Jiraiya, who had initially fainted, convulsed and staggered away from the grotesque mound of violet flesh, retching violently. "Ugh, what stench! What could be so foul? It's almost on par with my socks, which I haven't washed in a month." Still heaving, Jiraiya sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. He slowly turned to find 3 toads, each 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, regarding him with malicious intent. What an impolite human. The purple toad squinted its eyes in displeasure. So insufferable, brothers, let us teach him a lesson. With that, the red toad, sporting a scar over its left eye, bellowed. And the 2 equally sized toads, one purple and the other green, leaped towards him, unleashing a flurry of blows. No, this is wrong. Please, not my handsome face. The more Jiraiya protested, the more fervently the 3 toads pummeled him. Chapter 17. The gang leader Jiraiya. Once the toads grew weary from their assault, Jiraiya lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face in indignation. This is too much. I inexplicably find myself in this bizarre place, only to be beaten senseless by 3 talking toads. They said not to hit my face, yet that is precisely what they did. My plight is truly tragic. Jiraiya curled up, resembling a distressed bride clutching her garments. For some reason, seeing him like this makes me want to hit him again, remarked the purple-patterned toad. I feel the same way, echoed its companions. Startled, Jiraiya sprang to his feet. Who are you? Where exactly is this place? Terrified of further confrontation, he hastily stood up. The 3 formidable toads seemed to possess considerable strength, yet they appeared to be holding back. Otherwise, he would have ceased to exist moments ago. You come to Myaboka Mountain and question us about our whereabouts? How amusing. The scarred red toad scrutinized Jiraiya. Myaboka Mountain? That name sounds familiar. I believe I've heard it mentioned by Tsunade and Jiangfeng. ISNT at one of the renowned 3 holy places or a sacred domain. It was intriguing that this fellow managed to arrive without traversing the hidden pathways. The blue toad mused, stroking its chin. Is it difficult to enter? ISNT at just a summoning technique? Jiraiya looked perplexedly at the 3 pondering toads. Summoning technique, you say? That is indeed a possibility. The red toad gazed at the sky, contemplating how the summoning technique involved space-time manipulation. Should any errors occur, a summoner might find themselves inexplicably transported to some odd location. Hey, big toads, I'm Jiraiya, the most handsome man in Konoha. What are your names? I am Toad Wenta. And these 2 are my younger brothers. The blue toad is Toad Guang, and the purple toad is Toad Jian, Wenta declared grandly. You're full of it. When did you become our leader, Wenta? You 2 are my younger brothers, Toad Jian retorted indignantly. Exactly, narcissistic Wenta. Do you think you can be our leader just because you wield a big mouth? Toad Guang scoffed, gesturing to the twin blades at his back. Well then, you 2 traitorous fellows, you were just beaten into submission. Nonsense. Are you boasting because your face is so large? We may not be able to compete with that. Toad Jian crossed his arms, sneering. Well said, Jian, Toad Guang nodded solemnly. Enraged, Toad Wenta swiped at Toad Jian and Toad Guang, inciting a fierce rebuttal from the other 2, leading to a chaotic free-for-all. The battle descended into utter confusion, with Toad Guang ensnaring Toad Wenta's leg with his tongue before delivering a slap. Just as Toad Guang reveled in his triumph, Toad Jian kicked him back several meters. Toad Wenta seized a nearby tree, aiming to crush Toad Jian's head, only for the tree to splinter upon impact, revealing the resilience of Toad Jian's cranium. Toad Guang, having regained his footing, lunged and collided with both Toad Wenta and Toad Jian. As the clash intensified, Jiraiya, a mere spectator, dodged flying debris, narrowly escaping the chaos as the 3 toads engaged in increasingly frenzied combat. Goodness, are all the toads from Myaboka this wild? He spat out the sand that had entered his mouth. Come on, who is next? Toad Wenta, now filthy and panting, laughed heartily after incapacitating Toad Jian and Toad Guang. How infuriating. Toad Jian pounded the ground in frustration. I will not yield. Toad Guang attempted to rise, but trembled, struggling to regain his footing. Ha ha ha, stay down. Do you acknowledge me as your leader now? Toad Wenta plopped down on Toad Guang, adding insult to injury. Fine, you're the leader, you're the leader. Toad Guang admitted, barely lifting his head. Toad Wenta then turned his gaze toward Toad Jian with a mischievous glint. I'll let you hold the title of leader for now, but once I grow stronger, you may not hold that position for long. Toad Jian, eyeing the subdued Toad Guang, swallowed hard, defiantly replying, ha ha ha, you and T have the chance. By the time you grow stronger, I shall have surpassed you, and you will forever remain beneath me. Toad Wenta laughed triumphantly. Toad Guang muttered under his breath, you just happened to be born a few seconds before us. What is there to boast about? Is this finally over? Jiraiya surveyed the chaotic scene around him, noting the devastation across a 3-kilometer radius, where the forest had been ravaged by the trio. He couldn't help but admire the stamina of the 3 toads, who had been brawling since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. and now the sky was tinted with the hues of dusk. Wait, that human is still here. Toad Wenta, now smug, noticed Jiraiya crouched among the rubble. Hey, what was your name again? Ah, yes, Jiraiya, right? Toad Wenta scratched his head, straining to recall. Jiraiya nodded, responding. That is correct. What is on your mind? You seem like a ninja, and your strength appears formidable. How about joining our gang? We can begrudgingly make you our fourth member, Toad Wenta proposed, producing a smoking pipe from nowhere, puffing away dramatically, and mischievously blowing smoke in Jiraiya's direction. Wait, what gang? I'm not joining. I want to return. Orochimaru is waiting for me. Plus, I have a mission to bring Baloo back to Konoha. Jiraiya scratched his head in annoyance. Clearly uninterested in Toad Wenta's proposition. Kid, you dare refuse me? You've got some nerve. With those spindly arms and legs. One slap from me could leave you crippled. Toad Wenta stepped away from Toad Guang, towering over Jiraiya with an intimidating presence. Forget it. I don't have time for your gang games, Jiraiya declared, turning to leave. Damn little runt, how dare you say we're playing games? The Toad Wenta raised its webbed foot and struck towards Jiraiya, who adeptly channeled his chakra to absorb the blow. His legs bent slightly, and with a powerful motion, he sent Wenta staggering backward. Rasengan, Jiraiya's chakra coalesced into a sphere, which he forcefully directed towards Wenta's abdomen. The impact of the formidable force sent the gigantic toad flying, crashing against a massive boulder, which crumbled under the overwhelming power, ultimately shattering into fragments. Jiraiya's hand emitted wisps of white smoke, and he marveled at his luck, noticing only a slight redness on his palm, thankful that the Rasengan had not injured him. Remarkable, exclaimed Toad Hero, gazing in astonishment at the incapacitated Wenta. Toadken, witnessing the defeat of the arrogant Wenta, shouted, He has vanquished Wenta. I propose he become our gang leader. This notion seemed plausible, and Toad Hero, stroking his chin in contemplation, slightly bowed, saying, Please guide us, Jiraiya, our esteemed leader. Toadken, upon seeing this, seated himself and respectfully saluted. You all, Wenta, realizing that his once loyal subordinates had turned against him in an instant, fainted in a fit of rage. Chapter 18. The Frenzied Fans. I wonder, is there nothing else to eat? Jiraiya lamented, holding a skewered insect that was as large as his palm. Boss, aren't you going to eat? In Myobo-kuzen, there is not much variety, but the insects are plentiful. Just one bite, and it bursts with flavor. Toadken exclaimed, popping a whole unidentified insect into his mouth. Dark green juices oozing forth. Jiraiya then turned to see Wenta and Hiro, both eagerly shoveling insects from a large platter into their mouths, the purple, green, and black juices flowing down their chins. Watching them relish the meal, Jiraiya, with no other options, closed his eyes and forced himself to bite into a roasted insect. The taste was bitter and astringent, the texture slimy and thick, reminiscent of mucus. The bright moon hung in the sky, and Jiraiya shed tears of sorrow, reminiscing about his mentor, the beauty of the bathhouse, the rich and unctuous dompa pork crafted by Jiang Feng, the tangy and spicy rice noodles, and the sizzling fried chicken. Gulping down his thoughts only intensified his hunger, and he resorted to anesthetizing his taste buds, swallowing the insect whole while gazing mournfully at the moon. At the home of Noira Jiang Feng, achoo. Jiang Feng sneezed while chatting with SHJ. Brother Jiang Feng, are you unwell? SHJ inquired curiously, surprised that the invincible Jiang Feng might catch a cold. Impossible. I suspect someone is speaking ill of me. Many wish to settle scores with me, such as the infamous Kakashi hidden away in a dark room, or the third Hokage, who was punished to sleep on the floor for his secretive theft of funds. Too many people harbor grievances against me, Jiang Feng replied. Could it be that someone is missing you? Perhaps that gluttonous Jiraiya or the cool, taciturn Orochimaru? SHJ suggested, scratching his head. Jiraiya and Orochimaru? Speaking of which, they were dispatched by the third Hokage to pursue Obito. I have a foreboding sense about this, Jiang Feng mused. Jiang Feng recalled that the original character, Baloo Hu, had successfully defected. According to what netizens have stated about the consciousness of the world, this fellow should manage to escape just as effortlessly as before, especially since he is a character from the theatrical version. Brother Jiang Feng, you can't possibly believe that Orochimaru and the others would be unable to capture the rogue ninja Baloo Hu, can you? It is worth noting that Baloo Hu's strength is even inferior to Jiraiya, who ranks lowest among the 4 disciples of the Hokage. You are truly overthinking this. Xingtong chuckled dismissively. However, Jiang Feng merely shook his head. This lad ultimately did not comprehend the terrifying nature of the legendary world consciousness or the threads of fate. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng chose not to elaborate, thinking it would be amusing to surprise him later, allowing for some well-deserved mockery. With this thought, he found himself eagerly anticipating the swift return of Orochimaru and his companion. Knock, knock, Oni-chan, I'm coming in. Yanoyu shyly peeked through the door, carrying 3 cups of juice and some snacks. Oh, come in and sit down. And Yanoyu, this is already your home, so there's no need to be so formal as before. Jiang Feng smiled and waved his hand. After spending several days with Yanoyu, Jiang Feng had grown somewhat accustomed to her referring to him as Oni-chan. Nonetheless, every time he heard it, a tingling sensation would dance within his heart. Upon our first meeting, my name is Shiranui Yanoyu. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Yanoyu said. Placing the tray, she held onto the small table on the mat, and then she gave a slight bow towards Shizuki. I am Shizuki Sho, 5.5 years old. I enjoy eating ramen, and my dream is to become Hokage. I look forward to your guidance. With a sudden burst of embarrassment, Sho's face turned as red as a boiled crab, and in his eagerness to stand, he accidentally stubbed his toe against the table leg. The pain made him cry out in distress, clutching his foot. Are you all right? Yanoyu asked, her expression filled with concern as she hurried over to check on him. Jiang Feng witnessed Shingshu's moment of pain, accompanied by frantic cries, only to be momentarily entranced by Yena's display, prompting him to ponder the precociousness of the children in the ninja world. Shingshu, how old are you? Not even 6, and already contemplating romance? He mused, considering the possibility that perhaps early maturity in matters of the heart is a norm within the ninja realm. It seemed that in the original narrative, figures like Jiraiya, Naruto, Obito, and Sakura were already yearning for love by the tender age of 6. Furthermore, Hinata, the beloved of the nation, displayed affection for Naruto as young as 3 or 4. Goodness, Jiang Feng exclaimed, realizing he had stumbled upon the truth of the ninja world. How can one allow such early romances to flourish when they ought to be devoted to their studies? Yet, he reassured himself, this boy belonged to the Senju clan. With remarkably high cellular vitality, even if he were to shatter the table, he would likely come away unscathed. Jiang Feng gently ruffled Yanoyu's hair, playfully explaining, hee. Brother Jiang Feng is right. There's no need for you to worry too much. Sheng Tai chuckled foolishly, and his spirited demeanor indeed suggested that there was nothing amiss. Yanoyu, feeling reassured, patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. After a comedic interlude, the trio settled down together, sipping beverages and nibbling on snacks. Amid their casual conversation, Jiang Feng noticed a small figure stealthily making its way towards his home. Oni-chan, is something wrong? Is there someone outside the window? Yanoyu, sensing Jiang Feng's unease, also glanced out, but all he could make out was the front yard of his own home. Well, it seems to be an interesting little fellow. Jiang Feng, with a curious touch to his chin, observed the figure before him, seemingly no older than 5. Yet, the chakra within was impressively cultivated, rivaling that of the seasoned Yanoyu from the root. A thief, perhaps? Jiang Feng mused, contemplating a lesson in discipline for the young one. Ju, sensing a chance to shine before Yanoyu, flaunted his non-existent biceps, awkwardly pulling down his sleeves to brandish a kunai with an ostentatious flair. Enough of the theatrics. Let us investigate. Jiang Feng gently tapped Ju's head, prompting the latter to cease his antics. Ju's demeanor mirrored that of Naruto's, brimming with exuberance yet often lacking seriousness. Reflecting on his own role, Jiang Feng chuckled at the irony. He had merely instructed Ju in the art of creating chakra balls, while the boy had transformed into a version of Tsunade, only to return home and enact a seductive jutsu by the courtyard wall. A furtive little head peeked back and forth, clutching a rudimentary map of Jiang Feng's residence. This must be the place. The small figure confirmed upon comparing the house before him with the crude map in hand. Who sketched this for you? Jiang Feng inquired, bemused by its roughness. What is wrong with it? I drew this based on my father's descriptions of the ninja cat. Given my age, it's quite impressive. The little one retorted, only to suddenly notice Jiang Feng and the 2 children observing him. A ninja cat, you say? You must be a child of the Uchiha clan. It's rather late. Do you seek me for something? Why, you are Lord Jiang Feng, the real deal. I have finally met you. The boy exclaimed, breathless with excitement. I am Uchiha Fugaku, your most devoted admirer. Uchiha Fugaku fidgeted nervously, torn between laughter and decorum as he gazed curiously into Jiang Feng's home. Jiang Feng observed Uchiha Fugaku, who, like a monkey, frolicked about, and felt the image of this future leader of the Uchiha clan gradually shattering in his heart. Where was the Fugaku with the fierce eyes? The one who was stern with children, seldom smiling, and exceedingly harsh on his two offspring? How could this fellow, in his youth, resemble a playful monkey? Moreover, the Uchiha clan only displayed such smiles in the presence of parents or elder brothers. I am neither your father nor your brother, so why this dazzling demeanor? Uchiha Fugaku, is it? Jiang Feng, with a stoic expression, deliberately cleared his throat. Indeed, Lord Jiang Feng, you may simply call me Fugaku, Uchiha Fugaku replied, scratching his head in a bashful manner. Jiang Feng, gritting his teeth in frustration, exclaimed, You rascal, your face is as flushed as a teapot. Can you not engage in a normal conversation? If it weren't for your status as a member of the Uchiha clan, I would have long considered you a suspicious individual and apprehended you, subjecting you to a Konoha super execution. Very well then, Fugaku, I am curious as to why you are lurking at my doorstep at such a late hour. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku fidgeted, his fingers tapping nervously as he shifted his body awkwardly. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku had intended to stealthily sneak out to catch a glimpse of his idol, but upon encountering him, he found himself at a loss for words. Uchiha lad, do you not fear your family will worry about your absence at this hour? What if you cause a ruckus? Jiang Feng rested his hand on his forehead, pondering the unusual identity of this individual. What if the Uchiha clan accused him of kidnapping their young clan leader? That would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of complications. His keen eyes spotted a ninja concealed on a nearby rooftop, observing Uchiha Fugaku while diligently scribbling something. Noticing the fan emblem on his attire, Jiang Feng surmised he was dispatched by the Uchiha clan to safeguard Fugaku. After all, how could a mere 3-year-old slip away unnoticed from their territory? Not at all. Master Jiang Feng, I left a note when I stealthily departed to seek you at the Noera clan, pleading for you to accept me as your disciple. Uchiha Fugaku earnestly prostrated himself before Jiang Feng, eliciting a wave of exasperation. Oh, never mind. I am not yet of the age to take on disciples. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. After all, he was merely 10 years old. What need had he for taking on disciples? Why should he, having traversed through worlds, be burdened with the responsibility of guiding a child? The notion of the will of fire was hardly appealing to him. Was it not far more entertaining to tease Tsunade and boast with Jiraiya, causing even the stoic Orochimaru to falter? Furthermore, the fates of those who took on apprentices in the world of Hokage were rather grim. The third Hokage taught Orochimaru, only to trade his life for Orochimaru's hands. Jiraiya mentored Nagato, who ultimately took Jiraiya's life, leading to the devastation of Konohagakure through Shinra Tensei. Minato taught Obito, who tragically took the life of his beloved Kushina, leaving their son Naruto to grow up in poverty, often subsisting on expired food. It is rumored that Naruto's childhood rebellion stemmed from his dire circumstances, though the truth of this is uncertain. Thus, the thought of instructing a disciple was utterly unappealing. Dear Jiang Feng, I sincerely wish to become as strong as you are. Strong enough to be free from oppression, Uchiha Fugaku declared, his resolute gaze sending a shiver down Jiang Feng's spine. Fugaku, you need not pledge yourself to me as a master. As far as I am aware, the Sharingan is an exceptionally potent bloodline limit. You should endeavor to develop your own abilities. Besides, you are merely 3 years old. There is no need to rush. Should the heavens collapse, a tall figure will surely come to uphold them. Jiang Feng, with a serious demeanor, was cleverly deceiving Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, eyes wide with realization, exclaimed, I understand now. Lord Jiang Feng, you mean to say that I have yet to unlock my Sharingan, hence you shall not accept me. Fear not, for I shall awaken my eyes at the earliest opportunity to meet your expectations. After bolstering his own resolve, Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully to Jiang Feng and gracefully slipped out of the window like a flowing stream. Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng's gaze grew vacant as he tilted his head, exclaiming, When did I ever express a desire to take you as my disciple? What does your perception have to do with me? How infuriating. As an elder brother, having a subordinate like me is sufficient. I have no need for a new apprentice. The rope tree on the sofa hurried over to confirm his position as Jiang Feng's subordinate after Uchiha Fugaku departed. I had no intention of taking on a disciple. Jiang Feng pressed his forehead, feeling exasperated. How infuriating. These two fellows simply could not comprehend human speech. I am certainly not inferior to that Uchiha. Once I master the Rasengan and send him sprawling, I shall be the little brother of Jiang Feng, and even as a disciple, it should rightfully be me. SH Key gathered his resolve and dashed forward. It seemed this fellow would enjoy a few days of tranquility. Onaiken, have a glass of water to calm down. said Yanoyu, presenting a cup of warm water. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng accepted it with one hand. Yanoyu, you truly are the thoughtful angel of an older brother. Jiang Feng gently patted Yanoyu's head, causing her to shyly bury her face. Especially after the recent commotion caused by the two noisy individuals. It was truly remarkable how considerate Yanoyu was, unlike other children who often clamored for attention. It brought tears to my eyes. Onaikin, it's getting late. You should rest early. Good night, Yanoyu. After Jiang Feng waved goodbye, she hastily ascended the stairs, entered her room, and lay down on her bed, her hands clasped over her chest. Onaikin really said something so embarrassing, feeling her heart racing in a flurry of emotions. Yanoyu was destined for a sleepless night. When the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating her face, she rose, yawning as if she had just awakened. After a quick wash, she descended the stairs, only to find her parents having breakfast. Good morning, Yanoyu, Inuzuka Dato said, lowering his newspaper and flashing a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Is my brother still asleep? Should I go wake him? Not seeing the person who had kept her awake all night, Yanoyu thought of her lazy brother, who adored sleeping in. No need to wake him. He was summoned by the Umbu early this morning and has likely already gone to the Hokage building, Inuzuka Kaori remarked, placing a cup of heated milk on the table and pulling Yanoyu to sit beside her. I just had some thoughts last night. So I didn't sleep well, Yanoyu replied with a smile, glancing at the empty chair across from her, feeling as if something was amiss. Inuzuka Dato and his wife, Inuzuka Kaori, as seasoned individuals, exchanged knowing glances, silently reflecting on the beauty of youth. In the Hokage office within the Hokage building, I say, old man, why call me over so early? All you ever do is make use of child labor. Jiang Feng cast a disdainful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engrossed in smoking. After all, this old man never brought him any good news. Child labor? In times of war, even a 6-year-old could find themselves on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen was impervious to Jiang Feng's mockery. He had heard far worse during the tumultuous era of conflict. However, that was a time of war. Now, we reside in an era of peace. If you have something to say, speak quickly. I have a meal to return to. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Jiang Feng, who was stuffing his mouth with bread, and internally scoffed. You're heading home for a meal? Don't think I'm unaware that you discarded the milk carton only after ascending the stairs. Enough with the banter. I've received news from the Umbu. Orochimaru has returned with Obito, who is currently detained in the underground prison. Oh, Orochimaru is back? That fellow is remarkably swift. Wait, Obito has been imprisoned. Jiang Feng found the situation utterly absurd. Hadn't it been agreed that a shift in the narrative would invoke the consciousness or will of the world to forcibly revert to the original timeline? Was this a disconnection? Was the theatrical release of Beiluhu destined to vanish? Chapter 20, Jiang Feng. I scoff at you. Sarutobi Izashi glanced at his disciple, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and with a resigned sigh, he explained, My dear boy, I understand your difficulty in accepting that your friend from the Ninja Academy has been imprisoned. However, Beiluhu has committed a grave transgression. Had it not been for my consideration, along with the two elders, of his youth and our desire to grant him a chance for redemption, he would have faced immediate execution. Oh, why is it so hard for me to accept this? The notion of being executed for breaking the law is entirely reasonable. Why should I feel sorrow? Jiang Feng looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a perplexed expression, wondering if the latter had taken an interest in Beiluhu's talent for human experimentation. Considering the prospect of recruitment, observing the old man's hesitance, Jiang Feng swiftly decided to issue a warning. One must understand that Beiluhu's forays into human experimentation were nothing short of a complete abandonment of humanity. Countless innocent orphans had fallen victim to his malevolence. That he had not faced execution is a testament to the mercy extended by others. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by Jiang Feng's earnest discourse on such profound matters, found himself momentarily speechless. Could it be that this young man, despite his usual irreverence, possessed an unexpected reliability when it came to matters of great significance? Perhaps. Jiang Feng gazed intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was fixated on him. Nervously, he covered his rear and declared, Hey, old man, you might as well give up. I will never offer myself to you. My affections are solely reserved for cute girls. You should seek out Danzo for that. Jiang Feng, startled, retreated repeatedly. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely find it astonishing that you, cough, could perceive the matter of Beiluhu with such clarity. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen became so agitated that he inhaled his smoke too deeply, resulting in a fit of coughing, while inwardly cursing. You are the one who enjoys engaging in such scandalous affairs. I am a man of family, and yet you constantly tarnish my reputation. Truly a misfortune for our clan. Ah, let us handle this matter professionally. You didn't seek me out this early for trivialities, did you? There are a few pressing issues at hand. First, Jiraiya has gone missing. According to Orochimaru's account, Jiraiya has vanished due to a misapplication of the summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. For the level of trouble Jiraiya caused was second only to that of Jiang Feng, and Jiraiya always seemed to believe he had a special affinity for Orochimaru. Although he frequently used Orochimaru as an example to instruct his other 3 disciples to be obedient and diligent, Jiang Feng and Tsunade's frivolous antics were one matter. Yet Jiraiya felt a sense of urgency, believing his prowess paled in comparison to the trio's, often resulting in perilous endeavors. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the potential shortcomings in his mentorship, which led him to encourage Jiraiya to establish a pact with the Monkey Clan, hoping to bolster his strength. However, to his dismay, although the agreement was successfully forged, Jiraiya inexplicably vanished, causing considerable distress. Did Jiraiya disappear during a summoning? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Feng never anticipated that Jiraiya was also an unreliable character. Despite having established a blood pact with the Monkey Clan, he should have been able to summon to my Bokuzen just like Orochimaru. This was indeed his opportunity, therefore. There was no rush to retrieve him. Alas, I understand the difficulty of the situation. Your summoning beast, the Serpent of the Dragon Cave, is quite abundant in serpents. If possible, might you enlist their help in locating him? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the ash off his pipe and sighed. Very well, I shall be mindful. What is the second matter? As far as I am aware, Danzo previously dispatched Root to ambush you, but you annihilated them. This incident has spread widely throughout Konoha, prompting the 2 elders and me to decide to promote you from Chunin to Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Jiang Feng, expecting him to be elated by the promotion, only to be met with a peculiar expression instead. Old man, if you wish to seek vengeance for your dear friend, just say so. To think you would propose a promotion for me, are you trying to take my life? It is well known that Konoha's genin are the least provoked and the safest of all. You truly intend to pull me from my comfort zone and into overtime. Jiang Feng nearly erupted in expletives as the elderly subordinate, overwhelmed with responsibilities, had failed to allocate time for him and his 3 companions to undertake missions. Consequently, they were relegated to menial D-rank tasks, such as chasing after kittens or tending to fields. Occasionally, they were led by Umbu on C-rank missions to eliminate bandits or rogue ninjas, and that was the pinnacle of their endeavors. Now, with the prospect of advancing to Chunin, it seemed he would no longer have the luxury of idling. As a Chunin, he would be frequently subjected to the whims of that troublesome individual, occasionally infiltrating foreign nations to assassinate high-ranking officials. Should his abilities remain mediocre, he could find himself teaching at the Ninja Academy, cleaning up after a gaggle of children, an indignity Jiang Feng could not possibly endure. You little rascal. I share no romantic entanglements with Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the brink of exploding with fury. Trembling, he retrieved a bottle of emergency heart pills from his pocket, skillfully swallowing 2 in quick succession. And you, whether you like it or not, must advance in rank. The daimyo is well aware of the foolishness Danzo has perpetrated in Konoha, even proclaiming that a mere genin could vanquish several of our leaders. He questions whether the 3 of us are engaged in unsavory dealings. Now, with my, Sakura's, and Yan's achievements under scrutiny, you dare negotiate terms with me? Take your disguise and missions, and get out. Since everyone believes that Mito Gate Yen is indeed a member of Mito Gate, let it be. In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurled a package at Jiang Feng. The sight of the Hokage nearly tossing his beloved smoking pipe made Jiang Feng realize this time. The elder was genuinely incensed. He swiftly grabbed the package and made his escape. That little brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled as he watched Jiang Feng flee in disarray. This tactic never failed to frighten the young man. Humph. You think you can outsmart me, you little rascal? You still have much to learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed contentedly on his cigarette, observing Jiang Feng's hasty retreat from the Hokage building with a sly smile. Once outside, Jiang Feng, still fuming, rolled up his dark green vest into a scroll. He had no desire to wear that hideous garment. However, he had seldom witnessed the old man so thoroughly enraged, which suggested that Danzo's position was irreplaceable in Hiruzen's heart. Upon unrolling the task scroll, he discovered the mission entailed protecting a merchant traveling to the Land of Iron, with an astonishing reward of 600,000 Ryo, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Resolved, Jiang Feng proceeded to the merchant's location, only to find the address was within his own tavern, prompting him to hasten there. This wine is truly exquisite. I could bring some back for the elder to sample, he mused. The merchant stood before two large, clay-sealed wine barrels, flanked by two guards who produced storage scrolls to seal the wine within, revealing themselves to be ninjas as well. Just then, a youthful voice rang out. Are you Mr. Okamoto Taro, the one who commissioned the escort mission? The merchant looked up to see a boy with chestnut hair descending from the tavern's roof, landing gracefully before him. Indeed. You must be the prodigy known as Noera Jiangfeng, the one who scorched half a forest with a fire technique. It is a rare privilege to meet you. I look forward to your guidance, Okamoto Taro said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake with Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng, upon hearing the revelation of his own affairs, revealed an awkward smile. He pondered which gossipmonger had spread the rumor about his burning down half of the forest in the ancestral land. The mountain still bore the materials for brewing his family's exquisite wine. The following day, when his parents discovered that he was the culprit behind the incident, they lamented his recklessness, branding him a prodigal for squandering money without a worthy outlet. Jiangfeng had inadvertently gained notoriety in such a manner, nearly facing social obliteration. He humbly expressed that he did not deserve any accolades and hoped his employer would not look down upon him for his youth. Forcing a smile, he internally cursed the gossip spreader over 300 times. No, he interjected. I heard of Mr. Jiangfeng's exploits while dining, and I learned of his possession of a colossal spiritual beast. Instantly, an immense admiration surged within me. However, upon discovering that Mr. Jiangfeng was merely a genin, I promptly went to the Hokage Tower to file a complaint. It was only after the third Hokage consented to your promotion that I increased my payment to specifically request Mr. Jiangfeng's protection for us. Taro Okamoto, with an expression yearning for praise, left Jiangfeng parched and irritable, wishing to lash out. So it was that his elevation to Chunin was orchestrated by this very individual. It was also this person who had sent him on a task to such a distant place. Jiangfeng, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, remarked, That truly is beneath you, my dear. Indeed, it is my honor to assist Mr. Jiangfeng, Okamoto Taro replied, chuckling heartily as he rubbed his nose in delight. Chapter 21. Is this club not as fragrant as a sword? The creaking of Okamoto Taro's carriage echoed as it made its way out of the hidden leaf village. Sitting within the swaying vehicle, Jiangfeng found himself overwhelmed by the incessant flattery of Okamoto Taro, which bombarded his mind like a relentless assault. Unable to endure any longer, he chose to enter a meditative state to refine his chakra. Not wishing to disturb Jiangfeng during his focus, Okamoto Taro refrained from interruption, secretly eager to catch a glimpse of the latter's colossal summoning beast. After all, a saying circulated in the land of fire, the larger the summoning beast, the greater its power. A small summoning beast, when struck, would perish instantly, while a larger one might survive a blow that would shatter a blade. It is worth noting that Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain, renowned for his formidable strength, possessed a towering summoning beast, a poisonous salamander as tall as a 2-story building, which he had deemed semi-divine. Thus, size equates to strength. Grandeur reigns supreme. Who would not cherish a summoning beast capable of dominating the battlefield merely by its sheer size? With fervent eyes, Okamoto Taro gazed at Jiangfeng. Having learned from the third Hokage that the length of Jiangfeng's 10,000 snakes was nearly 40 meters, just the thought of such dimensions filled him with excitement. Suddenly, while in his meditative state, Jiangfeng sensed an icy chill creeping up his spine, as if something repugnant were fixated upon him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. As Jiangfeng opened his eyes, he discovered his employer, Okamoto Taro, blushing and unconsciously shifting his legs while gazing at him. This sight sent chills down Jiangfeng's spine, prompting him to hastily excuse himself to the roof of the carriage under the pretext of surveying the surroundings. As he exited the vehicle, he caught a glimpse of Okamoto Taro's regretful expression, which only heightened his apprehension about remaining in the presence of this man. Fearing he might possess some peculiar inclination best avoided. Fortunately, the carriage was not overly sharp, allowing Jiangfeng to lean back and contemplate the distance, as the unsettling experience within the carriage made him wary of practicing his skills outdoors. For days passed in a flash, and the carriage finally approached the borders of the Iron Country. The journey had been remarkably tranquil, which compelled Jiangfeng to showcase his prowess, resulting in a delicious roast rabbit that earned him praise from 3 companions. Amidst their laughter and merriment, a shuriken suddenly flew towards the camp. Jiangfeng swiftly grabbed his chopsticks and deflected the shuriken, sending it off course to embed itself in a nearby tree trunk. Enemy attack. Protect Lord Okamoto. 2 guards positioned themselves on either side, shielding Okamoto Taro. 4 rock ninja, identifiable by their forehead protectors, emerged from the forest. Well, I didn't expect Konoha to be so short-staffed that they would send such a young child to undertake a mission without even a seasoned ninja to accompany him, remarked the leading rock ninja, adjusting his purple bangs with a mocking tone. Teacher Baisher, let us make our move quickly, chimed in the rock ninja, accompanied by 3 children hardly older than Jiang Feng, who echoed in agreement. Indeed, looking at the luxurious decoration of the carriage, they must be quite wealthy. Mr. Jiang Feng, with so many ninjas against us, perhaps we should retreat, Okamoto Taro whispered, suggesting a strategic withdrawal. Jiang Feng observed the 3 relatively young rock ninjas, noting that the chakra they emanated suggested they had only recently graduated, posing little threat. However, the leading ninja, despite his own youth, seemed to underestimate Jiang Feng, indicating that he likely was not a formidable character either. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing but a few clowns. Okamoto Taro, however, held no objections to Jiang Feng's words. After all, this individual was not only a disciple of the Hokage, but he had also learned from the Hokage that Jiang Feng was a presence comparable to that of a jonin. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Jiang Feng to carry out the mission alone. Jiang Feng's words instantly provoked the rock ninja. You arrogant little brat. Chiharu, let's teach him a lesson together. Yes, the 3 children responded in unison. They could no longer contain themselves. Based on their teacher's observations, they knew that the merchant was an ordinary person, and his guards were even weaker than the 3 of them. By eliminating the leaf ninja before them, they would not only enhance their own records, but also earn a B-rank mission. This was an opportunity too good to miss. As Jiang Feng gazed upon the 3 swiftly approaching apparitions, he ceased his verbal exchanges. With a sudden grip, his right hand was enveloped in crackling lightning. Lightning release, Thunder Thousand Spears. Hundreds of white light points erupted from beneath the 3 rock ninjas, with the foremost one being pierced through, leaving scarcely a shred of flesh intact on his body. The 2 slower rock ninjas were considerably more fortunate, their bodies adorned with delicate white needles in multiple places. Damn it, when did he form the seals? The dark-skinned rock ninja clutched his left hand, which was gushing blood profusely. His leg had narrowly escaped being pierced by the Thunder Thousand Spears. Shikamaru has even perished. Leaf ninja, I shall make you pay dearly. This young man was suffering from severe abdominal hemorrhage, his right ear having been penetrated by the Thunder Thousand Spears. This is bad. Baiting sure noticed that Jiang Feng, having concluded his jutsu, had vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind his student, with a swift slash of his sword, crackling with electricity. 2 streams of crimson blood soared into the air as the 2 rock ninjas collapsed into a pool of their own lifeblood. Tonglu Xiangsha, damn leaf ninja, I will see you dead. Baiting sure, witnessing the gruesome demise of his 3 students in a single encounter, felt his vision redden with fury. With trembling hands, he formed seals and struck the ground. Earth release, earth spike. As Jiang Feng leapt into the air, the ground erupted with numerous spikes piercing through the earth. Let's see how you evade this. Perish. The rock ninja, Baisher, hurled several shurikens towards Jiang Feng, each affixed with an explosive tag. A series of detonations enveloped Jiang Feng in a cacophony of blasts. Mr. Jiang Feng, Taro Okamoto exclaimed in panic upon witnessing Jiang Feng ensnared by the explosive tags. Ha! Die. The few explosive tags indeed caused Baisher a fleeting moment of distress. However, capturing the merchant from the land of fire would render this investment worthwhile, especially since intelligence indicated he bore a substantial cache of precious metals, likely concealed within the massive scrolls he carried. Regrettably, 3 of his students, who had accompanied him for over half a year, had perished, but for the sake of the mission, their sacrifice was deemed necessary. Lord Okamoto, you go ahead. I will hold them off. A guard, having caught Baisher's gaze, resolved to sacrifice himself to stall the rock ninja, having served the Okamoto family for generations. Leave? Not a single one shall escape. Baisher laughed as he charged forward with his longsword, only to be met with a fierce counterattack that sent him crashing violently to the ground. I demand to know who permitted you to harm my employer. As the smoke dissipated, Jiang Feng stood poised with a long staff, balanced atop the jagged spikes of Baisher's weapon. Impossible. You emerged unscathed. That is the legendary Kangong Rui of the 3rd Hokage. You must be one of his. Baisher gazed at the dark staff in Jiang Feng's grasp as it retracted, a sense of familiarity dawning upon him, realizing it was indeed the renowned weapon of the 3rd Hokage. Is that all your dying words amount to? Then prepare to depart. Jiang Feng nonchalantly tapped his ear, then leaped high into the air, wielding his staff with a forceful downward strike. The Rui staff elongated as it descended, striking the rock ninja, Baishur, with tremendous force. Caught off guard, Baishur was struck fiercely in the chest, his body scraping violently against the ground before crashing into a tree 100 meters away, leaving him a bloody and mangled mess. Is this truly the genius of Konoha? Consumed by intense resentment, Baishur forever closed his eyes. Jiang Feng gazed at the Rui stick in his hand, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Old ape, I never imagined that you would prove more useful than my longsword. Humph, merely a chakra longsword, and yet you regard it as a precious artifact. The Rui stick soon transformed into the ape demon, who felt a surge of indignation at Jiang Feng's comparison of himself to the chakra longsword. Ha ha ha, was that not a slip of the tongue? Do not take it to heart, old ape. Upon my return, I shall bring you a few jars of daughter-s red. Jiang Feng said, unfazed by his blunder, playfully patting the ape demon. Humph, the monkey wine from Huagua Mountain far surpasses your daughter-s red in flavor. Though a change of palate now and then is not unwelcome. Do not forget that. Observing Jiang Feng's roguelike demeanor, the ape demon swatted Jiang Feng's hand away in irritation and transformed into smoke, vanishing. Chapter 22. The white-haired cat-eared girl. Mr. Jiang Feng, you truly frightened me, exclaimed Okamoto Taro, who had witnessed Jiang Feng being blasted by an explosive tag, fearing that he might be next to meet his demise at the hands of the Earth Ninja. However, upon seeing that Jiang Feng emerged unscathed and swiftly dealt with the enemy, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, almost resigning himself to meet his grandmother in the Pure Land. What a fuss over nothing. Such an attack is utterly laughable. I am a man who can withstand a punch from Tsunade and catch Jiraiya's Rasengan with my bare hands. Mr. Jiang Feng, if I am not mistaken, your summoned beast is a particularly large giant serpent, is it not? This monkey seems rather inferior in comparison to the giant serpent, Okamoto Taro asked, slightly embarrassed, as delving into a ninja's hidden abilities was indeed a sensitive subject. Yet, this monkey summoned beast was quite remarkable. It could transform into a staff and freely control its length, reverting back to its monkey form upon release. While it may not match the size of the purple giant serpent mentioned in the reports, it possessed a capability that every man would envy. It is stipulated that a ninja may only possess one summoned beast, and furthermore, the size of a summoned beast does not necessarily correlate with its strength. The relationship between the two is complex and cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. Jiang Feng gazed at Taro Okamoto with a sense of exasperation. While it is true that some employers possess peculiarities, this particular employer seemed rather off-kilter. Must you incessantly gulp in my presence? I am a connoisseur of femininity, not inclining towards your proclivities. With that gaze fixed upon me, do you believe I would hesitate to unleash a horde of serpents upon you? Ah, indeed. It appears I have been rather superficial, remarked Okamoto, rubbing his hands together with a disarming smile. In order to avoid prolonged entanglements and potential complications, Jiang Feng instructed his companions to gather their belongings and continue their journey. After a day and a half of travel, he successfully escorted his employer to the Iron Nation. However, this Okamoto Taro appeared to possess an extraordinary status, as he was granted direct access to the capital. Mr. Jiang Feng, will you not accompany me to meet the leader of the Iron Nation, Mitsuba? Okamoto Taro earnestly sought to persuade Jiang Feng. Having experienced many things at his age, he was eager to cultivate a relationship with the remarkably talented and youthful Jiang Feng. No, I have safely delivered you to the Iron Nation, and my commission has concluded. There are matters to attend to back in Konoha, so I must take my leave. Jiang Feng offered a polite smile, certainly not intimidated by Okamoto Taro, who was gazing at him with eager eyes. No, not at all. Very well, Mr. Jiang Feng, may we meet again by fate. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Feng departed without a backward glance. Okamoto Taro thought little of it, assuming that a capable ninja like Jiang Feng must have many pressing matters to attend to. Lord Okamoto, please, come inside. A samurai respectfully bowed to Okamoto Taro. After he returned the gesture with courtesy, he entered alongside two of his guards. After parting ways with Okamoto Taro, Jiang Feng removed his forehead protector and began to wander leisurely through the Land of Iron. The region, adorned with a style reminiscent of the Warring States period, piqued his interest. The entire shinobi world is rather peculiar. Its technological advancements are somewhat lopsided. While one might argue that the technology is advanced, it is limited to conventional electricity, high-voltage lines along the roads, and household appliances like electric lights, washing machines, and televisions. Strangely, the televisions here are still black and white, a detail that compelled Jiang Feng to rate them poorly. Conversely, if one were to say that the shinobi world lacks technological prowess, they would be mistaken. as the neighboring land of lightning has developed a chakra-powered super cannon capable of obliterating the moon. In the original work, Orochimaru possesses various microscopes, petri dishes, and rejuvenation chambers. However, the land of iron appears to be quite different. While its forging industry is highly advanced, the inhabitants take great pride in handcrafted creations. Weapons and armor are entirely made by hand. Moreover, the land of iron does not practice chakra cultivation, focusing solely on the art of swordsmanship. Powerful samurai can unleash sword energy rivaling that of ninjas, and since the amount of chakra largely determines a ninja's potential, outstanding ninjas are scarce. Yet, with mastery of swordsmanship, even those with minimal chakra can become exceptional warriors. The number of samurai in the land of iron may not reach tens of thousands, but it certainly exceeds several thousand. Which explains why this neutral nation remains unprovoked by larger powers. I believe this is where the story unfolds. Jiang Feng entered a narrow alley and knocked gently on the tightly shut door of a shop. As the door creaked open, he was greeted by a ninkin, a creature standing at human height. "Welcome, Master Jiang Feng. It has been a long time," exclaimed Dodo, the ninkin, who promptly bowed in respect. Jiang Feng chuckled and affectionately ruffled its head. After liberally distributing catnip and drinks infused with wood-betterny in the open space of the ninkin territory, he found that nearly 80% of the ninkin recognized him. Meow meow meow, hoo, the ninkin purred contentedly when two coughs resonated from within the room. Dodo ushered Jiang Feng inside. There, he beheld a girl with skin as fair as snow and arms as delicate as willow branches. Adorned in a white yukata embellished with blue wood-betterny patterns, she sat gracefully before a kotatsu, savoring her tea. From Jiang Feng's perspective, he could also see her petite feet clad in white ankle socks, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled as he rushed over. "Xiao Tianai, it has been ages. Have you missed me?" Jiang Feng gently brushed against the young girl's cheek, one hand caressing her head. "Lord Jiang Feng, I am no longer a child. Please release Tianai, it's quite embarrassing," she said, her cheeks flushed as she lightly pushed against Jiang Feng. Two pointed ears stood erect atop her head, and a slender white tail emerged from behind, swaying back and forth incessantly. "Little Tianai, you are being rather samurai again. Your tail, however, tells a different story." Jiang Feng gently touched the girl's tail, which promptly retracted, causing visible steam to rise from Sweet Nai's flushed face. Witnessing her reaction, Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the Nico, a truly remarkable race. Those of smaller stature, such as the large orange cat, are merely the size of a domestic feline, while the larger specimens, like the few Earth Emperor Nico in the empty district, approach an impressive height of 3 to 5 meters. Even the more ordinarily sized Nikos stand as tall as a human. The girl before him, just half a year ago, was merely a small white cat cradled in Jiang Feng's arms, and now, astonishingly, she had transformed into a cat-eared maiden, serving as a maid to the matriarch of the Nico clan within the empty district. Jiang Feng inwardly exclaimed at the cuteness that felt almost like a transgression. How adorable. Yet he reminded himself that this was a cat. Nevertheless, he found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of the white-haired cat-eared girl. Jiang Feng is being quite the bully, pouted Tianai, turning her head to the side with her eyes shut tight. Nearby, Duo stifled a chuckle, having grown accustomed to the scene, but swiftly redirected the conversation. "Lord Jiang Feng, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Miao House?" The Miao House serves as a weapons shop established by the clan in the Iron Country. Given the region's abundant mineral resources, they typically gather the ores they collect and transport them to the Miao House, from whence they are sent to the northern part of the Fire Country, where they reside for forging. The finished products are then sold to the ninjas of the Fire Country. Due to the exceptional craftsmanship of the quality of their weapons is slightly superior to those crafted by their peers, resulting in prices that are typically 20 to 30% higher than market rates. However, this elevated pricing does not hinder sales. On the contrary, customers flock to purchase their wares, often leading to a shortage of supply. Recently, I have encountered some issues with my sword, and I hope to have it reforged by you. Jiang Feng drew forth the chakra longsword, upon which numerous nicks and gouges marred the blade. Such devastation indeed. It seems you have faced an overwhelming number of adversaries of late. He smacked his lips and examined the sword in the palm of his hand. "My Lord Jiang Feng, please take care of your own safety." Tianai expressed her concern, grasping Jiang Feng's hand tightly. "Rest assured, for the sake of little Tianai, I shall also safeguard my well-being. I intend to whisk you away from Granny Cat once you have grown up." Jiang Feng playfully pinched Tianai's nose. Tianai, XX. Wisps of white steam emanated from the top of her head, indicating that her mind had once again short-circuited. Chapter 23. The Abducted Girl of the Vortex Clan. Thus, this weapon shall be entrusted to you. Jiang Feng produced a stack of banknotes alongside the precious metals he had amassed over recent days, handing them to the nimble cat ninja, Dodo. He felt compelled to express his strong disapproval of Danzo. With so many subordinates at his disposal, the only thing in the storage scroll was money, a rather disappointing outcome. The rock ninjas, on the other hand, were far more admirable. Take that fellow named Hakushi, for instance. He carried an array of peculiar items with him. Even in his absence, he managed to bestow warmth upon himself. What a commendable rock ninja indeed. Rest assured, Lord Jiang Feng, we shall complete the task promptly, Dodo assured him. Summoning 3 small cat ninjas. After entrusting the items to them, the little ninjas scampered off towards the inner chamber. I shall take my leave for now. Until next time. Dodo and Sweet Nai. As he observed the departing figures, Dodo began to focus on the work at hand. It seems we must grow up quickly, sighed the cat ninja. Sweet Nai, her ears and tail drooping listlessly. Jiang Feng raced across the rooftop, gazing at the rising steam of the capital of the Iron Nation, where the rhythmic sounds of weapon forging filled the air, making him acutely aware of his incongruity in this environment. The ambience of Taiyuan felt strikingly primitive to him, a stark contrast to the electrified era he was accustomed to, especially as some shops relied on flickering candles to illuminate their dimly lit interiors. In the martial training grounds, he observed numerous warriors honing their swordsmanship, sweat glistening as they swung their blades with fervor. One warrior, wielding a katana, astonishingly cleaved a 10-meter rock in a single stroke, leaving a smooth, even cut that left Jiang Feng in awe. However, watching the training felt improper, so he turned to leave. As he departed, the warrior cast a narrowed glance in Jiang Feng's direction, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through one's very soul. Yet, bound in layers of bandages, he merely regarded Jiang Feng as a passerby without further inquiry. Several warriors bowed respectfully before this man, addressing him as Lord Mitsushima, a guest from the Land of Fire. Jiang Feng felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, sensing that he had drawn the attention of a formidable presence. Realizing the Iron Nation harbored some powerful warriors, he quickened his pace toward his village. As he passed through the Land of Sound, he spotted 2 ninjas adorned with the Grass Ninja Village headbands, carrying a red-haired girl. Let me go? Who are you? Someone help me. The girl struggled futilely against her captors. With a disdainful slap, one of the Grass Ninjas tossed her to the ground, leaving a crimson handprint on her face. Shut up. You red-haired monster. Make another sound, and I'll kill you, he warned, pulling out a kunai and brandishing it threateningly before her tear-streaked face, while she covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, fearfully clutching her bound legs. As the Grass Ninjas prepared to move on, a boy appeared before them, observing with keen interest. Where did this brat come from? Get lost, commanded the lead Grass Ninja, throwing a shuriken, only to have it casually deflected by the boy. Oh, kidnapping a member of the Uzumaki clan? The Grass Ninjas have truly become audacious, the boy remarked, revealing himself to be Jiang Feng. Initially reluctant to intervene, he recognized the girl's distinctive hair color and the substantial chakra emanating from her, indicating her lineage as an Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan, known for their vibrant red hair and vast chakra reserves, had long-standing ties with Konoha, prompting him to lend assistance. In the entirety of the ninja world, all Uzumaki clan members bore red hair, characterized by their immense chakra and exceptional sealing techniques. Who are you? The Grass Ninja squinted, realizing that this boy possessed remarkable skills, possibly marking him as a ninja from a great nation. I'm merely a wandering ninja, remember my name, Jiang Feng replied. Jiang Feng fastened his forehead protector onto his arm. His elder brother, a stout ninja from the Land of Grass, cast a wary glance at Jiang Feng's protector. Let us not be courteous. We are near the Land of Fire, so we must resolve this swiftly. The portly Grass Ninja nodded in agreement. And then the two charged towards Jiang Feng. The leading Grass Ninja swung his blade, but with a swift motion, a fireball surged towards Jiang Feng. He rolled backward to create distance and then clapped his hands together. Ninjutsu, a do give. With his right hand enveloped in crackling lightning, Jiang Feng propelled a powerful punch towards the fireball. Upon contact, a brilliant white lightning cocooned the fireball, which Jiang Feng forcefully sent flying. Boom. The plump Grass Ninja remained poised, executing his ninjutsu, as the fireball crashed directly beside him. What an absurd ninjutsu. I have never heard of a technique that could return an opponent's jutsu without hand seals. The leading Grass Ninja swallowed hard. So this is the caliber of ninjas from the 5 great nations? Despite his tender age, he displayed such astonishing prowess. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary bloodline? If he is indeed a bloodline ninja, then splendid. I could capture him and bring him back to our grass ninja village alongside the girl from the Whirlpool clan as a specimen. With this thought, his initial terror transformed into exhilaration. Though I may not comprehend your impudent thoughts, as a ninja, it is indeed remiss to entertain such distractions during battle. The voice of Jiang Feng resonated from behind the leading grass ninja. The leading grass ninja felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see a hand enveloped in chakra piercing through him. After Jiang Feng withdrew his hand, the leading grass ninja collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Big brother. Damn it. The chubby grass ninja, feeling a surge of panic, realized his own strength was inferior to that of his elder brother. Turning his gaze, he spotted the Whirlpool girl scrambling to escape the battlefield not far away, and his eyes lit up as he dashed towards her. Suddenly, a flash of golden lightning struck his foot, rendering him paralyzed as he fell onto the grass. Looking down, he saw that his ankle had been pierced. I detest two types of people, he muttered. What two types? The chubby grass ninja, drenched in cold sweat, dragged his immobile foot backward. One is those who are ugly, and the other is people like you who threaten others without hesitation. Jiang Feng raised his hand, and a brilliant golden light erupted with a crackling sound, piercing a hole straight through the head of the chubby grass ninja. Without glancing at his handiwork, Jiang Feng proceeded to walk away. You do not come any closer. The girl from the Uzumaki clan managed to grasp the short knife that the leading grass ninja had discarded, her face etched with panic. You are from the Uzumaki clan, aren't you? I am a Konoha ninja. You may confide in me if you're in distress. Jiang Feng approached with a smile, yet the young girl showed no appreciation, gripping her short knife even tighter. Could you possibly put down the blade? It is perilous for a child to wield such a weapon. Please, do not come any closer. Jiang Feng reached out, only for the young girl to let out a piercing scream as she wildly waved her dagger, inadvertently cutting his hand. TSK. Watching as a profusion of blood welled up from his palm, Jiang Feng grimaced in pain. You. The girl was momentarily taken aback by the injury she had inflicted on Jiang Feng. Seizing the moment of her distraction, he swiftly snatched the dagger from her grasp. See, I told you that sharp objects are perilous. Good girls should refrain from playing with knives. Jiang Feng gently wiped away the tears from the young girl's face, and then, with a deft motion of his left hand, he channeled his chakra, severing the iron chains that bound her legs. Are you all right? The girl had initially assumed that this boy was akin to the rogue ninjas who had abducted her, merely another villain intent on whisking her away. However, realizing that he had come to her rescue, and that she had inadvertently harmed him in the process, her heart filled with gratitude. Even as tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Oh, please do not cry. The wound is not painful and is far from serious. Jiang Feng gazed at the sight of the young girl weeping, instantly flustered. Ninja Master, please bite me, she implored, rolling up her sleeve to reveal her arm, still marked with several teeth impressions. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Feng hastily lowered the girl's sleeve. For anyone unaware might misconstrue his actions as indicative of some peculiar inclination. My constitution allows those who bite me to heal from their injuries, so please, do bite me. The girl, with a resolute gaze, pulled back her sleeve to reveal the bite marks, likely inflicted by the grass ninja earlier. Given her tender age, she appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, and it was evident that she had endured considerable suffering in recent days. I am not the kind of person to be underestimated. I am not the kind of person to allow a charming young girl to be harmed in my presence. Jiang Feng gently bandaged the wound, smiling as he wiped the dust from the young girl's face. There, you look much prettier now. Such a lovely face deserves to smile more. Blushing at Jiang Feng's tender demeanor, the girl nodded shyly. Chapter 24. The little maiden hand disappeared. Could you enlighten me on why you were abducted by the grass ninjas? The land of waves is quite distant from the land of grass. It seems unlikely they would undertake such a thankless task. Jiang Feng struggled to engage the long-dormant faculties of his mind, pondering the notion that the land of waves had been obliterated by various nations, which explained why the orphans of the Fire Nation now roamed the world. As for the girl before him, her abilities bore a striking resemblance to those of Uzumaki Xiangling. Could she, by the mere passage of time, possibly be your mother? Had he inadvertently altered their fates? What on earth is happening? Where has the world's consciousness vanished to? Without a familiar timeline, how can I reveal my true self to others? Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Myling, unaware of the circumstances, was an orphan who had been peacefully slumbering at home, only to awaken and find herself captured by the grass ninjas. The girl weakly responded with a soft apology. shaking her head in evident sorrow for her inability to assist Jiang Feng. Do you need me to escort you back to the land of waves? Jiang Feng was taken aback to discover that the person before him was an orphan. However, upon observing the girl clad in tattered hemp garments, it became apparent that she was not from a wealthy family, which indeed caught him off guard. Mei Ling, wishing to avoid being captured again upon waking the next day, implored Lord Shiranui for refuge. She promised to be obedient and asserted that her unique physique could be of assistance to him. If you don't believe me, my lord, you may take a bite, and I assure you that your wound will heal instantly. Mei Ling pulled back her sleeves, attempting to demonstrate her worth. What kind of situation was this? Jiang Feng gazed at the determined young woman before him and sighed. A week later, in the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Tsunade, arms crossed, watched in exasperation as Jiang Feng indulged in snacks while enjoying a massage from Uzumaki Miling. Frustration gnawed at her as she clenched her teeth. This fellow seemed to stir up trouble every time he ventured out. Recently, inexplicably, he had taken to bringing home children, and each time, they were charming young girls. Miling's unique constitution rendered her vulnerable. Should she wander alone, it was likely she would become a casualty of conflict. I understand the rationale. Yet could you elucidate why she is attired in such an unusual outfit? Tsunade inquired, eyeing Uzumaki Miling, who was clad in a maid's costume, a white apron adorned with lace, complemented by a plain long dress. Beneath the hem of the dress, the girl's white stockings and round-toed shoes were partially visible. My original clothes were torn, so I ordered this from the Land of Fire. I thought you would find it adorable, Miling explained. You, Tsunade exclaimed. Jiang Feng's rhetorical question disrupted Tsunade's train of thought, causing Uzumaki Miling to shyly lower her head. Ahem, I am well aware of the situation. Konoha can certainly take in this Uzumaki Miling, especially since Lady Uzumaki Mido is also of the Uzumaki clan. Why not entrust Miling to Lady Mido? After all, you are not adept at sealing techniques and cannot instruct her, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. As the wife of the first Hokage, Mido holds considerable prestige within the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Indeed, Lady Mido could mentor Miling. She could come to my home. Tsunade felt a nagging apprehension that if Miling were to stay at Jiang Feng's residence, chaos would inevitably ensue. Well, that does seem somewhat reasonable. Miling, what are your thoughts? Jiang Feng gazed at Uzumaki Miling. I wish to learn from Lord Mido and become stronger. I aspire to assist Brother Jiang Feng in the future, Uzumaki Miling declared, her fists clenched and her eyes resolute as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Feng. Well, do not push yourself too hard, little Miling. It is not imperative that you become a ninja. Jiang Feng perceives the world of ninjas as excessively dark, rife with bloodshed and treachery. Hasn't the so-called hero, Leaf Warehouse, perished due to the machinations of his own village? If given the opportunity, Jiang Feng would prefer to see Uzumaki Miling dye her hair and embody the essence of a joyous young girl, the fate she met in the original narrative. Succumbing to the bite of a medical pack at the hands of Grass Ninja is truly lamentable. No, Brother Jiang Feng, Miling understands that you often face perilous missions. I am aware that I may not become a formidable ninja, yet I aspire to learn medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, so that one day I can assist you. Very well, since this is your decision, I shall honor it. However, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. The Senju clan of Konoha is quite close to the territory of the Nara clan. Jiang Feng understood that he could not dissuade the young girl and let out a resigned sigh. Xianshui Miling nodded emphatically, and then, feeling increasingly vexed by the interaction between the two, greeted them briefly before leading Xianshui Miling back home. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi, having dealt with yet another troublesome matter, took a satisfying puff of his cigarette. Damn that old man, can he not smoke for once? Jiang Feng, in a fit of discontent, struck the sofa in the Hokage's office. Hey, don't take your frustrations out on my sofa, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, witnessing the unfortunate fate of his beloved furniture. What do you know? My meticulously crafted maid is gone. My heart aches. Jiang Feng pondered that had he belonged to the Uchiha clan, his sorrow might have instantly awakened the Sharingan. Thus, he relentlessly struck the sofa with his fists. Ahem, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially assumed the lad was merely in a foul mood, only to discover the underlying cause was such triviality. Old man, do you look down upon me? He questioned. Isn't it true? It's not as if we are unable to meet. Residing in the same village, one could reach Tsunade's abode in less than 10 minutes. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in bemusement, utterly perplexed by the extent of this emotional turmoil. You old fool, what do you understand? I still possess the purple lace design, the pink adorable style, and the blue dignified version, which I have yet to present to Zaya Miling. Do you grasp the depth of my resentment? Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, his gaze fixated on the 3 maid outfits that had been taken from the scroll, his frustration mounting with each passing moment. Damn you, he muttered, recalling how his master's wife had expressed a desire to understand the lecherous inclinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had audaciously leaned in to discuss the philosophies of life. To his dismay, Jiang Feng swiftly tucked the maid outfits away. Forget it, you old lecher. These are custom-made for Xiao Miling, and I shan't allow you to see them. With that, he forcefully shoved Sarutobi Hiruzen aside and leaped out the window. Make sure you use the door, he shouted back, and you're hardly any better than I am. As he glanced at the shattered glass strewn across the floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen stomped his feet in frustration, realizing he would need to replace yet another window today. Then a thought struck him. He hadn't yet collected the reward for this little rascal's mission. This notion instantly brightened his mood. As Jiang Feng departed from the Hokage building, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something important, though he chose not to dwell on it. He recalled that his weapons were likely ready, and he promptly activated reverse summoning to the Nico clan's territory. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Jiang Feng opened his eyes to find himself in a desolate city, with a sign at the intersection boldly proclaiming empty zone. No matter how many times he gazed upon it, the barrenness of the empty zone struck him as profoundly desolate. Why did the Nico clan choose to reside here? Because we wish to avoid disturbances, came the response. The outside world is fraught with humans and ferocious beasts. This abandoned place is ideally suited for us Nico to inhabit, meow. Jiang Feng raised his gaze and beheld a ninja cat clad in azure attire. Ah! The flames of the field. Jiang Feng raised his hand in greeting. After a long absence, Master Jiang Feng, Tianhua leaped down from the wall and bowed respectfully. Chapter 25. The Battle Maniac of the Foolish Giant. So, Tianhua is here to guard the gate today. How impressive. Observing the talking ninja cat, which was no larger than the palm of his hand, Jiang Feng couldn't help but tease it by scratching its chin. Don't underestimate me, I am not a child. Tianhua retorted proudly, turning its little head away, yet its eyes remained fixated on the small fish treat in Jiang Feng's hand, with drool dripping from its mouth, lacking any semblance of persuasion. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Is Granny Cat still at her usual spot? Jiang Feng tossed a dried fish towards Tianhua, who leapt up to catch it, nodding in acknowledgement before promptly devouring the fish without a moment to spare for Jiang Feng. As he moved past the small ninja cat, his gaze swept across the cityscape, revealing a realm in dire disrepair, where the slightest breeze stirred up clouds of dust. Shadows flitted from the dilapidated buildings, occasionally revealing the fleeting figures of feral cats, while the peeling walls bore an array of paw prints, varying in size. The realm of the ninja cats was far from harmonious, as conflicts often erupted over territory and food. Within the territory governed by the venerable cat matriarch, the ninja cats appeared disinterested, merely lifting their heads to glance at Jiang Feng before returning to their despondency. As Jiang Feng entered the wooden structure with an open door, he beheld the cat matriarch, the leader of the, adorned with feline ears and sporting whiskers on either side of her face, tending to several injured. Are you not aware of Jiang Feng? The items you seek are over there. Feel free to retrieve them yourself, as I am currently occupied and unable to attend to you. Jiang Feng glanced at the wall indicated by the old cat lady, where a long, azure sword hung. The blade measured an impressive 68 centimeters in length and 6 centimeters in width, its shaft perfectly straight, adorned with irregular wavy patterns forged through a process of cold tempering and quenching. Jiang Feng infused his chakra, feeling an unprecedented smoothness in the process. The sword emitted a faint hum, and the sharp blade glimmered subtly, as if proclaiming its rebirth to its master. Jiang Feng gently swung his sword, the cerulean blade effortlessly slicing through the wooden training dummy. A magnificent sword indeed. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he caressed the blade fondly before sheathing it in a deep blue scabbard, upon which were inscribed the characters Qing Feng, roughly the size of a finger. It was evident that the materials he had provided for the ninja cat, Dodo, were insufficient to forge such an exquisite chakra longsword. The gifts he had regularly sent to the old cat lady, in the form of wood and herbs, had not gone unrewarded. The intricacies of human relationships had proven their worth. As he prepared to venture outside to test the sword, and perhaps wreak a little havoc, he lamented that even the wooden training dummy he had crafted for the little creature had been cleaved. At this moment, the old cat lady, having completed her tasks, took out her pipe and indulged in a deep smoke. Ah, forgive me. I find myself unable to restrain my impulses. Jiang Feng chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in bewilderment. He found it peculiar that in the ninja world, those of advanced age tended to favor smoking pipes. Characters like Gamabunta, the third Hokage, and the White Snake Sage all indulged in this habit. Was it a matter of ritualistic significance, or perhaps an attempt to enhance their prestige? Jiang Feng felt that the latter possibility was more likely. He had an unsettling sense that you were contemplating something impolite. Granny Cat exhaled a puff of smoke, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Feng. No, you are overthinking it, he replied. Jiang Feng did not anticipate that Granny Cat possessed such keen intuition. He had not even revealed anything, yet she saw through him. Granny Cat did not press further, merely letting out a sigh as she said, "If there is nothing else, you should leave quickly. The empty district has been rather unsettled lately." Oh, it seems those troublesome brutes are up to no good again. Jiang Feng pondered thoughtfully. Having heard from Daju about the affairs within the vacant territory, in this desolate area, Granny Cat and several colossal ninja cats had carved out their dominion. Granny Cat commanded the majority of the ninja cats, leveraging their inherent agility to forge contracts with humans, coupled with her exceptional blacksmithing skills. The weapon shop run by the ninja cats in Konoha thrived remarkably. However, those gigantic ninja cats, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest, were not only solitary in their endeavors but also frequently plundered food and resources from other ninja cats. The foolish giant from the east had recently been acting quite erratically, showing up daily either to seek food or to provoke fights with other cats, much to everyone's annoyance. Every time I arrived on the scene, that brute would vanish without a trace. As Granny Cat recalled this troublesome figure, her claws extended, raking against the nearby wooden board repeatedly, causing Jiang Feng to shudder uncomfortably. That foolish giant, indeed. Jiang Feng recalled the individual named Jiochi, situated on the eastern side of the empty district, standing nearly 4 meters tall. He was rotund and possessed impressive speed and strength. However, the illusions wielded by the cat granny effectively countered him, often sending him fleeing, only for him to return after a while seeking trouble once more. Jiang Feng believed that the fellow should not embody a cat. Rather, it ought to reincarnate as a flat-headed brother, given its propensity for brawling. Time and again, it would engage in fights, and even after suffering defeats, it would return to the fray once its wounds had healed. However, this time, to his astonishment, the creature seemed to have made some progress, demonstrating an unexpected aptitude for ambush. Alas, the dim-witted giant was approaching once more. At that moment, a nimble cat rushed in with great urgency. What? This time, I shall not refrain from delivering a blow that will leave its head spinning. Upon hearing of the creature's return, the elderly cat's arms transformed into fluffy feline paws, and her pupils narrowed into slender slits. Do not be angry, dear elder cat. Allow me to confront this rascal. You have bestowed upon me such splendid weaponry. It is only fitting that I contribute in some way. Otherwise, I shall feel unsettled merely holding it. Jiang Feng gently patted the back of Grandma Cat, urging the irate elder to quell her fury. Very well, you may go, but do not overstep your bounds. Despite her anger over her subordinate's injury, Grandma Cat maintained her composure. Though her underling had sustained a minor wound at the hands of that ruffian, it was not life-threatening. The incessant need to tend to her injured comrade was what truly vexed her. All she desired was to lounge about, smoke, indulge in a drink, and occasionally engage in her weaponry practice. Understood. Do not worry, she reassured him, watching Jiang Feng signal with an okay gesture before departing. A sense of uncertainty lingered in her heart, prompting her to summon a few uninjured ninja cats to follow along. Ha ha ha, come on, you bunch of weaklings, is that all you've got? Upon exiting the dwelling, Jiang Feng beheld a large orange cat not far from Grandma Cat, brazenly boasting and swatting away ninja cats with ease. It was no wonder this creature had incensed Grandma Cat so much. It roamed her territory, assaulting others while making such a ruckus, akin to striking a slap to Grandma Cat's visage. Hey, you big brute, you're exceedingly loud. It's Lord Jiang Feng. Lord Jiang Feng, be cautious. This fellow possesses immense strength. Jiang Feng arrived at the scene, locking eyes with Jiochi atop the building. The ninja cats present recognized Jiang Feng's excitement and greeted him. Oh, a human? Remarkably, not a member of the Uchiha clan. Even the cat matriarch has succumbed, allowing her subordinates to forge a contract with such a little brat? The large cat, Jiochi, who had initially raised a paw to swat away the ninja cat, paused with intrigue, noticing Jiang Feng was not adorned in the customary fan attire, and began to mock him. There's nothing wrong with forming a contract with me. Recently, I've been experimenting with wood betterny wine, and I've discovered that infusing it with other fruits creates a rich and fragrant concoction, paired with deep-sea caught tuna. It's simply exquisite. As Jiang Feng spoke, the ninja cats collectively swallowed hard, and Jiochi, unable to contain himself, felt drool escape him. Realizing the sound emanated from his own belly, Jiochi hastily wiped away the drool, casting a fierce glare at the ninja cats who struggled to suppress their laughter. Chapter 26. Jiangfeng vs. Large Cat Jiochi. Jiochi was well aware that the ninja cats had recently taken to drinking heavily. Just months prior, it had routinely engaged them in combat. After sending several ninja cats flying, it was suddenly captivated by an enticing aroma. Investigating, Jiochi discovered several glasses filled with liquid and curiously licked one, realizing that it had wasted its early life. This was, astonishingly, the woodbetterny-infused wine adored by cats. And it was even more fragrant and robust than any it had tasted before. Unable to resist, it downed several bottles of the exquisite wine, only to be caught by the matriarch before it succumbed to the intoxicating effects. Having tasted the sweetness of the drink, Jiochi returned to its territory, finding itself dreaming of the wine, unable to enjoy a restful sleep. Consequently, it began seeking out the ninja cats for fights every few days, hoping to raid their stock of woodbetterny wine to satiate its cravings. After all, these spoils were rightfully its own. It was only fair to claim a bit of bounty after a victory, wasn't it? Thus, what had once been a visit every half-month turned into encounters every 3 days, and now even twice a day. Do not misunderstand. I am merely here for a brawl, not to scavenge spoils. Human brat, if you show me a little respect with offerings, I might choose to spare you. Jiochi threatened, casting a menacing glance at Jiangfeng. The thought that this human might possess woodbetterny wine emboldened Jiochi. Considering its own formidable stature, it believed it could intimidate him. The matriarch provided me with a splendid sword, and I sought these delightful treasures to express my gratitude. If I wished to flee, you wouldn't be able to pursue me, would you? Jiangfeng retrieved a sealed glass bottle from a small scroll and uncorked it, releasing a delightful aroma of wine. Kikuchi, with his eyes closed, inhaled deeply, sensing hints of grapes and oranges mingled within the wood-spirited liquor. He hastily swallowed the saliva that threatened to escape. Are you trying to please me? This is far too little. It scarcely amounts to a sip, he remarked, opening one eye to glance at the pale purple liquid in Jiangfeng's hand, before shutting his eyes again with an air of disdain. I didn't say it was for you. Here, little one, it's for you. Remember to provide some feedback after you finish. Jiangfeng, with a smile, carefully sealed the glass bottle and handed it to the ninja cat standing behind him. The ninja cat nodded, only to discover that the other ninja cats around were fixating on the bottle and its possession with predatory gazes. Fearing theft, it quickly tucked the bottle away, jesting that there was nothing but delightful flavors in the wine brewed by Lord Jiangfeng, particularly as this was a special concoction made for Granny Cat. It vowed to savor it thoroughly upon returning home. Catshi, we have never gathered for a feast since childhood. We must celebrate today. Indeed, indeed. Let us go to your house tonight. I'll bring some fine fish, several ninja cats chimed in, attempting to ingratiate themselves with Catshi, who, startled, retreated in alarm. No need. I want to be going home tonight. With that, it nimbly scaled the wall and dashed off, prompting a few others to chase after it. This scene left Jiangfeng at a loss for words. It was merely a bottle of wine, and there were adversaries nearby. Why engage in such internal discord? However, Jiangfeng could not comprehend the profound respect the ninja cats held for Granny Cat, nor could he fathom the luxurious honor of drinking the same wine as her. You, how dare you give the wine to that little cat? The large cat, Kikuchi, seethed upon witnessing the elusive wooden wine, now vanished from his grasp. No one knew how Kikuchi had endured these past few days. It was well aware that the ninja cats under Granny Cat's command had little wine to spare. After several days, even a single bottle was deemed fortunate. As the frequency of his skirmishes increased, the spoils he collected dwindled, leaving him nearly a week without alcohol. Yet, the intoxicating aroma of wine perpetually wafted from Granny Cat's abode, causing Kikuchi's throat to itch with an unbearable sensation that was maddening. Yet, he dared not seize Granny Cat's wine. Her illusions had left him battered on numerous occasions, with the pain lingering for days. The more he was deprived of wine, the more irritable he became. Now, after finally witnessing the appearance of wine, only to have it snatched away, Kikuchi's frustration boiled over, and he swung his palm in anger. Jiangfeng swiftly darted to the right, witnessing as Jiochi effortlessly demolished the very structure he had just occupied with a single strike. Impressive strength indeed, Jiangfeng thought, nodding in admiration at the formidable power of this large feline. Let's see where you intend to hide. Jiochi, realizing his attack had failed, launched himself forward, wreaking havoc upon several abandoned buildings. Hey, that's enough. Making such a commotion will surely irk the old cat lady. The voice of Jiangfeng emanated from the head of Jiochi in a fit of anger. Jiuqi flung Jiang Feng off his head and opened his mouth to bite. Jiang Feng leaped up, only to find Jiuqi swiftly turning, his tail crashing down heavily upon him, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Jiuqi contemplated taunting Jiang Feng for being struck like a fleeing mouse, he was taken aback when Jiang Feng, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and, with an air of nonchalance, rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "That hurt, you big oaf. Your reflexes are quite impressive, aren't they?" Jiang Feng gazed at Jiuqi with increasing satisfaction. Though his figure was rotund, his speed was anything but sluggish, and his strength was undeniably formidable. "Do not call me a clumsy giant," Jiuqi exclaimed, wildly brandishing his sharp claws at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng relied on his agility to evade the attacks, yet ultimately, human reflexes could not match the swiftness of a cat. And he had already acquired several wounds on his body. Water style, water wave palm. Suddenly, a torrent of clear water gushed from Jiang Feng's arm, submerging Jiuqi. Struggling to emerge from the depths, Jiuqi gasped for air, his entire body drenched in water, the vibrant orange of his fur now dulled. His expression darkened further. "How dare you drench my esteemed fur? Dry it at once. Lightning release, lightning sphere." The voice of Jiang Feng resonated from above as the drenched large cat, illuminated by golden light, lifted its head to behold Jiang Feng leaping into the air, surrounded by a multitude of golden thunderbolts. Kikuchi, startled, contemplated fleeing. But the thunderbolts descended upon him mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. An excruciating sound erupted from Kikuchi, causing many observing ninja cats to tremble in fear. The blinding golden lightning brought tears to their eyes, while the surging currents caused their fur to stand on end uncontrollably. As the golden sparks dissipated, only Kikuchi remained, his body smoking and limbs twitching incessantly. Alas, this lightning technique is indeed challenging to master. Jiang Feng gazed at the fragrant, grilled Kuchi, scratching his head in contemplation. Jiang Feng's chakra is gradually leaning towards the nature of lightning. Although he possesses all 5 elemental attributes, his innate talent in the lightning element is the most pronounced. This often results in his lightning techniques being difficult to control at will. "You little rascal, is this what you have in mind?" exclaimed Granny Cat, rushing over to give Jiang Feng a light punch on the head. Jiang Feng glanced at the surrounding ruins, playfully sticking out his tongue. "What nonsense!" he exclaimed, only to be met with a swift kick to his backside from Granny Cat, who was quite annoyed. "Granny Cat, I have exerted considerable effort." Jiang Feng, with a playful demeanor, was met with a disapproving glare from the elderly cat lady. Given Jiang Feng's prowess, dealing with a practitioner of martial arts like Kikuchi should have posed no challenge. Yet, the commotion he stirred was perplexing. The cat lady surmised that he had perhaps become overly exuberant, allowing himself to become unrestrained. Fortunately, within the vacant district, the number of empty houses was ample. Should they topple, it would be of little consequence. As long as her own feline subordinates remained unharmed, she deemed it unnecessary to hold this young man accountable. Chapter 27. As is well known, ninjutsu is employed for culinary purposes. Jiang Feng found himself in a rather helpless situation, never anticipating that Kikuchi would suddenly collapse mid-battle. He had intended to test whether the modified chakra cloak could withstand the strain. It is worth noting that he could now maintain the chakra cloak for 10 seconds. Enough to deliver a couple of punches or kicks to Danzo. Regrettably, despite diligently emulating Naruto to master the chakra cloak, he had only managed to crudely envelop himself in a thin layer, as his still-developing body hindered the effective application of the technique. He resolved that upon reaching adulthood, he should seek a tailed beast to learn the intricacies of the chakra cloak, aiming to deliver 3 kicks to Danzo during their next encounter. However, he hesitated. The old man lacked the Sharingan, and whether he could withstand even 2 of his kicks remained uncertain. Moreover, seeking him out in prison for a confrontation was impractical. He decided instead to consult Manda next time, confident that its robust physique would yield fruitful results. Within the dragon cave, the slumbering Manda shivered as if tormented by a dreadful dream. "Leader, how shall we deal with the large cat, Kikuchi?" Inquisitively, the respectful cat ninja, Ninja Cat, sought guidance from Elder Cat. At that moment, Kikuchi had awakened, but his hands and feet were bound by ropes wielded by the cat ninjas. His expression, filled with anger and defiance, suggested he was reluctant to accept his predicament. "Jiang Feng, you captured him. What do you propose we do with Kikuchi?" Elder Cat sighed. Faced with the dilemma of whether to integrate or eliminate the formidable creature before her, concerned that releasing him might incite further trouble. "Should we simply eliminate him?" Jiang Feng touched his neck and inquired, "Despite causing such a ruckus, it hasn't harmed my kittens. That seems rather inappropriate. Moreover, This fellow is merely large in stature with a rather dull intellect. Can he be a bit more reliable? The old cat cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng. Ha ha ha. I, Lord Kikuchi, shall never surrender. Originally uncertain, Kikuchi became even more arrogant upon hearing the old cat's words. Jiang Feng observed the exuberant Kikuchi engaging his intellect. And suddenly an idea struck him. It is said that neutered tomcats tend to be quite docile. Perhaps we should put this theory to the test? Upon hearing this, all the tomcats present instinctively covered their groins, their gazes towards Jiang Feng now filled with trepidation. Kikuchi, witnessing Jiang Feng approach with a wicked grin while brandishing a Qi Feng sword, struggled even more fervently. Let me go, you devil. Do not come any closer. Grandmother cat. Please stop this madman. Kikuchi exerted all his strength to break free from the grip of the rope-holding ninja cat, his limbs bound, forcing him to wriggle like a caterpillar. Grandmother cat, I submit. Hurry and save me. I do not wish to be castrated. I refuse to become incomplete. Yet, as Jiang Feng drew nearer, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. How can I trust that your surrender is genuine? As I said, let us proceed with the neutering first. Jiang Feng stepped onto Kikuchi, wielding his Qing Feng sword as he sought the most opportune moment to strike. To speak candidly, with the enhancement of chakra, Jiang Feng was convinced that he could deliver a swift and decisive blow. Observing Jiang Feng's eager demeanor, the surrounding ninja cats felt an unsettling chill beneath them. Suddenly, they noticed a dampness at their feet, accompanied by a pungent odor wafting through the air. Goodness, you wretched creature, you're leaking. Jiang Feng was taken aback by the sheer size of the creature, so much so that he frightened himself into a state of distress. Enough of this nonsense, release it, he commanded. Regardless of whether Kikuchi had genuinely surrendered or was merely feigning, Granny Cat could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for it. Once a formidable ruler within the realm of the airspace, now it was reduced to a pitiful figure, tears and snot streaming down its face. So frightened that it had lost control, Granny Cat found it hard to fathom how Kikuchi would manage to navigate life in this aerial domain moving forward. Oh, how cruelly they have treated me, wailed Kikuchi, now freed from its bindings, as it clutched its legs and wept inconsolably. It reminisced about the days when it had reigned supreme in a corner of the airspace, a figure of unparalleled authority, and how it had roamed freely within Granny Cat's territory, plundering spoils with no one to oppose it. Yet today, it had nearly lost its identity as little Kikuchi, and the overwhelming shock had shattered its composure entirely. Originally, Kikuchi was not a creature of complex thoughts. In human terms, it was merely a slightly larger, endearing child. Lord Jiang Feng has truly gone a bit too far today, someone remarked. Indeed, I have never witnessed the once mighty ruler of the airspace weep so sorrowfully, resembling a bullied little wife. Observing Kikuchi's profound distress, the other feline ninjas began to whisper among themselves. Jiang Feng felt a slight prickling on his scalp as he sensed the whispers and pointed fingers of the surrounding onlookers. All right, you needn't cry. I was merely jesting with you. Unable to endure the peculiar gazes of those around him, Jiang Feng approached Jiuchu in an attempt to console it. Move aside, you rascal. You nearly took my life, and yet you stand here making light of the situation. Is this truly a matter for jest? Jiuchu's tears mingled with its snot, recalling how the sword had been scarcely 10 centimeters from itself. Had it not been for the intervention of the old cat lady, it might have met a dire fate. I apologize. Allow me to treat you to some fish, Jiang Feng said, producing a 1-2-meter-long mackerel from the great scroll and offering it to Jiuchu. I usually indulge in charcoal-grilled mackerel and pan-seared devilfish. Do you take me for a feral cat, presenting me with frozen fare? Jiuchu turned its head away, exhibiting its haughty demeanor, yet the tears and snot ceased to flow. Even from several meters away, the delectable aroma of the fish was tantalizing, making its mouth water. However, it was telling a fib. It had never actually tasted these delicacies, being merely a cat without even subordinates to serve it, while it had once yearned for cooked fish. Each attempt had resulted in charred remains, ultimately ending in disappointment. Jiang Feng scratched his head, contemplating the fact that mackerel, when pulled from the depths of the ocean, suffer from internal swelling and are unable to survive. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Jiuchi was a formidable presence in his own right, and having a discerning palate seemed reasonable. It was a touch impolite, so allow me to prepare it properly. Please wait a moment. Subsequently, Jiang Feng retrieved his culinary tools and, employing the shadow clone technique taught by his grandfather, created 2 duplicates of himself. The first Jiang Feng utilized earth release to form a platform, then wielded a chakra-infused surgical knife to swiftly slice open the mackerel's belly, extracting its gills and entrails with ease. The second Jiang Feng used a water wave technique to cleanse the bloodstains, expertly dismembering the fish and dividing its flesh into several even portions. The third Jiang Feng, wielding a gleaming sword infused with chakra, executed a series of swift cuts, transforming the mackerel flesh into translucent slices. The three Jiang Fengs worked in seamless harmony, each movement flowing like water. Jiuqi watched in awe as Jiang Feng prepared the meal with such flair, employing fire release to stoke the flames and sword techniques to slice the fish. Another clone was crafting blue dumplings, which were placed alongside the fish, the flesh gradually transforming from solid to paste. No wonder I struggle with cooking. It is indeed a complex endeavor. Jiuqi, today you are in for a treat. That mackerel is a rare delicacy, proclaimed Cat Granny as she leapt onto Jiuqi's shoulder. Although Jiuqi expressed disdain, she did not shake the cat off, despite her embarrassing defeat. Her words still held weight. Who knows, perhaps this fellow might ruin a perfectly good fish. The proud Jiuqi huffed and turned away, clearly expressing her discontent. Yet the enticing aroma wafting through the air caused her tail to sway involuntarily. Observing Jiuqi's reaction, Cat Granny smiled knowingly, choosing not to comment. Chapter 28. Another cat acquired in less than 20 minutes. A variety of mackerel dishes lay before Jiang Feng on his earthen platform. Come, dear kitten, and sample my culinary skills. Jiang Feng gently patted the still-dazed Jiuqiu. It was only now that Jiuqiu had regained his senses. Having swallowed repeatedly from the beginning to the end, unable to believe that this feast was prepared for him, accustomed to the long-standing practice of consuming raw fish. Had it not been for the occasional treats offered by that white cat next door, he might have forgotten the taste of cooked food entirely. For me? Jiuqiu hesitantly pointed at himself. Jiang Feng initially believed that the other party doubted his culinary skills and hurried to clarify. You may question my taste, but you cannot doubt my culinary prowess. Indeed. If you, Kichiku, choose not to partake, I shall begin without you. Unbeknownst to them, Grandma Cat had already scampered over to a plate of fragrant seared mackerel noodles and licked her lips. How can you eat after apologizing to me? How infuriating. You mustn't eat. Upon witnessing Grandma Cat seize her chopsticks and deftly lift a succulent piece of fish to her mouth, Kichiku, in a fit of desperation, lunged forward to snatch the food away. Little cat, that is spicy mackerel. It is quite fiery. Kichiku raised the plate and hastily devoured the entire dish, then turned to Jiang Feng with a look of bewilderment. As Jiang Feng observed the large feline, he shrugged, signaling for it to continue. It became apparent that size had its advantages when it came to dining. Dishes such as fishball soup, braised mackerel, charcoal-grilled mackerel, and mackerel fish cakes were devoured by Jikuchi in a relentless manner, with no pause for breath. After finishing an entire table of delicacies, Jikuchi sat contentedly on the floor, patting its belly. How infuriating it was that humans could cook so exquisitely. Why had it never tasted this mackerel before? It had always thought that charcoal-grilled sari was the epitome of feline cuisine, only to discover there existed such delectable fish. The taste was infinitely superior to the so-called oppa that the dark purple feline had once treated it to, while that fish had a delightful chewy texture when cooked. It was overly greasy, leaving little meat to savor. At that moment, if only there were a bottle of wood Angelica wine, life as a cat would be utterly fulfilling. Here, Jikuchi mused, I know you have a habit of indulging in a post-meal drink. I could see your reaction when I offered wine to the other felines. You must be quite the connoisseur as well. With a smile, Jiang Feng handed a bottle of vibrant, multicolored liquor to Jiuqiu. What a garish drink. At first glance, it was unmistakably Maoshenliao wine. He intended to mock Jiang Feng for the flamboyant choice, but upon uncorking the bottle, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of Maoshenliao and couldn't resist downing it in one go. After tasting it, the once languid Jiuqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. This wine surpassed the Maoshenliao spirits he had previously acquired by leaps and bounds. Delicious indeed, but alas, it's gone. Jiuqiu belched, fixating his gaze on the empty bottle. His tongue too large to reach inside, anxiously sucking at the neck of the bottle while his paws flailed in a comical frenzy. It appeared this fellow was not particularly adept at handling his liquor. Meanwhile, the leisurely cat Granny sipped her warm tea, shaking her head at Jiuqiu's drunken antics, feeling that this cat had truly embarrassed itself. Yet, if it enjoyed the drink, that was all that mattered. Jiang Feng chuckled, explaining that wood heaven vine has stimulating and hallucinogenic effects on felines. Despite its imposing 4-meter stature, even a 10-meter giant cat, after indulging in 2 liters of wood heaven vine liquor, would slur incoherently. He had imagined that this cat would sip delicately from a small cup like others. Yet to his astonishment, This creature was a true glutton, downing the entire contents in one gulp. This concoction was his special brew, potent and intoxicating. And it seemed the cat was now spiraling into a drunken frenzy. Alas, it lamented, having finally tasted liquor, why had it vanished? Meow, meow, meow. Kachiki, swaying unsteadily, attempted to rise but soon collapsed, his limbs rendered powerless as the world around him blurred. After a long absence from wood heaven vine liquor, he found himself exhilarated, albeit with scant supply. As he glanced down, he beheld a row of jiangfongs, excitement bubbling within him like an 800-kilogram feline bounding joyfully forward. One jiangfong equated to one bottle of liquor, hence a row of jiangfongs represented an entire line of drinks. Kachiki believed his intellect was truly exceptional. Liquor. I yearn for liquor. The inebriated Kachiki embraced Jiangfong, rubbing his large head against him. Do not drink anymore. If you do, you shall be truly intoxicated. And I have no liquor left on me. Jiangfong could only feel the cat's fur scratching at him, and despite his considerable strength, he found himself unable to easily extricate himself. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I want to drink. You lured the wine spirit here. As he spoke, tears began to well up in Jukia's eyes once more. You are a cat, not a dog. Don't hold on so tightly. Your tongue is barbs. So don't lick indiscriminately. My face really hurts. Jiangfong never anticipated that the very same formidable feline, who had been trembling on the verge of death mere moments ago, would now, in its drunken stupor, cling to him with unyielding desperation. Observing this spectacle with amusement, the elderly cat caretaker mischievously produced a camera to capture the absurd scene. Once the farce concluded and Jiangfong finally returned home, he performed a hasty ablution before dragging his exhausted frame into his chamber. Upon glimpsing his familiar bed, he collapsed upon it without even bothering to cover himself with the quilt, succumbing instantly to slumber. Ah! A piercing shriek abruptly roused Jiangfong from his dreams. The voice unmistakably belonged to Nanomaya. Jiangfong promptly rose, flung open the window, and leapt down. He observed Yenoyu seemingly startled, sitting on the ground. Are you all right, Yenoyu? Jiangfong helped Yenoyu to her feet, gently removing the weeds entangled in her hair. Oni-chan, I apologize for disturbing your rest, Yenoyu said, shaking her head and simply gesturing toward the courtyard. Jiangfong followed the direction indicated by Yano's finger and gazed into his yard, only to discover that a large cat had mysteriously appeared there. Moreover, the cat bore an oddly familiar visage. Jiangfong rubbed his eyes and slapped his face with both hands to awaken himself. Upon closer inspection, he realized, to his astonishment, that this was none other than Jiuqi, who had been intoxicated the previous night. How on earth had this fellow ended up sleeping in his own courtyard? Jiangfong strained to recall, as if last night this fellow had drunkenly embraced him, licking him with its tongue. The alcohol-laden saliva rendered the young Jiangfong incapable of resistance, and in a state of inebriated haze, he brought the cat home. How did the old cat lady react upon seeing me return with this foolish creature? Jiangfong tapped his head, realizing why he awoke with a throbbing headache reminiscent of intoxication. Oni-chan, do you happen to know this cat? Yenoyu, upon hearing Jiangfeng's murmurs, gazed at him with a puzzled expression. Well, it might be one I brought back, ha ha ha. Jiangfeng chuckled awkwardly, feeling a tinge of guilt. You're disturbing the peace. Can't you allow the cat to rest? Kikuchi seemed to be awakened by their conversation, erupting with a loud roar indicative of his morning grouchiness. This startled Yena, who instinctively hid behind Jiangfeng. Hey, you big oaf of a cat, you frightened my sister. After Jiangfeng calmed Yenoyu, a surge of lightning enveloped his right hand, and he delivered a punch to Kikuchi's head. The sheer annoyance brought on by this foolish individual had been unbearable. His incessant shouting early in the morning had made Jiangfeng's head throb and his stomach churn. What on earth is this place? How did you manage to drag me here? Kikuchi exclaimed, clutching his swollen head, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings and architecture. I merely indulged in some drinks, and now my territory has transformed. It must be this human who has abducted me. Isn't it you who, in a drunken stupor, insisted on clinging to me for more alcohol? And then, upon reaching the doorstep, you simply fell asleep. Jiangfeng, exasperated by Kikuchi's foolishness, struck him once more on the head. Observing the two symmetrical bumps on Kikuchi's skull, his irritation eased somewhat. Chapter 29. Complaints about the third Hokage exploiting child labor in the courtyard. A large cat was stuffing itself with various morsels. Yenoyu squatted on the ground, her chin resting on her hands, watching Kikuchi devour his food with great interest. Inazuka Tadaru, upon witnessing this scene at home, felt a headache coming on. He had initially planned to visit the tavern to restock supplies, but upon hearing the roar of a wild beast in his vicinity, he hurriedly returned home. Upon entering, he found his son had effortlessly dispatched a beast that even he would require considerable effort to defeat. With a resigned expression, he covered his face in disbelief. He had forgotten that his son's abilities could no longer be gauged by age alone. The loud and vigorous training sessions conducted each night in the mountains were indeed alarming. However, Jiang Feng's tendency to bring home ferocious creatures was becoming a concern. Should one of them cause harm, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, Inuzuka Tadaru resolved to be more cautious. The next time he ventured out, he would undoubtedly take Yanoyu along, lest this troublesome boy embark on further peculiar and perilous escapades. "Dad, why are you back?" Jiang Feng gazed at the man who approached him with a look of confusion. Pondering why his parents had not yet departed for the tavern to settle their accounts and procure goods at this hour. With such a commotion at home, how could he possibly refrain from returning to check? What if one day the house were to be demolished, and he remained utterly oblivious? Shiranui Daoguang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng. Although the presence of a prodigiously gifted son brought him joy, he could not overlook the boy's penchant for mischief. Whether it was berating the elders, Mizuhu Manin and Tatsuya Komatsu, or collaborating with the Hokage to research new ninjutsu, the lad was perpetually embroiled in antics. Rumor had it that 6 months prior, the two had been developing a technique involving a telescope, the precise utility of which remained a mystery. And it seemed they were still in the process of refinement. Given this troublesome youth's propensity for creating earth-shattering ninjutsu, it was likely that the technique was exceedingly perilous. A headache ensued. It was indeed a dilemma. Rather than mastering the family's assassination and projectile techniques, he opted for increasingly formidable elemental escape arts. One could only wonder whether to feel grateful for having a genius son or lament the potential loss of ancestral secret techniques. Just a minor issue. A minor issue, this little rascal would surely stir up chaos. Jiang Feng chuckled as he patted Juchiba's hind leg, but the gluttonous Juchiba paid him no heed, twisting its body to shake off Jiang Feng's hand. Yanoyu had never encountered such a large cat, and was momentarily captivated, only to realize that his adoptive father had arrived. Embarrassed, he hurried over and tugged at Noerudaiko's sleeve, calling out, "Dad, let us set aside idle chatter. How shall we deal with the shinobi beast?" Noerudaiko ruffled Yanoyu's hair, wishing that his son could be as well-behaved as his daughter, who frequently brought home shinobi beasts and children. Not long ago, if it weren't for the Senju family taking in that girl from the Uzumaki clan, he would have likely ended up with another daughter. How dare mere humans decide the fate of Lord Juchiba? Humph. Juchiba finished the last morsel of food and disdainfully regarded Noerudaiko. "Such spirit, I find it quite appealing," Noerudaiko mused, stroking his chin with interest. "TCH. If it weren't for the fact that your son has been offering me food, I would have slapped you long ago." Juchiba, with one paw, patted its comfortably full belly while contentedly licking its somewhat tangled fur. Suddenly, a dozen kunai were embedded around Juchiba, with one nearly grazing its tail. Juchiba gulped nervously, cold sweat trickling down, too frightened to move. "Oh, it has been a while since I last fought, and I feel a bit rusty." "It's all that swaying tail's fault. It almost got pierced." Noerudaiko smiled amiably, revealing an innocuous expression. "Just a reminder, my father, although currently a merchant of liquor, possesses genuine elite shinobi prowess. He was once a bodyguard to the third Hokage." With a mischievous grin, Jiang Feng hinted to Juching, who wiped the sweat from his brow. "Hello, uncle. I am Juching. I just signed a spirit contract with your child last night. I apologize for any disturbances today, and I appreciate your kind consideration." Juching smiled ingratiatingly, his nervous hands fidgeting. "Ah, splendid. A polite child indeed. Make yourself at home while you are here. Treat it as your own house," Natsushiro Arakawa remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Juching's demeanor, gently patting his head. Yes, Juching nodded, internally lamenting the peculiar nature of this household. It was evidently a family of brewers. Yet they possessed formidable combat skills. He had barely caught a glimpse of the throwing techniques employed earlier, which had left him quite astonished. So, it turns out they are contracted ninja beasts, rather endearing indeed. "If we can coexist harmoniously, I shall not intrude further," Natsushiro Arakawa commented with a knowing smile, waving his hand to gather the thousands of shurikens that had been deployed. On closer inspection, one could discern that each shuriken was connected by a slender thread of chakra glowing with a cerulean light. "All right, uncle. Please take care." Juching cheerfully waved his paw. And once Natsushiro Arakawa had distanced himself, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Father is so impressive," Yanoyu remarked, gazing at his father's adept handling of the hidden weapons with admiration shining brightly in his eyes. Jiang Feng cannot deny that his father's assassination techniques and swordsmanship are indeed formidable, and his own swordsmanship has been imparted to him by his father since childhood. However, on another note, when did you, this great feline cub, learn to deceive? I certainly do not recall a time when you became my spirit beast. Jiang Feng affectionately tousled the large head of Ju Qi, playfully ruffling it. Humph, this lord would never stoop to lying. Ju Qi, with a touch of arrogance, turned his head away. Jiang Feng, lost in thought, retrieved the summoning scroll of the Cat clan and discovered that the name Kikuchi had indeed been inscribed upon it. It seemed likely that this had occurred during its drunken revelry the previous night. Who would have thought that this fellow would uphold his word? The scene at Jiang Feng's home was captured by a crystal orb that flickered in and out of visibility. Has this rascal stirred up such a commotion so early in the morning again? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a chuckle as he severed the connection to the orb. The loud roar that echoed from the Nara clan this morning had drawn the attention of the patrolling Umbu, and upon investigation, he discovered that it was indeed his rebellious disciple at the center of the chaos. Hiruzen, since this troublemaker has returned, why not send him to the land of waterfalls? It seems there are some disturbances brewing there, suggested the composed Shinichi Koharu, who had also witnessed the events through the crystal orb. Koharu, that might not be advisable. Hiruzen hesitated, glancing at his dignified friend. He couldn't shake the feeling that she harbored resentment towards Jiang Feng for having called her a washboard behind her back. Hiruzen. This little brat is now a nin, and his strength should not be underestimated. Gathering intelligence is merely a trivial task for him, is it not? Koharu stated matter-of-factly, her arms crossed, as she recalled Jiang Feng's lament of being a pathetic washboard that could only see his thighs when looking down, igniting a simmering anger within her. Very well then, Sumo, keep a close watch, Hiruzen conceded, recalling that Jiang Feng possessed the mighty summoning beast, the 10,000 snakes, which could ensure his survival. It seemed prudent to send him out for some experience. Yes, sir. A masked Umbu clad in white emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had just returned to the empty district after escorting Kikuchi and was regaling his sister with tales of his glorious exploits from the previous night when an Umbu approached him, delivering a mission scroll before vanishing. That detestable third Hokage, he taking advantage of me alone. I shall file a complaint against his exploitation of child labor. Jiang Feng glanced at the mission scroll, and in a fit of frustration, he tossed it to the ground and stomped on it twice. Chapter 30, Might Die. The Noera family, originally a small ninja clan of Konoha, excelled in assassination, intelligence gathering, and the art of throwing ninja tools. The clan comprised no more than 200 members. With only the clan leader, Noera Daigwang, reaching the rank of Jonin, the remaining clan members were either Chunin or Genin. However, when Jiang Feng was merely 4 years old, he whimsically brewed a vat of distilled liquor, astonishing his father, who was still enjoying a low-alcohol sake. As Jiang Feng's brewing skills continued to flourish, demand surged after Noera Daigwang attempted to sell the concoction, leading the Noera clan to gradually transition from ninjas to purveyors of fine spirits, thus expanding their ranks. 3 years ago, Noera Daigwang, previously engaged in the role of a Hokage bodyguard, submitted his resignation to run a tavern with his wife. Only a handful of Noera clan members remained intrigued by the ninja profession, seeking the thrill of life and death experiences. In just 6 short years, the Noera family transformed from a minor ninja clan into a wealthy lineage, rivaling the esteemed Inuzuka and Aburame families. Yet, this affluent family now found itself begrudgingly preparing to undertake another mission beyond the village. Cursed old man, why must he continually send me out of the land of fire? This time, it's even worse, dispatching me to the land of waterfalls, to the hidden village of Takigakure, a veritable isolation. One must ponder, what sort of place is Takigakure? Surrounded by waterfalls, its only allure is the hero's water, which, when consumed, can amplify one's chakra tenfold. Yet, this holds no appeal for Jiang Feng, whose chakra reserves were already ludicrously ample. Moreover, the hero's water is known to consume the life of its drinker, rendering it rather useless. The sole aspect that piqued his interest was the seven-tails Jinchuriki, Fu, who possessed a rather appealing appearance with her sun-kissed skin. Unfortunately, during this period, he was but a mere tadpole, and while he held a modicum of interest in the seven-tails, he knew he could not defeat her. Otherwise, capturing her to serve as a steed would certainly be quite impressive. Alas, as Jiang Feng lost himself in thought, he was suddenly tripped. Apologies. As Jiang Feng heard a sound and looked up, He was surprised to see a man in a green bodysuit walking on his hands. The man quickly stood upright and bowed in apology. "You are Might Guy?" Jiang Feng inquired, observing the figure clad in a tight suit with a bowl-shaped haircut. Thick eyebrows and large eyes, notably accentuated by a distinctive straight-line mustache. The young man appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, leaving Jiang Feng somewhat perplexed. "Oh, Nara Jiang Feng, you actually know my name," Might Guy exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down his face upon realizing that the disciple of the third Hokage remembered him. It is worth noting that his ninjutsu was lacking. His genjutsu was non-existent, and his chakra reserves were quite meager. He had endured countless disdainful glances from both strangers and acquaintances alike. Even his attempts to form a team for missions had been met with rejection, leaving him without any companions. "Indeed. I have seen your portrait and know you to be an exceptional taijutsu ninja in the village, capable of completing over 100 laps around Konoha without relying on chakra." Jiang Feng chuckled as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Oh, this is youth. I am ablaze with passion." Suddenly, Might Guy ignited with enthusiasm, performing push-ups in place with exuberance. Jiang Feng gazed at the eccentric Might Guy, at a loss for words. Years later, the once formidable member of the 7 ninja swordsmen had become the embodiment of a whimsical spirit. Indeed, the Might family exhibited a rather peculiar disposition. However, Jiang Feng held a deep admiration for Might Guy. Without any guidance, and as an orphan lacking the means to procure medical supplies to fortify his body, he had managed to master the formidable yet lethal forbidden technique known as the 8 Gates. The hardships he endured, one can only surmise, were known solely to Might Guy himself. "Senior Guy, may I inquire if you have commenced your training in the 8 Gates? The 8 Gates technique has existed since the Warring States period. Although it can unleash inhuman power, its stringent physical demands and formidable side effects deter many from pursuing it." Thus, Hiruzen Sarutobi appreciated Might Guy's character and his unwavering dedication to becoming a ninja, which led him to select this forbidden technique from the scrolls for Guy's training. "I am currently only barely able to open the 4th gate, but despite my slow progress, I shall continue to strive." "You shall never concede." Might Guy's fervent enthusiasm genuinely startled Jiang Feng. "Goodness, must you be so boisterous while speaking? You nearly gave me a fright." Nonetheless, it must be said that Might Guy possesses an admirable disposition. He intentionally interprets the mockery of others as encouragement. Were it anyone else, they might have succumbed to despair by now. His resilience is commendable, as he bears no grudges against those who ridicule him. "The 4th gate, you say? Senior Guy, would you be interested in teaming up with me for a mission?" Jiang Feng estimated that being able to unlock 4 gates would certainly place him at the level of a CH Nin, if not approaching that of a J Nin. If he were to bring Might Guy along, wouldn't he that allow him to slack off? What B-rank missions, what task evaluations, forget them all. Even the Hokage cannot prevent me from taking it easy. Why should I, without any teammates, be compelled to accept a mere 700,000 Ryo in compensation? Like some exploited child laborer under the Hokage's watch? I, Jiang Feng, shall protest to the very end. Wait, really? You truly wish to form a team with me? Might Guy grasped Jiang Feng's hand. Overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down his face. The surprise clouded his mind. He never expected that despite being mockingly referred to as a perpetual genin, someone would still want to team up with him. Recently, it had been quite a challenge to find even a small pet task in the mission board, and his supplies were running low. He had thought he would have to endure hunger for the latter half of the month, but unexpectedly, Jiang Feng, this disciple of the Hokage, sought him out for a partnership. Such news filled him with immense joy. Yes, indeed, Jiang Feng observed as Might Guy's mucus nearly dripped onto his hand, prompting him to swiftly retract it. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to register. As Jiang Feng was being whisked away by Might Guy like a gust of wind toward the mission registration hall, the swirling dust raised by their hurried passage left passers-by coughing in distress. Inside the mission hall, the receptionist ninja swiftly processed the paperwork for their departure from the village. In stark contrast to his earlier excitement, Might Guy now appeared dazed and petrified, stumbling out of the reception area alongside Jiang Feng. He had anticipated that at Jiang Feng's age, the tasks assigned would likely be of a C-rank nature, such as defeating ninja beasts or serving as a bodyguard for merchants. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to discover that Jiang Feng had been assigned a B-rank mission. B-rank missions often entail encounters with enemy ninjas. Raising doubts in Might Guy's mind about his own capabilities, could he truly rise to the occasion without hindering Jiang Feng? Furthermore, as the receptionist ninja respectfully processed Jiang Feng's paperwork, It became evident that no era Jiangfeng was already a nin at the tender age of 10. Was this truly the mark of an exceptional prodigy? Oh, Guy-senpai. It seems you must regain your composure. Jiangfeng gently patted Matei's shoulder, yet Matei suddenly snapped back to reality. Jiangfeng, am I truly capable of undertaking this task? At that moment, Matei had lost the vitality he once possessed, standing there dejected and dispirited. Jiangfeng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration upon witnessing Mai die in such a state. What had become of that previous aura of confidence? Could it truly be so effortless to renounce oneself? Is your youth destined to conclude in such a simplistic manner? Bakayaru. Jiangfeng delivered a powerful punch to Might Guy's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Might Guy, clutching his injured face, gazed up at Jiangfeng in disbelief. Youth without regrets. Remember this, you scoundrel. Is this the extent of your youth? Jiangfeng grasped Might Guy's collar and shook him repeatedly. My youth is everlasting. My youth is without regret. After being released by Jiangfeng, Might Guy exclaimed fervently, causing the surrounding ninjas, who were accepting assignments, to halt in their tracks. What are we waiting for? Let us not linger any longer. Jiangfeng turned his back and walked towards the village outskirts, a faint smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Yes. Maidai paused momentarily before responding loudly and rushing forward. Chapter 31. The Potential of Maidai Youth, huh? This lad. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the reports from the Umbu, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Among his 4 disciples, only Jiraiya and Jiangfeng caused him concern, one for the fear of straying down a misguided path, and the other due to his extraordinary talent. Worrying that he might fall victim to treachery in these tumultuous times, Jiraiya consistently lagged behind the others, his impulsive nature often leading him to anxiety as he grappled with the widening chasm of strength between himself and his companions. As for Jiangfeng, Sarutobi found it difficult to assess. He often engaged in foolish antics, yet his innate talent was remarkable, and he exhibited a maturity in high-stakes situations that far surpassed his peers. Initially, he had worried that Jiangfeng would respond to the talent-deficient, impassioned ninja with mockery like everyone else. That little brat, I never expected him to utter such shocking words. Could this be your ninja way? Youth without regrets? It seems we are in an era of the young, Sarutobi mused, thoughtfully puffing on his cigarette. Meanwhile, as Jiangfeng continued on his journey, a shiver ran down his spine. An unsettling premonition washed over him, as if he were being watched. He quickly scanned his surroundings, yet even with his chakra sensing, he found no signs of ninja chakra nearby. Was it merely an illusion? Jiangfeng gazed around with bewilderment. Why have we stopped? Is there an ambush? Might Dai observed Jiangfeng's sudden halt with puzzlement, noticing the deep furrow between his brows, and instinctively heightened his vigilance. Nothing. Perhaps it was just my imagination. Jiangfeng shook his head lightly. Then let us press onward. Lingering here would only allow our precious youth to slip silently away. Might Dai flashed Jiangfeng a radiant thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth shining peculiarly in the light. Indeed, Jiangfeng conceded. Jiangfeng nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the value of his time, unwilling to squander it on such a tedious task. The land of water lay to the northwest of the land of fire. If they were to hasten their pace, they could reach it in 5 days. Then, Senior Dai, why don't we engage in a friendly competition? The monotony of merely traveling can be rather dull. Let us inject some amusement into our journey. Let us partake in a spirited contest, a celebration of youthful vigor. Might Dai's gaze sharpened with determination as Jiangfeng seized a stone and tossed it high into the air. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the ground. In an instant, the 2 figures surged forward with astonishing speed, their physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary beings. The surrounding scenery whirled past them like a fleeting shadow, and the birds in the forest, startled, took to the skies in a flurry. As the birds prepared to take flight, they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 2 figures darting by. The force of their sprint sent gusts of wind that destabilized the birds, nearly causing them to tumble from the trees. A tempest swept through the forest, mingling sand, stones, and feathers, with a few unfortunate creatures caught in the chaos, unable to rise after plummeting to the ground. Might Dai had initially presumed that Jiangfeng was employing chakra to enhance his physical abilities as he kept pace with him. However, the commotion behind him revealed that Jiangfeng was relying solely on raw physical strength. The formidable Inazuma Jiangfeng, was his body technique truly so fearsome? It was no wonder he had achieved the rank of Chunin at the tender age of 10. Yet, my youth shall not be so easily surpassed. With this thought, Might Dai ceased to hold back. He planted a foot firmly on the ground, channeling his energy, causing the earth to crack beneath him as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. As Jiang Feng observed Might Dai steadily increasing the distance between them, his eyes narrowed, and he exerted himself even more to keep pace. Unbeknownst to them, 2 kilometers behind, a silver-haired Umbu ninja, none other than Kakashi Hatake dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, was already drenched in sweat. Was pure stamina truly this terrifying? He had initially harbored confidence in his own endurance and had playfully engaged in an unspoken race with them. However, within half a minute, the two had left him far behind. His greatest surprise lay with the unassuming Might Dai. He had not anticipated that such an unremarkable lower ninja, struggling to gather chakra, could unleash such formidable strength. Remembering the mission assigned by the Hokage, Kakashi set aside his playful spirit, aware that the ninja world was in turmoil and vigilance was necessary. With chakra enhancing his physical prowess, he moved like a swift swallow, stealthily catching up once more. After several hours of relentless pursuit, both Might Dai and Jiang Feng began to slow their pace, sweat cascading down their brows, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. I concede. Jiang Feng gradually came to a halt, feeling the depletion of his strength as his body temperature soared to nearly 39 degrees Celsius. Dizziness enveloped him, and each breath ignited a sharp pain in his lungs. Initially persevering, Might Dai paused upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice. Wow, Jiang Feng, you truly are remarkable. I never anticipated your stamina to be so exceptional. Although Might Dai was also nearing exhaustion, he had repeatedly pushed his limits throughout his life, which made him less affected by the exhaustion compared to Jiang Feng. You're still superior, Senior Dai, Jiang Feng remarked, to which Dai merely smiled faintly. Such extraordinary stamina must have been accompanied by an equal measure of hard work. At that moment, a fierce determination ignited within him. If such a prodigy was striving, how could he concede defeat? After this mission, Might Dai resolved to double his training regimen, increasing his daily laps around the village from 100 to 200, and his handstands on the training ground from 200 to 400. Observing Might Dai's almost unsteady yet resolute demeanor, Jiang Feng was thoroughly impressed, who claimed that Might Dai's talent paled in comparison to Might Dai's. Come forth. I shall set you straight. Struggling against a seemingly invincible Might Dai, it was no wonder this individual could vanquish the 7 ninja swordsmen without techniques, weapons, or summoning beasts, leaving a lasting shadow over Pai Pa Shizang's life. Might Dai had pioneered the 8 gates, while Might Dai had developed the 8 gates techniques. However, if both were to start from the same line, Jiang Feng firmly believed that Might Dai would surpass Might Dai. Yet, the father and son duo seemed indifferent to the need for a definitive victor. Senior Dai, let's continue. Finally, Jiang Feng handed Might Dai a ceramic vial. Puzzled, Might Dai opened it at Jiang Feng's prompting, revealing several dark brown spheres. These are military rations, used to restore chakra and stamina. But one must not consume more than 3 in a day due to their potent effects and significant side effects. Might Dai glanced at the vial and estimated there were about 7 or 8 inside. Jiang Feng then produced another vial, consuming a military ration and noticeably easing his breath. Such a precious item. You should keep it for yourself. I just need a moment to rest. Military rations are nearly indispensable for ninjas, yet they are costly. Might Dai had heard that a bottle could cost over 2,000, enough to provide for 2 weeks' worth of rice. Senior Dai, why would military rations be considered precious? I regard you as a friend. Do you not see me as one as well? Perhaps I am merely being overly sentimental. Jiang Feng feigned a melancholic sigh. Yet he did not dwell on it for long. The price of soldiers' food pills lingered around 1 or 2,000, which was hardly a precious commodity. Common ninjas typically earned tens of thousands by undertaking C-rank missions. He merely forgot that Might Dai was but a genin, and without a J-nin or CH-nin to lead, a genin could not accept missions. No, I am truly delighted that you consider me a friend. I shall consume this right away. With a solemn demeanor, Might Dai extracted a soldier's food pill and crushed it between his teeth. As the medicinal effects gradually permeated through every part of his body, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. Senior Dai, I must inform you that excessive exercise without timely replenishment of nutrients and rest can lead to hidden injuries. If such injuries accumulate, they may curtail one's achievements in life. What? Might Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never contemplated such a notion. After his usual training sessions, he would merely pause for a brief rest before resuming his exercises. It was no wonder his physical coordination had significantly declined recently. He had assumed it was due to insufficient training, unbeknownst to him that it stemmed from hidden injuries. Senior Dai, please be mindful of this. Hidden injuries can be fatal for a ninja's career, especially considering the rigorous physical demands of the 8 gates formation, which amplifies one's own power exponentially upon activation. Jiang Feng felt a sense of anticipation. If Might Guy, unburdened by hidden injuries, were to cultivate the 8 gates, would it truly take him another 20 years to master the 8th gate? And if the legendary Uchiha Obito were to emerge from the shadows, could the likes of Might Guy and Might Guy truly contend with such a formidable adversary? In Chapter 32, S-Class Rogue Ninja, Kakuzu, after Jiang Feng's enlightening discourse, Might Guy managed a bittersweet smile. Here he was, merely an ordinary genin, struggling to find suitable D-rank missions. And how could he possibly nurture his own body under such circumstances? Seeing the sudden despondence of Might Guy, Jiang Feng realized the inappropriateness of his words. In truth, Senior Guy, your prowess is formidable, yet the constraints of the ninja ranks hinder you. If only those limitations could be transcended, handling a C-rank mission would pose no challenge for you. Alas, the system of missions operates in such a manner. I too sigh. Reflecting on my own struggles as a ninja, often facing hunger, I ponder how one can nurture their body under such conditions, without proper nourishment. How can one master the 8 gates of Duinjia? Layer upon layer of obstacles rendered the once fervent Might Guy suddenly silent. Observing the troubled Might Guy tugging at his hair, an idea sparked in Jiang Feng's mind. Senior Guy, would you consider a long-term employment? Jiang Feng suddenly recalled how his parents frequently lamented their overwhelming busyness due to their business. Might Guy, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, as you are aware, my family is engaged in the liquor industry, and my parents are perpetually occupied. Establishments often seek assistance from ninjas, correct? Might Guy nodded. Understanding that the Nara family is the largest supplier of alcohol in Konoha, with 70% of their brewed beverages distributed throughout the Land of Fire. Within Konoha, there exists a prominent tavern that regularly advertises for temporary staff. Hence, I pondered that rather than incessantly applying for tasks, it would be more prudent to secure a long-term position. Moreover, with your exceptional physical prowess, you could easily replace 6 individuals. The freshly graduated ninjas who frequently come by often complain of fatigue, and they occasionally spill drinks, lacking the reliability that you possess. Have you not observed how Might Guy consistently undertakes childcare missions, proving far more dependable than those youngsters? Can I truly manage it? Might Guy gulped nervously. The leisure tavern owned by the Nara family offers daily compensation that varies based on business performance, typically ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 ryo. He had previously considered accepting a task from this tavern, but he felt that a ninja team of 3 would be preferred over a solitary individual. If he were indeed able to join, securing nourishment would no longer be an issue, and he might even have extra funds to purchase medicinal herbs. It must be said that Might Guy was intrigued. I assure you, you can do it, Jiang Feng insisted. What a jest. Such a diligent worker. No, I mean, someone who is genuinely unafraid of hard work. Where else could one find such an employee? Thank you so much. Oh, I am invigorated, Might Guy exclaimed. Tears streaming down his face as he embraced Jiang Feng, his spirit ignited with fervor. This is exhilarating. Jiang Feng felt a subtle, yet intense warmth emanating from Might Guy, exclaiming his discomfort, while harboring a slight concern that Might Guy's nasal discharge might adhere to him. After a night of recuperation, the two set forth once more. This time, they refrained from any frivolity, for the fiery escapade of the previous day had already carried them to the northern borders of the Land of Fire. The borderlands, however, were far from tranquil. They faced daily disturbances from foreign ninjas. In summary, one must exercise restraint. As Jiang Feng and his companion slowed their pace, drawing ever closer to the land of waterfalls, the number of trees began to dwindle, giving way to an unbroken expanse of towering mountains. How shall we approach this mission? Jiang Feng inquired, observing from the valley the distant figures of ninjas adorned with the headbands of Takigakure, their expressions laced with confusion. Let us remain observant. There are no time constraints on this task, so we shall proceed at our leisure. In all honesty, Jiang Feng felt utterly adrift regarding the reconnaissance of Takigakure. Were it an assassination mission targeting a specific individual from the village, he would have charged in on the back of Manda without hesitation. Logically, a task that could potentially ignite conflict between 2 ninja villages ought to be classified as at least an A-rank mission. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would not have vociferously berated the 3rd Hokage upon receiving the assignment from the Umbu. What sense does it make to send a mere 10-year-old into a ninja village to gather intelligence? After years of camaraderie, Jiang Feng almost believed that the 3rd Hokage had come to deliver him to his doom. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Despite Jiang Feng's youth, this mission still fell predominantly under his purview. While Guy could endure rigorous training with determination, the mental exertion required for strategizing during missions truly challenged him. Around the waterfall, the vigilant ninjas of Takigakure stood alert, their watchful eyes scanning the surroundings. This display piqued Jiang Feng's interest. After all, the geographical positioning of Takigakure was unique. The tumultuous waterfall at the entrance made it perilous for outsiders to approach. Even during the First Great Ninja War, when conflict engulfed nearly all villages, Takigakure remained unscathed. Shielded by the waterfall in front and the sea behind, an impenetrable barrier for those seeking to pursue them. Yet, the current state of heightened alert compelled Jiang Feng to reflect deeply. He counted no fewer than 20 patrolling ninjas visible around the waterfall. Not to mention the number hidden within the waterfall itself or lurking in the shadows nearby. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, identifying 3 valuable assets within the Takigakure village. Firstly, there was the coveted treasure, the grievous curse of the secret gem, which had unfortunately been pilfered by the traitorous ninja. Secondly, the Seven Tails, Chomei, known for its tremendous presence when unleashed. However, the current tranquility suggested no connection to the tailed beast. Lastly, there existed the hero's water, which would periodically regenerate. Contemplating this, it seemed to Jiang Feng that the recent time frame coincided with the re-emergence of the hero's water. Yet, was it not sealed away? Why then? Did these unfortunate ninjas regard it with such importance? Did they perhaps intend to exploit the hero's water for their own nefarious purposes? While Jiang Feng was deep in thought, the inhabitants of Takigakure began to stir restlessly. Jiang Feng and Mai Taidai believed they had been discovered. Observing the increasing number of Takunin, which had now surpassed 40, both felt an overwhelming tension coursing through their bodies, constantly preparing for a retreat. Over there, a Takunin exclaimed, prompting Jiang Feng to nervously draw his Qi Feng sword. With such a formidable number opposing them, Jiang Feng was already contemplating an escape, indifferent to the completion of the mission, as he was not lacking in wealth at home. Suddenly, one Takunin was hurled backward, his body already severed beyond salvation. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was not alone. And judging by the trajectory, another group seemed to be concealed in the direction of the waterfall at 9 o'clock. For the moment, the 2 of them were safe. Hee. It's been a long time since I returned. I wonder if the villagers still remember my voice. As these words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a sleeveless vest, with a face masked and appearing as though stitched together by surgical threads. That forehead protector, that appearance, you are Kakuzu. The keen-eyed ninja from Takigakure recognized the individual, prompting all the Takigakure ninjas to draw their weapons. It's good to be back in Takigakure. Someone still remembers me. Not bad, not bad. Your head seems to have a bounty of 100,000. A bit low, but it will do. Even a fly's leg is meat. The other Takigakure ninja seemed about to say something when a multitude of black spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through him. Upon closer inspection, a shadow larger than a man emerged behind Kakuzu. As the shadow retracted its hand, the black spikes returned to him as if animated by life. Chapter 33, Battle Against Kakuzu. Everyone, attack together. A fellow Takigakure ninja exclaimed, his pupils dilating in alarm. At the sound of his urgent call, the others snapped back to reality. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. Water style, water fong bullet. The Takigakure ninjas frantically formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of scorching fireballs, invisible blades, and water vortexes towards Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu merely scoffed, not even attempting to evade as he was struck by their jutsu. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd discovered Kakuzu's form was battered and torn. We hit him. He is dead. A long-haired Takigakure ninja shouted excitedly, only to realize that Kakuzu's body had transformed into a puddle of water, and he felt himself plummeting, noticing that his own head was missing. Stay alert. Several Takigakure ninjas quickly distanced themselves, but unexpectedly, Kakuzu emerged from the ground, slamming his hands onto the earth. From the surgical openings on Kakuzu's arms and neck, a multitude of dark material surged forth, forming a colossal shadow that writhed erratically, then expanded, countless tendrils spreading outwards. Caught off guard, several Takigakure ninjas were pierced by the tendrils and discarded like refuse. Is this guy immortal? Might Guy, drenched in cold sweat, watched as the ninja named Kakuzu moved freely among the Takigakure ninjas, slaughtering them at will. On multiple occasions, the Takigakure ninjas clearly struck Kakuzu, causing blood to flow. Yet he seemed entirely unfazed, casually wiping his wounds as though brushing off water. Once, a Takigakure ninja even severed his leg. Yet Kakuzu merely picked up the severed limb and reattached it, the surgical threads writhing as they restored it to its original state. This was the despair of the Takigakure ninjas. As long as they did not destroy the 5 masks on Kakuzu's body, he would not perish. Jiang Feng squinted at the corner, feeling a stir within. The immortality technique was indeed grotesque. No matter how the enemy struck, one would remain unscathed. However, the thought of undergoing a human transformation for the purpose of cultivation, adorned with unsightly surgical lines, was far from appealing. Then there was Haiden, whose absurd immortality allowed him to regenerate as long as his body retained sustenance, even after being dismembered. Yet, the members of the Akatsuki were far from sane. Perhaps a visit to the Uzumaki clan would be more prudent, considering they revered 27 deities. The thoughts of the evil god and the god of death faded, leaving uncertainty about whether there were other entities within that could bestow immortality. After all, this world undeniably harbors divine beings, such as the god of death, who commands life and death, reminiscent of Yama and Haiden's beloved evil god. Jiang Feng speculated whether the Rashomon of Hashirama Senju was also a conduit to some divine presence, enabling it to manifest. How do you know that? Might Guy gazed at the distracted Jiang Feng, who quickly regained his focus, realizing he had allowed his thoughts to wander amidst the battlefield. As a disciple of the Hokage, one ought to possess reliable channels of information, shouldn't one? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, playfully feigning ignorance towards Might Guy, secretly lamenting that he could hardly admit to having watched Naruto. Might Guy nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that Kakuzu at this moment possessed 4 hearts, which indicated he had 4 lives. On the battlefield, Kakuzu had nearly dispatched the last of the Takigakure ninja. Subsequently, he grasped the last remaining Takigakure ninja, extracting his heart and inserting it into the exposed seam of his surgical stitches. Once he had secured the heart, a mask materialized on his back. TCH, a bunch of worthless trash without bounties, Kakuzu muttered, casting a disdainful glance at the numerous corpses of the Takigakure ninja scattered on the ground. In a fit of anger, he kicked the head of one fallen ninja, cursing as he plunged into the waterfall. Jiang Feng and Might Guy exhaled in relief. The pressure imposed by Kagu was indeed rather overwhelming. Jiang Feng, shall we continue our investigation? Might Guy inquired, swallowing hard, feeling uncertain about the existence of ninjas who resorted to such deceitful methods. Let us abandon this pursuit for now and return. Regardless of Kagu's intentions in the Hidden Mist village, it would be prudent to report back to our village first. Jiang Feng had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary mission would lead him to encounter such a grotesque and formidable elite jonin like Kakuzu. Faced with Kakuzu, he feared he possessed merely a 30% chance of escaping. Returning to the village? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain here. A shadow surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that left both Jiang Feng and Might Guy's hair standing on end. One instinctively retreated to evade, while the shadow struck the ground with such force that it created a crater. I wondered why I felt as though I was being watched the entire time. It turns out to be 2 mere brats from Konoha. Kakuzu twisted his neck, scrutinizing Jiang Feng and his companion, and remarked with irritation, another pair of nameless fools with no bounties? Is it possible that Konoha, like I, seeks the hero's water? What hero's water? The Takigakure? Might Guy reflexively inquired, quickly covering his mouth. Oh, you were unaware? Well, now you know. You might as well preserve your lives. Kakuzu spat forth a mass of hair that rapidly grew and lashed out towards Jiang Feng, while simultaneously, a masked shadow emerged from behind, its tendrils relentlessly advancing towards Might Guy. Why did you mention that? I certainly had no desire to know. Jiang Feng watched as the tentacles lunged towards him, evading them while unleashing a torrent of curses. What an unjust calamity. If you seek the waters of the hero, then pursue them. Have we ever hindered you? You've survived for so long. Surely your mind has been befuddled. Whoosh. As the relentless strands drew nearer, Jiang Feng unsheathed his Chi Feng sword and cleaved through them with a single stroke. Yet, the severed tendrils frantically regenerated, continuing to ensnare him. Jiang Feng, finding no way to evade, resolutely bit his finger. As he invoked his spiritual summoning technique, the formidable creatures of myriad serpents, the ape demon, and Jiu-Chi materialized. The approaching mass of serpents, with a swift flick of its tail, effortlessly halted the oncoming assault. Cursed little brat, I was in the midst of slumber. The myriad serpents fumed, casting an indignant glance at Jiang Feng perched upon its head. Simultaneously, the serpents regarded the other 2 summoned beings, recognizing that they too were no mere trifles. Inuzuka brat, I never imagined you would provoke this bounty hunter. In contrast to the serpents, the ape demon squinted intently at Kakuzu, while Jiu-Chi, overwhelmed, swallowed hard at the sight of the serpent's intimidating form. Old ape, we shall discuss this later. Be wary of that creature's black tendrils. Let us all attack together. If we have the chance to shatter all 5 of his masks, he shall be unable to resurrect. Annoying little brat. The myriad serpents retorted haughtily, yet its body dutifully charged towards Kakuzu. The ape demon refrained from further ado, transforming into the Rui Bang, which landed firmly in Jiang Feng's grasp, while Jiochi spread out, seeking an opportunity for guerrilla tactics. Such a massive chakra. Ha ha, boy. I shall claim your heart. Kakuzu cackled maniacally, forming hand seals, fire release, head hardening. From behind Kakuzu, a mask emerged, unleashing a scorching fire dragon from its maw. Kakuzu's head hardening technique was nearly double the size of the prior technique used by Takumi, as the terrifying flames surged towards Jiochi. However, Kakuzu's onslaught did not cease there. His body expanded, splitting into 2 large shadows, each adorned with a mask. Lightning release, false darkness. Wind release, pressure damage. The dreadful jutsu struck directly against the myriad serpents, which, to everyone's astonishment, let out a pained roar, crimson blood seeping between its scales. Yet, atop the serpent's head, Jiang Feng leaped into the air, raising the Rui Bang high as it elongated, descending with force. With a resounding crash, the ground split open, creating a fissure wide enough for a person to pass through. However, a chill ran down Jiang Feng's spine, prompting him to swiftly cross his arms in defense. Perish! Kakuzu shouted, delivering a tendril punch that sent Jiang Feng hurtling through the air. Jiang Feng felt a sweetness in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. As he faced the slowly advancing Kakuzu, his heart sank. This enemy was not merely formidable. Chapter 34. A move short of victory in the midst of seeking an opportunity. Kikuchi launched a surprise attack, inflicting a gaping wound the size of a bowl on Kakuzu's right chest. However, Kakuzu, endowed with the earth grudge fear, saw the surgical threads on his body writhing and extending, swiftly sealing the injury. At the same time, a shadow nearby retaliated by shooting several black tendrils, piercing Kikuchi's hind leg. Ugh, the rest is up to you. The severely injured Kikuchi transformed into white mist and retreated to the safe zone. Seizing the moment while Kakuzu's attention was diverted, Jiang Feng's Rui Bang suddenly elongated and sent Kakuzu flying. The wounded Wanshi displayed a fierce glint in its eyes, releasing a stream of venom that engulfed Kakuzu completely. As Kakuzu crashed to the ground, his body emitted white smoke, corroded and pockmarked by Wanshi's poison. His arms were nearly reduced to mere bone, a ghastly sight indeed. The mask on Kakuzu's back cracked open, quickly shattering into fragments. Perhaps this will suffice, Jiang Feng mused, observing the fallen Kakuzu. Yet, before he could revel in his brief triumph, a subtle rumble beneath his feet heralded an impending threat, prompting him to leap away. Bang! Countless black tendrils erupted from the ground. Although Jiang Feng managed to evade in time, the sheer number of tendrils made it impossible to avoid injury completely. Ouch! That hurts. You little brat. The seemingly lifeless Kakuzu twitched, performing a sudden kip-up, shaking his shoulders as the bones in his arms shattered. The black tendrils emerging from his chest swiftly severed the already lifeless arms of Takunin, affixing them to his own shoulders in a seamless and difficult maneuver. Watching Kakuzu effortlessly resolve his inability to form hand seals, Jiang Feng could not help but curse Kakuzu's ancestors for generations. It was precisely this outrageous ability to effortlessly swap limbs and his immortal nature that filled Jiang Feng with distaste. One or two of you dare to provoke me, Kakuzu. Kakuzu gritted his teeth in anger. He was capable of battling the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and yet, these mere children dared to flaunt their agility before him. As Kakuzu dodged, a heavy object crashed beside him, revealing to his astonishment that it was his own shadow clone. The blue-patterned mask on this shadow shattered into pieces, causing Kakuzu's heart to clench painfully, his breathing becoming rapid. Losing 2 hearts at once was a significant blow to him. Looking up, he saw a man enveloped in green flames standing before him. It was the individual he had dispatched his Earthgrudge Fear Shadow to pursue. Are you all right, Jiang Feng? Might Guy emanated an astonishing aura, causing Jiang Feng to squint against the intensity. I'm fine. This enemy is formidable. Let us confront him together. Jiang Feng understood that Might Guy's 8 gates could not be sustained for long. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary words and activated his chakra enhancement mode. At that moment, lightning coiled around Jiang Feng, and his aura instantaneously became perilous. To conserve chakra, both the Monkey King and the 10,000 snakes were retracted. With an abundance of combat experience, Kakuzu discerned that these two seemed to be employing some secret technique to forcibly augment their combat prowess. How intriguing. They have suddenly grown so powerful. However, I wonder how long this form can be maintained? Kakuzu smirked slyly as his limbs detached from his body, entwined with a multitude of black tendrils. The shadowy mask he had dispatched also retracted back to his form, preventing his adversaries from seizing the opportunity to destroy it. Advance. Senior Die. Under Jiangfeng's signal, the two dashed forward in perfect unison. Countless tentacles from Kakuzu surged toward them, yet Jiangfeng and Might Dai, empowered by their formidable enhancements, slithered through the gaps like eels, elusive and untouchable. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear tentacles failed to grasp even a shadow of their swift forms. As Jiangfeng wielded the Qifeng sword, he intermittently severed the advancing tentacles, while Might Gai's every punch and kick unleashed deafening sonic booms, rendering the tentacles nearly ineffective. Damn those little brats. Seeing two of them approach, Kakuzu hastily summoned his tentacles for defense. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and the tentacles shielding Kakuzu were swiftly severed. A green shadow darted through, and before he could brace himself, Kakuzu was struck head-on by Might Gai, sending him hurtling away. The sound of a shattered scapula echoed, clearly indicating a break, as Kakuzu spat blood upon crashing into the mountainside. Three tentacles materializing from his chest to form a monstrous entity. Turn into bounty for me. The three masks accumulated energy, then simultaneously unleashed a converging beam of light, creating an unstoppable energy cannon aimed at Jiangfeng and his companion. Just as they prepared to pursue, Jiangfeng and Might Gai faced the oncoming energy cannon. Might Gai crossed his arms and contracted his body, while Jiangfeng hastily donned his chakra armor, enveloped in golden lightning. With his right hand, he concentrated chakra and swung with force, creating a 3-meter-wide golden pillar of light. Boom! A violent explosion reduced the surrounding area to ruins, and amidst the thick smoke, the immense shockwave propelled Jiangfeng and Might Gai backward. They both coughed blood as their bodies began to heat up, their temperature rising, making it difficult to breathe, their respiratory rates quickening. The consequence of forcibly enhancing their power left them sprawled on the ground, unable to lift even a finger. With great difficulty, they opened their eyes, discovering that the waterfall had been split apart by the aftermath of their battle, revealing a gaping entrance to Longyin Village, from which the sounds of tumultuous footsteps could be faintly heard. Directly opposite them, Kakuzu was equally worse for wear. Both hands and one foot had been blasted away, leaving him in tatters, with uncontrolled black tentacles oozing from his wounds. Those wretched little brats dared to leave me, Kakuzu, in such a disgraceful state. Kakuzu could hardly fathom that, despite having slaughtered the upper echelons of Longyin Village in the past, he had never found himself in such a predicament. Without the protection of his Earth Grudge Fear, his insides would likely have spilled out, and with only 2 masks remaining, he swiftly utilized Earth Grudge Fear to replace his damaged organs on the spot. I detest this cheat. Jiangfeng gazed at Kaku, who approached with the intent to extract his heart. Desperate to rise, he found himself hindered by several fractured ribs. Each movement sent sharp pangs through his body, rendering him breathless. After exchanging his limbs and internal organs, Kaku raised his right hand, and dark tendrils surged swiftly towards Jiangfeng and his companion. Was this the end? Jiangfeng gritted his teeth, intending to utilize the remaining chakra within him to force himself to move. However, he soon realized that he could not even summon his chakra, leaving him helplessly watching as the tentacles of the Earth Grudge Fear approached. Suddenly, a flash of white light cut through the darkness, severing the black tendrils in two. Jiangfeng found himself facing a familiar figure, a man with silver hair from the Umbu. Shikamo-senpai? You did well, smiled Hatake Shikamo as he hoisted both Jiangfeng and the other person onto his shoulder and vanished in a blur of Shunshin. That man, Konoha's White Fang. The memory of a familiar face from an 8 million Ryo bounty notice urged Jiangfeng to chase after him, only to find his feet immobilized by a kunai. With only 2 hearts remaining, one belonging to a host of average strength and chakra, Jiangfeng's reflexes had diminished significantly. At this moment, he stood no chance against the restrained Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Shikamo. Meanwhile, from the waterfall's edge, the blue-haired deity, Ichikishima Haim, with her ears perked, flicked her tongue like a serpent, her gaze fixed on the rapidly moving Hatake Shikamo, who bore 2 individuals. Has he mastered another form of chakra transformation in such a short time? Fascinating. If only he were dead, I could feast. Ichikishima Haim retracted her tongue and giggled, playfully covering her mouth with her left hand. Now, little Ichikishima, don't act recklessly, or Grandma Whitesnake will be quite displeased. Tanshin Makoto gently patted her head, fully aware that the young Ichikishima delighted in toying with her prey while siphoning their chakra. If left unchecked, she would likely get carried away and ignore the consequences. drawing the ire of the White Snake Sage, something Tanshin Mikoto wished to avoid. Hey, hey, hey. Ichikishima Haim huffed, arms crossed behind her head, her cheeks puffed out. Despite being merely 100 years older, Tanshin Mikoto and Taki Tsukihime treated her like a child, which irked her. Ichikishima Haim felt she was shorter than her two elder sisters, often relegated to the status of a child, even though they had all lived for over 1,000 years. Why was she still so petite? As her frustration grew, she cast a disgruntled glare at Kakuzu, who was wreaking havoc a kilometer away in the village of Longin. Just then, Kakuzu, while replenishing his hearts, suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, realizing that Longin village harbored formidable genjutsu users. He bit his tongue to snap back to reality. Humph. Lowly insects. At that moment, Kakuzu was struck by a waterfall ninja while he was trying to install a heart, and in a fit of rage, he tore the attacker into 5 pieces using Earthcrutch Fear. Ha ha, how amusing. Ichikishima Haim laughed uncontrollably, floating in midair, clutching her stomach. Oh dear. Tanshin Mikoto sighed, watching the antics of Ichikishima Haim with a bemused expression, though she did not intervene in their task. Instead, witnessing the chaotic chakra emanating from Kakuzu made her feel slightly nauseated. While taking an enemy's heart would increase Kakuzu's chakra, to Tanshin Mikoto, he resembled a steak seasoned with cumin, initially appetizing, yet now smothered in ice cream and chili powder, ready to be tossed into a boiling hot pot. As Kakuzu continued to fight, he suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness once more. This time, the genjutsu was far more potent, rendering him completely devoid of sensation. No matter how he bit his tongue or stabbed his thigh with a kunai, there was no sign of awakening. Suddenly, Kakuzu felt a piercing pain in his heart, jolting him from the illusion to find that one of the 3 hearts he had painstakingly replenished was now destroyed. Enraged, he used his tentacles to repel the waterfall ninjas attacking him, summoning 2 masked tentacle creatures that emerged from his chest. The energy they gathered coalesced into 2 colors, one blue, one red. You insignificant ants die? He bellowed. Combined ninjutsu, fiery wind chaos. The wind and fire techniques merged, intensifying the flames into an unstoppable inferno that consumed the waterfall ninjas before him. Ha ha ha, do it again, Sister Tanshin. Ichikishima Haim cackled, tears of laughter streaming down her face as she rolled in midair, her hands resting on her knees. Tanshin Mikoto averted her gaze, scratching her cheek sheepishly, as if the situation were unrelated to her. Meanwhile, Hatake Shikamo, fleeing the scene, felt the ground tremble slightly due to the explosions in Longin village, prompting him to quicken his pace, though he held no fear of Kakuzu. The thought of confronting someone who had survived since the era of the first Hokage filled him with concern for Jiangfeng and Might Guy, who were like drunken men slipping from his shoulders. Thus, he hastened his steps. This predicament left Jiangfeng and Might Guy in a dire state, exhausted from overexertion. They felt their strength drain and heads throb. As Shikamo moved rapidly, they could not help but vomit under the jolting motion. Ah, you too. Wait until we reach the village to vomit. My clothes, stop it. Shikamo's anguished voice echoed through the valley. After a week of hardship, Hatake Shikamo finally arrived at Konoha. Utterly disheveled, his body reeked of sourness, and the 2 individuals on his shoulder appeared pale, dangling like limp noodles. Passers-by pinched their noses and distanced themselves, repelled by the noxious odor emanating from Shikamo. It was anyone's guess how he managed the journey, as the 2 continued to vomit from the relentless jostling. Fearing pursuers, he navigated deeper into the wilderness, causing even greater turbulence and exacerbating their sickness. All 3 of his emergency changes of clothing had succumbed to the vile odor, not due to negligence in washing but because the garments had absorbed the repugnant stench. One of his favorite outfits had even developed mold, turning black, a sight that sent shivers down Shikamo's spine, compelling him to toss it into the fire. At long last, he had arrived. Jiangfeng and his companion bore heavy dark circles under their eyes, their faces gaunt, resembling individuals who had been drained of vitality after a night of indulgence in the red light district. Doctor, I entrust these 2 to you, said Hatake Shikamo, handing over the Hokage-stamped directive. The doctor, pinching his nose, nodded cautiously, gingerly grasping the document with 2 fingers, keeping it away from the foul odor emanating from Hatake Shikamo. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Tsukumo disregarded the unpleasant scent and, with a stoic expression, proceeded towards the Hokage building. After his colleagues received the orders, Tsukumo finally arrived at the Hokage's office. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was perusing a document, he was suddenly assaulted by an unbearable stench, prompting him to gag involuntarily. Ugh, Tsukumo, why do you smell so foul? Sarutobi Hiruzen grimaced, his face paling, hastily stuffing 2 wads of paper into his nostrils. After opening the newly replaced glass window, he sighed in relief. He had contemplated various forms of demise, being slain, poisoned, or perishing by ninjutsu, but never had he imagined nearly succumbing to the stench. To prevent a recurrence of such an incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to replace the remaining floor-to-ceiling windows with standard, operable ones in the coming days. Hokage-sama. Stay there and speak from a distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, realizing that the closer Tsukumo approached, the more potent the odor became. Despite blocking his nostrils, he still detected the foulness. This is mission intel. I've documented the details of the task here, Tsukumo stated, feeling wounded by the Hokage's evident disgust. Forced to remain stationary as he tossed the mission scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon receiving the mission scroll and discovering it bore no unpleasant odor, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened it with ease. Chapter 36. The Bartender, Might Guy. Intrigued, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed as he read through the document. He was astonished to learn that Jiang Feng and his companions had encountered the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. One must remember, Kakuzu was a fierce adversary who had survived a confrontation with the first Hokage. However, how could Kakuzu extract and utilize the hearts of others to acquire their chakra variation and quantity? As long as his mask remained intact, he could sustain fatal blows without succumbing. Perhaps this was the true nature of the so-called immortal ninja, Kakuzu. Teacher Tobarama had once mentioned the hidden treasure in Takigakure, which seemed to be related to Kakuzu's mask. Could it be that Kakuzu had stolen the heart of the village's treasure, prompting a village-wide manhunt against him? Fortunately, this time there were no unforeseen complications. Yet, what was this hero-esque water Kakuzu spoke of? He had brazenly invaded Takigakure for it. Was it another terrifying object akin to the village's treasure? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to inquire with Jiang Feng, sensing that the youth was concealing numerous matters from him, particularly since his summoning beast, Monkey King Enma, had been summoned by Jiang Feng. What were the boy's intentions? Did he wish to turn the tables on Sarutobi Hiruzen during a lesson? If it weren't for this intel, it seemed Jiang Feng could genuinely pull off such a ruse. Contemplating the possibility of Jiang Feng feigning weakness, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen. Thank you for your hard work, Tsukumo. Perhaps you should return and rest, he said with a smile. But the overpowering stench wafting from Tsukumo caused him to gag once more, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in an awkward predicament. I understand, Tsukumo replied, not harboring any resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was accustomed to such situations upon entering the village and paid little mind to it. However, witnessing his most revered third Hokage display such a reaction truly stung Tsukumo's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Tsukumo's dejected figure as he exited, wishing to offer an explanation but silencing himself upon recalling the putrid odor, especially upon noticing a mushroom growing on Tsukumo's back. How absurd! How long must one go without washing to cultivate mushrooms? Tsukumo had never been like this. How had he become so disheveled after a mere outing? Nonetheless, Might Guy, who had accompanied Jiang Feng, had managed to engage Kakuzu in combat, suggesting he had mastered the Eight Gates technique thoroughly. Perhaps it was time to have a heart-to-heart with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminisced about the boy in the green jumpsuit from years past, running desperately through the night at the Ninja Academy, reflecting on how a child lacking ninja talent could keep pace with geniuses. Was the standard for ninja ranking truly accurate? Gazing at the village of Konoha through the glass window, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, Jiang Feng lay in bed, gazing out at the scenery outside the window after a month of confinement. Had it not been for Itachi Tsukumo, I might have truly perished at Kakuzu's hands. I never anticipated that even with Might Guy opening the fourth gate, we would still fall short against Kakuzu. Since entering the ninja world, where he had previously encountered little resistance, Jiang Feng faced his first significant setback, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. With formidable summoning beasts like Manda and Enma, and wielding the exquisite Chi Feng sword forged by Granny Cat, he had developed two forms but had incurred adverse effects, leaving him incapacitated for nearly a month. Jiang Feng was acutely aware of his youth. However, the resources he possessed could significantly elevate any jonin within the confines of Konohagakure. Yet, a sense of discontentment lingered within him, for despite knowing the weaknesses of Du Yuan, he found himself utterly helpless to exploit them. Jiang Feng dared to assert that had Kakuzu initiated a final strike from the very beginning, he would have undoubtedly succumbed long ago. All right, brother Jiang Feng. Do not overthink it, Miling gently pressed her hands against Jiang Feng's temples, attempting to smooth away the furrowed lines of his brows. After all, he is the immortal ninja Kakuzu. According to Tsunade, he has nearly annihilated the upper echelon of the Longing village. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. I am aware of that. Jiang Feng let out a bitter smile. At this moment, Kakuzu was not as grotesque as depicted in the storyline. The tentacle fists and various ninjutsu within that narrative far surpassed the current power of Kakuzu. If he couldn't even defeat this version of Kakuzu, how could he possibly hope to contend with pain in the future? It is worth noting that Kakuzu was left incapacitated by pain. Should he resort to acquiring a Byakugan or a Sharingan to gain an advantage? Perhaps not. The evolution of the Sharingan is notoriously extreme. The Uchiha clan possesses remarkable ninjutsu talent, yet they seem rather socially inept, smiling within their own clan while dismissing outsiders with disdain. What is the rationale behind such behavior? Furthermore, Jiang Feng lacked the brotherhood necessary to transform a Mangeki Sharingan into an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and the evolution of the Byakugan appeared even more challenging. After all, Hinata and Hanabi, despite their pure bloodline, were still unable to evolve into a Rinnegan under the scrutiny of the Tsutsuki clan. It would be wiser for him to temper his ambitions. Uzumaki Miling observed Jiang Feng's demeanor, sensing he was about to spiral into another bout of self-doubt. Unsure how to advise him, she settled beside his hospital bed, her thoughts filled with sarcasm. You are merely 10 years old. Escaping from Kakuzu's grasp is already a remarkable feat. Did you truly believe you could defeat him? Miling rolled her eyes inwardly. By the way, how has Senior Dai been faring lately? Jiang Feng suddenly recalled the recently discharged Might Dai and hurriedly inquired. Oh, is he the watermelon-headed fellow who resembles a 30-year-old man? He returned to work last week after being discharged. Uzumaki Miling, resting her finger against her chin, reminisced about that oddly spirited uncle. As long as he can work normally. That's what matters. I just worry he might struggle to adapt. Faced with Uzumaki Miling's characterization of Might Dai, Jiang Feng found himself unable to refute her. To the eyes of an ordinary person, Might Dai indeed appeared quite peculiar. However, as long as everything was functioning normally, that was all that truly mattered. Jiang Feng sighed deeply, gazing out at the cerulean sky, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Within the tavern, a soothing melody played. While patrons on the second floor indulged in exquisite cuisine and fine wine, exchanging tales of their recent escapades with friends. Suddenly, an exuberant shout drew attention to the first floor. Has it begun again? Ever since that fellow arrived, the atmosphere of the tavern had altered significantly. A burly man clad in a purple kimono set down his glass, chuckling with friends as they observed the juggler at the bar below. The bartender, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle and dressed in a suit, was none other than Maite Dai, though his attire seemed oddly out of place. Indeed, while the tavern had grown raucous, one could not deny the bartender's remarkable skills. At the bar, Maite Dai deftly shook a cocktail shaker, then opened it with a flourish, quickly smashing ice into perfectly round spheres with his fist, without even glancing away. The ice balls tumbled into a waiting glass nearby. He then raised the shaker, striking its base. The liquid soared into the air before settling gracefully back into the glass. Slowly, he adorned the cocktail with mint leaves and slices of lemon, proudly presenting his creations. Enjoy your mojito and margarita, he declared, eyes closed. As he placed the two drinks before the astonished patrons, silently wiping other glasses with a cloth. In a corner, Shiranui Kyouka and Shiranui Daowang exchanged glances, still struggling to adapt to the peculiar scene. They could not fathom how one could produce such uniformly shaped ice spheres using mere fists instead of traditional tools. This Maite Dai was indeed a peculiar character, flaunting outrageous tricks such as launching 10 cocktail shakers into the air with a gust of wind or orchestrating a collision of 3 shakers mid-air in a flamboyant display. Had they been misled in their bartending practices over the years? Was this truly the authentic art of mixology? It seemed that anyone spending time with their son underwent an odd transformation. Perhaps it was best to let the boy be. After all, no harm would come of it. Since Jiang Feng had imparted various bartending techniques to Maite Dai at the hospital, the once mature bartender had become increasingly eccentric. Inside the tavern, he exhibited the grace of a gentleman, his movements steady as water, yet outside, he would exuberantly proclaim, "Burn, my youth." This led the couple to speculate whether he might be suffering from a form of split personality. Nevertheless, since he was their son's recommendation, they decided to keep him on. Oh dear, I find this lively atmosphere rather delightful. Shiranui Kyouka clapped her hands in approval upon witnessing Maite Dai's Eternal Heart cocktail. Shiranui Kyouka, observing his wife's behavior, could only shake his head in exasperation, feeling a headache coming on. His composed and dignified wife had inadvertently transformed into something entirely different. The atmosphere had become chaotic, making it difficult for him to maintain order. With a sigh, Shiranui Kyouka felt out of place amidst the revelry, as if he were an unwelcome presence. In the stillness of the night at the hospital, several shadowy figures darted past. After confirming their target, they cracked open the door slightly and tossed in a ball, which immediately released a thick cloud of smoke. Within, a cough echoed, followed by a muffled thud, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. The masked intruders exchanged glances before nodding in unison and bending low to enter. Suddenly, two of the masked figures were knocked unconscious by a pair of large hands, while the remaining two were ensnared by a green python, succumbing to oxygen deprivation. As the lights flickered on, Jiang Feng, munching on sunflower seeds, shook his head at the sight of the four unconscious intruders. Endless disturbances, not even allowing one to sleep soundly in the middle of the night. Look who's talking, you're no saint either. Making an old man like me come out at this hour, remarked Akadu Kifu, casting a sideways glance at the feigning Jiang Feng. He retrieved a flask from his person and took a swig. Enough, Uncle Kifu. I'm still just a child. Must you drink in front of me? It's rather inappropriate. Jiang Feng protested against the sight of Kifu drinking in the hospital room. Your family's liquor is of your own making. You have no right to lecture me, Kifu retorted, dismissing Jiang Feng as he sprawled across half the bed. Hey, that's rather excessive. I'm a patient too. It's one thing for you to drink, but why are you stealing my space? Jiang Feng nudged Qiu Dao Qifeng, only to discover that without the use of chakra, he could not budge this fellow at all. It was quite absurd that he would always come at midnight to seek him out for a drink, disrupting his rest. Were it not for the fact that the other party had discovered his feigned illness and used it to coerce him, he would have certainly considered putting a sack over his head and giving him a good thrashing one of these nights. Enough of this nonsense. You've been pretending to be ill for so long, surely it can't be just to catch fish, and these two fish are indeed rather small. Observing the markings of the tongue-cutting technique etched on the tongues of these masked individuals, Qiu Dao Qifeng realized that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Shimura Danzo. It was about right. Jiang Feng nonchalantly responded with a dismissive remark, though in reality, his injuries had long since healed. It was merely a matter of depleted cellular vitality that rendered him lethargic. His presence in the hospital was inconsequential. Jiang Feng had reluctantly subjected himself to this confinement to evade the oppressive grasp of a certain unscrupulous third Hokage who exploited child labor. It is worth mentioning that being attended to in the hospital was indeed quite comfortable. Today, by mere coincidence, he encountered Shimura Danzo, who seemed intent on taking action against him. Thus, let Akimichi Takakaze continue to harbor his misconceptions. This young man, despite his youth, is cunning in his ways. However, it is evident that Danzo has indeed transformed. One must ponder how to deal with these two individuals. Akimichi Takakaze reminisced about the past when the once honorable Danzo had inexplicably morphed into a villain, harming the very ninjas of the village. Just months prior, the youth of his clan had suffered significant plundering by the Root organization, and without his intervention, the Akimichi clan might have faced extinction. The nature of power truly has the capacity to alter a person, Takakaze mused, as he took a hearty swig of alcohol. They are merely insignificant figures. Even if one batch is dealt with, another will inevitably arise. Let the old man grapple with those troubles. Jiang Feng is truly at a loss for words regarding Shimura Danzo. Even after being imprisoned, he still harbors intentions against him. Does he wish for Jiang Feng to become a subject for the Senju Cell experiments? The mere thought of having the face of Hashirama Senju tattooed on his chest, akin to Uchiha Obito, fills Jiang Feng with revulsion. One might mistakenly assume he is a psychologically disturbed individual, branding a man's visage upon his own chest. After Jiang Feng tossed a piece of raw meat to the emerald python, the serpent swiftly devoured it and, feeling satisfied, affectionately nudged Jiang Feng. Such a good child. Such a good child. Jiang Feng gently caressed the head of the python before returning it to its den, hiding a large python under the bed every day. Doesn't that unnerve you? Qiu Dao Qifeng remarked softly, expressing his discomfort. Each time he visited Jiang Feng for drinks, he felt uneasy under the python's gaze. You old fool. You simply don't understand. This emerald serpent is quite endearing. It often smiles at you. Don't you find it charming? Jiang Feng gazed at Qiu Dao Qifeng, shaking his head. Among all the serpents in the dragon cave, only this emerald python displayed a penchant for affection towards humans, and its appearance was quite charming, evoking memories of Shaoqing. It also reminded him that the mating period for snakes lasts 2 days. No wonder Su Xian abandoned his beloved wife to enter monastic life. Who could endure such a predicament? Indeed, you are absolutely right. All right then, it's getting late. I shall take my leave, Xiu Dao Qifeng retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Feng. This lad's thought process was utterly perplexing to ordinary minds, and she was disinclined to engage further. Hey, take these bits of trash with you as well. Was the wine free? Xiu Dao Qifeng paused mid-escape, and with a swift motion, she seized the 4 subordinates of Tuanzong, quickly whisking them away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing the sound of bones cracking, Jiang Feng could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for the 4 subordinates of Tuanzong, his palms growing clammy with apprehension. The Hyuga clan looked on with envy, for they required no time to train their eyes to open. However, it seemed that he could not linger in the hospital for long. The incessant Tuanzong was a source of irritation, and he pondered why this troublesome figure had not yet met his demise. The 3rd Hokage, too, appeared rather ineffectual, failing to execute Tuanzong, a reflection of their sordid alliance forged through dubious transactions. Indeed, moments ago, Jiang Feng had observed some recent injuries on Akimichi Choji, which piqued his curiosity. It was perplexing that someone who had seemingly entered semi-retirement, and who had not engaged in battle, could still sustain injuries. Could it be that the situation within the village had taken a turn for the worse? TSK, were there still bothersome flies around, preventing him from attaining a peaceful slumber? Jiang Feng sensed several rapidly approaching chakra signatures and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 38. Roots Methods. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its pale glow upon the rooftops where shinobi without forehead protectors moved swiftly in the night. It seemed peace would remain elusive this evening. Having already escorted the person to Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence, Akimichi Shichi narrowed his eyes as he glanced toward the hospital. CHCA, are you certain you don't wish to go and take a look? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression troubled. His concern was not for Jiang Feng, but rather his bewilderment at how his old friend, despite being imprisoned, could still issue orders. Moreover, Hiruzen could not comprehend Danzo's relentless fixation on Jiang Feng. Even with only 1 arm and 1 leg remaining, the man refused to relent. Would it not be better to retire peacefully? The thought of being forced to strike down a lifelong comrade weighed heavily on him. If you're so worried, go yourself. Danz is truly beyond words. Akimichi Chza sipped his sake, shaking his head. He, on the other hand, anticipated an eventful night. Sarutobi Bawako quietly poured drinks for the 2 men, observing them in silence. As a woman, she preferred not to interject in matters concerning her husband and his old friend. She did not fully grasp the schemes within her husband's mind, but she secretly hoped that little rascal Jiang Feng would emerge unscathed. Without his antics, life for her and Hiruzen would lose some of its color. Captain, Squad C has gone silent, mission likely failed. Proceed as planned. The leading shinobi signaled after receiving the report. Inside the hospital, Jiang Feng frowned in confusion. Why hadn't these attackers made their move yet? Were they plotting something? Just as he considered peering out, for dark violet pillars of light erupted around the hospital. 4 violet flames formation. These bastards. Having watched Naruto, Jiang Feng immediately recognized this technique, the same barrier the Sound 4 had used to trap the 3rd Hokage. He bolted toward the exit, but overestimated his own speed. Before he could escape, the 4 crimson ray formation sealed shut. Damn it. Trapped like a rat, and I'm the rat. Jiang Feng pressed his hand against his forehead, realizing that Danzo had resorted to employing such a formidable barrier ninjutsu to contend with him. But why? And amidst such commotion, were the police force and the Umbu simply idle? Where were they? Inside the hospital? Well, it was likely that the ninjas he had recently apprehended had incapacitated everyone with smoke bombs. Otherwise, silence would have been impossible. Enough with the theatrics. Come forth. Observing the 4 practitioners of the 4 purple flames formation standing motionless, he surmised that there must be an ulterior motive at play. Tap, tap. A middle-aged man with a missing arm and a cane emerged from the shadows. Jiang Feng gasped in surprise. Danzo? No, that scheming old man was still behind bars. After a moment of confusion, Jiang Feng suddenly experienced a revelation. His index finger, charged with a brilliant white lightning, shot forth. The slender bolt of lightning pierced through the figure of Danzo before him, yet the latter responded with a wicked grin, his form distorting irregularly into rippling waves, gradually dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt as though he had plunged into an endless abyss. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself amidst ruins. The architectural style reminiscent of modern skyscrapers, surrounded by the flames of war. Where's this place? Why am I here? A post-apocalyptic wasteland? As he pondered the meaning of his existence, a cacophony of roars grew increasingly louder. Turning around, he saw a dark shadow lunging towards his abdomen, causing Jiang Feng to stagger back several steps. A dog? Jiang Feng beheld a peculiar creature not far ahead, its entire body drenched in a crimson hue. This entity towered significantly above the average dog and was at least 3 times bulkier, adorned with eerie surgical stitches encircling its form. With a chilling howl, the dog-like monstrosity disregarded Jiang Feng's sardonic remarks and lunged forward, brandishing its claws. In a moment of delayed realization, Jiang Feng instinctively raised his arm in defense. Yet, how could flesh and blood withstand such razor-sharp talons? A wave of numbness coursed through his arm as warm, scarlet blood dripped onto the ground. Such remarkable speed. Let me At this moment, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, a sensation that was foreign to him, habitually reaching into the void. He grasped nothing but a swath of air. A sense of disquiet enveloped him. His movements were unnaturally sluggish, and he was perplexed by his apparent weakness. What was his right hand attempting to seize? Just as these questions flitted through his mind, the monstrous dog lunged at him. Instinctively, Jiang Feng raised his hand and delivered a punch. Astonishingly, the creature, towering at 2 meters, was inexplicably sent flying by his strike. Was my strength truly so formidable? Amidst his bewilderment, the beast charged at him once more. This time, Jiang Feng reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade the assault. As he glanced at the ground, his eyes lit up upon spotting a brick. Perfect, the weight is just right. You wretched creature, witness as I bestow upon you a quadruple damage buff. With the brick in hand, Jiang Feng straightened with newfound resolve, causing a shiver to run down the spine of the monstrous dog behind him. Its growls ceased, and it nervously swallowed, puzzled by the sudden shift in dynamics. After all, it had the upper hand. Why was this fellow so audacious? The creature's gaze hardened once again, and it lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Jiang Feng was infuriated by the bizarre dog's actions. How dare you act like a real dog, time and again? Do you truly believe that I, a young master, possess no temper? Jiang Feng raised the brick high and proclaimed, Dementia, with a swift strike. He brought the brick down upon the leaping foe, leaving the bewildered creature dazed and seeing stars. Inexplicably, the advantageous situation turned against him, resulting in a sudden and unexpected defeat, despite his not having overextended himself. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the bizarre thoughts swirling in the creature's mind. He wielded the brick with fervor, striking horizontally, vertically, and even at an angle, exclaiming, You wish to frighten me? You dare to collide with me? You think you can grasp me? With such an unseemly appearance, attempting to portray a horror film amalgamation, how audacious. The brick in Jiang Feng's grasp seemed to wield an ethereal power, yet the creature, despite its peculiar physiology, remained unscathed, having endured blows without shedding a drop of blood. It rolled its eyes in a futile attempt to rise. The more Jiang Feng struck, the more he realized his strength was amplifying. He even broke the brick in his hands. Seizing the creature by the neck, he forcefully slammed it against the floor, achieving little more than rendering it dazed and expelling a dark, gasoline-like liquid. Jiang Feng then shifted his focus to the surgical seams adorning the creature's body, a malicious smile creeping across his face. You fancy yourself a stitched monstrosity, do you? Now, I shall uncover what lies within you. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's taunt, the creature, stricken with terror, attempted to rise. However, Jiang Feng delivered a decisive punch to its head and firmly planted his foot upon it. The creature's violent reactions piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. Previously, it had shown little response to his attacks, but it seemed he had discovered its vulnerability. Jiang Feng, undeterred by the filth, plunged his hands into the seam with fervor. Beneath him, the monstrous dog convulsed violently, an enigmatic black liquid oozing from its mouth, while its tongue flailed uncontrollably. It proved to be quite a challenge. Open up for me, he exclaimed. Jiang Feng exerted considerable effort to create a small opening. The peculiar dog beneath him squirmed restlessly. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng pressed his right foot against the torn flesh and yanked forcefully. The strange dog emitted a mournful cry as its skin was violently torn away, and then it fell silent. Discarding the flayed skin, Jiang Feng beheld a violet orb of light hovering above the creature. Jiang Feng gazed at the purple orb, a sudden sharp pain coursing through his head as memories flooded back. Ninjas? Am I a Konoha ninja? Where's my chakra? Amidst Jiang Feng's bewilderment, the purple orb emitted a blinding light, ensnaring him within its grasp. Chapter 39. The advantages of being born early. This child, I entrust to you. I shall do my utmost. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Jiang Feng opened his eyes to find his parents bowing repeatedly before a middle-aged man with a single eye and a severed limb. Oh, it seems this fellow has awakened. The man, with his dismembered limbs, cast a glance at Jiang Feng and smiled. The sight struck Jiang Feng as incongruous. The man's smile felt utterly misplaced, prompting a visceral expression of distaste. My apologies, Danzo-sama. Jiang Feng thought it improper to be disrespectful, for Danzo-sama had undertaken a perilous risk, defying the higher-ups to conduct forbidden human experiments for his sake. Otherwise, his ailment would have persisted unresolved. Narashikaki wore a semblance of a flattering smile as he compelled a bewildered Jiang Feng to bow before Danzo. Enough. I am not a petty person. You are elite members of the root. I can afford to be lenient with my subordinates and will not quibble over trivial matters with a child. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, conversing with Narashikaku as Jiang Feng's mother, Nara Kyouka, pulled him aside. Jiang Feng, you must remember that Danzo-sama is your savior. You cannot be disrespectful. He defied the third Hokage's orders and utilized precious resources to rescue you. Nara Kyouka gently patted Jiang Feng's head, offering careful admonitions. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of peculiarity. The scene around him felt surreal. Clenching his fist, he sensed a profound strength coursing through his body. You must feel the power within you. This enhancement was achieved through an expensive growth serum, laying a solid foundation for your future compatibility with Hashirama's cells. His mother continued with a barrage of information, which only served to exacerbate Jiang Feng's headache. He nodded absently, grasping little of what Hashirama's cells entailed. It appeared his parents were implying that his previous condition was dire, that Danzo had saved his life at great cost, and that upon joining Root, he must strive to meet Danzo's expectations. Once Nara Kyouka finished her instructions, she brought Jiang Feng before Danzo. Then I shall entrust this Nara Jiang Feng to you. You may return. Danzo drew Jiang Feng close, turning his back as he ventured deeper into the Root's interior. Jiang Feng cast one last glance at his increasingly indistinct parents, and then at Danzo, whose eyes were shrouded in bandages. Confused, he followed Danzo's lead. As time passed, Jiang Feng trained relentlessly within the Root, mercilessly battling peers of his own age. Thanks to his remarkable strength and chakra reserves, he easily triumphed over them, often delivering a final blow to their fleeting lives. After each confrontation, he was summoned to the laboratory for examinations. Initially resistant, he eventually grew accustomed to their procedures. In the shadows of the Root's base, time blurred, and he found himself barely recalling the faces of his parents. However, Danzo always appeared when Jiang Feng felt the pangs of loneliness. One day, Danzo visited him as expected. You have performed admirably over these 3 years. You are now 6 years old. I have secured your place in the Ninja Academy. This year, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will observe exceptional students at the academy and select a few to become his disciples. Your singular task is to showcase your power and rise above your peers, ultimately becoming Sarutobi's apprentice. When the moment is ripe, you shall eliminate him. Do you understand? Ah, yes, you are absolutely correct, Jiang Feng replied, feigning diligence as he absent-mindedly picked his nose. Excellent, your awareness is commendable. Remember, we are the Root, buried deep underground. Exposure to the light of day only hastens our demise. Avoid excessive contact with others. When the time is appropriate, I shall guide you before Sarutobi, and together we shall dispose of him. Understood. Well said. Jiang Feng reclined with his legs crossed, casually munching on sunflower seeds, nodding in agreement as if everything said was beyond reproach. Sensing something amiss, Danzo turned to discover Jiang Feng indulging in his snacks, which instantly ignited his ire. Did you even hear a word I said? Danzo fumed, forcefully striking his cane against the ground. I've endured your incessant prattling for far too long. In the midst of his tirade, Jiang Feng flung a sunflower seed directly at Danzo's face. Caught off guard, Danzo was struck squarely, a few saliva-coated shells adhering to his visage. You. Danzo trembled with fury, raising his cane high. You insolent wretch, I am your superior. As he spoke, Jiang Feng summoned a surge of lightning in his hand, delivering a powerful punch that sent Danzo hurtling through the air, collapsing to the ground. When Jiang Feng regained his composure, he found himself outside the Konoha hospital, confronted by several of Danzo's minions ensnared by the backlash of a genjutsu. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily dazed, Jiang Feng swiftly dispatched them. At last, I have returned. Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. These fervent supporters of Danzo had created such an extensive illusion, intending to manipulate his mind. Had he not been initially unable to discover the secret to dismantling this grand genjutsu, he would not have been reduced to servitude for so long. Within the illusion, he had shattered numerous devices and structures through combat and had eliminated several root members, yet he remained ensnared within the illusion. It was unexpected that the means to break the genjutsu resided within the cunning figure of Shimura Danzo himself. No wonder he had been at a loss after years of searching. Upon reflection, it was somewhat logical. Root ninjas held Danzo in the highest esteem, some having been indoctrinated from a young age, transforming into fervent devotees. In their eyes, Danzo was an exalted deity, and the notion of anyone daring to oppose him seemed implausible. Thus, the emergence of an anomaly like himself was peculiar. No, it could not be. Such a meticulously crafted plan could not possibly falter. One of the root members, clutching his bleeding eyes, trembled as he struggled to rise. It appeared that this individual was the very nexus of the illusion. Jiang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the man. Blood streaming from his orifices due to the backlash of the genjutsu. How infuriating. He was so close, so very close. With that, the man collapsed, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close them even in death. Jiang Feng gazed over and was taken aback. It was a pair of three-pronged Sharingan. It seemed he had unwittingly backstabbed some unfortunate soul from the Uchiha clan. The four purple flames formation enveloping the Konoha hospital had inexplicably dissipated at some point. And while Jiang Feng contemplated delivering a finishing blow to the twisted-rooted shinobi sprawled on the ground, he decided it prudent to await the arrival of the Umbu or the police force, given the complexities involving Danzo and the Uchiha clan. Within the confines of Konoha, Jiang Feng harbored a particular disdain for Shimura Danzo, the selfish old schemer, who, lacking intelligence, could only mindlessly oppose the third Hokage daily while covertly undermining the villagers under the guise of serving Konoha. In truth, he was subtly exploiting the third Hokage's guilt over usurping the position of Hokage to advance his own interests. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was not born during the Second or Third Shinobi Wars. Otherwise, Hiruzen Sarutobi might have been easily manipulated by Danzo, leading to the demise of the White Fang, the defection of the legendary Three, and the oppression of the Uchiha clan. Such events would have left Konoha devoid of exceptional talent. The Cloud Village's abduction of Hinata, coupled with the sacrifice of Hayashi Hyuga's life in a bid for forgiveness, only further illustrated the perilous times. Jiang Feng felt fortunate to have been born earlier. Otherwise, Konoha would have been an inhospitable environment for talent to thrive. Chapter 40. Negotiation. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the personnel at the police station commenced their staggered arrival to prepare for the shift change. Soon, they beheld Jiang Feng dragging a large group of masked individuals towards the police station with a rope. Goodness, this group was indeed heavy. It seemed the Uchiha brothers had come to collect their bounty. Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieving a fan and a refreshing drink from the spirit roll. He fanned himself while indulging in the cool beverage, seeking comfort in the heat. The Uchiha clan members within the police station recognized Jiang Feng's identity. Facing the man who had triumphed over Shimura Danzo, they felt a sense of admiration for him and hurriedly stepped forward to take over the apprehended suspects. Good day, Mr. Jiang Feng. I am Uchiha Hikawa, currently the deputy captain of the Konoha police force. May I inquire about the offenses committed by these individuals you have captured? Uchiha Hikawa adjusted his glasses and offered Jiang Feng a congenial smile. However, as he observed his subordinates dragging the suspects forward, he noticed the injuries on their backsides and groins from being dragged on the ground, causing his smile to falter slightly. Oh, it's nothing much. Merely a group of Danzo's subordinates who attempted to ambush me. You may interrogate them if you wish. Jiang Feng felt a certain fondness for the polite officer, despite the awkwardness of his smile. Subordinates of Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Hikawa gasped, taken aback by the revelation that even remnants of the root organization remained scattered throughout the village. More or less. Oh, that fellow over there, who has kicked the bucket, was sporting a three-tomo Sharingan. You can question the one still breathing for further details. I Haven T slept all night, so I shall return to catch up on some rest. Jiang Feng stifled a yawn and waved goodbye to Uchiha Pingchuan, swiftly taking his leave. After all, with the interrogation techniques at their disposal, even the most insidious methods to eradicate the tongue's treachery could be employed to extract thoughts within the realm of illusion, all without the need for a verbal confession. Although the interrogated might experience a mental disarray, Entangling the Uchiha clan with the root's affairs was a complexity best left for their resolution. Very well, Mr. Jiangfeng. Please take care. We shall handle these individuals, Uchiha Pingchuan remarked, casting a glance at the captured members of the root, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Two of you, go and notify the clan leader and the Hokage, requesting their presence at the police station. Yes, echoed two voices in unison. Given the implications surrounding the Uchiha Sharingan, Uchiha Pingchuan could not afford to be anything less than vigilant, especially with the involvement of the highly coveted three-tomo Sharingan, rendering the situation all the more intricate. However, such troublesome matters were of no concern to Jiangfeng, who had completed his discharge procedures and was now heading home to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Jiangfeng did not wish to be ambushed by a horde of unknown minions of Danzo, preferring instead the comfort and warmth of his home. Though he lamented the absence of his little maid, Whirlpool Miling, who would typically serve him tea, in stark contrast to Jiangfeng's leisurely state. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself embroiled in a contentious debate with a faction of the Uchiha leadership. These root ninjas, hidden in the shadows, posed a significant threat. And a thorough search of the village was imperative. None of Danzo's underlings must be overlooked. I concur, one elder declared. Those who serve Danzo today could very well assassinate the Hokage tomorrow. At the round table, a middle-aged man, with eyes closed in contemplation, intertwined his fingers and raised his right hand to silence the cacophony. He addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, Hokage-sama, I propose that the Uchiha clan be entrusted with the handling of these root members. I cannot bear to see our clan's talents fall victim to the treachery lurking within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a gentle smile, leisurely tapped the ash from his cigarette. Rest assured, clan leader Tokugawa, the village is under the vigilant watch of both the police force and the Umbu elite. The interrogation of criminals is in the capable hands of the Yamashiro clan. Do you doubt their skills? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was one of feigned amusement as he regarded Uchiha Tokugawa. The root ninjas must not fall into Uchiha hands, under Danzo's unwavering stance. He had consented to mitigate the Uchiha's pace of progress. Among these root ninjas, Hiruzen had noted a witness to his conversation with Danzo, whose capture by the Uchiha could instigate unwarranted scrutiny of his position as Hokage. As masters of interrogation, the Yamashiro clan's techniques are without question. I trust you will not allow personal ties with the criminal Danzo to influence your judgment regarding his subordinates, Tokugawa emphasized, his eyes narrowing on the word criminal. Fear not. Clan leader Tokugawa, regardless of their affiliations, I shall act with impartiality, Hiruzen assured, relieved to see the Uchiha relent. Truth be told, many of Danzo's actions had occurred without his explicit consent or opposition, and if exposed, they could lead to dire consequences. We place our faith in you, Hokage-sama, and trust that you shall not betray our expectations. Rest easy, for I shall uphold fairness in my decisions. With the Uchiha refraining from pursuing the matter of the root ninjas, Hiruzen felt a sense of joy as he summoned the Umbu to take charge. Wait, Hokage-sama. Have you perhaps overlooked something? Oh, with so many responsibilities, I may have missed something. Would clan leader Tokugawa be so kind as to remind me? Hiruzen focused intently on Uchiha Tokugawa, wondering if the Uchiha clan sought to leverage these root suspects to force his hand against Danzo or if they desired some other favor. You misunderstand, Hokage-sama. We merely wish to reclaim the Manjiki Sharingan that belonged to the deceased root ninja, Tokugawa replied, straightening his posture with a smile. Of course, Hiruzen was pleased to learn that they sought not to retain the suspects. Although the Sharingan was indeed precious, it would be rendered utterly useless in the hands of anyone lacking Uchiha blood, as it would continuously drain their chakra and could not be deactivated. This explained why other villages coveted Uchiha bloodlines rather than the corpses retaining their Sharingan. Unlike the Byakugan, which could remain active with minimal chakra consumption, the Manjiki Sharingan enhanced dynamic vision and illusion capabilities, and could even replicate enemy techniques if the wielder possessed strong learning aptitude. However, without Uchiha lineage, using it would lead to dire consequences, as seen with the deceased root ninja, who succumbed to mere ordinary genjutsu, drained of chakra by the transplanted Manjiki Sharingan. It was evident that only elite Genin or those of Hokage caliber could wield the Manjiki Sharingan effectively, and such individuals had no need for it, as the chakra drain from using a few techniques would render it impractical. Thus, Hiruzen readily acquiesced. The benefits of the Manjiki Sharingan were simply not worth offending the Uchiha clan. That is splendid. Ryukai, take a team and proceed forthwith. Yes. Uchiha Ryukai bowed to both Uchiha Tokugawa and Sarutobi Hiruzen before exiting the reception room. Chapter 41. On the art of raising pigs Oni-chan, it's time to get up. Yano, you gently nudged the blanket-wrapped Jiang Feng, resembling a ball. Just 5 more minutes, came a feeble reply from beneath the covers. Oh, Oni-chan. You said that half an hour ago. Mom and Dad will be upset. Yano, you pouted, determined to rouse her brother with a bit more force. Stop shaking me. I'll get up right away. Jiang Feng lazily rose, emitting a grand yawn, his hair tousled like a bird's nest. Well, it's time to get up, he murmured groggily. Still lost in his daze. Observing his brother's disheveled state, Yu closed the door with a resigned sigh. Ever since their return from the hospital, Jiang Feng had become increasingly indolent. It had been months since Yu had witnessed him preparing a meal. In the past, he would patiently guide her in practicing ninjutsu. But now he merely offered verbal instructions from the comfort of his recliner. Naturally, Yu had inquired with their parents about this transformation in her brother. They explained that Jiang Feng had contracted a peculiar affliction known as laziness disease, which was severe enough to pose a threat to his life. Yu had no understanding of this condition, and when she mentioned it to a nurse, she chuckled oddly, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about. Initially, Yu was deeply concerned for Jiang Feng, but as time passed, she realized that her brother was simply lethargic. Frustrated, she severed ties with him for 3 days, vowing to maintain her stance until he unexpectedly prepared a cup of bubble tea, which tempted her to relent. It's so cold. Jiang Feng shivered as he felt the chill of the breeze seeping through the crack of the door into the warm room, quickly retracting his exposed feet back under the covers. As Jiang Feng gazed out the window, the once vibrant leaves of Konoha lay blanketed under a thick layer of snow, transforming the landscape into a vast expanse of white. He shivered, struggling to rise from his slumber. The streets, usually bustling with life, were now eerily tranquil. Bang, bang, bang. You little rascal. How many times must I tell you? Don't roll down the stairs wrapped in your blanket. Inazuka Daiko, who had just finished his meal and was lounging on the sofa, watched in exasperation as a bundle composed of blankets tumbled down the staircase. He buried his face in his hands, speechless. From the wriggling cocoon of blankets that resembled a caterpillar, a hand shot out, swiftly snatching food from the dining table. Inazuka Daiko's veins bulged in irritation. Don't eat while wrapped in your blanket, he exclaimed. With a swift motion, he yanked the blanket away, delivering a punch to Jiang Feng's head, who was busily munching on bread. What kind of nefarious ninja has cast a spell upon my blanket, binding me within its confines? If the blanket departs from my body, my vitality will gradually wane, Jiang Feng said earnestly, bread still in his mouth, as he solemnly explained to his father. Enough of this nonsense. There is no such malevolent sealing technique. Stop making excuses for your laziness. Inazuka Daiko replied, delivering yet another punch to Jiang Feng's head. Bemused by the absurdity of his son's claims, given his son's keen perception and abilities, it was unfathomable that anyone could sneak up on him undetected. It hurts. 3-second rule. Jiang Feng dropped the bread he was holding onto the ground, quickly picking it up and gently patting it before stuffing it into his mouth. You ungrateful child, I shall ignore you. Noera Daoguang gazed at his son's behavior, nearly choking on his breath. If only you would sit at the dining table like a normal person, food would not end up on the floor. As a ninja, who else is as afraid of the cold as you? Chakra can enhance one's physical condition. If you were to use even a modicum of chakra, you wouldn't feel cold at all. What are you pretending for? During this time, aside from visiting the restroom, when have you not been wrapped in blankets? Are you some kind of blanket spirit? By the heavens, return to me the son who would practice new ninjutsu in the back mountains. With a glance at Jiang Feng, who lay on the ground like a maggot, Noera Daoguang stormed out, unable to bear looking any longer, fearing that a mere glance would infuriate him to the brink of illness. Oh dear, what a commotion so early in the morning. Xiaofeng, remember to clean up after you finish eating, Noera Zhangguizi said as she tidied up her belongings and donned her straw hat before stepping out of the house. Understood, replied the little Yano beside his mother, playfully sticking his tongue out as if mocking her for getting into trouble again. Jiang Feng shrugged, utterly perplexed by his parents' daily visits to the tavern on such a frigid day, especially when they were not lacking in wealth. The tavern was bustling with patrons, and with the reliable Might Guy ensuring order, those attempting to cause trouble were swiftly dealt with. His parents seemed to believe that without engaging in some kind of activity, they would feel restless. In truth, it was a valid point. In the ninja world, devoid of modern conveniences like mobile phones and the internet, the options for entertainment were limited. Beyond visiting the tavern for a drink, enjoying the ambience of romantic establishments while listening to melodies, or perhaps engaging in some mischievous activities after dark, there was little else to do. Years had passed since the end of the Great War, and nations were rapidly advancing in strength. Jiang Feng mused that such a languid existence wasn't so undesirable after all. One could not deny the comfort brought by the absence of Danzo and Konoha. Occasionally, he would exchange humorous anecdotes with Orochimaru through summoning beasts, who would reciprocate by sharing intriguing tales from his missions. He would also visit the Senju clan's territory to chat with Tsunade, pretending to be troubled while relishing the comfort of the lap pillow offered by Uzumaki Meiling. Such was the essence of life. Regrettably, the deeply entrenched friendship between the third Hokage and Danzo remained unyielding, as the former still hesitated to execute the latter, a testament to their enduring camaraderie. One could only wonder if his teacher's wife, Bawako, ever felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, amidst this ease and leisure, Jiang Feng began to ponder whether he had grown excessively indolent of late. Jiang Feng, having tidied up the dishes, wrapped himself in a blanket and nestled on the sofa. Reflecting upon his own actions, his companions were all engaged in acquiring new skills or undertaking tasks, while even his younger sister had awakened a keen entrepreneurial spirit, learning the art of commerce from their parents. Yet he himself languished in idleness. Those who had transmigrated into the ninja world pursued power with fervor, seeking the Sharingan and the Eight Gates, while Pain's destruction of Konoha resulted in death, only for the protagonist to resurrect through mere words. With Kagaya's arrival, Naruto and Sasuke could seal her away. Even if ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi, they could revert back to reality. He pondered why they were in such a hurry. The lifespan of a ninja typically hovers around 50 years, with prolonged combat hastening their decline. Moreover, if he were to live that long, he would be 60. A peaceful demise at the end of a long life did not seem an unacceptable fate. Speaking of which, how long had Jiraiya been in Mount Myaboku? He recalled that aside from toads, it was mostly insects there. Having consumed so many bugs, he sometimes felt a pang of sympathy for Jiraiya's stomach. Jiang Feng leisurely cracked open a handful of sunflower seeds, reflecting on his previous decision to avoid Miamu Mountain, primarily due to the high standards of its toads, who required nearly a month of consuming insects to master the immortal mode. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long green snake materialized before him. "Oh, little Qing, do you not hibernate in such frigid weather?" Jiang Feng approached and gently stroked the head of the green serpent. He could not help but remark that touching a snake in winter felt akin to handling a block of ice, far from pleasant. Hiss. The green serpent nudged Jiang Feng and then pointed its tail towards the outside. Are you implying that you have located the ever-changing entrance to the mystical boundary of Miamu Mountain that you previously assisted me in searching for? The green serpent nodded. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment while stroking his chin, concluding that it would be worthwhile to investigate. Perhaps he might even witness the amusing side of Jiraiya indulging in his insect meals. Chapter 42. The Proud and Aloof Serpent Achu. The biting cold wind sent shivers down Jiang Feng's spine. Upon reaching the dragon cave, he found himself buried in snow. Were it not for his ninja abilities to concentrate chakra beneath his feet, he might have perished in the frigid depths today. Old one, is the winter in your dragon cave truly this outrageous? The snow reaches nearly 3 meters in height. How do you manage to survive? Jiang Feng found it rather troublesome to rely on chakra, opting instead to summon the myriad snakes directly. Is there something wrong with you? I'm hibernating, for goodness sake. Didn't I make it clear that you should not disturb my slumber? He exclaimed, annoyance evident in his tone. The multitude of snakes coiled beneath him offered a rather comprehensive reprimand, and one could hardly fault their ire. After all, serpents are creatures of hibernation, being cold-blooded. Their internal temperature fluctuates with that of their environment. In winter, as temperatures plummet, the snake's body heat diminishes, leading to a decline in bodily functions and an increased risk of freezing to death. Thus, seeking a warmer den during hibernation becomes imperative. Additionally, the challenge of finding sustenance in winter cannot be overlooked. The vast bulk of the myriad snakes necessitates a quantity of food that most would scarcely dare to contemplate. You are exceedingly noisy, Jiang Feng remarked. Jiang Feng dug into his ear and then extracted a steaming piece of donkey meat, which he forcefully stuffed into Wan Shi's mouth. This piece of meat measured an impressive 1.6 meters in length, nearly the same height as Jiang Feng himself. The donkey meat lodged in Wan Shi's throat, rendering it immovable. As Wan Shi exhaled a fragrant breath, it was utterly unprepared for Jiang Feng's audacious ambush. Struggling to breathe, its eyes bulged in panic, fearing they might burst at any moment. At that instant, Wan Shi felt an acute lack of oxygen, its mind blank, while its tail thrashed incessantly against the snow-covered ground. Alas, at such a ripe age, still indulging in the reckless act of swallowing food whole, old Wan, this habit must be amended, lest you find yourself in a perilous predicament. Jiang Feng approached the nape of the enormous serpent, delivering a powerful punch that sent its massive form crashing down onto the snowy ground like a collapsed edifice. Jiang Feng's head was adorned with a cascade of white snowflakes. He brushed the snow from his face, the icy sensation causing him to involuntarily shiver. Wan Shi, 10 stars. So many stars. The fallen Wan Shi slowly lifted its head, its eyes twinkling with countless miniature stars. Alas, it appeared that this serpent had lost its wits. Perhaps it was time to consider a replacement. As Jiang Feng observed the swaying, drooling head of Wan Shi, a foolish grin plastered across its face. He began to doubt the wisdom of forming a pact with this creature. In the original narrative, Wan Shi was characterized by its aloofness and brutality, disdainful of its summoner, Orochimaru. Each time Orochimaru summoned it, his demand was for living sacrifices. However, the proud Wan Shi occasionally heeded Orochimaru's directives. Yet, with every resurrection, Wan Shi's demeanor towards Orochimaru grew increasingly contemptuous, perhaps due to Orochimaru's abandonment of his original body, which had been bound by a blood pact with Wan Shi. Wan Shi's formidable power rendered even the shadow-level Orochimaru hesitant to speak with confidence. Such was the might of Wan Shi. Yet, why was it that in Jiang Feng's presence, it suffered at the hands of various foes? Could it be that the timing was too early, preventing it from attaining the strength depicted in the original tale? Curse you, Jiang Feng. That punch nearly reunited me with my long-departed parents. Do you even realize that striking the back of the head is forbidden? A concussion could render me a fool. Wan Shi seethed, lashing its tail against a nearby hill in frustration while hurling invectives at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng gazed at the increasingly shrewish Wan Shi, lowering his head in contemplation. Over the past year of feeding, this creature had devolved into more of a buffoon. After eating, it would sleep and bask in the sun. Offer it alcohol and it would drunkenly rampage, incessantly boasting about its invincibility in the dragon's lair while dragging Jiang Feng along to pick fights with the White Snake Sage. Would Jiang Feng willingly march to his doom? If Wan Shi were truly so formidable, why did it cower before the 3 snake maidens on ordinary days? How could it scream Yamit when beaten by Ichikishima? Unable to even defeat the 3 snake maidens, yet it dared to challenge the White Snake Sage, the supreme overlord of the dragon's lair. Clearly, alcohol had inflated its ego beyond reason. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Wan Shi, having ranted for ages, suddenly realized Jiang Feng had remained silent atop its head, making the whole tirade feel pointless. Perhaps I struck your head too hard earlier. Maybe another punch would restore your senses? Jiang Feng mused, raising a hand wreathed in chakra, sending cold sweat trickling down Wan Shi's scales. Stop. Are you trying to kill me? Wan Shi roared, flinging Jiang Feng onto a nearby slope. Its massive serpentine eyes, bloodshot and wary, glared as it hastily retreated several meters. Wan Shi couldn't fathom why this brat was so unnerving. Barely 10 years old. Yet his chakra reserves were absurdly vast. Each time they met, his strength surged alarmingly, and his physical power defied logic. Another strike might either reduce it to a drooling imbecile or leave it dead in the snow. TCH, Jiang Feng. Oh, how exasperating. Wan Shi, are you at a loss for words? Indeed, you covet my esteemed life. How tiresome you are. Truly. Shaoqing is far superior, gentle in demeanor, and capable of charming affection. Jiang Feng's eyes rolled as he wiped away the saliva that splattered from Wan Shi's animated speech. I wondered why you have become so brutish and indifferent lately. It seems you have taken a liking to that little green snake. What does it possess that I do not? Can it boast of a physique as grand and powerful as mine? Can it effortlessly shatter mountains with sheer strength? Jealousy transformed Wan Shi into a caricature of himself, relentlessly criticizing the little green snake for its various shortcomings. Jiang Feng, with a playful smile, glanced at Wan Shi and teased, old Wan, could it be that you are feeling jealous? He nearly burst into laughter. Me, jealous of you? Who do you think you are? Just because you feed me and offer me drink, you believe you can slander me? Wan Shi, feeling embarrassed by Jiang Feng's words, turned his head away, his eyes wandering as he fiddled with the snow beneath him with his tail. Jiang Feng gazed at Wan Shi with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh, it seems some snakes are not prone to jealousy. Why do I detect such a strong sour odor? Don't you dare laugh. Under Jiang Feng's penetrating gaze, Wan Shi, exasperated, coiled a mound of snow with his tail and hurled it at Jiang Feng, who effortlessly dodged the attack. Oh dear, you seem to have been struck where it hurts. Feeling guilty and ready to retaliate, I see. Humph, whatever you say, I'm off to sleep. Wan Shi, aware that he could gain no advantage in a verbal spar with Jiang Feng, chose to ignore him. I require a robust and reliable beast of burden to escort me to my destination. After all, traversing in this bitter winter is rather inconvenient. It's quite vexing. Yet it seems no one in the dragon cave can assist me. Perhaps I should seek out Kikuchi. He would likely be more willing to help. I understand that in this frosty season, No one wishes to venture out. However, I have prepared several bottles of vodka as compensation, Jiang Feng declared, producing a glass bottle filled with a crystalline liquid. Why ask me for such favors? That Kikuchi fellow, with his slender limbs, could hardly manage in this deep snow as I could. Wan Shi's tail swayed excitedly, recalling the intoxicating allure of vodka he had once tasted. But I hope I'm not troubling you, considering you must hibernate. Jiang Feng feigned concern for Wan Shi's well-being. What serious snake hibernates? We are beasts of endurance. Our chakra grants us significant resistance to both cold and heat. Our hibernation merely consists of sleeping out the winter's boredom, Wan Shi retorted. Yet, I heard from herpetologists that snakes that do not hibernate may perish. What nonsense. I am a snake. How could I be unaware of my own hibernation needs? Quickly, hop on. Time waits for no snake. With that, Wan Shi snatched Jiang Feng up and tossed him onto his back, charging forth without a moment's hesitation. Hey, hey, hey. Wrong direction. Chapter 43. Benevolence and righteousness. Delicate snowflakes drifted from the sky, and to escape the biting cold of winter, the toad sought refuge underground or in caves. At the entrance of a cottage with smoke billowing from its chimney, a green toad with purple hair and lips was followed by an elderly green toad with white hair as they stepped outside. A chill wind swept through, causing both toads to shiver and draw their garments closer. Dear husband, I can no longer endure this. That senile old coot always summons us when I'm busy cooking. Why can't he leave us be on such a snowy day? What does he want? The elderly toad's wife grumbled angrily. Now, my dear. We must not be disrespectful to the old master. Our home is quite near his cave. It's no trouble to visit, the old toad replied, attempting to placate his irate spouse. I don't care. If that senile old fool disturbs me again today, I'll replace the water in his seat with our kitchen scraps. Let us not go that far, the old toad chuckled nervously, trying to soothe his wife. The two toads were none other than the revered sages of Miyaboka Mountain, Shinzaku with his white hair and Jima with her purple curls. The guards stationed at the cave entrance, upon hearing Jima's complaints and witnessing her menacing glare, quickly cowered to the ground, covering their heads and muttering, I didn't hear anything. Pa, what nonsense. Jima spat disdainfully, observing the young toads trembling in fear. She strode purposefully into the cave. Shinzaku, embarrassed, exchanged glances with the younger toads and hurried to catch up with his wife. The younger toads, understanding the situation, fled. For who among them was unaware of Jima's foul temper lately? Rumors suggested a relative had arrived, and the already volatile Jima had become even more ferocious. She had abandoned her weapons, disappearing into the shadows. Unconcerned by the fledgling toad's actions, Jima continued deeper into the cave with her husband. Gradually, the light began to brighten, revealing a massive orange-skinned toad before them, its wrinkled form indicating advanced age. Old master, have you summoned us for something? Shinzaku inquired, eager to break the silence, fearful that his wife might utter something unkind. Indeed, you are here, the elder toad replied, his eyes narrowing into a gentle smile, though his slow speech hinted at impending slumber. Old master, please tell us what you need. I have dishes simmering that will spoil if left unattended, Jima interjected impatiently. Take your time, no rush, Shinzaku said awkwardly. The recent months had been plagued by disturbances echoing from Miyaboka Mountain, disrupting Jima's rest and worsening her temper. He feared that should she utter something outrageous, it might provoke the elder toad's ire. I have been dreaming of a man lately, the elder toad spoke slowly, his gaze drifting toward the cave ceiling. A man? The prophesied child? Jima inquired earnestly, momentarily setting aside her grievances. No, this man is unpredictable. In my dreams, he has the potential to bring peace to the world, but his existence renders fate elusive, Shinzaku gasped in astonishment. What? Old master. Do you mean the prophesied child is in danger? What of your former prophesied child's mentor, the leaf ninja Jiraiya? What about the crisis in the ninja world? Jima exclaimed, now flustered. Despite the elder's apparent senility, his prophecies had always been remarkably accurate, and the thought of an impending change unsettled them both. A colossal serpent, the stampede of countless beasts, and the thunder that cleaves through darkness. Zzz. The elder toad began to snore mid-sentence. What next? You can't drift off halfway through your story, you old fool. Wake up at once. Calm down, my dear, Shinzaku implored, holding her back as she ready to strike the elder toad. Let go of me. I shall teach this old codger a lesson for toying with me. The elder toad, already feeble, often succumbed to lengthy slumbers, and no amount of shouting would rouse him. If she were to strike him, it might prove fatal. Please, my dear, remain calm. In a state of urgency, the sage of Shimasaki was drenched in sweat, troubled by his increasingly irritable wife, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. In his attempts to intervene, he had received a couple of slaps in return. How frustrating, wasting my time. After a brief struggle, Shimasaka wiped the sweat from his brow and stormed out of the cave. Wait for me, dear mother of my child. Clutching his bruised eye, the sage of Shimasaka cast a glance at the still unconscious giant toad sage, choosing not to disturb him further, and hurried after his wife. As Shimasaku and the two toads exited the cave, the slumbering giant toad suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying chakra emanating from him. Who are you? What will become of the future in the ninja world? He gazed at the snow-covered glass atop the cave, lost in thought about the indistinct figure from his dreams. On the opposite side of Mount Mayaboku, in a valley, dozens of toads formed two opposing factions, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. The delicate snowflakes settled upon their heads, yet none of the toads made an effort to brush them away, the air thick with the sin of impending conflict. As if a battle were about to erupt at any moment. Toad Guruma, surrender quickly to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. A 3-meter-tall red toad stood atop another, a white-haired youth, Jiraiya, who had long been missing. However, Jiraiya's defiant expression was painted with 2 streaks of red. Clad in a black coat emblazoned with the character for benevolence, resembling a figure from the underworld. How dare a mere human intrude upon Mount Mayaboku? And you, Toad Bunta, you actually recognize this brat as your leader? You've truly lost your way. Sneered a large green toad at Jiraiya's feet. Toad Bunta, you, Guruma, I advise you to align with our benevolence gang, or you will regret it after our confrontation. Toad Bunta, uncharacteristically incensed by his rival's disdain, neglected his usual calm demeanor. With your numbers, you're hardly a match for us. Are you, and this little brat still asleep? How absurd. The laughter of Toad Guruma and his followers echoed in the valley, their mirth almost palpable. Enough of this insolence, Guruma. Toad Bunta could no longer contain his temper, launching himself forward to deliver a punch to his opponent. Fight fair, brothers. Charge. The two factions clashed, the valley reverberating with the sounds of battle and the harsh curses exchanged between them. Chapter 44. The gang leader Jiraiya eliminate these scoundrels. A yellow-skinned toad knocked down a member of the benevolence gang, raising its arms in triumph. Stop with the nonsense. Charge, brothers of the benevolence gang. Toadkin kicked the yellow-skinned toad away, rallying his subordinates to charge into the fray. Kill. Toadkin's followers, armed with wooden clubs, leapt into action towards their foes. Toad Guruma was no easy target either. Wielding a clawed weapon, he dispatched 2 blocking toads, but as he sensed a cold glint behind him, he swiftly countered with an elbow strike against the ambushing toad Hiroshi, then hoisted him high before tossing him aside. Stay calm. We outnumber them. Follow me. We will defeat them. With me, we are invincible. Boss is formidable. With me, we are invincible. The morale of Toad Guruma's men surged when they witnessed their leader triumph over the opposing lieutenant. They charged forth with renewed vigor, putting the benevolence gang at a disadvantage as their enemy's spirit soared, making the battle increasingly challenging. This cannot go on. Jiraiya, we are moving in. Toad Bunta, seeing his men retreat, leapt high, brandishing his Rui Bang. Take this. Jiraiya's Rui Bang extended as he swung it down with force. Stop, Toad Guruma shouted, raising his arms to absorb Jiraiya's attack, his legs bending slightly under the tremendous force that threatened to crater the ground beneath him. What? Since Jiraiya's debut on Mount Mayaboku, he had utilized Toad Bunta's remarkable leaping ability to soar high, using the momentum of his descent to enhance the power of his strike. Yet he was taken aback to see a toad withstand it with sheer strength. Underestimate me, will you? You little brat. Toad Guruma, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow, let out a roar, pushing the Rui Bang upward with all his might, then countering with a powerful punch that sent Toad Bunta flying. Bunta skidded back several meters before regaining his balance. Bunta, are you all right? Jiraiya asked with concern, noting the swelling on Bunta's face and the blood at his lips. During their recent charge, despite Bunta's fierce collaboration in defeating over 20 enemy toads, he had sustained numerous injuries. Bah, I'm fine. No wonder they call you the mighty Toad, Guruma. That truly hurt. Toad Bunta spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Toad Guruma. Heh, you're not so bad yourself. You're not entirely without merit. Toad Guruma panted, his right arm trembling uncontrollably. The seasoned toad recognized that his arm was gravely injured. Continuing the fight would yield no advantage. Bunta, take a breather. I'll handle this guy. Jiraiya jumped down from Toad Bunta, patting his thigh. Jiraiya, understood. Be cautious of his brute strength. Through their time together, Toad Bunta had come to trust Jiraiya's abilities, knowing he was indeed the leader of their gang. All right, Jiraiya nodded, advancing slowly towards Toad Guruma. In the realm of gang conflicts, The use of ninjutsu was a hidden rule of Mount Myaboku. Otherwise, it would have long been torn apart by skirmishes. Jiraiya's reliance on the Rui Bang, summoned from Mount Iwagakure, was a clever tactic, as it would otherwise be incredibly difficult to contend with these formidable giant toads. Over the past 6 months, amidst the clashing of blades and fists, Jiraiya and the trio of toads had expanded their territory and amassed a growing following. The injuries they bore deepened the intensity in Jiraiya's gaze. Fortunately, Jiraiya's lively personality adapted quickly to the harsh realities of life on Mount Myaboku. The bitterness of gang fights was a burden he alone understood. These toads were significantly larger and stronger, forcing him to rely on his agility and nimbleness to contend with foes whose size often dwarfed his own. According to the three brothers, Toad Guruma represented the largest and final gang force on Mount Myaboku. Today, if they could subdue them, the Benevolence Gang would unify the mountain. The thought of finally concluding this relentless campaign ignited a fire within Jiraiya. Not bad, little brat, daring to approach me instead of fleeing. Your bravery deserves my respect. State your name, child. Toad Guruma regarded Jiraiya's unyielding approach with respect, undeterred by their size difference. According to his intelligence, this young man was indeed the leader of the Benevolence Gang, and he prepared himself to face the white-haired youth with utmost seriousness. Enough with the chatter. Let us see what you've got. Jiraiya, with a surge of speed, attempted a sweeping strike to seize the initiative. However, Gamabunta was no pushover. He adeptly blocked the attack with his left arm, revealing a smug grin. Noticing that the power of Jiraiya's staff had diminished, Gamabunta felt confident he could withstand it. Do not underestimate me. Jiraiya seethed at the perceived slight, his staff whirling rapidly in his grasp. The clashing of metal echoed as the staff struck down repeatedly. Although Gamabunta was quick to react, his injured right hand made each impact on his arm excruciatingly painful, causing him to wince with every blow. Utilizing his size advantage, Jiraiya began to outmaneuver his opponent, landing blows on Gamabunta intermittently. Yet, Gamabunta was formidable, although he could not land a hit on Jiraiya. His immense strength sent rocks tumbling down, striking the agile Jiraiya. The prolonged battle took a toll on Gamabunta, his arm aching to the point where he could scarcely lift it, and his breathing grew labored as injuries accumulated. One final strike, Jiraiya exclaimed, sensing Gamabunta's sluggishness as an opportunity. With a mighty shout, he brought his staff crashing down. Oh no! Gamabunta realized too late that he could not defend himself. His right arm was too weak to rise, and the staff struck him squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. Damn it! He grumbled, attempting to rise, only to find Jiraiya's staff ominously resting before him. You have been defeated, Jiraiya said, exhaling a sigh of relief as he regarded the fallen Gamabunta. I have lost, Gamabunta murmured, lowering his head in resignation, bitterly aware that he had succumbed to a human. With these words, both sides of the battlefield paused their actions. We won. We won. The members of the Kindness Gang cheered jubilantly, astonished by their unexpected triumph despite their numerical disadvantage, raising their fists and weapons in celebration. Jiraiya, relieved at Gamabunta's concession, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The arduous path of constant fighting was finally at an end. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Long live the Kindness Gang! Jiraiya felt weightless as he was hoisted high by the three frog brothers. Observing the joyful camaraderie of his companions, he couldn't help but smile, thinking perhaps life in Myaboku Mountain was not so bad after all. Chapter 45, The Great Serpent, Make Way for Me. Amidst the frog's jubilant laughter, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Why is there an earthquake in the dead of winter? Find an open space, Jiraiya exclaimed as he was abruptly hurled into the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Ouch, what the heck? He muttered, rubbing his backside and bewildered by the frog's growing agitation. They being so large, had no reason to fear an earthquake. Yet, the next moment left him dumbfounded. He watched as the snowflakes beneath his arms began to bounce violently, revealing large patches of earth as the snow-covered ground began to shift. The accumulated snow on the mountainsides rolled down in torrents. Avalanche! Run! The once lively valley descended into chaos as frogs pushed and shoved each other. Some leaped impressively high, landing haphazardly on the heads of their unfortunate brethren. Don't run amok. Stay calm. Who pushed me? Which rascal stepped on me? Are you trying to eat me? You gluttonous frog? Froggy Guang, attempting to maintain order, was toppled in the fray, clueless as to who had trampled him. Just as he was about to voice his complaints, another group of frogs charged toward him, prompting him to leap desperately into the air, indifferent to who he would land on upon descent. With this mindset, he successfully landed on Froggy Jian's head, before bounding away. You piece of trash! Froggy Jian spat out the dirt in his mouth, glaring at the fleeing Froggy Guang and cursing his family. Jiraiya was equally distressed. Having unified Mayaboka Mountain, he had ascended as the king of the extreme path. Yet his subordinates fled in the avalanche without him. Now, an onslaught of frogs was charging toward him. Each stood nearly 2 meters tall, and in comparison, Jiraiya felt like a mere ant, fearing that a single misstep would leave him severely injured. Desperately, Jiraiya leaped onto the head of one frog, utilizing chakra to spring from one to another, dodging aerial collisions as frogs leapt around him. His close friend, Froggy Wentai, the tallest among them at 3 meters, was nowhere to be found amidst the chaos, having abandoned Jiraiya to fend for himself, leaving him feeling utterly bewildered. Such is the fickle nature of brotherhood, he lamented, unaware of the peril he faced among the towering frogs. Yet, as he evaded the horde, nature unleashed its wrath in the form of a snow avalanche. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my goodness! Jiraiya realized he had inadvertently made his way to the foot of the mountain, where a white ocean engulfed everything in its path. He watched in horror as the avalanche swelled, nearly paralyzing him with fear. With a swift hand sign, he summoned a toad, forcefully slapping the ground. Froggy Wentai, who had been safely tucked away, found himself inexplicably transported to the base of the avalanche. As he regained his bearings, he heard a rumble above him, only to see a torrent of snow barreling down. Without hesitation, he leaped away, narrowly escaping the engulfing snow that had just covered the spot he had materialized. Curse you, Jiraiya. I finally made it to safety, and you dragged me into this mess. Froggy One-Eye cursed, racing against the avalanche as he leaped, the relentless snow almost grazing him. He directed his fury toward Jiraiya, who remained blissfully unaware of the chaos that ensued. How dare you? You were less than 20 meters away. And if you hadn't been so selfish, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You left me to be trampled by that horde of frogs. And now look where we are sharing this disaster together. Jiraiya had fully embraced the chaos. If they were to suffer together, then why not bring Froggy Wentai along for the ride? You heartless fool, Jiraiya. After all the times we called you our leader, you treat your subordinates like this. At that moment, Froggy Wentai began to regret entering into a summoning pact with such a reckless ally, contemplating how to escape this predicament while planning to settle the score with Jiraiya later. Meanwhile, Jiraiya reveled in the mischief, oblivious to the brewing storm of vengeance within Froggy Wentai. This is infuriating. Froggy Wentai leaped with all his might, injuries already weighing him down. Despite Jiraiya's taunts, he was determined to escape the impending avalanche, for once he reached the foot of the mountain, he would not let the avalanche claim him. The avalanche behind Gamabunta seemed to respond to him, as more snow began to slide down the slopes. The speed of the avalanche increased, and feeling the chill at his rear, Gamabunta spotted a safe area ahead. With a mighty leap, he was overtaken by the avalanche, which taught him a harsh lesson about the terrifying nature of natural disasters. Jiraiya and Gamabunta found themselves spinning in the snow, the icy flakes mingling with sharp stones that battered their bodies, leaving them bruised and battered. The most agonizing part was the inability to breathe amidst the snowfall, as the cold gradually sapped their body heat, leading to a hazy loss of consciousness. Jiraiya, Gamabunta! Fukasaku exclaimed, watching in desperation as his brothers were engulfed by the avalanche, his anxiety palpable. I was just about to ask why your leader ran towards the avalanche. Gamakichi scratched his head in confusion, pondering whether human thought processes were truly so unconventional. That is not the point. The avalanche is slowing down. We'll discuss the rest later. We must save them. Gamakin and Fukasaku were momentarily taken aback, quickly shifting their focus. As the commotion subsided, a massive purple serpent loomed above the toads, its jaws clenching the buried Gamabunta and Jiraiya. Why is the serpent from the dragon cave here? Gamakin's pupils dilated. He knew the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain were natural enemies of the snakes from the dragon cave, and they were the prey in this relationship. The snakes of the dragon cave, being more sensitive to the cold than the frogs, typically remained absent during winter. But what was this giant serpent doing here? Measuring at 40 meters, only the reclusive Iwasu great toad could rival its size. Is that the 10,000 snakes of the dragon cave? A chill ran down Gamakichi's spine, recalling how the more fearsome snakes from the dragon cave displayed dragon-like traits. Elders had warned that the 10,000 snakes were among the dangerous inhabitants of the dragon cave, known not just for their formidable strength, but also for their unpredictable tempers. If Gamabunta ended up in its mouth, it would surely spell disaster. The 10,000 snakes fixated its gaze on the congregation of toads, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 46. The heart of Gamabunta. The towering 10,000 snakes surveyed the ground, unimpressed by the frogs before it, and in a fit of boredom, it tossed Gamabunta aside. Bunta, watching his dear brother treated so roughly, Gamaken and Fukisaku seethed with fury, yet upon facing the colossal serpent, they instinctively lowered their heads. The serpent felt a wave of nausea. Since it had been pampered, it found no appetite for frogs from Myaboka Mountain. Not only were they unattractive, but some even reeked. The thought of almost consuming such a repulsive toad made its stomach churn. The frogs, misinterpreting the serpent's expression, feared a strike and began to retreat. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This hurts. Amidst the gravity of the situation, Gamabunta suddenly regained consciousness, sitting upright. I actually escaped from the avalanche. I'm truly remarkable. Why do you all look like that? He gazed at his companions, who seemed as if their souls had been sucked away. I know I'm handsome. There's no need to stare at me like that. By the way, have you seen Jiraiya? He was swept away by the avalanche. And it's quite distressing that such a disaster occurred. Gamabunta scratched his head in confusion, noticing his brothers frantically gesturing towards him. What are you two doing with your mouths up so high? You could hang a vinegar bottle on them. Unaware of the severity of the situation, Gamabunta dismissed their signals. Just then, the 10,000 snakes coldly watched the playful toad, letting out a heavy huff that sent Gamabunta rolling forward. As he tumbled, he caught sight of a massive purple pillar adorned with peculiar scales. Looking up, he saw the enormous serpent's head gazing down at him, flicking its tongue. Gamabunta's body froze in fear, and he gulped hard, forcing a strained smile as he extended his hand and said, "Hi." The response was a thunderous roar from the 10,000 snakes, its breath creating a powerful gust that threatened to blow Gamabunta away. Struggling against the force, he managed to cling to a large rock, preventing himself from being swept off. Once the serpent's roar subsided, the frogs felt their heads buzzing. Gamabunta, fists clenched, contemplated. 30 years of fortune can turn into 30 years of misfortune. You foul serpent, if you have the audacity to wait until I grow stronger, I will surely give you a beating and roast you over my blade. Yet, the reality was that as long as the 10,000 snakes regarded him with such disdain, Gamabunta trembled uncontrollably, nearly paralyzed with fear. A few months prior, a 5-meter-long blue python had ensnared him, and had it not been for Jiraiya and his brother's timely arrival, he would have surely been buried beneath the earth by now. What was this colossal serpent? Did the dragon cave have such lavish provisions that it could grow to such a size? He hadn't heard of any recent incursions from the dragon cave against Myaboka Mountain. Damn it, I too shall indulge. I will eat more than you and eventually swallow you whole. After indulging in this fantasy, Gamabunta touched his face and felt bits of debris. Licking a morsel, he discovered it was a savory meat residue he had never tasted before, far superior to the insects of Myaboka Mountain. And he couldn't help but lick his face clean. Initially, the 10,000 snakes felt a twinge of shame at the sight, but witnessing the grotesque toad devouring its own remnants made it recoil in disgust. The 10,000 snakes resolved that no toad would be permitted in its food chain, except perhaps for spicy fried frogs or grilled bullfrogs. As long as they were made by Jiangfeng, they could be considered tolerable. Yet, due to the trauma, it decided against consuming soup in the future, as it would only evoke memories of the slimy drool on the toad's face, which was rather nauseating. Everyone, be careful. Fukisaku noticed the serpent's neck subtly lifting, preparing to strike, and instinctively took a defensive stance. The other toads, heeding Fukisaku's wisdom, clumsily drew their weapons, fear evident in their movements. A few clumsy toads, paralyzed by anxiety, dropped their weapons and dared not retrieve them. In the presence of a serpent, one must never take their eyes off of it, nor attempt to flee, for escape was impossible, especially not against the colossal serpents of the dragon cave. It wouldn't even need to chase them. Next year, it could simply choose its preferred offerings from their graves. The 10,000 snakes regarded the toad's defiant stances with irritation. Its anger flared as it wondered who had given such small creatures the audacity to appear so brazen. 100 toads combined were no larger than its own body. Yet these diminutive toads dared to challenge it. Did they wish to tickle it? The disgruntled myriad serpents forcefully struck the ground with their tails, causing the valley to tremble once more. The terrified toads lost their footing and collapsed onto the ground. Just moments ago, the toads had displayed such bravado, yet now they were utterly disheveled. They overlooked a crucial fact. While this tactic might work against ordinary snakes, their opponent was none other than the infamous myriad serpents of the dragon cave. Their actions could hardly be perceived as a provocation. The nearest toad, when Tai, felt his heart racing. How dare you? If you wish to consume something, then do it outright. Why toy with me? Better to die than to endure such humiliation. What is this? The myriad serpents glared menacingly at Wentai, an indescribable aura pressing down upon him. And no, dear serpent, please, carry on, Wentai stammered, his bravado instantly evaporating under the oppressive atmosphere. In the face of such terror, he had no choice but to feign submission. After all, it was better to live cowardly than to perish bravely. Observing their second-in-command's swift capitulation, the members of the Rennie gang stared in disbelief. Was this truly the formidable Wentai, who promised to slay toads without a second thought? How quickly he crumbled before the serpentine threat. Wentai knew without looking that his foolish subordinates were undoubtedly mocking him in their hearts. Just wait until it's safe. Each of them will surely face my righteous wrath. Myriad serpents. What do you call this chaotic display? Jumping around like fools. It's your fault we have this avalanche. Just then, a human approached, dragging the unconscious Jiraiya and casually kicking the tail of the myriad serpents. The toads watched in awe, wondering how this human had the audacity to confront such a colossal creature. Why was their leader so cowardly in comparison? Was it too late to withdraw from the gang? Chapter 47. The Way of the Serpent Tamer. What is happening? Can someone explain the current situation? Are you not afraid of being devoured for kicking it? And why are you dragging Jiraiya's leg? Those lumps on his head, did you cause those? Wentai glanced at the audacious Jiang Feng, then at the myriad serpents, who were fixated on Jiang Feng. Surely, the serpents would not be so enraged as to commence a massacre. The myriad serpents pondered, what is this? With so many foolish toads watching, do I not have any dignity to uphold? How dare you even look at me? I told you to stop jumping. Swimming in the snow is not amusing. You made me eat some snow. Are you trying to defy the heavens? Jiang Feng, unable to contain his frustration, kicked at the myriad serpents again. The three toad brothers instinctively reached out to stop him, their mouths agape. You reckless fool, do you not value your life? Consider us. We wish to survive. You. The myriad serpents glared at Jiang Feng. One kick is enough. Yet you push your luck with another. If this gets out, how will others perceive me? As the aura of the myriad serpents intensified, several petrified toads fainted from sheer terror. You human, even if you know the myriad serpents, you must not provoke them. Can't you see their fury? The sheer presence of the myriad serpents is enough to frighten the frogs to death. Could you not spare a thought for us? Gomaru, the toad, felt his limbs turn cold, lamenting, today, my invincible path has met with defeat. My toad career may very well come to an end here. I have not reached the pinnacle of the Miao Mu Mountain's martial path, nor have I had the chance to duel with the two reclusive toad sages. Alas, I am a toad born at the wrong time. I refuse to accept such a fate. Jiang Feng, gazing at the ever-watchful Wan Shi, couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. You, my friend, tire after half a run and deceive me into sharing drinks. Once inebriated, you begin to float away, zigzagging through the terrain and frolicking in the snow like a butterfly. When I speak a word of reproach, you glare at me in indignation. Have you not received a good beating in a while, causing your head to swell with arrogance? Just as Jiang Feng contemplated whether to administer a deserved thrashing to Wan Shi, a sound emanated from his hand, releasing the pungent foot of Jiraiya. Careless as he was, Jiraiya was notorious for his aversion to foot hygiene. Jiang Feng, wrinkling his nose in disgust, hastily grabbed a handful of snow to scrub his hands, fearing contamination from Jiraiya's foot odor. After feeling sufficiently cleansed, he wiped his hands on Wan Shi. Wan Shi exclaimed in disbelief, can you not engage in activities more appropriate for a human? After washing your hands, you still chose to wipe them on me? Is this your idea of politeness? I am your summoning beast, not your rag. Ouch, my face aches. Surely, my handsome visage is not marred. Jiraiya, regaining consciousness, anxiously examined what he deemed his striking face, relieved to find only a multitude of bruises. Yet, the pain was undeniable. Surviving this calamity must bring fortune. If an avalanche cannot claim my life, I shall one day trample the sage of six paths beneath my feet. I am truly remarkable, he declared, bursting into triumphant laughter upon realizing his injuries were merely superficial. Indeed, had I known your audacity was this profound, I would not have rescued you. Jiang Feng mused. Wait, am I hallucinating? Jiang Feng and Wan Shi. When did you arrive? Were you here to seek me? I am deeply moved, Jiraiya exclaimed, performing an exaggerated leap to Jiang Feng's side, resting his hand on his shoulder. Jiang Feng, repulsed by the lingering scent of frog skin toxins that clung to Jiraiya, pushed his head away. The close proximity between Jiraiya and Zhang Feng left the frogs in awe, their mouths agape. Goodness, our leader's connections are impressive. Not only does he know this human, but he can even converse with a being as formidable as Wan Shi. I received word from the serpents in the dragon cave that a white-haired boy was spotted in my bokuzen, so I decided to pay a visit, Jiraiya explained. Originally, Zhang Feng intended to tease Jiraiya about his amusing training mishaps with the two frog sages, but the current scene felt strangely out of place. With so many frogs gathered, it seemed to be a brawl, and what was that peculiar garb Jiraiya wore? What was with the oversized kanji character on his outfit? Hadn't he been advised to replace his forehead protector with a symbol of oil? Jiraiya had transformed from sage to a flamboyant underworld figure. Despite the underworld's stronghold in my bokuzen, could Jiraiya truly have swept through it over the past 6 months, emerging as its leader? How would he instruct Naruto in the future? What were the two frog sages, Shimizu and Shima, doing? Were they truly in hibernation? Truly, you are a good brother. In such heavy snow, you still ventured out to find me. Come, let me introduce you to my brothers in righteousness. This is Winta, Hiroshi, and Kin. The 3 frog brothers. Oh, and this is my dear friend, Inuzuka Jiangfeng. You must have seen Wan Shi behind me, majestic and awe-inspiring. He is Jiang Feng's summoning beast. Jiraiya rambled on, dragging Zhang Feng to introduce him to the 3 frog brothers. After the introductions, the frog brothers were astounded by Jiang Feng's identity, especially the fact that this young man could command the fearsome Wan Shi. The frog brothers? Zhang Feng queried, eyeing the frogs, which were merely around 3 meters in size, with a hint of skepticism. Yes, a pleasure to meet you. We look forward to your favor. The trio straightened in unison, their nervousness palpable. Though Jiang Feng was human, they dared not underestimate him, for the scene of Wan Shi, who had devoured countless renowned frogs, was fresh in their minds. This human was its contractor, anger him, and who knew if Wan Shi would obliterate them all? Humans were notoriously cunning beings. Bah! What is there to discuss with these frogs? Wan Shi huffed, feeling neglected. Old Wan, it's not that I am criticizing you, but perhaps you should temper your temperament. Here, take this bottle of wine and remember to behave, Jiang Feng said, retrieving a bottle of Maodai from his scroll and tossing it to Wan Shi. The bottle towered a full meter high. Humph! Do you think a mere bottle of wine can sway me? Wan Shi scoffed, though his actions betrayed him as he carefully accepted the bottle and leaned against the mountain, sipping cautiously. The frog brothers gawked in astonishment. Is your wine bottle truly that enormous? And Wan Shi is so easily appeased? Have you been possessed by some unclean spirit? Though Wan Shi was a summoning beast, he was no mere pet to be placated with a bottle of liquor. If Wan Shi overheard such remarks, he would undoubtedly retaliate. A pack of old fools. If I couldn't overpower him, why would I heed his words? Do you wish for me to endure more beatings? Say, Jiang Feng, has Wan Shi been more agreeable lately? I recall its temper being rather volatile, Jiraiya remarked, observing Jiang Feng's effortless command over Wan Shi. Strangely, Wan Shi seemed unfazed, a stark contrast to its previous disposition, which would have led to a brawl with Jiang Feng. Hasn't he always been quite manageable? Jiang Feng replied, puzzled. Wan Shi has been obedient under my guidance. A few reprimands have sufficed to calm its temper. Jiraiya was left speechless. Jiang Feng's words left Jiraiya utterly astounded. What nonsensical dreams are you uttering? Previously, Orochimaru summoned 1,000 snakes, only to be overwhelmed and beaten by them, nearly losing his life. Is that what you call eloquence? In chapter 48, Jiraiya in a frenzy, Jiang Feng gazed at a distance where 10 pots brimmed with a purple broth, beside which numerous toads cheerfully queued with bowls in hand, some already indulging in their meals. However, this was no ordinary fare. It consisted of various vividly colored insects, the longest of which measured the length of a forearm. The purple broth was a concoction derived from these insects simmered together. Next to him, Jiraiya, his head wrapped in bandages, cheerfully held a bowl and asked, Jiang Feng, why are you just standing there? Grab a bowl. I tell you, although these insects may appear a bit unpalatable, after a while, you'll find them quite delectable. Won't you have a taste? Not a chance. Such extraordinary delicacies are meant for your enjoyment alone, Jiang Feng retorted with a chuckle. Jiraiya, slightly disappointed, remembered how he had taken a month to acclimatize to the insect feast of Myaboka Mountain. He then picked up a fist-sized insect with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. Upon biting down, a greenish fluid erupted, dripping onto his chest and revealing the peculiar odor emanating from the creature. Jiang Feng watched in awe. How could Jiraiya consume such seemingly repugnant food with such gusto? Truly, He was the chosen one best suited for Myaboka Mountain. Any ordinary person would be writhing on the ground in disgust. It was noteworthy that Jiang Feng recognized at least 8 types of poisonous insects in that pot, not to mention the unknown varieties. In many respects, Jiraiya was indeed impressive. However, seeing Jiraiya relish his meal, Jiang Feng realized he was somewhat hungry himself. He summoned 4 shadow clones to start a fire and prepare food. The myriad snakes, discontent with the toad's diet, had retreated to a corner. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, prompting the snakes to sniff curiously. Ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and meat. No, there were also star anise, Sichuan pepper, and a hint of sweetness, likely from rock sugar. The snakes opened their eyes wide, surveying the scene, and indeed, they spotted Jiang Feng surrounded by 2 large cooking stations, completing what appeared to be sweet and sour ribs and braised pork. At that moment, a dozen drooling toads had gathered around the cooking stations, which irked the snakes. Why should you gluttons feast when I have yet to eat? The snakes swiftly slithered closer, using their tails to push the foolish toads aside and protect the cooking stations. What are you doing? There's no need to bother them. Jiang Feng raised his head and immediately understood the drool spilling from the serpent's mouth. Goodness, are you a dog, guarding your food? What is their status compared to mine? Do these creatures dare covet my meal? I shall annihilate them. The serpent cast a fierce glance at the frogs it had just sent flying. Initially, the frogs had intended to protest, but upon meeting the serpent's gaze, they hastily closed their mouths and retreated. This is clearly Miaomu Mountain. Why must we be bullied by a mere snake? Such thoughts raced through the minds of the frogs. Yet, they could only think, for in truth, they stood no chance. Endure they must. Well, it's just a meal. Why make such a fuss about it? Jiang Feng retrieved 2 bowls and filled them with his portion, leaving the remainder for Wan Shi, who, without hesitation, dove into the meal with great enthusiasm. Delicious indeed. After months of inactivity, it seems my culinary skills remain intact. This meat is so delectable it could accompany 3 bowls of rice. Jiraiya's expression darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration upon hearing Jiang Feng's remarks. What a scoundrel! Why did you choose to cook only after I had my fill last night? How can such shamelessness exist? Are you trying to provoke me into bequeathing my position in the righteousness gang to you? Truly, it is exquisite. Jiang Feng gazed at Jiraiya's clenched teeth and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this was precisely the reaction he sought. It was his intention to witness Jiraiya's flustered demeanor. That expression was truly commendable, and he burst into laughter. Jiang Feng's irrepressible smile did not escape Jiraiya's notice. Good heavens! I knew you had come to find me in this frigid winter for some mischievous purpose. Are you merely trying to provoke me? Then by all means, do not partake in your meal. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball hurtled straight towards Jiang Feng, who deftly evaded it with a swift body flicker technique. Still holding his bowl, Jiraiya, why such fervor? I am still in the midst of my meal, and it is truly delectable. In a fit of irritation, Jiang Feng created a shadow clone specifically to vex Jiraiya. The audacious Jiang Feng, knowing full well my aversion to insects, deliberately engaged in such repulsive behavior, prepared to receive my fist. Unable to contain his fury, Jiraiya charged at Jiang Feng, only to be met with a mere sidestep from Jiang Feng, who then delivered a swift kick to Jiraiya's posterior, sending him sprawling in a most undignified manner. How infuriating! I am determined to give you a good thrashing today. God knows how Jiraiya has endured this period, subsisting on a diet of insects day in and day out. Forced into the role of leader among Fukasaku, Shima, and the others, and inexplicably embarking on his own path of enlightenment. It can be said that during nearly a year at Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya has spent his time either in brawls or on the way to them, bearing the weight of his struggles in silence. Although it has been a while since we last met, must you express such exuberance? Just look, the snow beneath you has melted from your fervor. Following Jiang Feng's pointed gesture, Jiraiya glanced over to the very spot where he had just fallen, and in that moment, veins bulged on his forehead as he swiftly formed a Rasengan and charged forward. Oh my! It seems Jiraiya has become increasingly adept with the Rasengan. Quite impressive indeed. Jiang Feng stroked his chin, nodding in appreciation. It seemed that Jiraiya had experienced some growth during his time in Myaboka Mountain. Although he consumed insects daily, these creatures contained a modicum of chakra within them. Over time, this sustained diet would gradually enhance Jiraiya's chakra reserves. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Feng unleashed a bolt of white lightning that struck Jiraiya's toe. The sudden assault caused Jiraiya to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, dropping the Rasengan from his hand. With a resounding crash, a 5-meter-wide crater appeared where he fell. Observing the power of the strike, Jiang Feng nodded in approval, acknowledging the sheer force that could wreak havoc on a person. Only a robust creature like the Great Snake could withstand several hits of such magnitude. As the battle unfolded between Jiraiya and Jiang Feng, the Great Snake, preoccupied with his meal, couldn't be bothered to watch. Did he truly believe that any random individual could compete with Jiang Feng, the anomaly? Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose, raised his head, and sneezed, as if someone were speaking ill of him. Unfazed, he returned to his meal, savoring each bite. Otherwise, he wouldn't appreciate the flavors. This morning, Jiang Feng's donkey meat stew had been devoid of taste, a waste that the Great Snake vehemently opposed. Meanwhile, Jiraiya struggled to rise from the ground, taken aback by Jiang Feng's apparent enhancement in chakra manipulation. In the past, although Jiang Feng possessed a multitude of chakra abilities, his control had been lacking. Now, however, he had managed to strike Jiraiya with lightning chakra without inflicting any injury. Truly, this bizarre individual was astonishing. Chapter 49, Riddler. Leave Mayaboka Mountain. Contentedly, the Great Snake used his tail to pat his belly. A warm meal on a cold winter day was truly delightful, though he wished for the snow to cease. Beneath the Great Snake, Jiraiya and Jiang Feng huddled together, and the Great Snake shook his head in disbelief, internally mocking, childish, like two little brats. After a quarter of an hour, Jiraiya had made numerous attempts to land a blow on Jiang Feng, but had only succeeded in receiving a beating himself. In such frigid weather, he wondered where the two children found their boundless energy. Jiraiya, come on, don't be upset. Jiang Feng stifled laughter as he patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. How can you still smile? Get away from me. Look at what you've done to my handsome face. Jiraiya turned sharply, glaring at Jiang Feng. His eyes resembling those of a raccoon, his lips swollen like sausages, and one cheek puffed up like a bun, rendering him utterly unthreatening. Haha, my apologies. I couldn't help myself. Jiang Feng chuckled at the comical sight he had unintentionally created for Jiraiya. Seeing Jiang Feng laugh heartily, Jiraiya felt genuine anger. It was infuriating to think that despite his battlefield prowess, he had been so easily reduced to a comical figure by Jiang Feng. All right, here, take this, it's warm. Jiang Feng cheerfully retrieved a pork cutlet wrapped in oiled paper from his pocket and offered it to Jiraiya. This flavor is my absolute favorite, fried pork cutlet. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he snatched the cutlet and began devouring it with fervor, disregarding any notion of having had his fill. Life on Mount Mayaboku was hardly bearable. It was a realm dominated by toads and insects. Can one even fathom the vastness of Mount Mayaboku without a single beast in sight? The insects were either bitter or foul-smelling, and upon seeing the fried pork cutlet, Jiraiya was reminded of his humanity. Observing Jiraiya's ravenous consumption, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. This child, with a belly already swollen, continued to force food into his mouth, evoking a sense of sorrow in Jiang Feng. However, at that moment, with his keen perception, Jiang Feng sensed a fleeting, peculiar chakra. Jiang Feng sensed that the recently encountered chakra expanded in ripples. Otherwise, the chakra he perceived would not have been so extensive and weak in intensity. Aside from an elderly toad sage, the only other inhabitants of Mayaboka Mountain were likely the two toad sages, Shima and Fukasaku. The relationship between Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave was rather strained. Could it be that they had come to deal with the Wand Snake? To be prudent, it would be best to send Wand Snake back first. Wand Snake, taken aback, suddenly found himself back in his cave, wide-eyed. What a surprise. Instead of summoning him, Jiang Feng had transported him back to the Dragon Cave. This old capitalist had more capital than he did. Jiang Feng was still contemplating what to have for dinner. Anger was futile. He could not contend with this capitalist. Frustrated, Wand Snake resolved to take revenge on Jiang Feng next time, as this capitalist was consistently unreasonable. In the vicinity of a mountain near the valley, a sound wave descended from the sky, clearing away 100 meters of accumulated snow and leaving behind a massive crater. The air shimmered, and a young girl suddenly appeared. The two toad sages landed on the ground, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. They had rushed back home after detecting a strange chakra emanating from Mayaboka Mountain. The two toad sages watched warily as the girl in the white Miko attire, adorned with red stripes, stood before them. She was Taketsuheim from the Dragon Cave. Why had the Dragon Cave's inhabitant come to Mayaboka Mountain? Fukasaku eyed Taketsu Haim with suspicion. Ah, I didn't expect to encounter two-toed sages during my stroll. The last time we met was, what, 40 years ago? Taketsu Haim remarked with a warm smile, looking at the couple, who were just about as tall as her calves. In the presence of the three snake princesses, we dare not claim the title of sages, Shima said, gathering chakra in preparation for any unforeseen events. Given the prolonged conflict with the Dragon Cave, the barrier entrance of Myaboku Mountain frequently shifted, and the fact that the enemy had entered unnoticed made Shima and Fukasaku particularly vigilant. The three snake princesses were formidable and exceptionally enigmatic. If anything were to happen to the younger generation of toads in the valley behind them, the lineage of Myaboku Mountain would face a severe disruption. Ah, you two are quite modest. But do not fret, I harbor no interest in the little ones behind you. If I truly intended harm, I would not have come alone, Taketsu Haim said with a smile, her demeanor seemingly carefree, yet causing the two-toed sages to frown. Despite her youth, she was older than the two-toed sages combined. Her claims of having no ill intentions were suspect, especially when she had chosen to conceal herself. Moreover, this was Myaboku Mountain, not the Dragon Cave. Though the two locations were relatively close compared to other ninja beast territories, they were still tens of kilometers apart. Who would venture so far into enemy territory without a purpose? To claim otherwise would be to insult their intelligence. Furthermore, the three snake princesses had a penchant for devouring the chakra of other beings, making them utterly untrustworthy. Who would feel safe with such twisted beings wandering in their domain? Ah well, it seems our conversation is at an end. I must take my leave, but I look forward to our next encounter. Taketsu Haim stated before a mysterious white mist enveloped her, and she vanished, still smiling. Did she leave? Shima asked, gazing at the spot where the figure had vanished. Her wariness still intact. The three snake princesses had a habit of using white mist to conceal their presence, often engaging in battle while remaining hidden. The toads of Myaboku Mountain had suffered greatly at the hands of the three snake princesses over the years. She has likely departed. The chakra we felt earlier is no longer detectable within the barrier, Fukasaku affirmed, employing a secret technique to thoroughly sense the area. Once assured of Taketsu Haim's absence, he sighed in relief. Could the white snake sage be plotting something? How audacious to release the three snake princess, Shima remarked, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Although she had not shown Taketsu Haim any hostility, the pressure they felt was immense. Should the enemy employ sage techniques within Myaboku Mountain, winter would be anything but pleasant. What could it mean? After so many years of silence, the sudden appearance of the three snake princess. Could it be related to the prophesied child? Fukasaku pondered, stroking his chin, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. The existence of the prophesied child was known among the higher-ups of the three sacred lands. And if Taketsu Haim's intrusion was indeed connected to this prophecy, it would explain her actions. The white snake sage, though powerful, could not predict events with the clarity of the great toad sage. She could only vaguely sense that such a being would exist at some point in the future. The prophesied child? Perhaps she seeks to ascertain Jiraiya's situation to better control the prophesied child? Fukasaku speculated, though it was not without merit. Let us proceed with our original plans for now. We shall delve into the new prophecy later. Concerning the new prophecy, Fukasaku had little clarity. Could the colossal serpent be one of the Dragon Cave's inhabitants? What of the stampeding beasts and the thunder that pierced the darkness? Thunder? It seemed entirely unrelated. Each time he contemplated this, Fukasaku felt a headache coming on. He had always despised riddles. Chapter 50. The Toad Sage Old Woman. What is your take on this young man? Use your eyes. What else could there be? Shima, with a peculiar expression, retorted, Do you intend to see with your backside? That would be most unpleasant. I wonder how my dear husband can be so astute, yet ask such foolish questions. Fukasaku looked at his wife, somewhat exasperated. That is not what I meant. I am referring to Taketsu Haim's sudden appearance. Could it be connected to this boy? Are you as foolish as the senile old sage? This lad may have the ability to summon one snake, but he possesses no natural energy. Why would Taketsu Haim travel such a distance for him? Shima rolled her eyes, noting that Jiang Feng, conversing with Jiraiya in the valley, lacked any trace of natural energy. If this boy had successfully refined natural energy at such a young age, it would be understandable for Taketsu Haim to take an interest in him. But that was not the case. Did she really have nothing better to do than to travel so far in the winter for this young boy? The sage of Jima is more inclined to believe that the creatures in the Dragon Earth Cave are once again plotting mischief on Mount Myaboku. perhaps seeking to unleash calamity or to assassinate the elder, or their ultimate aim might be to confront the old man himself. Indeed, it seems, my dear, you were right all along. The sage of Shinsaku, belatedly realizing this, awkwardly gazed at the sky, feeling embarrassed that he had overlooked such a simple truth. Fortunately, there were no younger disciples present. Otherwise, his carefully constructed image over the years would have been tarnished. The teacher of the child of prophecy? The sage of Jima observed as Jiraiya introduced his friend to the illustrious history of Mount Myaboku, his expression tinged with complexity. Now that the prophecy had deviated, both he and the sage of Shinsaku had initially intended to guide Jiraiya into training today, yet they found themselves uncertain of their next steps. The sage of Shinsaku shrugged, suggesting, "Let us proceed according to our original plan." The initial intention was for the three Frog Brothers to introduce Jiraiya to the two sages, who would then commence his training. However, these four individuals, halfway through, inexplicably decided to unify the underworld of Mount Myaboku, leading Jiraiya to be coaxed into the role of a crime lord, effectively derailing their original plans. Although the two sages contemplated directly seeking out Jiraiya, they were hesitant, as they had long maintained the persona of reclusive masters. The downside was a significant delay in their original plan, yet there were benefits as well. During this period, Jiraiya's chakra had nearly doubled due to the influence of the insect cuisine, and his adaptability in battle had improved considerably from prolonged combat. Considering this, the sage of Jima concluded that it might not be so bad after all. After all, with nothing to occupy their time on Mount Myaboku, engaging in some activity would be beneficial. Both frog sages favored decisive action, never one to procrastinate on tasks that could be tackled immediately. They leaped from the peak of the mountain, swiftly gliding down into the valley. Upon hearing an unusual sound, Jiangfeng and Jiraiya looked up to find two diminutive, frail frogs leaping before them. As Jiangfeng beheld the two-toed sages, his earlier conjecture was affirmed. However, the vast expanse of chakra they wielded piqued his curiosity regarding their intentions. So small, Jiraiya muttered under his breath, bemused by the unexpectedly diminutive stature of the two sages. Yet, how could the formidable beings fail to overhear such remarks? Irked by his insolence, the pair simultaneously delivered a sharp blow to the top of Jiraiya's head. "Ouch! You wretched old fellows, how dare you strike me?" Jiraiya grimaced in pain, the swelling atop his head serving as a testament to the severity of their strike. His still recovering visage had yet to heal from previous injuries, only to be met with two fresh bumps courtesy of the toads, leaving him feeling as if he had sprouted horns. In a fit of impulsive indignation, Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, intent on teaching these disrespectful creatures a lesson about the harsh realities of the world, and charged towards them. Jiangfeng could not help but chuckle, wondering how one could be so audacious as to become a leader of the underworld and yet challenge the two mightiest from Myabokuzen. Just as he contemplated pulling out a sunflower seed to snack on, the brash Jiraiya was sent flying back. "Care for a seed?" he inquired, gazing down at the fallen Jiraiya, their eyes locking in a moment of shared amusement. Jiangfeng offered the seed, bemused by how, despite his earlier bravado, Jiraiya had been dispatched so swiftly. Truly, he had underestimated his opponent. Oh, how perfectly symmetrical. Jiangfeng gazed at Jiraiya's face, which bore some bruises. At this moment, he noticed the imprint of two-toed sages' webbed hands. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the positions of the toad prints on Jiraiya's face were precisely identical, and the wounds left by the toad hands were equally profound. Jiangfeng could not help but admire this couple. Indeed, centuries of marriage were not in vain. Jiraiya cast a somewhat resentful glance at Jiangfeng, saying, "Is it really appropriate for you to look at me like that when your brother has been beaten?" Jiangfeng nodded, spitting out the shell of a sunflower seed, and remarked, "I find this quite suitable. These two toads are evidently extraordinary. Did you not notice how your fellow toad brethren dared not even breathe audibly?" Jiraiya, having risen to his feet, observed that as the gaze of the two elder toads swept across the room, each member of the benevolent toad clan, including the three toad brothers, unconsciously straightened their spines. Moreover, Toad Gamamaru was incessantly swallowing, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the two elder toads. Jiraiya, momentarily setting aside his irritation, inquired of the three toad brothers, "Wentai, what has transpired? Who are these two venerable fellows?" Toad Wentai whispered discreetly, "Boss, these two are the sages of Mount Myaboku, formidable beings who hold sway over the mountain. Wontai refrained from disclosing that the two toads were the parents of his three companions, as revealing such a truth might imply that the three toads wielded power solely due to their lineage. Toad sages? Are they divine beings akin to the sage of the six paths? At that moment, Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. So many events had unfolded, from encountering the long-lost Jiang Feng to meeting these sages. However, no one responded to his queries. The two toad sages then spoke. Wontai, take him with you, and follow us. With that, they turned and departed. Jiraiya, wanting to protest, found himself bound by Wontai's tongue, swiftly following suit. Wontai, what are you doing? Release me. I can walk on my own. Where are you taking me? As he watched the increasingly distant figures of Jiraiya and the others, Jiang Feng felt a sense of certainty. If all went as expected, Jiraiya was about to embark on the true training at Mount Myaboku, where his strength would soar, potentially rivaling Tsunade and Orochimaru. Toad Jin scratched his head and asked, "So, are we still going to hold the victory feast? With the boss taken away, there seems to be little to celebrate." Toad Guang appeared equally perplexed. Without the main characters of the celebration present, was it even necessary to proceed? According to customary practice, a celebratory banquet followed every victory, with festivities lasting through the night. Yet, with the leading figures having departed, the remaining toads were at a loss for what to do next. Confused youths. Shall we engage in a battle of wits and courage with a game of werewolf? Jiang Feng, shrouded in mystery, produced several exquisitely crafted cards, instantly capturing the attention of the toads. Chapter 51, The Fish Breeder Toads. After several rounds of the game, Jiang Feng discerned that these toads were ill-suited for this particular pastime. Who among them would wield weapons like knives against another player in a game of werewolf? Who would poison their fellow players in the guise of a witch? This group of toads repeatedly claimed to comprehend the rules. Yet they seized every opportunity to target those they held grudges against, under the pretext of the werewolf's identity. They had morphed the game into a version that only retained the roles of werewolves, hunters, and witches, characters capable of inflicting harm. On one side of the werewolf game, the likes of Toad Jian, Toad Zhong, and Toad Yin, among dozens of others, bound in blood-stained bandages, had already begun to engage in less confrontational games like Ludo and Do Di Zhu. The werewolf game truly exhausted the toads. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Yet, even when Jiang Feng attempted to intervene, they persisted, perhaps fueled by long-standing grievances from their underworld existence, seizing this opportunity for revenge against one another. Seeing that he could no longer manage them, Jiang Feng ultimately chose to disregard their antics. Strangely enough, this modified version of the game proved to be quite entertaining. The absence of the original's judgment and discussion phase transformed it into a spectacle where players could simply strike out at anyone they suspected of being a werewolf, compelling their opponents to confess their true identities. How brutal it was. Toad Zhong gazed upon the chaotic brawl among the toads brought about by their game of werewolf, unable to suppress his astonishment. Will you not join them? Jiang Feng gazed at the toad, Zhong, with a look of astonishment. For some reason, this particular toad chose not to join the fray, but rather preferred to engage in a game of chess with him. No thanks, he thought. My frail limbs cannot withstand such tumult. Checkmate, I have triumphed, exclaimed Toad Zhong as it skillfully maneuvered its knight, decisively claiming victory. Elated, it wiped the sweat from its brow, having finally won a match after suffering 5 consecutive defeats. At that moment, it observed Toad Guang brandishing dual blades, preparing to strike another toad. Its eyelids twitched involuntarily, and it inwardly sighed with relief for having opted to observe a few rounds instead of participating, realizing that had it chosen otherwise, it would likely be recuperating from injuries. As long as you find joy in it, it mused. Jiang Feng shrugged. Had it not been for witnessing you thrash the toad, leaving it battered and bruised for disturbing your chess concentration, I might have almost believed your tall tales. You appear so genteel while playing, yet your actions are anything but subtle. Truly, you embody the essence of stillness like a maiden and the swiftness of a hare. However, it seems that this toad possesses some cunning. In such a complex game of chess, it astonishingly managed to secure a victory against itself after just a few rounds. Come, let us continue. Jiang Feng found it difficult to accept that he had been defeated by a novice, and an opponent no less than a mere toad. He rearranged the pieces and commenced a new game. In the subsequent match, the toad, seemingly endowed with divine assistance, launched a vigorous assault with dual cannons, surrounded him with knights, and executed various tactics, sacrificing pieces to intercept him. ultimately leaving Zhang Feng in a state of utter disarray and humiliation. Zhang Feng gazed at the chessboard, where only a general and a minister remained, rendered immobile by the opposing team's 2 rooks, forcing him to concede defeat. Are we still playing? Hama Zhong, with a grin adorning his face, looked at Zhang Feng, his smile a blend of mockery, pride, and delight. No more, Zhang Feng replied, irritation lacing his words as he regarded the infuriatingly smug expression of Hama Zhong. You, with your thick eyebrows and innocent appearance, turn out to be so cunning. Is it merely because you secured a few early victories that you felt compelled to humiliate me later with your superior skills? And what with the derisive comments? Hama Zhong, observing Zhang Feng's demeanor, inquired, are you heading back? What, are you going to miss me? Zhang Feng playfully patted Toad Zhong, his eyes brimming with mockery. Toad Zhong initially fell into a contemplative silence before finally nodding in agreement. To be candid, the style of the bandits from Miamu Mountain was somewhat at odds with his own nature, had it not been for the mischievous antics of his 3 friends. He would likely be at home engrossed in the study of ninjutsu at this very moment. This human had introduced an array of previously unheard-of games to the toads of Miamu Mountain, particularly the game of chess, which he found immensely enjoyable. With each move, he felt as though he were commanding a battlefield, ensnared in a captivating illusion from which he could not extricate himself. It is quite simple, you see. I shall affix my seal upon you, and from henceforth, you shall be my toad. Zhang Feng retrieved the summoning scroll and raised the frog's paw of the loyal toad, stamping it with a seal. Well, if that's how it is, I suppose it's acceptable. When you have time, let us visit Miamu Mountain, and I shall treat you to some delicacies. The loyal toad chuckled at the forced signing of the summoning contract, pondering, what do you mean? From now on, you're my toad. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Disgusting bugs are certainly not fit for my palate. I shall take my leave. With a wave to the loyal toad, Zhang Feng located an appropriate spot through the summoning contract and executed a reverse summoning technique to transport himself there. Not eating bugs. As he watched Zhang Feng's figure vanish, the loyal toad stroked his chin in contemplation. Although Miamu Mountain boasts a picturesque environment ideal for habitation, the number of creatures residing there is quite scarce. Aside from the common toad family, insects are the most prevalent, thanks to their robust survival and reproductive abilities, which render them virtually inexhaustible. Birds, mammals, and reptiles have nearly become extinct, primarily due to the voracious appetite of the toads, each producing 2 or 3 offspring at a time, barely enough to satisfy a single meal. Most toads on Miamu Mountain, except for a few smaller species, stand at around 1.5 meters tall. The ancestors of Toad Wentai were said to be of a large toad variety, with the sizable toads of Miamu Mountain reaching heights of approximately 17 meters. Aside from insects, what other creatures could such colossal beings consume? This posed quite a dilemma. What else could humans possibly eat? Ah, fish. The loyal toad's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands. Although fish are also rare on Miamu Mountain, they can still be found in some secluded areas. Without further ado, the loyal toad stowed away his chess pieces and dashed out. Zhong, where are you off to in such a hurry? Toad Jin inquired, observing the loyal toad dart away like a bullet. Before he could finish his question, the loyal toad had nearly vanished from sight. Guan, stop playing around. Zhong is in a rush. We must follow. Toad Guan, equipped with finger claws, was poised to strike Toad Guan, but was swiftly pulled away by Toad Jian. Toad Li, watching his fleeing friends, hurled the token of his werewolf identity to the ground in frustration, fuming. What a bunch of spoilsports. After finally getting to be a werewolf, they want to even let me take a shot at it. Ahead, the loyal toad recalled the river routes where fish were known to exist, quickening his pace in fear of being outdone by other toads. 3 stealthy toads trailed behind, exchanging glances. What do you think Zhong is up to? Why is he so anxious? Toad Jin whispered. Could it be a date? Haha. Toad Guan smirked lewdly. Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Quick, let us keep up. Toad Guan perked up at the prospect of gossip. Thus, the loyal toad halted before a river, rubbing his chin in distress, while the 3 toads behind scanned the surroundings for any sign of female toads, puzzled and exchanging looks. Toad Guan suggested, why don't we just ask him? Toad Jin hesitated. Is that really appropriate? I think it's a fine idea. Toad Guan, unable to contain his curiosity, strode forward, driven by the flames of gossip burning in his chest. Toad Guan and Toad Jin followed suit, as the loyal toad had already spotted them. Hey, Zhong, what are you doing here? Just in time. Quickly, help me carry these fish back to my place. Toad Guwan had yet to finish his sentence when the loyal Toad, previously troubled, joyfully pulled Toad Guwan, who had barely uttered a word. Fish. The three Toads echoed, their heads filled with question marks, unable to comprehend why he was so eager to procure fish. Did he intend to present them to a female Toad? Though confused, they watched as the loyal Toad began stuffing fish into his mouth, prompting them to spring into action. After capturing all the fish in the river, the loyal Toad led them back to his courtyard, where he dug a large pit and dumped the fish into it, filling it with water using a water technique. The three Toads placed the fish from their mouths into the pond, and Toad Guwan, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "Zhong, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" The loyal Toad blinked in confusion and replied, "Raising fish. What else could it be? Raising fish." The three Toads echoed, astonished. Chapter 52. The loyal Toad who transforms the landscape of Miamu Mountain with his own efforts. The loyal Toad gazed at the pond filled with dozens of fish, each no larger than a human hand, feeling quite gratified. To find so many fish in this frigid weather was indeed a remarkable feat, yet these fish were rather small. They needed to be supplemented. With this thought, the loyal Toad hurriedly returned to his house, retrieving a plate of small insects and dumping them into the small pond. The previously lethargic fish sprang to life upon the introduction of the insects, leaping eagerly towards them like tigers descending from the mountains. Some agile fish executed leaps out of the water, diving into the inner circle to snatch the insects, while others on the periphery began attacking their kin in a frantic bid for food. The surface of the water soon bore a faint crimson mist. Seeing this, the loyal Toad quickly scattered 2 more plates of insects and separated the fish engaged in combat, as this was the foundation of his grand scheme. He could not allow them to fight. Indeed, with the abundance of food and the dispersal of the fish, they ceased their squabbling. With sustenance at hand, who would fight? Did they think the fish in Miamu Mountain were so easily captured? A group of Toads competing with fish for insects, occasionally serving as their meals, that was truly tragic. The loyal Toad, amused, watched the harmonious school of fish and took out his chess pieces, pondering new strategies. He genuinely cherished this game. And for the one who had gifted him such a splendid pastime, Jiang Feng, he resolved to consume all of Jiang Feng's pieces within 40 moves next time. Toads Guwan, Jian, and Guan exchanged glances, bewildered by the loyal Toad's peculiar behavior, and cautiously began to critique him from a distance. Toad Guan remarked, "He hurried us here just to dig a pond to raise fish. Is his head not quite right?" Toad Guwan nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. I've never seen him so fond of fish. Has he perhaps bumped his head today?" Toad Jian added, "I say we observe. Such unusual behavior must surely have a purpose." Upon hearing the proposal from Toad Jian, Toad Guang and Toad Guwan nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, regardless of whether it was windy or snowing, Toad Zhong remained blissfully gazing at the fish pond. On several occasions, when the lake's surface froze, he would use fire techniques to gradually warm the water, shivering from the cold, with icicles forming on his nose, yet he would still smile at his pond. Under Toad Zhong's meticulous care, the fish in the pond grew significantly, their sizes increasing 2- to 3-fold, and many had spawned offspring. No longer was the pond merely home to a handful of solitary fish. Upon closer inspection, one could see a dense mass of fish beneath the water's surface. To accommodate these burgeoning fish, Toad Zhong expanded the pond multiple times. Furthermore, with the fish's welfare in mind, he specially cultivated insects for feeding, which matched the size of the pond. The 3 Toads were perplexed by this situation, scratching their heads until they became quite smooth. What baffled them the most was that during this period, their human friend Jiraiya would occasionally visit Toad Zhong. Each time, Toad Zhong would personally catch the largest and fattest fish, which the human would then prepare into delicacies such as grilled fish, sauerkraut fish, and lemon fish. The tantalizing aromas wafted through half of Miyaboku Mountain, making the Toads drool, rendering their favorite insects unappetizing by comparison. The Toads began to indulge in the fish of Miyaboku Mountain. Although their own fish could not compare to the culinary prowess of humans, they discovered that fish were indeed quite delectable after consuming too many insects. As a result, the fish population in Miyaboku Mountain, aside from Toad Zhong's, was nearly depleted. What logic was at play here? Normally, when these Toads attempted to steal a fish, Toad Zhong would discover them and punish them severely using water techniques. Yet this human was instead offered the choicest fish. Wasn't that their most treasured catch? Had years of brotherhood ultimately succumbed to the allure of this human? Moreover, these fish were caught with their own assistance. Such injustice. Consequently, the toads confronted Toad Zhong, who simply presented a chessboard, declaring that anyone who could defeat him in a game would be allowed to eat his fish. It was well known that Toad Zhong's fish were large and robust, having accumulated a small amount of chakra from his careful nurturing, making them both flavorful and beneficial for chakra enhancement. Toad Zhong cherished his fish dearly, and now, with the prospect of free bounty, how could they not be excited? However, while the toads were competitive, they were utterly inept at chess. Some were so dull they could not even remember the rules, and those who did found themselves defeated within 10 moves under Toad Zhong's skillful play. The area around the pond became quite lively, and Toad Zhong grew increasingly frustrated with the constant disturbances, leaving him unable to devise new strategies against Jiang Feng. Thus, he recruited 2 adept toads to assist him in managing the pond and dealing with the gambling toads. Toad Zhong promised them that should they perform well, he would reward them with a fish every 2 days. The 2 toads became invigorated, and through daily practice, their chess skills improved significantly. As time passed swiftly, March arrived, bringing with it warmer temperatures. The ice and snow melted, life began to awaken, and trees sprouted fresh green leaves. Swallows chirped merrily beneath the eaves, filling the air with vitality. On the streets, many parents accompanied their children toward the Ninja Academy, their expressions a mix of joy and concern. "Oni-chan, do I really have to go to the Ninja Academy?" complained Yenayu, pouting as she looked at Jiang Feng. "You are 6 years old at this age. What do you intend to do if you do not go to school?" With such a high pout, you could hang a vinegar bottle on it, Jiang Feng teased, pinching Yenayu's nose. "Humph, Oni-chan is mean. I have no interest in becoming a ninja," Yenayu huffed, crossing her arms and turning her head away. Her aspirations did not lie in the realm of ninjas, but rather in becoming a merchant. She relished the satisfaction of holding money in her hands, which naturally led to her discontent with Jiang Feng for dragging her to ninja school. "You see, in this world, without strength, how can you protect your own business? Have you heard of the land of waves in Kado?" "Yes, I have heard that they have thrived in maritime trade in recent years, commanding at least 100 subordinates. And their assets are rumored to have surpassed 10 million, a truly impressive feat." Upon mentioning wealth, Yenayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Feng nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed. Even a merchant like Gado has faced multiple assassination attempts. Just a month ago, a mist ninja nearly sliced Gado in half with a single strike. Had his subordinates not arrived promptly, he'd likely be resting in a coffin by now." Jiang Feng's words left Nono momentarily speechless. The blissful days of the past year had nearly made her forget this world wasn't so kind. "Though I sent you to the Ninja Academy, I never demanded you become a shinobi," Jiang Feng explained meaningfully, gently patting Nono's head. "This world is far from peaceful. To avoid being at others' mercy, one must possess some strength for self-protection." Nono nodded vaguely, only half understanding. In this world, conflicts between the great shinobi villages were constant. By her parents' side, she often heard of villages plundered by bandits or rogue ninjas, or merchant caravans ambushed by foreign shinobi. Perhaps she could become a powerful merchant instead? Jiang Feng, accompanied by the bewildered Yena, arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, where a large red banner welcoming new students was prominently displayed. In the teacher's office of the academy, several middle-ranking ninja instructors ushered Jiang Feng inside. He observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat on the sofa, smoking and noticing a few more strands of gray in his hair as he perused the new student materials. "You have arrived?" Sarutobi inquired. "Indeed, I have come," Jiang Feng responded. "You should not have come," the elder exclaimed. "Shall I take my leave then?" Jiang Feng retorted. "Cough, cough. Please, stop." Sarutobi choked as he turned to leave, caught off guard by the smoke. "Ah, old man, you have so many concerns. Perhaps it is time for you to step down from the Hokage position. Your hair is turning grayer by the day." Jiang Feng gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen before him with undisguised disdain. He never expected that merely accompanying his younger sister to school registration today would lead to an encounter with the third Hokage's underlings. Damn that old man, he thought bitterly. Why must he single me out? If he's so bold, he should go to Mount my Boku and bother Jiraiya instead. Several Nin instructors overheard Jiang Feng's disrespectful remarks and immediately bowed their heads deeply, not daring to intervene. Such matters were far beyond their station to comment on. "Jiang Feng, you rascal, if you have disparaging remarks about Naruto, at least wait until we have departed before voicing them. What if we overhear something we ought not to? Our peaceful lives would be in jeopardy. We are merely ordinary teachers at the Ninja Academy. Could you and your disciple refrain from discussing such matters while we are present?" Your scrutiny places an immense burden upon us. You impudent brat, had I not caught you this time, how long did you plan to evade me? Sarutobi Hiruzen, paying no heed to the perspiring instructor beside him, could only shake his head in exasperation at his wayward apprentice. Was it truly such a burden to send you on a mere errand to Takigakure? You have been in hiding for an entire year. Old man, one can indulge in food but must not speak recklessly. I shall accuse you of slander. That injury was inflicted upon me by Kakuzu, you know? Who is Kakuzu? You ask? He is an S-rank immortal ninja. Surely, it is not unreasonable for me to take time to recover. Jiang Feng sat opposite Sarutobi Hizashi, casually crossing his legs and engaging in a stream of nonsensical chatter. You rascal. Jiang Feng's nonchalant demeanor, reminiscent of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, elicited a chuckle from Sarutobi Hizashi. Is that your idea of recuperation? Who recuperates by dispatching dozens of root ninjas? Had it not been for my concern regarding your health, I would have been unaware that your injuries had nearly healed after just half a month. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of guilt under Sarutobi Hiruzen's profound gaze. Could his secret have been exposed? Had someone discovered the falsified injury report? That shouldn't be possible. He had personally persuaded the hospital director with his fists, watching him write every stroke meticulously. Old man, what exactly do you want from me? I still have to pick up Nan, Jiang Feng blurted out, unnerved by Hiruzen's piercing stare. Hiruzen smiled faintly. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Cut the act. Don't even think about sending me on another reconnaissance mission, Jiang Feng retorted sharply. After the incident with Kakuzu, he had learned his lesson. He wasn't strong enough yet, and recklessly provoking overpowered foes was a death wish. Relax, don't overreact. It's nothing major. Just, no blind dates, save the mother, prioritize my mom. Jiang Feng interrupted hastily, recognizing Hiruzen's hesitant expression. Whenever the old man wore that look, trouble inevitably followed. What nonsense are you spouting? The head of the High GA clan wishes to meet you, Hiruzen sighed, tapping Jiang Feng's head with his ashtray in exasperation. This brat was becoming increasingly insufferable. Ugh, what a hassle. Jiang Feng lightly touched his forehead and, indeed, felt a bump forming. What could the Hyuga clan leader possibly want from me? To be candid, the situation within the Hyuga family is rather convoluted, and I am reluctant to delve into it. The Uchiha clan is composed of individuals who are fiercely loyal to their own, exhibiting a cold demeanor towards outsiders, displaying a high intellect paired with a profound lack of emotional intelligence. When they encounter someone they recognize, they will go to great lengths to protect them, embodying an extreme form of loyalty. In contrast, the Hyuga family is divided into the main house and the branch house. The branch house members are akin to caged birds, serving the main house like loyal servants, while the main house remains aloof, often avoiding the battlefield while the branch members sacrifice themselves. The third-generation elder has repeatedly sought to elevate the branch members within the higher echelons, yet each time, the individuals sent forth have been from the branch house. This has led the upper echelons of Konoha to hesitate in utilizing them. For who can ascertain whether a member of the branch house would ultimately prioritize Konoha or align with the main house should they ascend to a position of power? The fact that they have sought me out this time leaves me perplexed as to why the elder suddenly wishes for me to meet with them. There shall be no bargaining. Do not presume I am unaware of your activities over the past year. Jiang Feng initially sought a pretext to decline, but upon the elder's insistence, he found himself yielding to the harsh realities of society. After the commencement ceremony, Yanoyu, clutching her admission notice, stood at the school gate, glancing left and right, yet failing to spot her brother. That foolish Oni-chan, why hasn't he come to fetch me yet? Yanoyu, growing impatient, began to torment a small stone beneath her foot. Yanoyu, would you like to return with us? Several boys flattered, positioning themselves beside her. Classmate Akatsuki Shinku and classmate Inazuka E. I apologize, but I am waiting for someone. You may head back first, Yanoyu responded shyly, offering a polite smile. These boys had been conversing with her since the class division, frequently offering her water, while she waited for her brother. It was rather vexing that they lingered alongside her without invitation. Having spent a year in the Umbu, her maturity surpassed that of her peers. It was impossible for her to overlook their behavior. Who could possibly make our Yanoyu wait? How ungrateful. Inazuka E's heart raced wildly at the sight of Yanoyu's smiling face. Indeed, how could someone make Yanoyu wait for so long? Shouldn't he have arrived half an hour earlier to collect you? Though feeling somewhat dejected, Akatsuki Shinku and the others still managed to smile, their hearts aching for her. They silently vowed to confront that individual should they cross paths. Yes, Yanoyu must be tired from standing for so long. Let me fetch a chair for you. I have snacks too. You must be hungry after waiting so long. No, there's no need for that. The person I'm waiting for will arrive shortly. You needn't trouble yourselves, Yanoyu replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of her classmates, silently praying for her foolish brother to arrive soon. Yanoyu, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Perhaps Yanoyu's prayers were answered, for Jiangfeng finally emerged. Oh, no, I've only waited a moment, hee. Yanoyu exclaimed, relief flooding her heart as she rushed forward to grasp Jiang Feng's hand. In truth, she had waited merely a few minutes. It was primarily the incessant chatter and attentions from her male classmates that had rendered her wait feel interminable. Who are these? Jiangfeng gazed perplexedly at the 7 boys behind Yanoyu, who bore an unmistakable hostility. He seemed unfamiliar with them. Lowering his gaze to the hurried Yanoyu, a sudden realization dawned upon him, prompting him to exclaim in admiration how remarkably mature the children in Naruto appeared. They are my classmates. Everyone, our awaited guests have arrived. I shall take my leave now. Jiangfeng intended to express some courteous words to the young boys, but he was abruptly silenced and pulled away by Yanoyu. Several of the boys were still eager to confront Jiangfeng, but they were restrained by Inuzuka Kiba and Yuzuki Maki. Inuzuka Kiba vehemently exclaimed, Are you out of your minds? You genuinely wish to strike him? Do you have any idea who that is? That is Noera Jiangfeng. If you seek your demise, do not involve us. The impulsive youths swallowed hard, realizing the weight of Noera Jiangfeng's reputation. Had they not been stopped by their friends, their situation could have taken a dire turn. Chapter 54, The Day of Apprenticeship, the Hinata brothers upon returning home. The 3 members of the Hinata family extended an invitation to Jiangfeng to visit the Hinata clan's territory. Jiangfeng stared with lifeless eyes at the 3 Hyuga members guarding the gate upon arrival, gnashing his teeth inwardly in frustration. Damn it, I ended up coming after all. Why did they have to wait until I got home to tell me I needed to go to the Hyuga compound now? Just to torment me back and forth, huh? The Hyuga clan's territory wasn't far, just south of the Ninja Academy, while the Shiranui clan's land lay to the north, separated by the Ino-Shikasi-H trio of clans. It had taken him 20 minutes to walk home, only to spend another half-hour trekking to the Hyuga estate. Anyone's patience would wear thin. Before him sprawled an estate-sized complex, the future home of Hyuga Hinata. At present, the walls were merely crude stone stacks, not yet the imposing 2.5-meter concrete barriers of later years. Just then, the Hyuga gate swung open, revealing a pair of strikingly similar twins, no older than 5. As they stepped forward, the Hyuga clansmen bowed deeply in deference. Yet, being born as twins in the Hyuga clan was far from a blessing. The boy wearing a headband, likely already branded with the caged bird seal, stood hollow-eyed, devoid of the lively spark in his brother's gaze. If memory served, these 2 were the sons of the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi. Lord Jiangfeng. It really is Lord Jiangfeng, Hayashi exclaimed, barely containing his excitement before catching himself. Forgive my unbecoming display. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Jiangfeng. I am Hyuga Hayashi, and this is my younger brother, Hyuga Hizashi. We welcome your arrival. Perhaps realizing his impropriety, Hayashi pressed his fingers together in a formal gesture of apology, raising them to his forehead. No need for formalities, Jiangfeng replied dismissively. I'm not one for strict etiquette. Where's your father? Wasn't he the one who summoned me? Jiangfeng nonchalantly waved his hand, realizing that these 2 individuals were indeed the ones he had surmised. However, he noticed a stark contrast in their personalities. One was innocent and carefree, while the other was as desolate as a withered leaf. The peculiar customs of the Hyuga clan were truly beyond comprehension. A family that should have been united had become adversaries. According to the elder of the 3rd generation, the cage bird curse was initially intended to protect the clan members from the avarice of their enemies. Originally, the branch family was composed of individuals with modest talents. But as a few promising members emerged, the main family, in a bid to fortify their status, imposed several restrictions on the caged bird, thus altering its significance entirely. However, what did this have to do with him? After all, once Naruto defeated Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Hyuga branch would be liberated. So, he silently wished the branch family well, hoping they could endure until the prophesied child arrived to save them. Lord Jiangfeng, your father has been awaiting you inside for quite some time. Please follow us, said Hyuga Hinata, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Yet, the young man seemed to sense Jiangfeng's gaze fixated on his forehead, instinctively covering his brow with his hand, gritting his teeth in humiliation, and quickly turning away. Not understanding why his brother had suddenly become peculiar, Hyuga Hizashi jogged over to his side to grasp his hand. Observing Hinata's expression, Jiang Feng parted his lips, feeling a pang of guilt for inadvertently causing distress to the young lad. The caged bird curse on the heads of the branch family members was regarded as a mark of shame, symbolizing their subjugation by the main family. What a predicament! Even before entering, he had already wounded the heart of Niji's father. What have I done to deserve this? With a heavy heart, he followed the two into the residence, where he was met with a 200-square-meter garden. On the western side of the garden was a large pond adorned with a small water wheel, where a man nearly 6 feet tall leisurely fed the koi within. If he was not mistaken, this man was the Hyuga patriarch, enjoying a tranquil life tending to his fish and flowers. Father, Hizashi cheerfully approached, and the patriarch affectionately ruffled his eldest son's hair. Father, Hizashi repeated. The patriarch, who had initially worn a smile, suddenly turned serious upon seeing his younger son's demeanor, nodding slightly. Hizashi stood quietly beside his father, casting a glance of yearning towards the interaction between his elder brother and their father. Such a blatant disparity in treatment. Hyuga Hayashi, this is also your son, Hizashi. It was infuriating to witness. This must be the esteemed disciple of the Hokage, young Jiang Feng. Welcome. I am Hyuga Soji, the patriarch stated plainly. Jiang Feng, however, could not muster a cordial attitude towards this man. Ah, my young friend, let us dispense with the pleasantries. What brings you here at the behest of the Hyuga clan leader? I prefer to bypass the usual formalities. Having held a prominent position for many years, Hyuga Soji could easily discern the underlying dissatisfaction in Jiang Feng's words, particularly as he noticed the frown that followed the exchange between him and his younger son. Huh, you want me to be your son's teacher? Jiang Feng was bewildered. What on earth? To have his not yet 11-year-old child become a teacher to two other little brats. Is there something amiss in your mind? Truly. Splendid. Hinata danced with joy. Meanwhile, Hinata Suji's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light. Do not underestimate Jiang Feng's youth. His prowess had long been renowned among the prominent clans of Konoha. His Byakugan had developed a flaw due to the caged bird's curse, rendering him ineligible to learn the advanced techniques of Kaiten and the 64 palms of gentle fist that only the main family could master. Perhaps taking him as a mentor could be his path forward, as the heart that had lain dormant for a year began to blaze anew. I refuse. Jiang Feng was on the verge of declining when he beheld the fervent demeanor of Hinata Nichi. He let out a quiet sigh, acknowledging the debt he owed. Very well. I shall accept these two for now. Hinata Munetsu, witnessing the smooth progression of events, could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. Come now, greet your teacher. Hinata Nichi and Hinata Nakayasha chimed in unison. We have met the teacher. All right, I do not adhere to such formalities. Jiang Feng waved his hand, utterly unprepared for the unexpected arrival of two potential clan leaders from the Hyuga family, even before he had dismissed that Uchiha Fugako lad. What on earth is happening? Have they disturbed the nest of the Konoha ninja clan? Hyuga Hayashi joyfully clasped his younger brother's hand, and to everyone's surprise, a radiant smile blossomed on the otherwise expressionless face of Hyuga Hizashi. Hizashi had not anticipated that their father had summoned Jiang Feng today for the purpose of allowing him and his brother to take on apprentices. He vowed to double his efforts to prove to Lord Jiang Feng that the Hyuga branch family was no less capable than the main family. All right, you two. Please head inside. I have matters to discuss with your teacher. After the Hyuga brothers bowed and retreated, only Jiang Feng and Hyuga Zonzi remained, silently exchanging glances. It appears that the Hyuga clan leader has more to discuss. Having heard of the extraordinary abilities of the young friend, Hyuga Zonzi expressed his desire to learn from him. Slowly, he withdrew his hands from his long sleeves, his eyes bulging with veins, signaling that he had activated his Byakugan. It seems this is indeed the true purpose of the Hyuga clan leader today. Hyuga Zonzi did not respond. Upon activating his Byakugan, he was astonished to find the boy before him possessed an astonishing amount of chakra. He then bent his body and shot towards Jiang Feng like a bullet. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. As the sudden assault commenced, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, effortlessly blocking the incoming twin palms that carried the sound of rushing wind. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Hyuga Zonzi paid little heed to the fact that his initial 2 strikes were thwarted. Without waiting for Jiang Feng to respond, he accelerated his attack. His palms, now accompanied by phantoms, moved increasingly quickly, prompting Jiang Feng to match his defensive speed. However, each contact sent a slight numbness through his arms. 32 palms. As the speed of the strikes caused 6 hands to appear visually before him, Jiang Feng's vision blurred, and he failed to react in time. receiving strikes to his abdomen and right arm that sent him flying. Watching Jiang Feng being propelled away, Hyuga did not display any signs of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed in disappointment. Is this all there is? Observing Jiang Feng on the ground, Hyuga shook his head in disillusionment. What is wrong with this level of skill? Jiang Feng sprang to his feet with a vigorous leap, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Your hand. How could it be? Hinata Tsuji cast a perplexed glance at Jiang Feng's arm, only to discover that despite having been struck by his gentle fist technique, the flow of chakra within Jiang Feng remained entirely unaffected. Curious as to why my hand wasn't sealed by your gentle fist? Please, have you perhaps underestimated me? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. The force of the opponent's strikes, though not insignificant, only left him feeling a twinge of soreness and numbness. He glanced at his arm, noticing a slight redness, yet compared to the aftereffects of his own lightning chakra mode, it was truly a mere trifle. I underestimated you. Indeed, there are no empty accolades. Perhaps you can withstand 32 strikes, but how will you respond to 64? Hinata Tsuji was enveloped in a blue chakra, exhaling a breath of murky air. You may give it a try. Jiang Feng radiated an electrifying aura, his overwhelming momentum causing his hair to defy gravity and rise. What? The lightning armor of the third Raikage? No, it seems somewhat different. Hinata Zonsi's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Jiang Feng's presence became extraordinarily menacing, akin to a ferocious tiger poised to pounce on its prey, with Zonsi himself as the hapless rabbit. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white lightning illuminated the scene. As Hinata Zonsi attempted to defend himself, his Byakugan detected a fist descending upon his abdomen. The pain rendered him momentarily blind. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the surrounding wall, collapsing onto the ground. Ah, what a relief. I have long found this fellow intolerable. Jiang Feng released the Raikage chakra mode, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sense of satisfaction as he admired his own handiwork. Coughing softly, Hinata Tsuji curled up on the ground, his right hand resting against the nearly ruined wall, unsteadily rising to his feet. Are we still fighting? Jiang Feng inquired, observing Hinata Tsuji's condition as he absent-mindedly tapped his ear. Cough, no need. With your level of strength, I can confidently entrust those two to you. After witnessing Jiang Feng's prowess, Hinata Tsuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, for the first time revealing a genuine smile in Jiang Feng's presence. Are you implying that you initially did not wish for them to become your disciples? If that were the case, why go through all this trouble? You should have said so earlier. At this moment, Jiang Feng could not help but feel that the head of the Hyuga clan must be suffering from some sort of ailment. The matter of apprenticeship was a decision made by the Hokage. My two sons hold you in great admiration. Initially, I had some reservations due to your tender age, which led to my dissatisfaction with this decision. I intended to test your strength while also giving you a good thrashing, but unexpectedly, I found myself on the receiving end of your punishment. Hyuga Tsuji felt a pang of pain in his abdomen and managed a wry smile. Old man, never mind. I shall take my leave now. This is all rather perplexing. Jiang Feng found it utterly perplexing why the old man insisted on him taking on a disciple as he stepped out of the Hinata family residence. Observing Jiang Feng's retreating silhouette, Hinata Zonsi murmured, I entrust Nichi Sha to you, ninjutsu Jiang Feng. I hope you will treat him well. There was a sentiment left unspoken by Hinata Zonsi, in truth. The notion of apprenticeship was not only his proposal to the third Hokage, but was merely to have Nichi Zu become his disciple. The subsequent inclusion of Nichi Sha as a disciple may have stemmed from witnessing Jiang Feng's outraged reaction to the disparate treatment of his two sons. After all, they were both his children. He too wished to avoid such inequitable favoritism. Should he transgress clan regulations, this leader of the Hyuga clan would surely face dire consequences. The branch family of the Hyuga clan was not only regarded as inferior within their own household but was also looked down upon in the village of Konoha. Yet, when ninjutsu Jiang Feng gazed upon his younger son, there was no trace of disdain in his eyes. Rather, they brimmed with compassion for Nichi Sha's plight. The will of fire, perhaps? Then I shall acknowledge you as the designated successor of the esteemed Hokage, thought Hinata Zonsi, as the anxiety within him began to dissipate. And his steps towards the house became notably lighter. Upon returning home, Jiang Feng crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Before him knelt a youth clad in a red fan, his eyes adorned with a Tomo Sharingan, brimming with excitement. I did it, Lord Jiang Feng. I have awakened my eyes. The boy gazed at Jiang Feng with fervent eyes that made Jiang Feng hesitate to meet his gaze directly. Fuyue, calm down. Awakening the Sharingan is indeed a significant accomplishment, but try not to be overly exuberant. The recollection of the boy clinging to his leg upon his return caused Jiang Feng a twinge of discomfort. Just as he had managed to resolve the considerable trouble with the Hinata clan, now a potentially greater issue had emerged with this Uchiha. Over the past year, Uchiha Fuyue had frequented his home with a regularity that rivaled that of his loyal companion, Shinji Nagashi, appearing almost every 3 days to report in. Indeed, his family had grown quite accustomed to this young man, to the point where even the water in front of him was poured by Fuyue. And their family cat was often whisked away for overnight stays at Fuyue's home. Thank you, Lord Jiangfeng. I am so pleased. I have finally fulfilled our agreement. Uchiha Fuyue exclaimed with uncontainable joy, ruffling his own hair. In agreement. Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly as he was suddenly reminded of the incident a year ago when this young man had muttered to himself about opening his eyes and seeking him as a mentor. Yes, Lord Jiangfeng, no, I mean, master. From this day forth, I humbly ask for your guidance. Uchiha Fugaku quickly corrected himself upon realizing his slip of the tongue, then bowed deeply in a dajiza, pressing his forehead to the ground with utmost reverence. Fine, as long as it pleases you. Jiang Feng covered his face, observing the sheer delight of the individual before him, unable to utter a word of refusal. After all, he had already taken in 2 apprentices. The difference between 2 and 3 was negligible. How wonderful. Father, did you hear that? I have successfully become a disciple of Master Jiang Feng. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed with exuberance as he dashed out of the room and embraced a middle-aged man waiting outside. Chapter 56. Did Uchiha Shana go mad? Hehe. You must heed your teacher's words and not bring shame upon him, Uchiha Tgaku remarked, leaving half of his thoughts unspoken as he affectionately stroked his son's head. His eyes filled with paternal love. Turning, he sheepishly scratched his head and smiled at Jiang Feng within the room. By the way, my mother is still unaware of this news. I must share this delightful tidbit with her. Uchiha Fugaku, acting on impulse, rushed out without a second thought for his father, disappearing in an instant. Protect him well, Tgaku cautioned, fully aware of the exceptional nature of his son, who had awakened his Sharingan before reaching the age of 4, a phenomenon not seen in the Uchiha clan for centuries. Having been shielded from the perils of society, Tgaku feared that his son might be targeted by hostile forces. Otherwise, he would not have accompanied him. Yes, clan leader. 6 Uchiha guards promptly ascended to the rooftops to keep pace with the restless young heir. This lad was under close scrutiny from the clan elders. Should anything happen to him, their lives would likely hang in the balance. This boy, on the cusp of 4 years old, is still so impetuous. Please, spare me. Your mouth is nearly stretched to your ears. Jiang Feng, leaning against the threshold as he stepped out, tossed a large bottle toward Uchiha Tgaku. After nearly a year of acquaintance, Jiang Feng had gradually grown familiar with this Uchiha clan leader, having experienced the traditional Uchiha art of face-changing. Initially, Tgaku had appeared aloof, rarely speaking more than 10 words. However, under the influence of Uchiha Fugaku, who visited frequently, he slowly warmed up, even going so far as to throw an arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder and refer to him as brother. One time, after a bout of drunkenness, he nearly insisted that Jiang Feng and his son, Uchiha Fugaku, become sworn brothers. Fortunately, his wife arrived just in time to discipline the inebriated man. Otherwise, he would surely have had to call his own son third brother now. Is it that obvious? Hey, be gentle with that. Oh my plum wine. Tonight, I shall indulge in a fine drink. Uchiha Tgaku quickly checked the bottle for leaks, ensuring its contents were secure before stowing it away with relief. Jiang Feng gazed at the middle-aged man before him, feeling somewhat speechless. He pondered the peculiar tendency of older individuals in the ninja world. They either indulged in smoking or drinking, and their habits seemed insatiable, treating a bottle of liquor as a treasured possession. Just look at your pitiful demeanor. As if you have never tasted alcohol. By the way, when did your son open his eyes? Last night, when he awoke from a nightmare. We discovered that Fuyue had successfully awakened his Sharingan. So, this young lad wishes to take me as his master. Do not the antiquated members of your clan object? They are of no consequence. I am the head of the clan, after all. Uchiha Tokaka scoffed, striking a pose of confidence. Jiang Feng called out to Uchiha Takugu behind him. Elder Shana, this guy dares to say you are nothing but a joke. Hasn't he come up with a different excuse to deceive me after all this time? If that old fool were here, I would stand on my head to wash my hair and catch a great fireball with my bare hands. Little brother, it's not nice to lie. Uchiha Takugu smirked slightly, mockingly patting Jiang Feng's shoulder, and then scoffed disdainfully. Oh, So it turns out our esteemed clan leader is quite the versatile one. I look forward to witnessing your talents at tonight's clan meeting. Hearing this voice from behind, Uchiha Takugu's body stiffened, cold sweat breaking out as he slowly turned around to face a lean, middle-aged man who was glaring at him with evident displeasure. Uchiha Takugu felt his throat dry and gulped nervously, initiating a greeting. "Ah, what a coincidence, Elder Shana. What brings you here? Let us not dwell on how I got here. As the clan leader, I expect you to honor your words. Otherwise, well, you know the consequences." Uchiha Shana's icy gaze sent chills down Takugu's spine, prompting him to nod meekly and, under Shana's impatient demeanor, flee in embarrassment. "Humph, how disgraceful. As the clan leader, you spend your days laughing foolishly, bringing shame to our clan," Uchiha Shana scolded, heartbroken by the incompetence of his clan leader. Realizing there was no entertaining scene to witness, Jiang Feng decided to make his exit, as Uchiha Shana was known to be quite stubborn, and he wanted to avoid any potential quarrel. "Wait, little brat from the Noera clan, it seems you do not wish to see me." Jiang Feng halted, sensing the ill intent in the voice behind him. "What does Elder Shana wish to discuss?" he asked, sensing the tension in the air. The matter of Faye's apprenticeship has sparked considerable controversy within the clan. The older generation does not want such a gifted descendant to squander their potential. "Oh, is your so-called talent merely the Sharingan? What use is awakening it at 3 years old? Do you believe it equates to opening the Manjiki at that age?" Faye's son Itachi awakened his eyes at 4 years old. "Does the fact I opened mine a month earlier make me exceptional? Foolish Noera, how could you comprehend the might of our Uchiha clan Sharingan? Do not think that defeating that fool Danzo grants you the right to look down upon the entire ninja world," Uchiha Shana retorted, infuriated by Jiang Feng's disdainful expression. "Do not boast about your Sharingan. The 3 Tomo enhances Jinjutsu and dynamic vision. Even if one evolves to the Manjiki, it may grant 2 ocular jutsu and control-tailed beasts. Yet overuse can lead to blindness. What are you so proud of?" Jiang Feng found Uchiha Shana's fervent praise of the Sharingan laughable. The Uchiha clan had no current possessors of the Manjiki, yet they acted as if every member were as formidable as Uchiha Madara himself. "Even with an eternal Manjiki, do you possess Madara's vast chakra? Activating a complete Susanoo places a great strain on the body. Do you think ocular prowess alone suffices without chakra?" Uchiha Madara was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, battling Hashirama amidst the Valley of the End for 3 days and nights, albeit ultimately losing. The future geniuses of your clan capable of awakening the Manjiki, Shursui, Itachi, Obito, Sasuke, none of them have been free from the toll it takes. Sasuke, in particular, became blind within mere days of awakening it. How do you know this?" Uchiha Shana staggered back in disbelief, shocked that this young man was aware of the secrets of the Manjiki. Had he sneaked into the clan's temple to view the stone tablet? The tablet's contents were said to be visible only to those who possessed the Sharingan. The world is vast. Your beloved Uchiha Madara was also defeated by the first Hokage's would release. Susanoo is indeed powerful, but can it withstand the sage arts of the 3 great sages? Do you understand that Inoki's dust release can create a massive hole in Susanoo? Jiang Feng's words struck a nerve. "Enough. Do not underestimate the ninja world." Uchiha Shana, visibly shaken, seemed to become a shell of his former self, his laughter echoing eerily in the air. Realizing he had delivered a crushing blow, Jiang Feng decided against further tormenting him, fearing the man might retaliate in his wrath, and promptly shut the door. "Could it be that I am the frog at the bottom of the well?" Uchiha Shana, feeling utterly defeated, clutched his hair and let out a mad, hollow laugh, before collapsing to the ground, trembling lips betraying his turmoil. Chapter 57. The adult version of Tsunade Impossible. Uchiha Shana sat there, eyes devoid of focus, staring at his own hands. Some passing Noera clan members, noticing someone slumped at the Uchiha leader's doorstep, considered approaching to inquire about the situation. However, upon seeing Uchiha Shana's red fan insignia and his maniacally distorted expression, they fled in fear. At that moment, 3 sharply dressed individuals from the Noera clan approached, one notably portly, whose movements caused his facial flesh to jiggle, clad in armor. The second, with a bun atop his head, appeared aloof, a blade of grass clenched in his mouth, with lifeless eyes. The last, taller with golden hair, boisterously laughed, his voice echoing from a distance. Each of the 3 wore distinct insignia on their clothing and identical earrings, accompanied by 3 young boys who walked closely behind them. Seeing the heads of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans heading toward his home, Jiang Feng sensed impending trouble and swiftly made his exit through the back door. Hey, isn't that the old man from the Uchiha clan? What bad luck. His rare good mood dissipated upon noticing Uchiha Shana at his doorstep. Although the Uchiha clan was among the strongest in Konoha, their reputation within the village was considerably tarnished. Father, this guy seems a bit off. His expression is quite vacant, remarked the red-haired chubby boy, munching on chips while observing the seated Uchiha Shana. Dingzwa, no foolish remarks. Akimichi Zongsi reprimanded his son with a punch to the head. That old man is an elder of the Uchiha clan. Do you think it's wise to mock him? That hurt, Dad. Dingzwa grimaced, rubbing the back of his head, relieved to find no swelling, before redirecting his attention back to the chips. This boy. Akimichi Zongsi's face twitched, exasperated that despite his warnings, his son had forgotten and provoked a potentially dangerous situation. Just wait until we get home. You'll see. Nara Eiji, observing the expression of his friend, discerned that this young Ding would likely face a severe reprimand upon returning home. Should he advise his old companion? Perhaps not. It seemed too troublesome. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana, seated on the ground, distinctly heard the commotion and, after regaining his composure, rose slowly to cast a cold glance in their direction. Insect, he scoffed disdainfully before striding away. In his eyes, the pig-deer butterfly clan might appear formidable to commoners and ordinary ninjas, but ultimately, they were merely a rabble, members of his own clan. Upon awakening, their three-tomo Sharingan could easily attain the rank of Jonin. How could these individuals possibly withstand such power? Moreover, there were the kaleidoscope Sharingan, far beyond the three-tomo. His ancestor, Uchiha Madara, once wielded an invincible kaleidoscope, treading upon the 4 great ninja villages and betraying Konoha in a display of unparalleled glory. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Feng's mention that the kaleidoscope could lead to blindness. Could it be that the invincible ancestor Madara lost to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, due to the depletion of his ocular power? His mind spiraled with increasingly convoluted thoughts. Uchiha Shana, in a fit of frustration, slapped his own face twice, leaving 2 prominent handprints, and then hastily departed. Indeed, the Uchiha clan seemed to possess some peculiarities. Who would strike their own face without reason? Heya, keep your distance from the Uchiha, Yamashiro Shogun advised, observing the somewhat neurotic Uchiha Shana with concern for his child. Yamashiro Heya nodded in understanding. After all, a family that would strike their own faces likely harbored other oddities. Enough, Shogun, let us not linger on the Uchiha. We must not forget our purpose, Eiji interjected. Ahem, is young Jiang Feng at home? The leaders of the pig-deer butterfly clans seek an audience. Yamashiro Shogun tidied his attire and approached Jiang Feng's door. After waiting a considerable time with no response, he knocked repeatedly, yet the silence persisted. Growing impatient, he sensed the chakra within, discovering only a compact cluster of chakra approximately 40 centimeters in diameter. He shrugged and shook his head at his friends, who exchanged glances. Senju Tsunade's residence. Push harder. I can take it. Is this so? Ah, indeed it is. Ugh. Tsunade observed the scene before her chakra flaring in anger as she snapped the pen in her hand. You. Restrain yourself. Tsunade hurled the broken pen across the room. Such fury, Tsunade. Has a relative come to visit? Jiang Feng cast 2 small electric orbs, instantly reducing the severed pencil to charred remnants that fell to the ground. He then shifted his position at the feet of Xuanwu Meiling. Oh, Jiang Feng, don't rub against me, it tickles. Xuanwu Meiling felt Jiang Feng's warm breath on her legs, encased in black stockings, and her face flushed a deep crimson, almost as if blood might drip from it. I apologize. It has been a while since I experienced Meiling's knee pillow. I find myself a bit nostalgic. Jiang Feng reluctantly withdrew his head from the alluring embrace of Uzumaki Meiling's legs, his hand unconsciously brushing against her. You insufferable fool, go perish. Tsunade's veins bulged as she could no longer restrain herself, delivering a powerful punch that sent Jiang Feng hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall of the study and creating a substantial hole. Brother Jiang Feng. Uzumaki Meiling gazed anxiously at Jiang Feng, who was buried beneath the rubble. Despite having witnessed numerous similar scenarios over the past year, her concern remained palpable. It's nothing. Ouch. Tsunade, why did you suddenly do that? With such violence. Who would dare to want you in the future? Jiang Feng brushed off the dust from his attire and rose to his feet, as though the one who had just been sent flying was not himself. What does it concern you? Tsunade was on the verge of exploding with anger. While she was preoccupied with the vexation of mastering her monstrous strength, this insufferable fellow was casually indulging in a pillow of beauty with Myling right before her eyes. How infuriating! Yet, why let such fury consume her? If others did not want him, could she not cherish him herself? She resolutely chose not to feel envious. With a swift movement, Jiang Feng embraced Tsunade and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, his hand instinctively brushing back her hair. After a moment of dazed surprise, Tsunade forcefully swatted Jiang Feng's hand away and retreated several steps, her face flushed with warmth. What are you doing? And who is feeling jealous? Brother, I have succeeded. Just as Jiang Feng was about to respond, a girl's voice chimed in as the study door swung open, revealing another Tsunade. This version appeared to be of age, her green jacket perfectly draping over her thighs, revealing her fair skin. As she moved, her figure swayed enticingly, strands of her golden hair dancing about, exuding a hint of allure. Brother, thanks to your training, I can now transform into a grown-up version of my sister. The adult Tsunade proudly placed her right hand on her chest, her heart beating in synchrony with the other. Oh, Suk, you are truly a genius. I only taught you once, and you replicated it flawlessly. Hee hee, it's all due to your excellent teaching. The grown-up Tsunade shyly scratched her head, momentarily resembling Suk. Jiang Feng, what exactly did you teach Suk? Tsunade seethed, her chakra flaring with rage, sending the plans on the table flying as she punched Jiang Feng, who stumbled back from the force before she lunged at him for a relentless assault. Chapter 58. The Misfortunes of the Hidden Mist Village. Grandma Mito, please be my advocate. Look at what Tsunade has done to me. At that moment, Jiang Feng's clothes were tattered, his body bruised and battered, with stray grasses entangled in his yellow-brown hair. Enough. Enough. Both of you have graduated, yet you still act so immaturely. Mito chuckled as she plucked the grass from Jiang Feng's head. Grandma, he deserves it. He taught Suk such things. Tsunade recalled the ludicrous image of two enormous puddings, her face turning crimson as she thought about how exaggerated her grown-up self could appear. I had high hopes for you. I believed in your potential. Jiang Feng flashed a bright smile, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. No. How shameless. How could you hold such lofty expectations? Feeling Jiang Feng's intense gaze, Tsunade blushed and quickly placed a hand over her chest. Youth is truly wonderful, Uzumaki Mito remarked, sipping her hot tea. Recently, Tsunade had taken to fervently drinking milk and applying medicinal wine, reflecting on how Suk had transformed since Tsunade reached adulthood. Perhaps in the future, Tsunade would indeed be blessed with such divine gifts. Lofty expectations? Perhaps I should strive a little harder, Uzumaki Myling thought to herself, glancing down at her still-developing figure, silently encouraging herself. Strive for what? Suk, sporting dark circles under his eyes, inquired of Uzumaki Myling. And nothing. Uzumaki Myling quickly shook her head. How could she disclose such an embarrassing matter to others? How peculiar, Suk mused, observing Uzumaki Myling's hesitance, lamenting the complexities of women. By the way, Mito, I would like to inquire about a matter concerning the nine tails within you. May I know your thoughts on this? Jiang Feng retrieved a damp towel to cleanse his hair and face, adopting a serious demeanor as he sat before Uzumaki Naruto. Nine tails? What is your intention? Tsunade was taken aback by Jiang Feng's sudden interest in the nine tails, her anxiety escalating as she prepared to rush out, only to be halted by a gesture from her grandmother. Little Jiang Feng, the tailed beasts are formidable entities. They possess little rationality. Once unleashed, they become akin to natural disasters. Are you perhaps coveting their power? Uzumaki Naruto's murky eyes sharpened with an intense clarity. She could not comprehend the thoughts of this boy she had watched grow since childhood. Could it be that after being injured by the rogue ninja, he had begun to stray down the path of seeking the tailed beast's strength? She felt she was not yet at her wit's end. If that were the case, she might have to rouse her weary bones. What need do I have for their power? Never mind. I shall demonstrate for Jiang Feng, with a face full of grievance. Nestled against Tsunade, rubbing incessantly. Do not take advantage of me. Tsunade, feeling an unusual sensation, instinctively tightened her legs, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks as she fiercely tugged at Jiang Feng's ear. This Jiang Feng, day by day, fails to adopt a serious demeanor. Ouch, ouch. It hurts. My ear feels as though it might be severed. Jiang Feng winced in pain as he leaned closer to Tsunade, playfully exhaling a warm breath into her ear. Tsunade's back stiffened instantly, Her mind momentarily blank as an involuntary shiver ran down her spine. Ahem. Mito Uzumaki deliberately cleared her throat. A subtle reminder for the two to rein in their antics, especially with Nawaki and Mei Ling still present. Had she not shielded their eyes, these two would have set a rather instructive example. If left unchecked, their little game might have escalated beyond appropriate boundaries. Youthful indeed, yet their flirtations were anything but innocent. I should go water the flowers by the entrance, Tsunade stammered, hastily fabricating an excuse before fleeing the scene. With a pointed glance, Mito silently signaled Jiang Feng, "Now it's your turn to perform." "Well, you see, I've developed a new chakra mode," he began, demonstrating with a flourish. Jiang Feng stood in place, feeling a twinge of unease, before taking a deep breath and abruptly opening his eyes. A radiant light, reminiscent of sunlight, enveloped him like a protective shell. Simultaneously, crackling sparks ignited the air, rendering it both searing and difficult to inhale. Suddenly, the colossal orange fox, dormant within the whirlpool of water, awakened, albeit restrained by several golden chains that rendered it immobile. What manner of disturbance is this? Hey, Whirlpool Elder, let me see the outside world. At this moment, the Ninetales ceased its pretended slumber, having sensed a peculiar thread of chakra from the outside, triggered by the whirlpool's sudden loss of composure. This chakra felt oddly familiar yet foreign, distinct from that of other tailed beasts, perplexingly unique. As Jiang Feng's formidable presence registered, the Whirlpool Elder noticed that the usually tranquil Ninetales had unexpectedly reacted. It was worth noting that apart from past reprimands, such a significant response had never occurred before. What is happening today? Grandma Water, it's somewhat like this. In this form, my chakra consumption is quite severe. I can only launch about 6 full-powered attacks. Jiang Feng extended his hand outward, summoning a golden sphere of electricity that gradually expanded in size. It then released a brilliant golden lightning bolt that soared into the sky, striking a centuries-old tree 100 meters away with a resounding crash. In an instant, the tree lost its lower half and collapsed straight down, never having anticipated that it would meet its demise not through the ravages of time, but rather by serving as a target. Chapter 59, The First Encounter with the Ninetales. The golden lightning flickered out in an instant, leaving a wave of heat enveloping the room. Well, that's about it. What's the matter with all of you? Jiang Feng exhaled the smoke from his fingers, turning to find 3 individuals in the room staring wide-eyed at him. The most exaggerated of them was the fellow known as Thousand Hand Rope Tree, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out, while his right hand was stuffed in his mouth as if to demonstrate the size of his mouth. Lord Mito, are you unscathed? A dark figure wearing a white fox mask descended from the rooftop, drenched in sweat, accompanied by 5 subordinates. They were the personnel assigned to safeguard the esteemed Mito Uzumaki, who held a position of utmost importance. Not only was she the wife of the first Hokage, but she was also the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Should the Ninetales within her break free from its seal, the very existence of the Hidden Leaf Village could be at stake. The title of the strongest tailed beast was not merely for show. The few guards present would likely have to commit seppuku to atone for such a grave failure. Fear not, I am quite well. Mito Uzumaki swiftly calmed her emotions and responded. That is a relief. May I inquire, Lady Mito, about the recent? Jiang Feng. The Umbu members, upon shifting their gaze, immediately recognized Jiang Feng and knew well that this calamity was surely his doing. This fellow had a penchant for creating disturbances. Not long ago, he had ventured into the Death Forest, turning half of its creatures into culinary delights for his summoning beasts. At the behest of the third Hokage, a vast effort had been made over the course of nearly 5 years to transform the area into a testing ground for lower-ranked ninjas, cultivating its ecosystem, which included numerous creatures possessing the potential to become summoning beasts. Remarkably, all of them had ended up in Jiang Feng's stomach. Was this the conduct of a human being? Setting aside his questionable actions, it must be acknowledged that his culinary skills were indeed remarkable. Hey, just because you wear masks doesn't mean I can't perceive the disdain in your eyes. What have I done to provoke you? Jiang Feng seethed, observing the Umbu collectively rolling their eyes at him. Are you truly unaware of your own misdeeds? Just 2 days ago, you stole a sealing technique. 5 days prior, in retaliation against Lord Hokage, you set fire to his treasure vault. 11 days ago, during your spar with Might Guy, you obliterated half of the Hokage Rock forest and caused cracks to appear in the statue atop it. 18 days ago, you unleashed a myriad of snakes in the streets, leading to the collapse of the commercial district, with underground water surging forth to devastate 3 establishments, and 14 shops suffering structural damage from the wild tale of your summoned snakes. The crowd stared at him in disbelief. Defamation. This is blatant slander. I declare that speaking recklessly is a crime, and I shall seek out the 3rd Hokage to bring charges against you, especially you, Kakashi Hitaki. You and Jiraiya are the only ones in the village whose hair has turned silver prematurely. Do you think donning a mask will shield you from accountability? Listening to the Umbu indiscriminately attributing blame to him, Jiang Feng erupted in a fit of rage. Jiang Feng, hands on his hips, loudly protested. I merely struck the old man on the head with an honest intention, wanting to see if I could master the Flying Thunder God technique. In the end, I realized I couldn't learn it and returned it to him. As for the barbecue for Yano-yu, who could have predicted that the small house next to us would suddenly catch fire? And let's not even mention the Hokage Rock statue. It's clearly a shoddy construction. Both might die, and I didn't even touch the statue before it cracked. Do you have no regard for the esteemed Hokage of generations past? The crowd was taken aback, marveling at Jiang Feng's audacity, his brazen fabrications spoken with open eyes. What street could possibly accommodate a behemoth of 40 meters? His own body nearly spanned 10 meters in width. Had it not been for the 15-meter-wide roads of the commercial district, calamity would have surely ensued. Recognizing his true nature, the onlookers could only cast him silent, disapproving glances. What are you doing? I have compensated for the damages caused by the Great Serpent, all right? Don't look at me as if I'm a criminal. Under the weight of their contemptuous stares, Jiang Feng felt as though his conscience had been devoured by the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. He crouched down, clutching his head, feeling like the detritus of society. What a wretched state. Due to Uzumaki Mido's unsettled mind today, the seal on the Nine Tails was weaker than usual, allowing it to sense the outside world to a slight degree. Is this the sprightly little brat? The Nine Tails had just sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the boy. A strange familiarity despite having never met him. Furthermore, this chakra mode bore a resemblance to the tailed beast transformation of a Jinchuriki. How could a human possess such a form? Could this be a descendant of those who pursued it during the Warring States period? This chakra lacked the chilling essence of the Uchiha clan and the terrifying yang chakra of Hashirama Senju. Yet, the boy's cells were remarkably active. Not reminiscent of the Kagaya clan from the Land of Water. How peculiar. Although filled with hatred for humans who coveted its power, the sight of this boy stirred a pang of discomfort in its chest, causing its eyes to well with unshed tears. The Nine Tails shook its head vigorously. No human was worthy of trust. It recalled the days of carefree existence in the wild, only to be ensnared by that detestable Uchiha Madara, who had unceremoniously forced it into battle against the deranged Senju Hashirama. Afterward, it was imprisoned for decades within the old woman of the Uzumaki clan. Once freed, it vowed to annihilate them all. After assessing the situation, the Umbu silently withdrew, leaving Uzumaki Mido unsure of how to handle Jiang Feng before her. The Nine Tails posed an immense danger, even if it did not actively harm Jiang Feng within its sealing space. The negative energy it radiated could undoubtedly spell doom for any unfortunate soul. Jiang Feng knelt before the whirlpool of Mizuho and spoke. Mizuho Granny, I am prepared. Enough, enough. It shall be as you wish. Mizuho gazed at the stubborn Jiang Feng, her head beginning to ache. If her attempts proved futile, he might seek assistance from other village Jinchuriki, so it would be safer to proceed here. Thank you, Granny. Observing Jiang Feng's playful demeanor, Mizuho placed her wrinkled palm upon his head. A surge of power flowed through her hand to Jiang Feng, who offered no resistance. After a moment of dizziness, he heard someone beside him say, "We have arrived." As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black expanse. This time, there was no elderly sage of the Six Paths, nor anyone with pristine white eyes. Before Jiang Feng stood an orange-furred fox, bound tightly by countless golden chains, resembling a zongzi. Behind this fox sprouted 9 long, magnificent tails, each also whimsically restrained by Mizuho. Oh, this grand fox must be the Nine Tails, huh? Upon sensing the disturbance in the space, the Nine Tails opened its eyes and, upon seeing the young boy who had waved at it without a hint of tension, remarked, "Am I lacking in ferocity? Is my stature insufficiently intimidating that you, a mere child not even as tall as my calf, dare to underestimate me?" With a thunderous roar, the Nine Tails opened its maw, unleashing a wave of terrifying sound that tousled Jiang Feng's hair, followed by an inexplicable wave of trepidation. In Jiang Feng's mind, It felt as though 1,000 voices were simultaneously conversing within him. As Xuanwu Water, who observed Jiang Feng's anguished expression, he initially contemplated offering assistance. But after a moment's reflection, he chose to refrain from intervening. Chapter 60. What do you intend to do? This is an elderly woman in her 60s. Fear, brutality, slaughter, despair, and wails of anguish. A relentless tide of negative emotions surged into Jiang Feng's consciousness. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed a deep crimson, as a harsh and malevolent voice incessantly urged him in his mind to eliminate the seemingly amiable vortex water master beside him. Beside Jiang Feng. The swirling vortex of Watergate furrowed her brow, possessing the ability to sense malice. She could distinctly perceive the waves of murderous intent and indignation emanating from Jiang Feng's gaze. It appeared that bringing Jiang Feng to meet the Nine Tails was indeed an overestimation on her part. After all, this young lad, regardless of his prodigious talents, was merely approaching the tender age of 11. Look, what are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me, or shall I blind your wretched eyes? At that moment, Jiang Feng's head buzzed incessantly. Observing Watergate's sighing expression, he, in a state of disarray, could no longer contain his tongue. How could you? Watergate stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief, unable to fathom that this junior, who had always shown her utmost respect, would dare to address her in such a manner. What gives you the audacity to call my name so casually? At merely 60-something, you resemble a decrepit elder. Do you think I am unaware of your hidden seals that allow you to maintain your youthful appearance? I desire the exquisite elegance of the lovely Watergate sister with her vibrant red hair, fair complexion, and long legs. Not the frail and aging figure of Watergate Granny. Jiang Feng, in a fit of exasperation, pointed at the diamond pattern between the brows of Uzumaki Mizuho. Which was the secret to Tsunade's perpetual youth? Why must you flaunt your wrinkled visage, you old hag? Who are you trying to guard against? He exclaimed. Uzumaki Mizuho, taken aback by Jiang Feng's audacious remarks, thought to herself, is this fellow under the influence of the Nine Tails' negative energy? While I can comprehend your belligerent demeanor, I never imagined you would harbor thoughts about a woman in her 60s. What kind of perversion is this? However, how did this rascal learn about the function of the Yin seal? Did Tsunade divulge it? That seemed unlikely, as she had yet to master it. This little imp is too amusing. I support you. Pursue your love boldly. The Nine Tails roared with laughter at Jiang Feng's antics. If it weren't for the golden chains binding him, the Nine Tails would have likely doubled over in mirth. Having witnessed many fear-induced reactions, but never one where a young lad flirted with a woman of such age. The irony was that this elderly woman was none other than Uzumaki Mizuho, whom the Nine Tails held in disdain. This young man had executed his jest splendidly. Mizuho, already discomforted by Jiang Feng's remarks, was further provoked by the Nine Tails' taunts. What business do you have here, you foul fox? She retorted, extending her right hand. A slender, golden chain extended to over 50 meters, which she seized and struck fiercely against the Nine Tails. What are you doing, Uzumaki Mizuho? The Nine Tails yelped, unprepared for her reprimand. Speak. Come on, say something. Each swing of the golden chain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from the Nine Tails, and with every cry, Mizuho's strikes grew more fervent. With each lamentation, the crimson hue in Jiang Feng's eyes gradually faded. Observing Mizuho mercilessly chastising the Nine Tails, Jiang Feng suddenly recalled the outrageous words he had just uttered, and he wished to bash his head against the ground in despair. He longed to curse the heavens, imploring a bolt of lightning to strike him if he were guilty. Why must I endure such torment? He lamented. He hoped he wouldn't have to confront Mizuho again. That wretched Nine Tails had led him to social demise, and he vowed to seek retribution. Meanwhile, after delivering a vigorous lesson to the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mizuho, panting from exhaustion, noticed Jiang Feng squatting despondently on the ground, tracing circles. The atmosphere grew thick with awkwardness as she recalled the earlier scene, leaving her at a loss for words. The Nine Tails, having feared for its safety, kept its eyes tightly shut until it cautiously opened them to see Mizuho grinning at the sight of the mortified young man. Little one, do you see? This old woman is staring right at you. If you help me break my seal, I shall assist you in winning her over. What do you say? The Nine Tails proposed. Mizuho glared at the audacious creature, her anger intensifying as the entire ceiling space trembled. Her once dull, purplish hair transformed into a vibrant tomato red, and as she unleashed her fury, her wrinkles began to smooth and refine. Calm yourself, old woman. I confess my voice was too loud. No, stop. It's breaking. It's breaking. Mizuho unleashed a flurry of golden chains, ensnaring the nine-tails by its long tails. The pain was excruciating. Tears brimmed in the nine-tails' eyes. Who could comprehend the agony of being struck in such a sensitive area? Only those who had endured the 1,000 years of pain would truly understand. O Nine-Tails, I shall mourn for you for a moment. Jiang Feng instinctively covered his rear, for he had witnessed the shocking sight of the Nine-Tails having one of its tails brutally severed, inadvertently catching a glimpse of a portion of flesh missing from its rear. The Nine-Tails, initially engulfed in an indescribable agony from the loss of its tail, suddenly ceased its pained cries, showing no reaction even when a second tail was torn away. Instead, it fixated its gaze intently upon Jiang Feng. This peculiar behavior of the Nine-Tails caught the attention of Uzumaki Mido, who, assuming the beast intended to harm Jiang Feng, instinctively shielded him, watching the Nine-Tails with caution. Is the fighting over? Jiang Feng pondered, perplexed by the sudden turn of events and Mido's protective stance. His mind swirled with confusion, questioning why she felt the need to protect him, especially when the Nine-Tails was supposedly confined within its cage. However, the youthful visage of Mido radiated an aura of intellectual beauty. Her pheromones reactivated due to the lifting of the seal, enveloping her in a delicate fragrance. Shaking his head, Jiang Feng chastised himself for such thoughts, reminding himself that this was a woman over 60 years of age. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails paid no heed to Jiang Feng's chaotic thoughts, emanating an aura of danger as it slowly spoke. How do you know that name? Answer me. Why do you know that name? Seeing Jiang Feng's lack of response, the Nine-Tails attempted to advance for questioning, but was thwarted by the chains binding it. The golden chains stretched taut, and as the creature gripped the ceiling gate with its claws, it felt as though its paws were sizzling on a heated pan, the noise echoing like a frying sound. The Nine-Tails, upon touching the restriction, felt a surge of chakra rush toward the ceiling gate, which erupted with a terrifying voltage, singeing the creature's fur and releasing a nauseating scent of charred flesh. Despite this torment, the Nine-Tails held on, gritting its teeth against the backlash of the ceiling gate. Its eyes fixed on Jiang Feng. Uzumaki Mido, observing the unexpected turn of events, recalled how the Nine-Tails had previously only struggled and cursed while sealed within her. For nearly a decade, her shadow ceiling had locked away all its chakra and vitality, leaving it in a deep slumber. Yet now, it seemed to disregard its own life. Nine-Tails, you shall not act recklessly while I am here. Mido, puzzled by the odd name Nine-Tails, could it be a peculiar nickname from its dark past? Resolved to intervene, determined not to allow the creature to continue its chaos. As Mido's breathing steadied, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, clapped her hands, and from the ground erupted 14 golden chains, each the size of a fist, binding the Nine-Tails' limbs, neck, waist, and remaining 7 tails. The Nine-Tails, which had nearly pressed its entire head against the ceiling gate, was now firmly restrained. As the chains constricted, the Nine-Tails attempted to resist. But the formidable golden chains were of an entirely different caliber from those it was used to. With a stumble, it could no longer maintain its foothold, becoming helplessly anchored to the ground. Don't think that just because you are a descendant of Ashura, I will not slay you. Despite its claws gripping the ground, the Nine-Tails' body was relentlessly dragged backward by the chains, almost entranced, as it sank its teeth into the ceiling gate, enduring the electric shocks that caused its eyes to roll back and blood to spill from its mouth. What Ashura? As long as I am here, you shall not escape. Uzumaki Mido struggled to comprehend the Nine-Tails' utterances, gasping heavily, beads of sweat cascading like rain. Subduing the Nine-Tails was no trivial task, especially given her age and her prolonged use of shadow sealing, which had drained her vitality. Yet, she was not entirely incapacitated. Just as she contemplated intensifying the sealing force, Jiang Feng interjected. Mido, allow me to converse with the great fox for a moment. Turning to him, Mido found Jiang Feng smiling, and then, utilizing a technique impervious to ocular perception, he transformed into an elderly figure clad in a white robe, silver hair cascading down, holding a black staff. Most strikingly, his eyes transformed into a violet spiral pattern, with a peculiar red spiral marking on his forehead and 2 white horns protruding from either side of his head, rendering him an otherworldly sight. Leave it to me, Jiang Feng reassured. Mido intended to express the peril the Nine-Tails posed, but Jiang Feng's gentle smile silenced her thoughts. As she watched Jiang Feng stride forward, A strange sensation of a bloodline connection enveloped her. Jiang Feng cautiously approached the Nine Tails, his heart pounding with trepidation. Although he had assumed the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths, he lacked the essence of the sage himself. The Nine Tails, intimately familiar with the sage, might easily discern the ruse. Thus, he had no choice but to gamble on this precarious situation. He certainly did not wish for the Nine Tails to choose self-destruction, taking the elderly Mito with it. For while tailed beasts were indeed capable of resurrection due to their chakra aggregation, Mito lacked such a miraculous power. The Nine Tails, rendered nearly senseless by the shocks it had endured, initially mistook the sounds ahead for the old woman, Uzumaki Mito, attempting to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. However, it soon beheld a figure that left it utterly incredulous, its struggles ceasing as it fixated intently on Jiang Feng. Old man. The once ferocious gaze of the Nine Tails transformed as tears began to well up in its eyes, and its throat grew parched, rendering it unable to articulate properly. Kurama, I never expected that though your body has matured, you still possess that same penchant for shedding tears as before. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, stroking his chin adorned with light brown stubble. Who is shedding tears? I am not that foolish creature, Shohei. Moreover, weren't you dead? Why do you exude the essence of a living being? And why is your aura so faint? Perhaps feeling a twinge of shyness. He turned his head away in a haughty manner, discreetly wiping the tears from his eyes onto his attire. He then gazed quizzically at the Sage of Six Paths before him. Although he bore the essence of the venerable old man, it was strikingly diminished, overshadowed instead by the remnants of that little specter from earlier. Jiang Feng felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, the Nine Tails was not easily deceived. I merely projected my consciousness into this vessel. Among the 9 of you, my greatest concern has always been you. After slumbering for so many years, you awakened to create such a tumult, unchanged from the past. The Nine Tails lowered its head, feeling a sense of unease. The old man's final admonition was for the nine-tailed beasts to live peacefully, to receive proper guidance, and to understand the essence of true power. Yet, it found itself solely fixated on how to eliminate the Jinchuriki who had sealed it away. Do not harbor too much hatred for humanity. After all, in my prophecy, your future is destined to intertwine with that of an optimistic youth, together striving to save this world of shinobi. Jiang Feng extended his hand through the crevice of the ceiling gate, gently resting it upon the mouth of the Nine Tails, caressing its fur with tender strokes. Who would conspire with detestable humans to save the ninja world? The Nine Tails mumbled softly, its face puffed in irritation, yet its tail wagged joyfully, the golden chains clinking in a chaotic symphony. Meanwhile, in the distance, Uzumaki Naruto was nearly at his wit's end. How had Jiang Feng transformed so drastically? Was the Nine Tails truly so obedient? Could it possibly be a transformation of the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs? Haha, I believe in you, for you are the Kai-Bai, he mused. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths was enveloped in a myriad of luminous particles, which scattered like whispers in the wind, leaving behind a tapestry of varying-sized holes upon his form. It appeared the time had come. Kai-Bai, I hope the next time I see you, it is not under such circumstances. In a moment of desperation, the Nine Tails attempted to rise, only to be tripped by the golden chains, tumbling clumsily to the ground. As it witnessed the complete disappearance of the elder's figure, tears spilled forth like a string of pearls, cascading endlessly. As the radiance faded, Jiang Feng's silhouette emerged. What is this? Kai-Bai, why have you suddenly begun to weep? Jiang Feng feigned a look of bewilderment as he gazed at the Nine Tails before him. Who cried? It's merely sand in my eyes. And you, little brat, are not permitted to call me Nine Lama. The Nine Tails swiftly wiped away its tears and attempted to adopt a fierce demeanor. However, if only its eyes weren't so red and its nose free of mucus, it might have appeared somewhat formidable. As it stood, this display only elicited laughter from Jiang Feng. Uft, you little rascal, how dare you laugh at me? I did not. I am a ninja trained rigorously. No matter how amusing the situation, I shall not laugh. Uft, you absolutely laughed. Do you think I, the Nine Tails, lack temper? If I were to escape, I would flay you alive. The Nine Tails, exasperated, pounded the ground. Though it appeared menacing, there was not a shred of malice in its demeanor. To Jiang Feng, the Nine Tails resembled nothing more than a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Chapter 62. Vortex Minato. Am I the third wheel? Frustrated, yet unable to react. In front of the sealed gate, Jiang Feng playfully patted his backside, infuriating the Nine Tails to the point of hopping in annoyance. Observing the interaction between Jiang Feng and the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mizuhito scratched his head in confusion, pondering how he had been here for quite some time, only to witness their playful antics. Moreover, he mused if this Nine Tails was akin to the husky from the land of snow. It was said that tailed beasts were terrifying calamities, yet here was this juvenile Nine Tails, frolicking about with Jiang Feng, seemingly devoid of maturity. He felt an urge to lift the Nine Tails' head to see if all its intelligence had been sacrificed for the sake of its eternal lifespan. Speaking to me with such life-or-death fervor, must the disparity in treatment be so overt? You've resided in my body for decades, yet I have neither charged you rent nor received a pleasant expression from you. Jiang Feng, do not forget your original purpose for coming here. Observing Jiang Feng's self-satisfied demeanor, Uzumaki Mizuhito hastily sought to restrain him, uncertain if the Nine Tails might suddenly erupt in rage. What purpose? To recruit the Nine Tails as a subordinate? Jiang Feng, in jest, found himself momentarily perplexed. You insolent brat, who would want to be your subordinate? And do refrain from calling me Jiolama. Where did you even hear that name? The Nine Tails turned its head away in a haughty manner. This was Jiang Feng. Had it been anyone else, the Nine Tails would have already unleashed its wrath. It seems my affinity for this lad stems from the lingering presence of the old man, which makes me feel a sense of familiarity. Consider yourself fortunate, little brat. Were it not for the old man's regard, I would have surely obliterated you with a blast of tailed beast chakra. Isn't that your name? The horned old man in my dream told me so. Otherwise, should I call you Great Fox? I believe that name suits you quite well. Jiang Feng, with hands on his hips and a gleam in his eyes, spoke animatedly to the Nine Tails, reflecting on the thrill of cosplaying as the Sage of Six Paths and playfully deceiving the Nine Tails once more. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Uzumaki Mido raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of dream interpretation. What kind of skill is this? He had only heard of illusions manifesting within dreams, but never of anyone possessing the ability to convey messages through dreams. Could it be a spirit? In his childhood, while in the land of whirlpools, he seemed to recall the elder clan leader discussing such topics. Jiang Feng stood before the gate of sealing, gazing at the Nine Tails, which bared its fangs at him. Yet, he felt no fear, and one might wonder why. The strongest Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, was right beside him. What was there to fear from the Nine Tails? One need only recall that even when the Nine Tails was inherited by Naruto, the mere mention of Uzumaki Mido would send shivers down its spine. Moreover, this Mido, having liberated herself from her former seals, had grown even stronger than before. In recent years, the Nine Tails had not dared to act against her, let alone now. Nevertheless, one must admit, this Mido was truly remarkable. Suddenly, Uzumaki Mido felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her, as though she were completely exposed under Jiang Feng's gaze. She coughed discreetly, prompting Jiang Feng to turn his head away in embarrassment. This little rascal, Mido mused, observing Jiang Feng's flustered demeanor, could not help but shake her head in bemusement, silently chastising him for being so audacious. Call me whatever you like, be it Nine Tails or Kurama, but do not refer to me as the Great Fox. That sounds utterly foolish. The Nine Tails finally realized that the old man had entrusted this dream to the young boy, which clarified the previous events to some extent. It was no wonder the old man could temporarily inhabit this child's body. Why, out of the thousands of ninjas in this world, did the old man choose to send a message to this brat? Furthermore, the old man's prophecy stated that he would partner with the young boy. Impossible. How could it be this one? This brat was insufferable, having the audacity to bestow a nickname upon their first meeting. Kurama, will not accept this. What is foolish about the name Great Fox? It sounds endearing and adorable. Are you truly so disdainful? Jiang Feng, observing the Nine Tails shake its head vehemently, mistakenly thought it disapproved of the nickname. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the Nine Tails felt a surge of indignation. Here I am, with this formidable body and fierce claws and fangs, and I am given such a ridiculous name. Who are you insulting? To such a foolish human, the Nine Tails felt that even a moment spent gazing at him was a waste of time. At that moment, a wave of inexplicable pain coursed through its tails, reminding it that in its earlier excitement, it had suffered the loss of two tails. It attempted to reach out to soothe the pain, but the golden chains binding it rendered it immobile. Mido, could you please remove the sealing chains from the Nine Tails? After all, with the sealing gate present, what difference does it make? As Jiang Feng gazed upon the youthful visage of Uzumaki Naruto, he nearly let slip a remark, but swiftly amended his words. He contemplated how the Nine Tails would be treated far better in the future, residing within Kushina's body, as opposed to its current predicament. The ceiling chamber was adorned with polished wooden floors that gleamed with golden light, a stark contrast to the present darkness surrounding it, where it was bound and intermittently subjected to torment. It was no wonder the Nine Tails harbored such fear of Uzumaki Naruto, had it been in his place. Confined for such an extended period, it would likely have succumbed to madness. Uzumaki Naruto turned to Jiang Feng, elucidating, "The power of the Nine Tails is exceedingly formidable, and if left unchecked, it could spell disaster. Although they are manifestations of chakra, they are indeed sentient beings. They may not bleed, yet they are capable of shedding tears, expressing sorrow, and roaring with rage. Were it not for humanity's insatiable greed for their strength, imprisoning them within Jinchuriki, they might have lived a far more carefree existence." Suddenly, the Nine Tails felt a jolt of surprise, gazing at Jiang Feng in astonishment. Never before had anyone considered the plight of tailed beasts from their perspective. Indeed, it had been many years since the passing of the elder, when members of the Shinobi clan would bring offerings to the shrine as a tribute to its spirit. Yet, such peaceful days were fleeting, as human desires and ambitions began to covet its immense power, seeking to mold it into a tool for territorial expansion. For centuries, it endured incessant disturbances until decades ago when the formidable Hashirama Senju, wielding Mokuton like Ashura, sealed Uzumaki Naruto within this aged woman, granting a long-overdue respite from the chaos outside. Feeling the Nine Tails gaze upon him, Jiang Feng turned and offered a bright smile. The Nine Tails, in turn, seemed to glimpse the shadow of the elder within Jiang Feng. "Humph, who asked for your meddling? I shan't express gratitude." "Hee, that's quite all right, I understand." Jiang Feng gazed at the proud expression of the Nine Tails and turned his head, chuckling softly. "Hey, I've endured you for quite some time, ever since earlier. You've been mocking me. Impossible. I was merely chuckling quietly. How infuriating. I shall strike you down. But you can't reach me, and that only angers you further. Ah, you insufferable brat." Uzumaki Mito felt utterly bewildered, ever since Jiang Feng had transformed into that peculiar old man's appearance. The image of the Nine Tails in her mind had shattered into countless fragments. Even though it had been sealed by her, the once haughty and unyielding Nine Tails now seemed utterly out of character. "Have you been swapped? Your bickering resembles that of a couple in a petty squabble." As Jiang Feng chuckled, a profound sense of déjà vu enveloped him, reminiscent of past moments spent watching videos of couples in a certain province. The man repeatedly leaped about, while the woman exclaimed, "I am the epitome of the shoe path." The man, in a playful gesture, slid to apologize. "You dare mock me? Just wait until I step outside. I shall deal with you." The Nine Tails stomped in frustration. "Enough of your antics." Observing the two bickering once more, Vortex Waterhouse felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, covering his face in disbelief. He pondered whether he should withdraw, allowing these two to continue their playful banter. Their bond seemed so strong that perhaps they ought to formalize it with a marriage certificate. Chapter 63. Just do it and be done. In a bid to prevent further chaos from these two, Vortex Waterhouse decided to release the golden chains that had bound the Nine Tails for decades. As the chains, which had been locked away for years, finally fell away, the Nine Tails reveled in the newfound freedom of movement. However, a chilling realization struck. Despite the liberation from the golden chains being exhilarating, an inexplicable oddity lingered, akin to the Oil Women clan without their sunglasses. The Akimichi clan forsaking snacks, the Vortex clan lacking their revered shaka, and the Senju clan devoid of wood release. Well, they never truly had it. Considering not everyone among the Senju clan is a reincarnation of Ashura chakra, Jiang Feng winked at the Nine Tails and said, "Congratulations, Kurama. From now on, you can roll around when you find yourself bored. You little rascal, didn't you come to me for something? Speak quickly, while my mood is still pleasant." The Nine Tails, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "What do you mean rolling around when bored? Do you take me for a mere dog? I am a noble-tailed beast. I am a fox, for goodness sake. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Meanwhile, the neglected Naruto felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wondering, after half an hour of playful banter, have you finally decided to discuss serious matters? Is it appropriate for you two to be frolicking in front of a lady over 60? Jiang Feng, puzzled, tilted his head and suddenly recalled the matter at hand. Slapping his left hand, "Kaibai, Please assist me in enhancing this mode. With a flash of electric light, Jiang Feng had entered the chakra mode. Kaibai, with an expression of indifference and rigid movements, languidly rested his head on the ground, though internally he was utterly astonished by the young man's antics. What on earth is going on with this child? This chakra operating mode resembles tailed beast transformation, yet it is not merely a simple borrowing of the tailed beast's power. It feels more like he is. Wait, this technique looks eerily familiar. Isn't this chakra mode identical to my own methods? How perplexing. What could this mean? Could it be that the old man retained an excess of power when he divided it? There is another possibility. Perhaps this fellow is the old man's illegitimate child. Otherwise, why would he be experiencing prophetic dreams and spiritual possession? My goodness, I feel as though I have stumbled upon a grand secret. Oh, merely a mimicry of the tailed beast transformation. The chakra dissipates so rapidly, it won't last more than a couple of attempts. The Kaibai feigned nonchalance as he offered his commentary. Ah, you understand this as well? Truly impressive, as expected of you. In this mode, my chakra consumption is rather substantial. Do you possess any methods to help me improve it? Jiang Feng raised his brows in astonishment. Marvelously. The Ninetales had discerned at a glance that he was emulating the future Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode. Truly, it was worthy of being taught by the sage of Six Paths Eye. It seems I have. The Ninetales, about to deny it, felt a surge of vanity upon seeing Jiang Feng's admiring gaze, and awkwardly scratched its face, promptly declaring it had a solution. Historically, humanity's gaze has been filled with fear, disgust, and greed. Yet, this young lad was the first to exhibit such admiration, instilling within the Ninetales an indescribable sense of pride and comfort. Ah, as expected of the strongest tailed beast, its understanding was profound. Jiang Feng believed it wholeheartedly. Four-tailed beasts are the embodiment of chakra, and what could possess a greater comprehension of its operation than chakra itself? Surely, nothing. Ha ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. The Ninetales proclaimed, hands on its hips, laughing heartily. Vortex Naruto looked at the Ninetales with a puzzled expression. If he hadn't misjudged, it seemed the Ninetales was somewhat flustered. Could it be that it did not know how to improve its methods? Had the tailed beast begun to boast? You insolent old woman, what kind of gaze is that? Do you think I'm exaggerating? The Ninetales resided within Vortex Naruto, and thus could clearly sense some of his emotions. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Vortex Naruto scratched his face. I perhaps might have a slight inkling. This trivial matter, the grandest of tailed beasts cannot resolve such a minor issue? The Ninetales, in a fit of exasperation, darted about, then swiftly returned. Just as Jiang Feng and Vortex Naruto thought the creature had been embarrassed into hiding, the Ninetales charged back, clutching the two large tails that had just been yanked off. Take this. The Ninetales angrily slammed the two tails down before the sealed gate, turning away in fury. Huh, what are these tails for? Vortex Naruto queried, somewhat confused. Was the Ninetales truly angry with him for severing its two tails? Oh, I understand now. Granny Naruto, please help me retrieve these two tails. Jiang Feng gazed at the two large tails, contemplating for quite some time, before suddenly turning his head with a look of enlightenment and clapping his hands. Huh. Vortex Shuihu still could not grasp the purpose of these tails. At her age, she was still less understanding than the younger generation. TSK. The Ninetales clicked its tongue, casting a disdainful glance at Vortex Shuihu, as if to say, how could such a fool be a Jinchuriki? Are you feeling mischievous again? Vortex Shuihu clenched her teeth in frustration, her crimson hair gradually rising. Upon noticing this, the Ninetales instinctively took 2 steps back, then realizing its own cowardly demeanor. It puffed out its chest in a show of bravado. It was not without reason for its timidity. The Vortex clan's sealing techniques were particularly effective against the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Grandma Shuihu, please do not be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. First, help me retrieve these 2 tails. They are of great use to me. Just as Vortex Shuihu was about to erupt, Jiang Feng quickly intervened. Thinking to himself, one must wait until the items are in hand before considering punishment. What if this fellow changes its mind? Vortex Shuihu opened the sealing gate, and then used golden chains to extract the 2 tails. Afterward, she was unconcerned about the Ninetales escaping. She shot a fierce glare at it, and slammed the door shut with great force. You haven't locked the door. The Ninetales, fearful, shrank its neck and gently poked at the sealing gate, causing it to creak open a crack. If the chains aren't secured, what difference does it make if the door is closed? Vortex Shuahu shouted angrily at the Nine Tails and then coldly snorted as she walked over to Jiang Feng's side. She would never admit that she had forgotten to lock it. That was out of the question. The Nine Tails, seeing the furious Vortex Shuahu, quickly hooked its claws around the door to close it securely, retreating and sitting quietly, fearful that one more word could lead to a beating. Life had become quite humble for it. Little Jiang Feng, how do you plan to deal with this? Vortex Shuehu adjusted her mindset and pointed to the two large tails on the ground. Don't ask too many questions. Let's keep it authentic and just do it. Let's go. Jiang Feng seized the two massive tails and began devouring them voraciously, fearing they might dissipate into chakra if he hesitated. Uzumaki Mito and the Nine Tails. Winky face. What are you doing? Those aren't edible. Uzumaki Mito tried to pull Jiang Feng away but failed. The terrified Nine Tails clutched its remaining 7 tails and retreated several meters. How horrifying. Since when do humans consume tailed beasts? Sage of 6 Paths, take me away from this dreadful shinobi world. Chapter 64, Tsunade. Who would have thought you were like this, child? Even if you're starving, you can't eat this. Uzumaki Mito fretted in circles, unable to stop Jiang Feng as he continued feasting. These are the tails of a tailed beast. What on earth is this reckless boy thinking? Oblivious to her concern, Jiang Feng intensified his ravenous consumption. In his mind, he recalled how Konohagakure's gold and silver brothers had gained the Nine Tails chakra after being swallowed and gnawing on its flesh. Unbeknownst to him, they survived due to their lineage from the Sage of 6 Paths. If they could do it, why can't I? He mused. The thought of wielding the chakra mode and bombarding the old man endlessly fueled his fervor. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi shuddered abruptly, sneezing as an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. His grip faltered, tearing the document in his hands cleanly in half. My paperwork, he wailed, clutching his head in despair. Alarmed by his anguished cry, a squad of ANBU rushed in, only to find the third Hokage weeping over the ruined document like a bereaved parent. A sharp-eyed ANBU spotted the words invitation to the Fire Capital's geisha performance on the torn page and rolled his eyes. So this is what you're up to, third Hokage? Pretending to be so upright, yet secretly indulging in such pleasures. No wonder you insisted on visiting the capital recently. As Jiang Feng continued to consume, he noticed that the chakra within him was rapidly increasing, and his physical strength was continually rising. Upon swallowing the final segment of the first tail, Jiang Feng sensed that his body was undergoing a peculiar transformation. The second tail before him inexplicably drew his attention. Without a second thought, he took a bite. This time, the tail began to emanate a sinister glow, a blend of red and black, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Jiang Feng tilted his head back, inhaling deeply as his tail was drawn into his body as if it were made of air. The sound of cracking echoed from his body, and he realized that his clothes felt uncomfortably tight against him. The rhythmic thumping of his heart resonated in his ears, and then he sensed the chakra within him igniting, erupting forth from his back. A celestial blue chakra coalesced into the ethereal form of a nine-tailed fox, which unleashed a fierce roar into the air. Vortex Water Household shielded the inner section of her white kimono with one hand, while the other struggled to protect her eyes from the force of the gusts. The nine-tailed fox gazed at the howling apparition, scratching its head in confusion. Remarkably, this arrival was more imposing than its own presence. Had it possessed a tangible form, it would surely have been torn into 18 pieces by Vortex Water Household, that formidable woman. It was utterly deafening. Jiang Feng delivered a thunderous punch, striking the phantom of the Nine Tails squarely in its groin. A heart-wrenching wail escaped the Nine Tails on the other side of the ceiling gate as it clutched its groin in agony. Jiang Feng squinted his eyes slightly, secretly acknowledging the truth of the matter. After his evolution was complete, the Nine Tails chakra within him seemed to forge an inexplicable connection with the Nine Tails itself, to the point where he could vaguely sense its emotions. Moreover, it seemed as though he could faintly hear the Nine Tails cursing him in its heart. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having just delivered a punch, the ethereal manifestation of the Nine Tails remained unscathed. Thus, the mischievous creature chastised himself internally, pondering how it was acceptable to refrain from imparting a lesson. After all, he prided himself on being a rational being. Jiang Feng wore a mischievous grin, with sparks of electricity dancing from his right hand and white lightning flickering from his left. Stop it, you naughty boy. Cease at once. Although the pain prevented him from looking directly at Jiang Feng, it seemed that after consuming his own two tails, the Nine Tails had forged a peculiar connection with this rascal akin to telepathy. Merely thinking of each other's names allowed them to comprehend one another's thoughts. And the potency of this ability was terrifying. The longer it persisted, the clearer the connection became. Indeed, upon opening his eyes and witnessing this troublemaker plotting mischief once more, he disregarded the pain and swiftly dashed out of the ceiling gate. With a flick of his 7 tails, he hurled Jiang Feng away. Yes. So straightforwardly cast him out from the sealed space within the vortex water household. What a fright. The 9 tails wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Recalling how Jiang Feng had seemingly aimed with ill intent at the phantom's posterior, causing the 9 tails to tense up in fear. You seem to underestimate me, daring to throw me aside. And who permitted your escape? The vortex water household's gaze turned icy. I shall return at once. The 9 tails, feeling the chill in the vortex water household's eyes, nervously swallowed, realizing he had overlooked a greater threat than the previous scoundrel. In a panic, he rushed back into the ceiling door, securing it with his tail, and cowered in the furthest corner. How arduous it was. Once a pet captured by the red-eyed Uchiha Madara, then subjected to a brutal beating by Senju Hashirama. Now enduring years of humiliation sealed within the old woman vortex water household. Finally freed from the sealing technique, only to be bullied by a young brat. Why must the mightiest of tailed beasts live in such subjugation? When would he rise again? I shall spare you this time. The vortex water household cast a glance at the trembling 9 tails, then rubbed her smooth cheek, feeling a headache creep in, having suddenly reverted to youth. How could she explain this to the children? Oh well, it matters not. I, vortex water household, need not justify my actions to others. Having come to terms with it, the vortex water household exhaled in relief and exited the ceiling space. Upon awakening, she discovered Tsunade, Rope Tree, and even her disciple, Vortex Mei Ling, gazing at her as if they had seen a ghost. Particularly Tsunade, who moved closer, practically feeling her breath. What are you doing, young lady? Vortex water household quipped, playfully flicking Tsunade's forehead. That girl had attempted to peek beneath her garments, becoming increasingly outrageous. Grandma, that hurt. Tsunade rubbed her reddened forehead, lamenting the near miss of witnessing something intriguing, pouting in dissatisfaction at waking too soon. Grandma, why did you suddenly? Well, what was it again? Rope Tree stuttered, scratching his head in frustration. Vortex Mei Ling interjected. You suddenly became youthful, just like returning to your prime. Your skin is so smooth. And Tsunade's sister was touching it while giggling oddly. Indeed, Rope Tree nodded in agreement. Sister was laughing in such a strange manner earlier. I even saw her lick your face. Jiang Feng, the whirlpool of water. Jiang Feng gazed wide-eyed at Tsunade, incredulous that as a good brother, he was not informed of such a delightful event. How could one indulge in solitary enjoyment? It was a hasty oversight. Had he known, he would have exited the seal space sooner. It was all that foolish fox's fault for delaying him. No, Grandma, please let me explain. Do not listen to S.H. Sook's wild tales. My curiosity merely got the better of me, he pleaded, as Tsunade flusteredly waved her hands, retreating in embarrassment. Oh, curiosity, indeed, Uzumaki Mido remarked, wiping the sticky drool from her left cheek, her eyes narrowing as she seized Tsunade and led her into the inner room. Grandma, no, I was wrong. The echoes of Tsunade's screams reverberated through the Senju clan's abode, accompanied by the sound of slaps. Chapter 65. Orochimaru's new profession that evening. The cuisine at Tsunade's residence was a kaiseki feast. The affluent Mido, perhaps having unraveled her inner turmoil, generously arranged for exquisite yak beef from the land of lightning. The meat was succulent, each piece a prized gem of marbled texture, sizzling with juices as it was served, leaving a lingering aroma of delight. Jiang Feng found the after-dinner knee pillow service provided by Meiling to be the most satisfying. The delightful sensation of her cheek against the silky black stockings was irresistible, prompting him to indulge in a few more affectionate rubs. He couldn't help but secretly lament that he should have earnestly sought to bring her home as a little maid. Jiang Feng's actions incited a tempest of emotions within Uzumaki Meiling. Her cheeks flushed like the setting sun, particularly as the fervent warmth of his breath grazed her legs, leaving her with a dizzying sensation that made her tremble. In an effort to mask her unease, Meiling busied herself with taming Jiang Feng's tousled hair, which had become disheveled from their playful antics. The most amusing sight, however, was Tsunade, who, having suffered a bruised posterior, dared not sit down throughout the meal. She stood, pitifully consuming her food, each time she bent to serve herself, wincing as she inhaled sharply in pain. In the meantime, her younger brother, Senju Rope Tree, couldn't resist teasing her with a sardonic tone. Really? Who gets spanked by their elder at the age of 10? Who could that possibly be? Oh yes, it's my shameful elder sister. Tsunade, known for her fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such mockery. Resolute in her desire for retribution, she unleashed a fierce beating upon her younger sibling. Yet, in that moment, she too found herself incapacitated, necessitating Uzumaki Myling to employ her newly acquired healing palm technique to mend her injured dairy reboss. Avenge me. Senju Rope Tree lamented, sporting two swollen black eyes and a mouth resembling a sausage as he approached Jiang Feng, his head adorned with lumps large enough to cosplay Chun-Li. Jiang Feng believed that Shunshu was correct, and he addressed Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, you have gone too far. Just look at what you have done. Indeed. Kenrin Shunshu nodded repeatedly. Do you have an opinion? Tsunade shot a glare at Jiang Feng. I have a significant objection. You have taken Myling away from me. Where am I supposed to lie? Jiang Feng rebuked Tsunade's outrageous actions. Kenrin Shunshu was bewildered. Boss, what are you talking about? Your focus seems a bit misplaced. Do whatever you want, just don't disturb me. Tsunade retorted. Oh dear, she exclaimed, noticing Jiang Feng's mischievous smile. Wait, what are you doing? Get off me. Realizing Jiang Feng's intentions, Tsunade's instincts kicked in as he executed a body flicker technique and suddenly found Jiang Feng resting on her injured backside. You said I could lie wherever I wanted, and I chose this spot. I must admit, it's quite soft and bouncy. Although Tsunade had yet to mature fully, her body was indeed more developed than her peers, prompting Jiang Feng to give her a thumbs up, which she angrily swatted away. Ah, get off me. Tsunade yelled in frustration, her attempts to rise thwarted by the pain in her backside. She was still lying there, calling for Myling to provide treatment. And with Jiang Feng's antics, she was rendered completely immobile. Had I known such good fortune awaited, I would have come here sooner. The sensation of Jiang Feng's head resting against her was overwhelming, and the sight of Myling's skirt, slightly revealing, made Jiang Feng's mind race with excitement, even if he couldn't see everything clearly. In the cold, damp confines of the Konoha prison, a youth with an impassive expression calmly tossed a ball, illuminated by candlelight. The ball was revealed to be a bloodied head. The boy coldly addressed the cell, the 23rd. Inside the cell was a one-eyed, one-armed middle-aged man, the former deputy of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru, Danzo growled, looking at the pale, seemingly delicate boy before him, his teeth grinding in ire. Watching yet another of his familiar subordinates meet a grim fate at the hands of this boy, Danzo yearned to flay Orochimaru alive. During this time, Orochimaru had been sending the heads of Danzo's hidden subordinates at regular intervals. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan had yet to be fulfilled, and with the wood release still out of reach, nearly all of his men had been eliminated. A tiger falls in the plains, bullied by dogs. This is too much. Do not worry, Shimura Danzo. The next one will be from the land of water. Orochimaru observed the fury on Danzo's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. How dare he attempt to brainwash others using the Sharingan, while Jiang Feng was recuperating? Orochimaru could hardly fathom the dire consequences had Danzo succeeded. Anyone who dares to act against Jiang Feng will find themselves utterly destroyed by me, Orochimaru. Ding, ding, ding. Orochimaru's expression softened as he pulled out a white pocket watch, stopping the timer and gently stroking the back, which bore a chibi version of himself, though crudely made. This pocket watch was a precious birthday gift Jiang Feng had crafted for him 2 years prior, his most treasured possession. It's 7:30. Let us commence today's lesson. Orochimaru tucked the watch away, his demeanor turning cold as he stepped into the cell. Why you? Don't come any closer. Danzo stammered, retreating in fear. But there was nowhere to escape within the confines of the cell. Pressing against the wall, he watched as Orochimaru approached like a nightmare, and upon spotting an opening, he attempted to flee. However, his chakra had been sealed, and he was easily captured by Orochimaru, who pinned Danzo's hands to the ground with kunai. Danzo, a man of resolve, furrowed his brow but remained silent, aware that voicing his fear would only exacerbate his situation. Orochimaru sneered, driving 1,000 needles into the gaps between Danzo's right-hand fingers. Oh, at that moment, Danzo could no longer suppress his screams, the pain overwhelming him. 1000-7. Orochimaru stated coldly. Yet Danzo was too consumed by agony to comprehend his words. Orochimaru's expression remained frosty as he produced another needle and pierced Danzo's middle finger. 1000-7. 990. Danzo gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. Too slow. Orochimaru, seeing this, seized the end of the needle lodged in Danzo's index finger and forcefully twisted it, tearing off the tip of the nail and causing blood to flow profusely. 993, 986, 977. Danzo's entire arm convulsed. As a former high-ranking official, he was unaccustomed to such inhumane torture. Wrong. Orochimaru firmly grasped Danzo's left hand and bent all 5 fingers at odd angles, causing him to faint from the pain. Fainting? Does that help? Tonight is still young. To prolong Danzo's suffering, Orochimaru had deliberately mastered a healing technique. Danzo's fingers returned to their original state, and Orochimaru pierced 3 more needles into the remaining fingers of Danzo's right hand. The previously unconscious Danzo was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, howling in anguish once more. Such barbaric methods drove the guards away, fearing nightmares from witnessing such cruelty. Chapter 66. The Path of a Ninja's Ascendancy, Cloning Technique? After enduring a relentless barrage of torment for over 20 times, Danzo muttered a series of numbers, approximately 8 or 900. Orochimaru, expressionless, turned to wipe the blood from his face and exited the cell. However, as Orochimaru departed, Danzo, lying on the ground, managed to rise. He pulled aside the blood-stained straw mat on the floor, revealing a small hole just large enough for a person to crawl through. Having spent an extended period in the dark, sunless dungeon, the sight of the rising sun was momentarily blinding. Orochimaru displayed no signs of fatigue as he arrived at Jiang Feng's doorstep. Although he longed to see his dear friend after such a long absence, he noticed a gathering of clan leaders, accompanied by their children, discussing matters with Jiang Feng. Recognizing the importance of the conversation, Orochimaru quietly slipped away, unwilling to selfishly intrude on their serious discussions. Jiang Feng found himself encircled by a multitude of clan leaders from the ninja clans, when suddenly, he noticed a child bearing a striking resemblance to Orochimaru quietly slip away. Intrigued, he attempted to follow, only to be besieged once again by a throng of parents eager to promote their offspring. By the time he managed to extricate himself, the child was long gone, leaving no trace of Orochimaru behind. Upon arriving at the Hokage office's mission reception hall, Orochimaru casually accepted a mission before turning to depart. The elderly woman in charge of distributing mission scrolls, now resembling Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a profound sigh. She glanced at the mission Orochimaru had just taken, which indeed directed him to the land of hot water. If her suspicions were correct, he was likely heading towards Danzo's subordinates, with Jiraiya missing in action and Jiang Feng, despite his exceptional talent, remaining unfocused. Tsunade, skilled in the peculiar strengths of her clan and medical ninjutsu, mostly offered training advice. The one she relied on most was Orochimaru, who, though typically composed, became quite agitated when it concerned Jiang Feng. It had only been 7 or 8 years since the First Shinobi World War, yet it appeared that the Sand Shinobi of the Land of Wind were beginning to devise new schemes. Despite being the largest nation in terms of territory among the 5 great countries, much of the Land of Wind was desert, and they had long coveted the abundant resources of the Land of Fire, making them the most hostile nation towards the latter. Reports from the borders indicated that the second Kazekage seemed to be engaged in some activities alongside the consultant Chiyo at the border of the Land of Rain, and one could only hope that matters would not escalate as feared. During the First Shinobi World War, nearly all of the second Hokages of the 5 great nations had been replaced, save for the second Kazekage, who had not only survived, but had also delved into the terrifying study of tailed beasts and developed the peculiar art of puppet manipulation. Peace was hard-won. Why must they provoke conflict? Nevertheless, Konoha was not one to shy away from challenges. Should they dare extend their claws, he would not hesitate to sever them. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still in his middle years, was more focused on maintaining the status quo than on making bold advancements. Although he was not one to be overly picky, he was not one to shrink from conflict either. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Hiruzen incinerated the mission information regarding Orochimaru and strode purposefully upward. The murderous intent radiating from him caused the other staff members to tense up. When had the usually placid third Hokage displayed such a ferocious demeanor? Everyone hastened their pace, fearful of crossing paths with him, as a careless encounter with the third Hokage could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Hiruzen paid little mind to the anxious stares of his subordinates and departed, allowing them to collectively exhale in relief. Jiang Feng, concealed at the doorway, observed Hiruzen's unusual behavior. After 4 years of acquaintance, he sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Ordinary matters would not provoke such an expression from the elder. Could it be the onset of the Second Shinobi World War? Surely it could not be, as the three legendary Sannin had yet to come of age. Jiang Feng rubbed his temples, fervently hoping that his conjecture was erroneous. However, his unexpected interference had led to the legendary three ninjas graduating 6 years later than anticipated. While Obito and Danzo were captured in succession, the timeline had undoubtedly deviated. The once survivable three ninjas during the Second Ninja War now faced an uncertain future, and the drastically altered timeline made it perilous to consider that Uchiha Madara, who had been hiding in obscurity, might emerge at any moment. Well, one step at a time. It seemed rather peculiar that the clan leaders of the various ninja families wished to entrust their children to him. In the ensuing 3 months, Jiang Feng evaded detection. The clan leaders, unable to locate him, understood his intentions and ceased their pursuits, allowing him to finally exhale in relief. Each day, before he had fully awakened, throngs of aspiring disciples gathered at his doorstep, intensifying his psychological burden. Yet, Jiang Feng discerned anomalies. For instance, the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had mysteriously vanished during this period. The ninjas on the streets of Konoha moved with haste, their faces etched with concern. Prices in weapon shops were on the rise, and all these signs indicated to Jiang Feng that war might soon be upon Konoha. Master, please enlighten me on how I may grow stronger. Hinata Hisashi bowed respectfully before Jiang Feng. What merit is there in becoming strong? Everyone yearns for strength. Jiang Feng, languidly reclining against a boulder and stifling a yawn, scratched his back. However, upon observing Hisashi's resolute expression, he straightened up. Hisashi, you ought to have awakened your Byakugan by now. Jiang Feng squinted slightly, sensing a faint life force emanating from Hisashi's eyes. It must surely be the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Master, how did you? Hisashi exclaimed, astonished. Since being branded with the caged bird seal, he had undergone relentless training. After narrowly defeating his elder brother in a spar, he was reprimanded by the clan elders and subjected to the caged bird punishment. Though his brother, Hinata Hayashi, had interceded to spare his life, the humiliation from that experience compelled him to inadvertently awaken his Byakugan during a subsequent training session. How could his elder brother and father remain oblivious, yet his master perceive it with a mere glance? Consider it my unique ability. I possess a heightened sensitivity to certain special energies. This was no falsehood. Ever since Jiang Feng fused with the Nine Tails chakra, his perceptive capabilities had significantly enhanced. He could likely rival the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, capable of sensing enemy chakra within a kilometer radius simply by placing 2 fingers on the ground. Indeed, the depth of his master's power was unfathomable. Master, please tell me how I can become a formidable warrior like you. Hisashi's eyes sparkled with admiration and a hint of anticipation. Perhaps he believed that attaining Jiang Feng's level of strength would liberate him from the torment of the caged bird seal. Jiang Feng gazed into Hinata's fervent eyes, uncertain of how to respond to this dream-filled youth. After a moment of hesitation, he replied with a hint of unease. What if you delve into technology? Strive to develop cloning techniques? The moment a bird in a cage is marked, it suffers damage to a portion of its brain cells, which explains the flaws in the branch family's Byakugan. However, if one were to master Ant Snake's extraordinary level of cloning technology, it would be entirely feasible to gather a multitude of Byakugan, refine them into a flawless version, and then venture to the moon to extract some chakra from the Tsutsuki clan for the evolution into the Rinnegan. Although the method seems rather far-fetched, with your formidable strength, it is not beyond your reach. Hinata appeared utterly perplexed. Do ninjas truly require technology? He pondered. Can I truly dismiss this teacher? It all feels rather dubious. Chapter 67. The stalker. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's response, Hinata felt on the brink of collapse. What purpose does cloning technology serve? Is it merely to replicate a few cattle and sheep to become a farmer? Furthermore, conventional technology, such as firearms, is merely a tool for ordinary people. And in the eyes of a ninja, it pales in comparison to the kunai and shuriken in their hands. As for artillery, not only does it pollute the environment, but it also fails to match the practicality of a fire-release ninjutsu. The Sky Nation's Sky Ninjas excel in gunpowder production and mechanical giants. Yet what of it? Those consumed by the art of gunpowder are, in truth, pitifully weak. It is said that a single genin from one of the 5 great ninja villages can take on 2 of their ch nin. The mechanical giants move sluggishly, and their energy infusion is even slower, rendering them little more than target practice. Has he truly gambled his fate on the unreliable Inazuma Jiangfeng? Hinata clenched his fists, contemplating whether destiny is an unalterable path. Why do you seem so dispirited all of a sudden? Jiangfeng was perplexed. It seemed he had not uttered any disparaging remarks towards the other. How could a perfectly healthy 3.5-year-old child appear as despondent as a dying old man? Hinata Nichi, with fists clenched tightly, slowly began to speak. Teacher, as a disciple of the third Hokage, you must be aware of my identity. Indeed, Hinata Branch. I presume the headscarf is meant to conceal the caged bird seal on your forehead, is it not? What troubles you? Jiangfeng inquired, puzzled. Hinata Nichi lowered his headscarf, revealing the dark green caged bird seal upon his forehead. The main family ruthlessly enslaves the branch family, trampling upon our dignity. Teacher, I require strength, power formidable enough to shatter the caged bird seal that binds the branch family's freedom. I implore you, do not dismiss me with mere cloning techniques. Hinata Nichi's small fists cracked audibly. In his eyes, Jiangfeng seemed to evade his instruction with such excuses. During this period, although Jiangfeng rarely left the village, he had consistently observed the training sessions with Might Guy from a distance, utilizing his Byakugan. Their destructive power rivaled that of natural disasters, and the Hokage Rock had suffered damage multiple times due to their battle's aftermath. Oh, did you truly believe my mention of cloning techniques was a mere pretext? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, discerning the turmoil within Hinata Nichi. The latter offered no reply, instead gazing intently at Jiang Feng. Blindly worshipping power will only lead one to become a slave to it. Do you truly believe that cloning techniques cannot enhance your strength? Jiang Feng leapt from the colossal rock, shaking his head in disappointment. Perhaps cloning technology holds no value for other clans, but for the Hyuga and Uchiha families. You have no true understanding of what the Byakugan signifies. Depart now. I am thoroughly disheartened by your performance. Jiang Feng cast a glance at the bewildered Hinata Hizashi, choosing to disregard him as he slowly departed with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Hinata Hizashi, watching Jiang Feng's retreat, reached out as if to speak. Yet words eluded him. What did the teacher mean by that? As a member of the Hinata clan and a possessor of the Byakugan, shouldn't he understand the Byakugan better than anyone? The concept of cloning left Hinata Hizashi utterly perplexed. What purpose could such a futile technique serve? Clone beings not only possess a fleeting existence, but are also plagued by physiological defects, either malformed or disabled. How could this ineffective technology possibly benefit the Hinata or Uchiha clans? What was the teacher truly implying? Hinata Hizashi racked his brain, struggling to comprehend the true meaning behind his teacher's words. Could he not articulate his thoughts more clearly? Jiang Feng, upon reaching the outskirts of Konoha village, paused silently in his tracks. Who, pray tell, are you, and why do you pursue me? Jiang Feng cast a glance around, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Recently, after experiencing a gradual enhancement in his sensory abilities, he had faintly perceived a searing gaze directed at him, initially dismissing it as mere illusion. However, following his recent conversation with Hinata Nichi, the feeling of being watched had grown increasingly palpable, leading Jiang Feng to realize that he might indeed be under surveillance. The thought of having been oblivious to such a sophisticated concealment technique sent a chill down his spine. Should an assassin be lurking, the implications were too dire to contemplate. As a gentle breeze swept by, the concealed presence around him seemed to have no intention of revealing itself. Cautiously, he surveyed the desolate expanse, aside from the wild grasses. There was merely a heap of rubble, no apparent hiding places. Yet, that elusive feeling of being observed lingered persistently. Since you choose not to reveal yourself, I shall not hold back, Jiang Feng declared, growing impatient with the absence of his unseen adversary. He activated his chakra mode. Lightning release, thunder pressure. The chakra surged through his body, and a brilliant flash of silver lightning erupted forth. With a forceful clap of his hands, the pulsating lightning struck the ground with tremendous impact. In mere moments, the terrifying bolts of lightning tore into the earth, violently expanding outward. Within 3 seconds, the ground within a 500-meter radius around Jiang Feng was charred black, emanating a foul odor of scorched earth. Jiang Feng raised his gaze and beheld the space ahead undulating irregularly, as 2 young priestesses in ceremonial garments emerged gradually. Applauding softly, The girl adorned in a green-patterned priestess outfit wore a gentle smile, reveling in her own applause. You all. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two maidens before him. This is troublesome, the three serpent ladies of the dragon's cave. Do not be deceived by their elegance and vivacious charm. In terms of age, they might be only slightly younger than the Sage of Six Paths, each one a formidable entity with a history spanning over a millennium. What could have prompted the emergence of such ancient beings? This was not depicted in the original narrative. Were they not supposed to be mere figments of the incombustible realm? Kishimoto, what compelled you to create such terrifying characters? If memory serves, it seems that these three serpent ladies are notorious for their carnivorous tendencies, with a particular penchant for devouring those rich in chakra, much like themselves. As Jiang Feng contemplated this predicament, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. The hellish difficulty of this dungeon was beyond his capacity to handle. That wretched Kishimoto. This grudge shall not be forgotten. Oh dear, little Jiang Feng, you seem rather anxious. The charming Ichikishima Haim flashed a mischievous smile before suddenly appearing behind him. Fear not, dear brother, for I shall be ever so gentle. Ichikishima Haim softly leaned against Jiang Feng's back, her delicate fingertip slowly trailing up from his tailbone. As she teasingly brushed her tongue against his neck like a serpent, Jiang Feng's body was taut, paralyzed with fear. Acutely aware that he had fallen prey to the illusions cast by his adversary, he suppressed the urge to shudder. Although Shiranui Island Princess was a head shorter than him and possessed a petite and charming appearance, she was, nonetheless, the most malevolent among the three serpent princesses. She relished engaging in various sadistic and violent games, ultimately devouring her prey after toying with them, savoring their chakra. Tianqin Divine Princess smiled and said, Little Shiranui, do refrain from any mischief. Shiranui Island Princess replied with a pout. Humph, Sister Tianqin, you are such a killjoy. I was just thinking of a game involving crushing meat pies with stones. After releasing Jiang Feng, she feigned annoyance, puffing out her cheeks in displeasure and turning her head away. Upon hearing the words of Shichudo Haim, Jiang Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. If his assumptions were correct, the so-called meat pie was none other than himself. Chapter 68, Sand Ninja. To die, to die, to die? Was this not akin to delivering oneself to the slaughter? Was it not preferable to remain in the village undisturbed, rather than attracting the attention of those with such insatiable curiosity? Jiang Feng observed the two serpent maidens surveying him with mischievous intent, swallowing nervously. You appear rather anxious. There is no need for fear. Your sisters are indeed quite gentle, chuckled Tian Xine, the divine maiden, as she beheld Jiang Feng's apprehensive demeanor, covering her mouth with her left hand and emitting a melodious, bell-like laughter. There is no need to be anxious. Jiang Feng forced a smile, feeling utterly strained. Confronted by these two monstrous beings, which he could not defeat and who were evidently inclined to devour humans, how could he possibly remain calm? Do not presume that your delicate and graceful smile will lull me into a sense of security. It appears that your predilection is to feast upon children. It is ill-advised for a child to lie. In the blink of an eye, the previously amiable Tian Xine Shinji revealed sharp fangs, her skin a ghastly gray, and with a sudden elongation of her neck, she sank her teeth into Jiang Feng's throat. A guttural sound escaped Jiang Feng as the excruciating pain surged through him, warm blood cascading from his neck. Although Jiang Feng observed the movements of his adversary, his body's reaction time was not swift enough, resulting in him being bitten squarely. Amidst the pain, Jiang Feng could feel his chakra being incessantly siphoned away by Tianqin Shinjing, leading to a profound sense of weakness that rendered him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Logically, the loss of merely 1/10 of his chakra should not have significantly impacted him. However, the injection of nerve toxin by Tianqin Shinjing into his neck was indeed unbearable. Behind him, Shichudo Haim joyfully extended her arms to embrace Jiang Feng, but upon sensing his aura, she disdainfully cast him onto the ground. Why doesn't Sister Tianqin just eliminate him? It's impossible for anyone to eat with him still alive. Shichudo Haim complained, rubbing Jiang Feng's face in irritation. Jiang Feng, paralyzed by poison, could only watch helplessly as this individual unleashed violence upon his face. Burp. Once Tianqin Shunsher returned to her original form, she involuntarily let out a burp, covering her mouth shyly with her hands, seemingly embarrassed by her recent conduct. As she savored the lingering essence of chakra, she licked her lips. Within the abundant chakra, there was an unexpected trace of tailed beast energy. a sensation so exhilarating it sent shivers throughout her body, utterly captivating. This was the first time in many years that Tianxin Shunsher had experienced such a rich and delightful chakra. The extent of Tianxin Shunsher's enjoyment was directly proportional to the frustration of Shichujido Haim, who longed to sample the flavor of Jiang Feng's chakra. However, the overwhelming presence of life essence made it impossible for her to disrupt her grandmother's plans. In a fit of annoyance, Shichujido Haim kicked Jiang Feng forcefully before turning away and returning to the dragon cave. Despite the kick, Jiang Feng remained unfazed upon witnessing Shichujido Haim's departure. He hastily summoned his chakra, relieved that the poison coursing through him was not too severe. After regaining a measure of strength, he retrieved an antidote pill from his pocket and consumed it. As the feeling of weakness gradually dissipated, Jiang Feng rose from the ground, relieved to shed the discomfort of being helpless and at the mercy of others. Upon realizing that his body was slowly returning to normal, he exhaled with relief. Oh, I can move so soon. What an intriguing body. Tianxin Shunsher was equally astonished by Jiang Feng's rapid recovery. It was known that after having chakra drained and being injected with neurotoxin, one typically required an hour to regain control of their body. Yet, this individual managed to stand within a mere 3 minutes. How fascinating. Jiang Feng gazed at Tianxin Shinji, a profound expression crossing his face, causing his vigilance to surge instantaneously as he entered a state of chakra enhancement, adopting a combat stance. Oh, to be able to employ such formidable techniques so swiftly. Your recovery abilities are truly remarkable. Tianxin Shinji, however, seemed unfazed by Jiang Feng's evident hostility, feigning surprise as she applauded him. I am not one of you. What exactly are your intentions? Why is it that so many individuals have fixated their attention upon me? Jiang Feng gazed at the seemingly supportive demeanor of Tianxin Shinji, nearly brought to tears by frustration. What on earth do you intend to do, my dear aunt? If you wish to harm me, just say the word. Are you toying with my emotions? Tianxin Shinji tilted her head with a smile and replied, Why is that? Perhaps simply for amusement? Jiang Feng was nearly thrown off balance upon hearing the other party's response. Such an absurd justification was beyond imagination. Jiang Feng surmised that his frequent forays into the dragon cave and his confrontations with the myriad of serpents over the past year had inadvertently drawn the attention of the three serpent sisters. Observing their playful banter and lack of murderous intent, he realized that they did not genuinely wish to take his life. After all, had they truly harbored such intentions, they could have acted when they absorbed his chakra moments ago. The two-toed sages from Mayaboku Mountain wielded senjutsu. It was illogical to assume that the three serpent sisters of the dragon cave lacked similar abilities. With this revelation, Jiang Feng decided to relinquish the chakra-enhanced state, as prolonged use had begun to induce discomfort in his muscles. Not going to make a move? What a pity, sighed the divine maiden Tianxin, her expression tinged with regret. She had initially hoped to engage Jiang Feng in battle, intending to incapacitate him and subsequently relish in the absorption of his chakra. However, it seemed that this plan would not come to fruition. Jiang Feng felt somewhat speechless upon hearing the words of the other party. With such a noble identity, was it truly entertaining to toy with a mere child like him? Although he knew he would not be harmed, the sensation of being treated as a plaything was far from pleasant. Tian Xin, the divine maiden, smiled as she gently caressed Jiang Feng's face. Ah, what an amusing expression. While I would love to converse with you further, it seems our time is cut short by an unexpected arrival. Do come visit us at the Dragon's Cave when you have a moment. Certainly, certainly. Jiang Feng nodded obediently, fearful that a delayed reaction might provoke her further. Then it is settled, Tian Xin said, lightly waving her hand. A gust of strong wind swept past, momentarily blinding Jiang Feng. When he reopened his eyes, the figure had vanished without a trace. As Jiang Feng collapsed onto the ground, burdened by the weight of his circumstances, he gazed up at the cerulean sky, marveling at the improbable fact that he had survived the encounter with two formidable and enigmatic snake maidens. Were it not for the faint throbbing pain from the twin bite marks on his neck, he might have dismissed the recent events as mere phantasm. Suddenly, a crisp crack pierced the air, and with heightened vigilance, Jiang Feng executed a swift roll to regain his footing. Before him, a dozen ninjas, their heads wrapped in cloth and adorned with the iconic forehead protectors of the Sand Village, approached from the border. Sand ninjas? What could have prompted their unexpected appearance in this place? Jiang Feng squinted slightly, pondering whether the group before him was indeed the one sensed by Tian Xin Shinji. How curious it was that children could be found in such a place. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of ill fortune for them. The leading sand ninja bore a fierce expression, swiftly launching 3 shurikens in his direction. Amidst the menacing demeanor of the sand ninja, Jiang Feng effortlessly turned his head to evade 2 of the projectiles, then deftly seized the last shuriken with his right hand. While he remained uncertain of his own luck, it was undeniable that encountering him was truly a misfortune for them. Jiang Feng casually threw a kunai, which struck one of the sand ninjas in the chest, eliciting a scream as he slowly succumbed to his injuries. The leading sand ninja, with narrowed pupils, commanded, "This skill belongs to a leaf ninja. Do not hold back." In an instant, earth, fire, and wind techniques surged towards Jiang Feng. He neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the ninjutsu to strike him directly. Chapter 69. I am merely an ordinary leaf ninja. Is this the strength of a leaf ninja? Just moments ago, they boasted with such bravado, and yet this is all they can muster? Their reactions are so sluggish. Are they truly ninjas? A group of sand ninjas found it hard to believe that Jiang Feng could eliminate one of their own before they even realized what had happened. Having initially thought him formidable, only for their encounter to conclude so anticlimactically. With a sudden gust of wind, the smoke was instantly dispersed, revealing Jiang Feng unscathed as he emerged from the haze. Jiang Feng shimmered in golden light, his golden cloak billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. Just moments ago, upon witnessing the approaching ninjutsu, Jiang Feng decisively activated his version of Naruto's chakra cloak and enhanced chakra mode. What could this be? A newly emerged bloodline limit from the hidden leaf village? Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a solitary foe. The leading sand ninja, upon seeing Jiang Feng's chakra cloak, was instantly captivated, mistaking it for a bloodline limit. It is well known that ninjas possessing bloodline limits are extraordinarily powerful, such as the Byakugan and Sharingan from the Leaf Village, and the Ice Release from the Mist Village, among others. Who would have anticipated that a reconnaissance mission would lead to an encounter with such a bloodline ninja? The youthful visage of this leaf ninja suggested he could not be very old. The sheer intensity of chakra emanating from this child indicated the formidable nature of his bloodline. Capturing him would provide the Sand Village with a plethora of bloodline ninjas. It is worth noting that the Sand Village is in dire need of such talents. Credible sources suggest that the second Kazekage has already earmarked a young man with magnetic bloodline abilities as a candidate. Why is this significant? Because, at present, he is the only ninja possessing a bloodline limit in the Sand Village. This perspective highlights the immense desirability of bloodline ninjas within the village. If they were to capture this child, they would first ensure he procreated with their female lineage, thereby securing a powerful bloodline ninja for themselves. The gazes of the sand ninjas toward Jiang Feng ignited with fervor, intensifying his already sour mood. Jiang Feng's face darkened. Anyone subjected to bullying for several hours would inevitably feel disheartened. To make matters worse, a few individuals seemed intent on targeting his lower body, further exacerbating his foul mood. At merely 11 years of age, he lacked such capabilities, yet he was being treated like a punching bag, which was quite disheartening indeed. With fierce determination, Jiang Feng glared intensely, his abundant chakra surging forth in an overwhelming torrent. The powerful gusts of energy stirred up a whirlwind of sand, forcing the sand ninjas to shield their eyes with their hands. Just like this, ha ha ha. Everyone advance. As long as we capture this little brat, even if the mission fails, it will still be a significant achievement upon our return. Several sand ninjas, indifferent to Jiang Feng's state of mind, charged towards him with haste. If I cannot defeat the 3 Serpent Princess, do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Do you think I am mere fodder for anyone to sample at their whim? Lightning release, lightning spear. With a graceful motion, Jiang Feng's right hand formed a virtual grip, conjuring a spear forged from a harmonious blend of gold and silver lightning above him. Infused with abundant chakra, the spear radiated an increasingly brilliant luminescence. As Jiang Feng thrust it forward, the lightning spear tore through the sound barrier, hurtling toward the sand ninja. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. As a tempest generated by the detonation whipped Jiang Feng's garments into a frenzied dance. As the smoke began to dissipate, what remained of the shattered rocks and withered trees transformed into mere dust. The ground bore the marks of devastation, featuring a colossal crater 5 meters deep. With lightning patterns sprawling across a radius of 1,000 meters, the terrain pulsating with flickering arcs of electricity. At the epicenter of the explosion lay charred remnants. So obliterated they were unrecognizable as human forms, while beneath them, the scorched earth morphed into molten lava, exuding a continuous stream of heat. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air approached. Jiang Feng swiftly retreated, narrowly evading a barrage of oncoming long blades. Jiang Feng looked up and noticed that his bangs seemed to have been shortened. Several sand ninjas manipulated a few tattered wooden puppets surrounding him. Each of these puppets had several long knives bound to their hands. Puppets? Jiang Feng gazed in bewilderment at the 8 rudimentary puppets that had appeared before him. Perplexed by the simplicity of the sand ninjas' creations, these puppets resembled little more than mere wooden constructs hastily assembled, barely qualifying as animated wooden dummies. Cursed little spirit. How could he possess such a formidable bloodline limit? A uniquely shaped sand ninja glared fiercely at Jiang Feng, his disheveled appearance betraying his current predicament. His long hair had been singed, now reduced to a thin, blackened layer resembling a hat atop his head. Xiao Wu and the Stonehounds were dead. The commotion had surely attracted the attention of Konoha's forces, who would likely arrive shortly. Captain, what shall we do? Do not concern yourself with that. Even if his bloodline limit is exceptionally powerful, I refuse to believe he still possesses sufficient chakra to resist us after unleashing such a potent ninjutsu. The leading sand ninja captain was acutely aware of Jiang Feng's terrifying strength. If they could capture him and subject him to brainwashing, even if his descendants could not inherit his bloodline limit, the sheer volume of his formidable chakra would not be in vain. It is known that a ninja's achievements are contingent upon the quantity of their chakra. Insufficient chakra would render even transformation techniques ineffective. Conversely, an abundance of chakra could allow one to create a lake with a mere water release technique, akin to the second Hokage. Wait a moment. The Sand Ninja Village lacked ninja proficient in water release. If they brought this boy back to create lakes, the water scarcity issues plaguing Konohagakure would be perfectly resolved. Even if he did not possess water affinity chakra, capturing a mist ninja for human experimentation would easily rectify the situation. With this realization, capturing this Konoha child became imperative. At the captain's command, the sand ninjas wielded their chakra threads, sending the puppets charging directly toward Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng evaded continuously, narrowly escaping the relentless assaults of the puppets each time. Since these puppets were not alive, even if Jiang Feng managed to damage them, the puppet masters of the sand ninjas could resort to their ultimate measure, self-destructing the puppets, releasing lethal toxins upon the battlefield, leaving Jiang Feng with no avenue for counterattack. How vexatious these creatures are! Jiang Feng, feeling vexed, narrowly evaded the perilous strike of the long blade once more. He then drew forth his azure blade, channeling his chakra into it. Instantly, the azure blade crackled with a series of resounding bursts, radiating a dazzling golden light. Thunderous slash. Jiang Feng took a step back, slightly bending his thigh, as he wielded the azure-edged sword with a swift motion. A golden bolt of lightning, manifesting as a 20-meter-long arc, surged forth. The puppets rushing towards Jiang Feng were all struck by the electric arc, each one reduced to charred remains. Jiang Feng flicked his sword, sheathing it with a cold glance at the sand ninjas. Now, it seems you are all that remains. Have you contemplated your demise? The sand ninjas halted in fear, beads of cold sweat pouring down their brows. No, it's impossible. Our puppets. They were bewildered by the unfamiliar ninjutsu. Why doesn't this guy need hand seals? Lightning release is supposed to pierce through. They had witnessed lightning piercing and incapacitating foes, but never had they seen it explode and ignite with such intensity. Even a bloodline user could not wield such potent ninjutsu without hand seals. Who on earth are you? The leading sand ninja commander swallowed hard. Me? I am merely an ordinary leaf ninja, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, pulling out his leaf forehead protector and casually donning it on his wrist. Ordinary? You dare to mock us? The sand ninjas glared. Do not think that possessing such a bloodline grants you the right to look down upon us. They surveyed the scorched surroundings, noticing that many charred grounds had begun to crystallize. The ability to freely attach chakra to ninja tools clearly indicated that this child had mastered chakra nature transformation, a feat only achievable by Jonin. Jonin are top-tier combatants in any ninja village, a level of mastery unattainable by many chunin. Yet this child dares to claim he is ordinary. The leading sand ninja commander surveyed the battlefield's remnants, calculating in his mind, if this child possesses Jonin-level strength, not only would today's mission fail, but capturing him may also prove impossible. He noticed several leaf ninjas approaching rapidly. If this Jonin-level brat were to hinder them, the leaf would surely leverage this to threaten their village. With a hardened resolve, the Sand Ninja commander thought, if we cannot obtain him, then we shall destroy him. Sealing technique. As the commander uttered these words, the other Sand Ninjas, initially startled, nodded in agreement, each tossing a kunai that triggered explosive tags. A violent explosion ensued. Yet Jiang Feng emerged unscathed, casually waving away the smoke, his chakra aura still shimmering resplendently. Once his vision cleared, Jiang Feng realized, much like before the explosion, the Sand Ninjas had encircled him. To prevent his escape, they dispatched another batch of wooden puppets, relentlessly launching poisoned projectiles and toxic mist at him. To delay me, is it? How amusing. However, the Sand Ninja's sealing techniques, tut-tut. As Jiang Feng deftly evaded, a mocking expression graced his features. If memory served him correctly, the sealing techniques of the Sand Shinobi appeared to be the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. Should the Jinchuriki fall into slumber, the one-tailed Shikaku would emerge and wreak havoc. Gaara himself had been subjected to assassination attempts orchestrated by his own father, Raza, through his subordinates, lacking both skill and restraint, yet delighting in the power of tailed beasts. Ironically, the village renowned for its feeble sealing arts possessed the very tailed beast most adept in sealing techniques. One could hardly admit that it was due to the Sand Shinobi's poverty, unable even to afford Shikaku. Consequently, Jiang Feng unilaterally declared the Sand Village as the most frivolous of all ninja villages, without exception. That insufferable brat. Laughing in the face of death. Attack. The leader of the Sand Shinobi, upon witnessing the unabashed derision on Jiang Feng's face, was instantly consumed by rage. With a commanding shout, the Sand Shinobi began forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Jiang Feng could barely endure the sight, an overwhelming nausea rising within him. Though each of these shinobi executed a seal in approximately 0.75 seconds, their individual variations and the rhythmic incantations of some made the experience akin to a cacophony of flower-shaking performances before him. What madness was this? If Jiang Feng was not mistaken, these Sand Shinobi possessed fragments of sealing techniques, combining their efforts to create a cohesive sealing jutsu. This bore resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique employed by the Genma team. Why could the yet unborn Noera Genma, my kin, master a part of the Flying Thunder God technique, while I could not? Was my perception of time and space truly so deficient? As Jiang Feng's thoughts spiraled, the Sand Shinobi completed their seals, seemingly surpassing 50 in number. He wished to inquire whether their hands ached. Their earnestness rivaled that of Kisame. Sand barrier, form. With that command, the Sand Shinobi unleashed the Inuzuka seal, forming a hexagram pattern composed of sealing inscriptions centered around Jiang Feng. A torrent of sand surged from beneath, ensnaring his body and binding him securely. Success! The Sand Shinobi leader's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that their most potent poison puppet would effectively restrain this monstrous figure, successfully delaying him for nearly a minute to execute this raucous sealing technique. Had they not lost several comrades, the sealing process could have been expedited by a third. Intriguing. Was this the sealing art of the Sand Shinobi? Jiang Feng attempted to twist his body, only to discover he was indeed tightly bound. Intriguing? We shall make you aware of the cost of your arrogance. To sustain the sealing technique, the Sand Shinobi leader extracted a crimson paper inscribed with sealing symbols from his pocket, biting his finger to mark it with blood. The other Sand Shinobi followed suit, albeit with white paper. They collectively affixed the seals to the ground, which seemed to emanate a mysterious power, the inscriptions appearing to shimmer and writhe with a life of their own. From below, slender tendrils of sand emerged, binding Jiang Feng's immobile limbs and neck. Leaf brat, if you wish to avoid being torn asunder, obediently bind your chakra and return with us to the Sand Village. We shall not only provide you with fine sustenance, but also arrange for the village's beauties to serve you. The Sand Shinobi leader was drenched in sweat. The chakra required to maintain the sealing technique proving overwhelming, yet he still harbored thoughts of enticing Jiang Feng. You Sand Shinobi, who are occasionally swept by sandstorms, lacking a water source, scarcely able to bathe once a week, and whose feudal lord often withholds your funding. What awaits you upon your return but suffering? And the notion of lavish feasting is laughable. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Among all the ninja villages, none suffered as much as the Sand Ninjas, who faced shortages of water, food, and funds. The esteemed 3rd and 4th Kazekage, despite possessing bloodline limits, found themselves forced to mine for gold due to financial constraints. The higher-ups of the Sand Village, in a bid to thwart any attempts by Yakura to seize the position of Kazekage, sent their hero to the Mist Village to meet his demise, demonstrating a level of stupidity that rivaled that of our own Akatsuki leader, Danzo. Time and again, they ignited wars over resources. One need only look at the footprints they left in every great ninja war. To exist in this Sand Village is to endure a fate worse than the Uchiha clan, which has faced annihilation in every fanfiction. You, stubborn fool. Then go to your death. The Sand Ninja captain, incensed by Jiang Feng's insolence despite being trapped, ordered an increase in chakra to eliminate him. As the sand tightened its grip around him, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. I must admit, your sealing technique is quite impressive. It not only binds individuals, but also restrains chakra. The Sand Ninja captain, believing Jiang Feng was ready to surrender, soon realized the sealing technique was slipping from his control. Jiang Feng unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the sand that bound him to swell dramatically, followed by a flash of white lightning. He broke free from the sand. And as the battlefield crackled with energy, the Sand Ninja captain watched in horror as his comrades inexplicably fell, their chests pierced. You. Turning around, the Sand Ninja captain found Jiang Feng standing before him, gripping his neck with an iron hold, lifting him off the ground. The lack of oxygen turned his face a deep shade of purple. Unfortunately, your sealing techniques are merely mediocre. With that, Jiang Feng's fist grew larger and struck, rendering the Sand Ninja captain unconscious. After feeling the captain succumb to unconsciousness, Jiang Feng dispelled his chakra-enhanced mode and pondered the true nature of the Sand Ninja's sealing techniques. It became clear why Shikaku could manipulate the Jinchuriki in their sleep. These individuals could barely manage to seal a mere 10,000 snakes. Chapter 71, Jiang Feng. The Uchiha clan is truly terrifying. Jiang Feng inexplicably felt a deep sympathy for Shoha, who was ensnared by the half-baked sealing techniques of the Sand Ninjas. Each time it attempted to move, it would break free, only to be besieged by hundreds of Sand Ninjas, subsequently succumbing to the frustration of being sealed once more. Had the Sand Ninjas shown Shoha a modicum of kindness and allowed it to impart some sealing techniques to them, they would not find themselves so woefully lacking in their current methods. Upon hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Jiang Feng turned to see dozens of members from the Uchiha clan's police force hastening towards him. Sand Ninjas? What is the meaning of this? This is rather excessive. Is it not? Why would Sand Ninjas appear around the village? That is Lord Jiang Feng. What is happening, Lord Jiang Feng? Please, could you grant me an autograph? As the members of the police force gradually encircled him, Jiang Feng felt overwhelmed. Hadn't they been known for their poker faces and double standards? Please, everyone, remain calm and do not crowd me. Who dares to touch my rear? Jiang Feng intended to voice his thoughts, yet he felt an unwelcome advance against his posterior, prompting him to hastily employ his transformation technique to slip away from the throng. It was one thing for individuals older than himself to refer to him as adult, but it was utterly outrageous that some would even attempt such impropriety, including children. The frenzied Uchiha elder left Jiang Feng in a state of dismay. Has Jiang Feng transformed into wood? A substitution technique? Where has Jiang Feng gone? I haven't even had the chance to touch him, exclaimed a flustered female police officer, stamping her foot in frustration. Everyone, behave yourselves. What a disgrace. A commanding voice resonated from the crowd as Uchiha Takushi, scowling, used chakra to disperse the gathering. Yes, clan leader, the disordered Uchiha clan members shrank back, fear evident on their faces upon seeing their patriarch. To behave so rudely while donned in the attire of the police force. You shall face consequences when we return. Humph. Uchiha Takushi's expression darkened further upon observing the fear in his clan members, who seemed as if they wished to bury their heads in the earth. Oh, so you tremble before me, yet exhibit such fervor towards Jiang Feng. Is it merely because he chastised Shimura Danzo, who suppressed our Uchiha clan? Do you really need to be so fanatical? Who spoke up for you when Danzo withheld your salaries for various reasons? A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Just wait until I decide how to deal with you upon our return. Finally, the one in charge made an appearance. A voice emerged from the side, and after a puff of white smoke, Jiang Feng reverted back to his original form, wiping the sweat from his brow in relief. Jiang Feng had thought himself quite the rogue, but he was taken aback to discover that these Uchiha ladies were even more brazen. How dare they bully an 11-year-old boy in a crowd? If they have the courage, let them face me one-on-one in 3 years. He lamented as several Uchiha ladies bit their thumbnails in frustration. Uchiha Takushi cast a stern glance at the female police officers. Although he was quite familiar with Jiang Feng, he still needed to maintain an air of authority in front of his clan. After a few breaths, Uchiha Takushi, maintaining a stern facade, addressed Jiang Feng. Young Jiang Feng, I apologize for my clan's lack of discipline, allowing you to witness such folly. Not at all. It is fortunate that someone can keep them in check. Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Privately, Uchiha Takushi rolled his eyes, indicating the need to rein in his clan members. The village's elder ninja had been eager for him to take care of their children, but the Uchiha ladies were even more outrageous, eyeing him like the Suna ninja. Could he even remain in Konoha any longer? I heard a violent commotion and rushed over, only to find this. Could it be that you are responsible? Uchiha Takushi pointed at the nearly ruined grassland, his disbelief evident despite his awareness of Jiang Feng's formidable abilities. Jiang Feng nodded calmly. Oh, by the way, that individual in white attire seems to be the leading sand ninja. I deliberately left a hint. You should take them back for interrogation. With a sharp intake of breath, Uchiha Togu, upon receiving the news, gestured to his subordinates. 2 members of the police force promptly understood and proceeded to bind the sand ninja captain. Togu, while admiring Jiang Feng's formidable strength, found himself perplexed as to how this group of sand ninjas had managed to evade the SEAL team's scrutiny. It was fortunate that Jiang Feng was present. Had they infiltrated the heart of Konohagakure, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since you, Togu, and your police force have arrived, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. These sand ninjas are toxic, so please handle them with caution. I will take my leave now. Fearful of the Uchiha sisters' unpredictable actions, Jiang Feng hastily departed, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, a testament to his presence. Why has Lord Jiang Feng left? I just bought these new stockings, lamented a girl. My parents were hoping I could invite Lord Jiang Feng over for dinner. Who knows when I'll get another chance? Disappointment washed over her as she realized her family was absent that night, thwarting her plans. The police force members exchanged glances, astonished by the girl's earlier remarks. What exactly is she planning? They whispered among themselves, while the nearby young men, envious, nearly ground their teeth in frustration. Why was it not them enjoying such privileges? Uchiha Toga sighed, covering his face. He was well aware of the extreme emotional states prevalent within his clan. Within the Uchiha territory, one could either be icily distant, reluctant to exchange even a few words with family, or excessively affectionate, eager to cling to others daily. However, this was merely their demeanor within the clan. During patrols in the village, they maintained a stoic expression, for the Uchiha family's dignity must not be compromised. Upon returning home, Jiang Feng anxiously shut the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside. It seemed no one was pursuing him. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled in relief, sitting on the entranceway to remove his shoes. Although he typically behaved rather casually, he found it challenging to face the Uchiha sister, who could drive him to distraction. Teacher, what do you mean no one is following you? Allow me to help you with your shoes, offered Uchiha Fugaku adeptly, placing the indoor slippers Jiang Feng needed to change into and setting his shoes on the rack. Nothing, Fugaku. Why are you in my house again? Where's Yano? Jiang Feng wondered aloud, feeling the urge to comment on how naturally he handed his shoes to Fugaku. Perhaps a result of their year-long familiarity. Jiang Feng could not help but marvel at the formidable adaptability of humanity. Sister Yano is busy calculating the accounts, having asked Senior Deju to summon me for cooking. Teacher, please take a seat. In a little while, the beef will be ready, he said. After inviting Jiang Feng to sit, Uchiha Fugaku entered the kitchen, standing on a stool to add seasoning to the pot of beef. Upon entering the living room, he was taken aback to see Yano engrossed in a ledger as thick as the history of Konoha, deftly manipulating an abacus while simultaneously jotting down notes with a brush. The ninja cat Deju wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, gazing hungrily at the pot, greedily inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from within. Jiang Feng gazed at the ceiling in silence, feeling that something was amiss. After all, this seemed to be his own home. Chapter 72. The triumph of the fierce-eyed Yeiyu at the dining table. Uchiha Fugaku incessantly shared his recent training achievements with Jiang Feng, their conversation flowing in a casual manner. With a soft thud, Yeiyu munched on her meal while contemplating her freshly taken notes, so engrossed that even the clattering of food slipping from her chopsticks onto the table failed to divert her focus. Observing Yeiyu mindlessly consuming her food, Jiang Feng could no longer bear it and gently suggested, "Yeyu, perhaps you should set that aside for now." Yeyu replied absent-mindedly, her chopsticks still grasping nothing but air. Jiang Feng and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in resignation. His foolish sister, who often nestled in taverns, seemed to be utterly captivated by money. Any mention of wealth would draw her in like a moth to a flame. Upon returning home, she incessantly calculated the financial details from the past 7 years, her mouth practically watering at the sight of the ever-increasing numbers. It baffled him how the orphanage director, Yao Shiranui, who once dispelled the darkness within children, had transformed into such a money-obsessed figure. Was there something amiss with his method of crossing over? "Yinayu, awaken. You possess such remarkable medical ninjutsu talent. Why are you so entranced by riches? Without you, who would illuminate the flickering light within the hearts of the children?" Wait a moment. It seems that the current Konoha is unexpectedly strong. With Danzo out of the picture, no one is targeting the Uchiha clan, leading to a considerable number of Uchiha members possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. The Senju clan, too, has a population comparable to that of the Hyuga clan, aside from those who perished during experiments to awaken would release. If it weren't for the Senju's superior physical constitution, rapid recovery, and precise control over chakra, they would have long since devolved into a mere ordinary ninja clan. Nonetheless, the Senju still harbors a group of stubborn traditionalists, dedicated to arduous training in hopes of awakening would release. Unfortunately, they are neither the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, nor do they possess the sage's physical form. Unless they undergo cell transplantation from Hashirama, awakening would release will remain a distant dream for them. Every time Jiang Feng witnessed the elders of the Senju clan engrossed in discussions about how to awaken would release, he felt a mix of amusement and pity for their futile deliberations. "Teacher, I heard that Nichiraku came to see you today?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired after washing the dishes and hanging up his apron. "Indeed, what of it?" Jiang Feng replied. "When I encountered him earlier today, he seemed somewhat off." Fugaku recalled, uncertainty coloring his tone. "Off? In what way?" Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed he had been too eager to unearth the identity of the stalker. The three-headed snake maiden. Perhaps his tone had been less than pleasant. Could it be that this fellow's resolve, his path as a ninja, had been crushed by him? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "Well, I greeted him, but he ignored me, muttering something about Ka Long, Hyuga, and Byakugan." "What is Ka Long? Is it a creature he just contracted as a summoning beast?" "Ka Long. That must refer to the cloning technique I mentioned to him," Jiang Feng mused. Could he be losing his mind over it? Cloning? What use is that wretched technique? Fugaku scratched his head, despite his youth. He possessed a considerable amount of knowledge as a clan's young leader. In truth, cloning technology had been developed long ago, but the clones exhibited low vitality, short lifespans, and deformities, inheriting a higher probability of genetic diseases. It was a rather impractical ability, discarded shortly after its inception. He couldn't fathom why Nichiraku was fixated on such a trivial technique instead of striving for strength. "How should I put this? Once you awaken your Manjiki Sharingan, you will likely understand," Jiang Feng remarked. Jiang Feng pondered for a long time, struggling to comprehend how to explain to him that the damage inflicted upon the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan's caged birds was detrimental to their neural pathways, rendering their ocular prowess imperfect. Thus, utilizing cloning technology to replicate pristine cells could potentially restore the Byakugan of the branch family, allowing for a possibility of normalcy. This would eventually pave the way for Hyuga Hayashi's branch family to purify their lineage and awaken the Byakugan into the more advanced Rinnegan. As for the Manjiki Sharingan, it necessitates a connection with a sibling's Manjiki Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Jiang Feng held two hypotheses regarding this matter. Hypothesis 1. Indra seemed to activate the Manjiki without the frequent occurrence of bloodshed from his eyes. Nor did he ever suggest that employing the Manjiki techniques would lead to deterioration of vision or blindness. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's bloodline has become diluted, necessitating the need for related Manjiki Sharingan to rectify this flaw? Hypothesis 2. The Sharingan, a manifestation of Kagaya Tsutsuki's consumption of the God Tree's fruit, might imply that the Uchiha clan possesses inferior control over yin release and lower physical prowess, resulting in an inability to withstand the intense energy transfer required for the Sharingan, leading to bleeding eyes and eventual blindness, colloquially termed kidney deficiency. The Manjiki Sharingan, the fabled eyes of the Uchiha clan. Jiang Feng never anticipated that his teacher would hold such high expectations for him, believing his Sharingan would evolve into such an illustrious form. Overwhelmed with excitement, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled a plume of steam from his nostrils, his spirit ignited, pounding his chest fervently. Calm down, Jiang Feng observed Uchiha Fugaku, whose enthusiasm was almost incendiary, and felt a twinge of fear. Have you gone overboard? Don't overshadow Dai and Kai's moments. Go and embrace your fierce eyes, Fugaku. You're stealing the show. Enough already. Yano glared at her notebook, which had been marred with an indecipherable symbol due to the interruption, and in a fit of rage, snapped her pen, her eyes glowing with an ominous red light, a terrifying aura surrounding her. Right. Uchiha Fugaku had never encountered such a fearsome Yano, his feet trembling uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. Just mind your manners in the next life. Yano smirked momentarily. Uchiha Fugaku didn't grasp the situation until he looked up, only to see a fist expanding in his vision before he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Geez, don't stare at me like that. Yano exhaled a deep breath. Noticing Jiang Feng, who was gaping at her in astonishment, and blushing, she fled the scene. Jiang Feng scratched his head in bewilderment. Wow, my sister has such a side to her. This fierce title should belong to you. Let us celebrate. She is a Ninja Academy student who combines remarkable medical talent with a knack for calculation, wielding the astonishing wealth of the Nara clan. In this moment, she has claimed the title of Fierce Yano, the newfound financier of the ninja world. Teacher, help me. Uchiha Fugaku, stuck in the soil while performing an embarrassing pose, flailed helplessly. Seeing the mortifying state of Uchiha Fugaku, Jiang Feng swiftly pulled him out, exclaiming, Goodness, you Uchiha prodigy. You lack some finesse. Chapter 73, Fugaku, a serious ninja doesn't hand seal. So does that make me irresponsible? Teacher, do you think I'm useless? After being rescued, Uchiha Fugaku stared blankly at the azure sky, feeling as though something was amiss with each passing cloud. Why do you say that? Jiang Feng brushed the dirt from Fugaku's forehead. The clan elders proclaim me an unparalleled genius. Yet why could I not evade Yano's punch? Recalling the force of Yano's blow sent shivers down Uchiha Fugaku's spine. Observing Fugaku's expression, Jiang Feng felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, summoned to cook yet subjected to an unmerciful beating. It seemed Yano's actions were indeed rather extreme. Was it merely an illusion? Did Yano's demeanor carry the essence of a modern, rather unrefined woman? Rest assured, you awakened your Sharingan before turning 4. How could you not be a genius? It was unfortunate that this genius had succumbed to despair. The well-fed orange tabby, watching Uchiha Fugaku, who was questioning his existence, shook its head knowingly. Uchiha Fugaku, Zero and Zia, it seems I truly am useless. He could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground in tears. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's sudden outburst, Jiang Feng felt a bit at a loss. Why are you crying all of a sudden? You're nearly 4. What is there to weep about? Well, it was somewhat typical for a 3-year-old to cry when scolded. Over the past few months, while accompanying these youngsters in battles against bandits and rogue samurai, he had forgotten that Fugaku was younger than the Hyuga brothers. Merely a 3-year-old child engaged in activities beyond his years. In an instant, Jiang Feng realized, would he be the one to instill bad habits in Itachi when he brought him to the battlefield at the age of 4? No way. He would not bear that burden. Jiang Feng regained his composure, gently patting Fugaku's back, before casting a disapproving glance at the orange tabby, sponging off others without contributing anything. The orange tabby, feeling guilty, lowered its head, its little paws uncertainly shifting back and forth, raising and then lowering them again. Upon seeing Fugaku's expression, its mouth parted slightly and then closed. Occasionally, when the orange tabby visited Fugaku's home for a free meal, Fugaku affectionately referred to it as Senior Orange Tabby. Now, feeling a pang of guilt for having acted so callously towards a junior, the orange tabby was overwhelmed with shame, thinking it truly deserved to be scolded. Enough of the tears. Do you wish to grow stronger? Seeing that comfort was ineffective, Jiang Feng gave Fugaku a light slap on the head. Teacher, please teach me. Upon hearing that there was a way to become stronger, Fugaku leaped up, wiping away his snot and tears. I've made my decision. As Jiang Feng's mind sparked with inspiration, he bit into his palm and pressed his right hand forward. The space ahead unfurled with dark sigils, summoning forth a 4-meter-tall cat. Jiuqi Jiang Feng instinctively smoothed down Jiuqi's fur. Why did you call me out here? Jiochi grumbled as it plopped down on the ground, unceremoniously using its sharp claws to groom its teeth. Such a colossal ninja cat. Wait, why didn't you perform hand seals while using the summoning technique, teacher? Isn't it customary to slap the ground to summon a beast? Witnessing Jiochi's imposing stature, Uchiha Fugaku was initially taken aback, only to realize that his teacher had seemingly executed the summoning technique without any hand seals. What sorcery was this? Furthermore, how could summoning be successful in midair? Shouldn't there be a solid surface for the summoned creature to land upon? Is it not a fundamental tenet that all ninjutsu requires hand seals? Has the family's education been erroneous all along? Hand seals? What proper ninja employs hand seals? And who among the uninformed would claim that summoning cannot be executed in such a manner? Such misguided teachings. Jiang Feng scratched his face, and to be honest, had it not been for the fact that the summoning technique required no more than a clap of his hands to succeed, he would have been too lethargic to make that effort. Recently, he had developed a form of summoning akin to that of Sasuke and Naruto, which allowed him to summon ninja beasts without the need to strike the ground. It was undeniably convenient, evoking a sensation akin to that of a Pokemon master. Uchiha Fugaku was left bewildered. Did the hand seals have any correlation with the seriousness of a ninja? Was it possible that his own lack of seriousness necessitated the use of hand seals? Do not heed his boastful claims. Only those employing bloodline jutsu are exempt from performing hand seals. Of course, if one could control chakra with the same precision as him without the need for hand seals to guide it, they could certainly attempt to use ninjutsu without them. Nevertheless, I have yet to encounter a second individual who has succeeded in such an endeavor. Observing Uchiha Fugaku becoming increasingly befuddled by Jiang Feng's nonsensical assertions, Deju promptly interjected. After all, Fugaku had referred to him as a senior. He could not bear to see such a promising youth misled by Jiang Feng. Is that even possible? What about the summoning technique that our teacher uses? It's a matter of personal talent, Deju replied, his small paw gesturing dismissively. Having witnessed countless absurdities in Jiang Feng's presence, he had long since become unperturbed. It was the first time Uchiha Fugaku had encountered such an outrageous notion. He attempted to execute the fire release, great fireball technique without hand seals, only to find it utterly ineffective. Just how precise was his teacher's chakra control? Truly monstrous. No wonder he was privately lauded as the genius disciple of the Hokage. Jiang Feng felt a sense of embarrassment upon hearing that the large orange cat had earnestly conveyed the fabrications he had previously spun. In truth, the reason ninjutsu can be executed without hand seals is due to the abundance of chakra within one's body, with merely a slight manipulation of chakra flow. A myriad of techniques can be manifested. Many elite shinobi and even kage have engaged in the practice of simplifying their ninjutsu seals. A prime example being the water release, water dragon bullet, which traditionally requires 44 seals. Yet, in the hands of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara, this was reduced to merely 2 or 3 seals before being unleashed. The new generation has further progressed, with many adeptly casting low-level techniques without any seals at all. This inclination among ninjas to seek out partners within their own ranks stems from the notion that marrying a common person could result in offspring akin to Lee, who struggles to perform even basic ninjutsu. Conversely, offspring born from powerful shinobi are likely to possess greater potential than their forebears, with a chance of emerging as prodigies like Kisame, whose chakra seems inexhaustible, or, with a stroke of fortune, awakening a bloodline limit. The same rationale applies to summoning beasts. Ninjutsu flows forth effortlessly, akin to the legendary Hashirama. A mere gesture towards the frogs of Mount Myaboku or the cats of the void signifies the summons. While creatures like the salamander, slug, and the serpents of the dragon cave rely solely on verbal incantation. Even Shikamaru's scythe-wielding summons can cleave through half a forest in a single sweep. Uchiha Fugaku, upon absorbing this newfound knowledge, closed his mouth with a sigh. There was no denying it. The antics of his mentor today had been utterly absurd, completely overturning the ninja knowledge he had diligently acquired over the past 2 years within his clan. Why summon me if you're just going to waste my time? I have a duel scheduled with a cat from the north. Kikuchi lamented, increasingly vexed. What is the point of dragging me here for idle chatter when it disrupts my plans for a fight? Since visiting the old cat lady, he had not had the opportunity to spar. It had taken considerable effort to coax the cat's spirit into agreeing to a duel. Oh, I almost forgot here. Take care of this kid for me. Just help him with training, and don't let him die. Training? Uchiha Fugaku gulped nervously. With a cat this size, one swipe could gravely injure me. And what do you mean by just don't let him die? Even leaving him maimed is unacceptable. What a ridiculous proposition. Who has the time to train this brat? I am busy seeking out the cat's spirit. Jiang Feng shook his head and sighed. There's a 3-meter emperor star-spotted fish at home. It appears someone is out of luck. What is this cat doing? How can training this little one be more important? Let the brat perish. As he spoke, Jikuchi lunged at Uchiha Fugaku like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Chapter 74 Fugaku, you must not die. Go in peace. Cried Daju, for justice. Boy, lie down for the elder. Jikuchi, brimming with fervor, forced Uchiha Fugaku to leap about in desperation, his face marred by the sharp claws of Jikuchi. Yet, despite Jikuchi's considerable size and rotundity, his speed was not to be underestimated. Daju, witnessing Jikuchi pinning Fugaku to the ground, felt a surge of urgency to rush over and rescue him. The Uchiha clan's winter warmth was unmatched. Every member excelled in fire techniques and enjoyed brawling, resulting in a temperature several degrees higher than elsewhere. With plenty of delicious food and drink, for Daju, who feared the cold, there was no better sanctuary for winter than the Uchiha territory. He could not stand idly by while Fugaku was in peril. Calmly observing, Jiang Feng extended his hand to stop Daju. Confused, Daju looked at Jiang Feng, who was left speechless by the sight of the adorably bewildered cat. How could a normal person remain so composed when pinned by a cat of such heft? Goodness, if your strength stagnates, at least engage your mind. Day after day, you lounge at home, intoxicated and idle, or you feast at Fugaku's home without a care. If you fear for Fugaku's safety, can't you just relish the free meals without guilt? Then, Daju, half understanding, watched as Fugaku, captured by Jikuchi, resembled a mere piece of wood. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fugaku leapt high, exhaling a fireball the size of 15 millimeters directly onto Jikuchi's head. Goodness, Jiang Feng, quick. Look, Fugaku has successfully used the great fireball and can counterattack. Daju tugged at Jiang Feng's trousers, joyfully bouncing. Observing Fugaku's performance, Jiang Feng nodded in appreciation. One must admit, despite its modest power, the fact that a 3-year-old could wield ninjutsu was indeed promising. It was no wonder he could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. As Daju tugged at Jiang Feng's trousers, Jiang Feng unceremoniously gave him a gentle flick on the head. Jikuchi touched the spot where the fireball had struck, bewildered to find not a single hair singed. It was the first time he had encountered such a feeble ninjutsu. Suddenly reminded of the delectable food to come, Jikuchi's tail transformed into a whip, striking towards Fugaku. Fortunately, Fugaku was in good form today and had managed to use the great fireball technique successfully on his first attempt. During his training at home, he could only succeed once every 3 attempts. Before he could savor his success, however, he was unexpectedly struck by a shadowy figure, sent flying. Jikuchi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this boy could be so careless against a formidable opponent, especially one from the Uchiha clan. Hadn't the cat elder's subordinates claimed that the Uchiha clan possessed exceptional ninjutsu talent? Why was this child unable to rise after being struck? Fugaku struggled to his feet, trembling, thinking, truly, this must be the summoning beast of my teacher. I couldn't even discern how my opponent launched their attack. With a burning sensation in his abdomen, Fugaku activated his Sharingan, retrieving 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurling them at Jikuchi. Jikuchi effortlessly dodged, taunting, "Is that all you've got? This isn't over yet." Utilizing a unique technique, Fugaku launched shuriken after shuriken, all of which Jikuchi evaded with ease. Just as Jikuchi was about to gloat, he noticed that several shuriken had collided in midair, altering their trajectories, and began to swarm around him, striking his forelimbs and back, drawing faint blood. "Impressive," Daju exclaimed, astonished at the creative use of shuriken. However, that was where it ended. Jiang Feng shook his head and retreated indoors, preparing to administer a medicinal bath for Fugaku later. While the Uchiha shuriken technique was indeed formidable, it was primarily effective against stationary targets. In genuine combat, members of the Uchiha clan would not resort to such flamboyant methods of throwing shuriken. Once Jiang Feng entered the house, Jikuchi swatted away the shuriken lodged in his fur, instinctively batting away the incoming shuriken. Realizing his previous folly, he thought, regardless of where the shuriken were flying, he could simply bat them away. Questioning what he had been doing moments ago, roar. Jikuchi channeled chakra into his mouth and unleashed a furious roar, creating sound waves that paused the shuriken momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he swatted away all the shuriken and, with force, propelled himself forward, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Oh no! Fugaku had not anticipated that Jikuchi would charge at him despite the shuriken embedded in him, and he found that his shuriken only caused superficial wounds on the massive cat. Jikuchi then slammed into Fugaku, sending him crashing against a tree. Just as Fugaku was about to fall to the ground, Jikuchi charged once more, grasping his foot and forcefully slamming him into the earth. Coughing blood, Fugaku felt as though his insides were shifting, and his vision blurred momentarily. Fugaku, you big oaf. Release him. Daju rushed toward Fugaku, furious, as he kicked at Jikuchi's large paw. Don't call me a big oaf. Jikuchi was taken aback, realizing that since meeting Jiang Feng, even the cat elder had begun to refer to him as such. Do you not understand? In this domain, which cat possesses a brain as clever as mine? Chasing Ya has always praised my intellect. Jealousy washed over him as he glanced at Fugaku, who appeared almost lifeless beneath him. Have I been too rough? He pondered, hastily placing Fugaku on the ground. Fugaku, don't die? Daju panicked, shaking Fugaku's body frantically. Ugh! The violent shaking caused Fugaku to spew forth another mouthful of blood, exacerbating his injuries. Fugaku, what's wrong? You cannot die? Without you, how will we survive the winter? Daju's eyes brimmed with tears as he felt the weight of despair upon him. Fugaku, despite his grievous injuries, felt a sense of warmth at Daju's concern. However, upon hearing the latter's words, he trembled, nearly losing consciousness. If you keep shaking him like that, he'll die even if he is not dead already. With that strength, hurry and bring him over here. Jiang Feng moved a large wooden tub to the ground, filled with a viscous green liquid. Jikuchi, holding Fugaku, assumed Jiang Feng had produced some delightful food in such a grand container. Upon rushing over, it became evident that the barrel was filled with a repugnant, viscous green substance, while a pungent herbal aroma invaded Kikuchi's nostrils. Kikuchi, whose sense of smell was already quite acute, was overwhelmed by the noxious concoction, prompting a wave of nausea. Fuyue, being roughly grasped by Kikuchi, hurried forward in alarm. However, halfway there, the stench of the herbs triggered unsettling memories of last year's illness, when Jiang Feng had forcefully administered medicine to him using a funnel. Terrified, he bolted in the opposite direction, disregarding any concerns for Fuyue. Fully aware that remaining near Jiang Feng's malicious antics would likely result in his own entrapment in this grotesque situation. Goodbye, my dear brother Fuyue. May Sister Cat burn the largest incense for you next year. Chapter 75. This is not a medicinal bath, but a barbecue. What are you reacting for? Jiang Feng kicked Kikuchi, who, in turn, was retching for no apparent reason, causing Jiang Feng to feel slightly nauseated at the sight of the dark green, sludgy medicinal liquid. Kikuchi recoiled, yet his keen sense of smell detected the bitter, fishy, and foul aroma emanating from the concoction, compelling him to pinch his nose and flee over 100 meters away while continuously gagging. The formula of this medicinal liquid was specifically designed for Might Dai, capable of healing internal injuries and enhancing physical vitality. Despite its unappealing appearance, its effects were undeniably remarkable. Jiang Feng observed the tears streaming down Juqi's face, recalling that the olfactory senses of cats and dogs surpass those of humans by several magnitudes. He felt a twinge of relief at his own lack of such acute sensitivity. However, the color of the medicinal liquid, a sickly green tinged with a hint of yellow, was increasingly nauseating the longer he gazed at it. As if it were surging forth, he resolutely decided against dwelling on it, for the more he pondered, the more vivid the troubling imagery became. Jiang Feng examined the half-dead Fugaku, slight rib fractures, dislocated arms, some internal bleeding in the organs. Pity the lower body remained unscathed, barely passable. This guy's strikes were far too uneven. Swiftly, Jiang Feng stripped Fugaku bare. The 3-year-old's skin was surprisingly fair and tender. He then unceremoniously dumped him into a barrel, securing the latches tightly to prevent the small frame from slipping under the viscous liquid. To accelerate Fugaku's absorption of the medicinal brew, Jiang Feng employed Earth Release, Earth-style wall, a certain card game weeps without its doghead mascot, encasing the barrel entirely save for a single ventilation hole at the top. A shadow clone, assigned to the task, continuously roasted the earthen walls with a scaled-down version of Fire Release, Great Fireball technique, while Jiang Feng himself reclined lazily in the courtyard, sipping juice on a rocking chair. Truly, chakra revolutionized daily living. The damp, overcast April air grew noticeably drier under the clone's fiery ministrations, the surroundings now pleasantly crisp. Ugh, where am I? Fugaku, unconscious within the barrel, stirred as his breathing grew labored. Forcing his eyes open, he found himself naked, locked inside a massive wooden cask filled with thick, emerald-green sludge. What hellish place is this? What happened? Where's my teacher? The rising temperature made him sweat profusely as the mysterious green substance seeped into his skin, stinging sharply. Just as he struggled against the restraints, a cacophony of furious shouting erupted beyond the earthen walls, a voice unmistakably resembling his father's. Jiang Feng, what in the blazes have you done to my son? Uchiha Toko's roar pierced through the high GA compound with such force that bystanders flinched and hastily retreated indoors, bolting windows and doors. Though the Uchiha's reputation had softened slightly in recent months, none dared linger under the wrathful gaze of Konoha's stern, unsmiling head of the military police force. At this moment, Toko's face was contorted with fury as he darted across rooftops toward the scene. Moments earlier, having just escorted a Sunanin to the station, he had barely begun drafting the infiltration report when Fugaku's panicked bodyguard burst in, gasping that the boy had been beaten half to death by Jiang Feng's summoned beast. Toko had slammed his desk and charged out, barely restraining the urge to unsheath his blade and storm the high GA district outright. Fugaku! Fugaku! Jiang Feng, where is my son? Arriving breathlessly at Jiang Feng's residence, Toko froze upon seeing two identical figures, one roasting stones with fire jutsu, the other lounging with snacks. Recognizing Jiang Feng's typical nonchalance, he seized the lounging one by the collar. Stop screeching. Your brat's fine. Just spat some blood, broke a few bones. No need for hysterics. Jiang Feng swatted Toko's hand away, regarding him with undisguised disdain. For a chakra wielder like Fugaku, such injuries were trivial. Mere fractures and dislocations would heal naturally within days, let alone with the medicinal bath prepared. Fine. Broken bones are fine. Where is he? Was he taken to the hospital? Toko shook Jiang Feng violently. Fugaku, his prodigy son, the one who awakened the Sharingan at 3, how could he not panic? Hospital? He's perfectly content right there. Honestly, as clan head, you're embarrassingly unstable. Jiang Feng shoved him off irritably. If he's unharmed then, wait. You don't mean. Inside that. Toko's momentary relief shattered as his gaze landed on the smoking chimney, where Jiang Feng's clone relentlessly spewed flames. His eyes widened in horrified disbelief. Jiang Feng placed 2 fingers on the ground, sensing the chakra of Fugaku within the wooden barrel becoming increasingly vibrant. Indeed, he had awakened. Is anyone there? Father. Is it you? Why am I inside this large barrel? Within the earthen walls, Fugaku was drenched in sweat due to the rising temperature. He found it difficult to breathe, and the sensation of being submerged in this viscous substance was akin to being pricked by countless needles. An abundance of green sludge seemed to evaporate under the intense heat, transforming into sticky black matter that clung to his body, causing immense discomfort. Fugaku felt increasingly dehydrated, and a voice resembling that of his father echoed from outside. He could not discern if it was mere auditory hallucination. Fugaku, are you all right? Fugaku, I will rescue you. Upon hearing the voice of his beloved son, Uchiha Tokaku was overwhelmed with emotion and prepared to charge forward to shatter the crumbling stone wall. Jiang Feng calculated the time. It should not have arrived yet. However, since his father intended to go, let him do so. He promptly dispelled his shadow clone, and the earthen wall, lacking the supportive chakra, crumbled into a heap of dirt. Fuyua, how are you? Why are you not wearing clothes, and your body is restrained? Uchiha Tokaku gazed at the condition of his son, then turned his head, his gaze increasingly hostile towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng raised his hands in exasperation. What do you expect me to do for this medicinal bath? Look at me. Fuyu has just fainted. What if he drowns without the straps to secure him? A medicinal bath? Is there such a thing? Are you certain this isn't just roasting Fuyu like a skewer? Unable to contain his anger at such an absurd method of treatment, Uchiha Tokaku expressed his frustration, realizing that had he arrived any later, Fuyu would have been thoroughly cooked. In a hurry, Uchiha Tokaku rushed to rescue his son, who had already washed away the black, sticky substance from his body and reappeared before everyone, properly dressed. Jiang Feng inquired, how do you feel? I feel splendid, Fujikage replied, his body brimming with vitality as he clenched his fists, the joints emitting a satisfying crackle. Chapter 76. Uchiha Tokugawa pondered, am I truly short-sighted despite my long hair? Observing Fujikage's crooked smile and peculiar utterances, Jiang Feng inexplicably recalled a certain individual possessed by Cereburo. Is everything really alright? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Uchiha Tokugawa observed Fujikage with concern. In the presence of others, Uchiha Tokugawa was a serious and stoic figure, yet before Fujikage, he appeared as a benevolent father, radiating warmth and care. I assure you, father, my body feels unprecedentedly well. Although the recent experience of nearly being roasted was less than pleasant, the abundant chakra coursing through me confirms that I have indeed grown stronger. Oh, well, that is good to hear, Uchiha Tokugawa remarked, sensing that his son had taken on an unusual demeanor, gliding as he walked, particularly with the blood trickling from his nose, while he continued to grin foolishly. Fujikage's condition deeply concerned Uchiha Tokugawa, who promptly pulled Jiang Feng aside, shielding him from Fujikage's view. Why does my son appear as if he has consumed counterfeit liquor? What on earth is that concoction? I've never encountered any medicinal bath with such side effects. Were it not for the robust vitality radiating from Fujikage, Uchiha Tokugawa might suspect something was amiss. Jiang Feng, infuriated by the skepticism of the individual before him, retorted, what is the fuss about merely supplementing? With 30 kinds of medicinal herbs such as peach kernels, 9-section wind, 3-7, and others, along with the secret healing mucus from the slug sage, what could possibly go wrong? The Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, possessed mental energy that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering them formidable in combat through illusion techniques. However, their physical stamina was so deficient that even the 3-tomo Sharingan could not be sustained for long. Had it not been for Fugaku seeking his assistance to enhance his physical prowess, Jiang Feng would not have invested such effort, nearly an hour's toil, only to face unwarranted doubt. He felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to the skeptic. You dare to claim there is no issue? Let us not even mention the first 20 herbs. What about the last few? Aside from the slug sage's mucus, what other medicines are those? Does a child of such tender years really require tonics to nourish the liver and kidneys or bolster yang energy and strengthen bones? Uchiha Tokugawa, oblivious to the implications, was taken aback at the thought of administering aphrodisiac herbs in a medicinal bath for a child. No wonder Fugaku's complexion was flushed. Tokugawa initially assumed it was merely due to prolonged exposure to heat. Turning to glance at his son, who appeared even redder than before and was panting heavily, Tokugawa's anger surged. How could Jiang Feng speak with such impatience? Could a mere 3-year-old possess such capabilities? What if he choked? Was this how a teacher conducted himself? Hair long, knowledge short, why shouldn't he soak? Mike Guy, after all, had once sent 2 of their guards flying with a single punch. And that fellow soaked himself twice a day, yet remained vibrant and spry. Suppressing his fury, Uchiha Tokugawa gritted his teeth and inquired, what are we to do now? Vent it out. Jiang Feng brusquely pushed Tokugawa aside. Vent it out? Tokugawa's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this absurd individual possibly have a method to? Gasp. Could it be that his son would reach maturity today? A mix of indignation, conflict, and curiosity stirred within Tokugawa regarding the impending events. Meanwhile, Fugaku felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, an inexhaustible energy that transformed the usually obedient child into a lively whirlwind of chaos. Jiang Feng approached and inquired, Fuyue, can you feel the surging power within you? Fuyue nodded repeatedly, responding with excitement. Master, I truly believe that I could defeat that large cat with a single punch. Nearby, Juchuan, munching on the wood mint in Jiang Feng's courtyard, rolled his eyes disdainfully upon hearing Fuyue's naive words. He was too weary to engage in a debate with the immature 3-year-old, had he not been conserving his strength throughout. A mere swipe of his paw would have likely turned the child into a pulp. The little brat couldn't possibly think that soaking in a medicinal bath would grant him the monstrous strength of that individual clad in a grotesque green bodysuit. Could he? Jiang Feng chuckled. Whether you can defeat Juchu with a single punch is of little importance. It is now the time for the medicine to take effect. I have already contacted a suitable coach who should be arriving shortly. Coach? Fujikage inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Over there, Jiang Feng gestured towards the outside. Uchiha T-Gu and Fujikage turned to look outside, where a man with thick eyebrows and large eyes approached, clad in an exceedingly unappealing tight green outfit, performing a handstand as he came closer. Perhaps Fujikage did not recognize this man, but as the captain of the police force, he certainly should have known him. Mike Guy, a master of taijutsu, yet possessing a woefully inadequate chakra reserve. He struggled with the most basic techniques taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy, leaving no one in the village willing to team up with him. However, in the past year, he and Jiang Feng had practiced together so vigorously that they had inadvertently damaged countless buildings, including the Hokage Rock and even the Hokage's office itself. His prowess could not be evaluated by standard ninja metrics. Jiuchu paused upon seeing that green figure, and after confirming his identity, realized he was face-to-face with someone he dreaded meeting. He recalled a time when that green-clad man had dragged him into an intense training session, demanding he punch through a 5-meter boulder without the use of chakra. That day, his fists had been left bloodied and bruised, with fractures in his bones that were nearly shattered. Had he entertained any thoughts of giving up, he would have faced the wrath of Guy's iron fists. If not for a little girl named Tsunade who had treated him, he would have long since lost a limb. Recalling that unpleasant experience, Jiuchu was terrified and fled to the back mountains. Once Guy entered Jiang Feng's courtyard, he executed 2 somersaults in the air, landing before Jiang Feng. "Hey, Jiang Feng. I'm here. Ready to sweat and unleash our youth today?" he exclaimed, giving Jiang Feng a thumbs up, his mouth revealing a dazzling set of pearly whites. "Guy-senpai. I'm busy today. This kid is soaking in a medicinal bath, but he'll practice with you this afternoon." Jiang Feng indicated Fujikage. "Soaking in a medicinal bath? Good lad. You understand the importance of taijutsu. While enemies may absorb your chakra, they cannot siphon your physical strength. You can always rely on taijutsu," Might Guy exclaimed, charging toward Fujikage and delivering a resounding slap to his back. Fujikage nearly toppled over, grimacing in pain as he rubbed his sore back. "Young man, only a strong body can protect what is dear to you. Feel the boiling blood within you, and let us unleash our youth together." Guy's eyes sparkled with fervor. Oh, Fujikage, already feeling a bit dizzy from the medicinal bath, nodded in response to Guy's words. "Today's goal is to walk upside down around the Ninja Academy 300 times. If you can't complete 300, then you'll have to jump 300 times around the academy. Come, let us unleash our youth." "All right, youth, here I come." With that, the two of them turned upside down and began to move outward. "Jiang Feng, is this really going to be all right?" Uchiha Tigu asked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Running 300 laps around the Ninja Academy was an arduous task that many students struggled to complete, let alone doing so upside down. He felt his head might explode. He had never heard of Jiang Feng giving Fujikage such outrageous training. "What's the problem? Guy and I usually run 500 laps around the village, you know?" Jiang Feng dismissed him, heading off to tidy the messy courtyard. "Am I really just short-sighted?" Uchiha Tigu pondered, feeling confused by Jiang Feng's words, absent-mindedly touching his long hair, deep in thought as he pulled out a kunai. Chapter 77. Konoha does not seek trouble, nor does it fear it in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Tigu respectfully presented a situation report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Thank you for your hard work." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, though his expression suggested he was barely paying attention to the report, his gaze uncontrollably drifting toward the top of Tigu's head. It was unavoidable. Uchiha Tigu had previously sported long hair that cascaded over his shoulders, coupled with his stern features that often attracted the attention of many female villagers. Now, however, he sported a messy, uneven hairstyle that made it impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to question if something had disturbed him. "Hokage-sama, is there something on my face?" Uchiha Tigu couldn't help but ask, noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's unwavering gaze upon him. "Tigu, your new hairstyle is quite trendy. It looks very spirited." Sarutobi Hiruzen managed an awkward smile, almost letting slip the thought that it resembled the manic styles of those driven mad by torture. Thankfully, he caught himself in time. It was hard to ignore. Almost all prisoners subjected to the interrogation department's torment had similar hairstyles, making it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to associate Uchiha Tigu's appearance with a troubled mental state. Uchiha Tigu instinctively reached for his long hair only to find nothing but air, forcing an awkward laugh. "Oh, it's nothing much. Someone told me I was short-sighted due to my long hair, so I decided to cut it. Strangely enough, changing my hairstyle made me feel much more alert." "Haha. That's good," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied perfunctorily, internally scoffing. "Is this really how you interpret being short-sighted? Do you think a mere haircut will resolve that?" The Uchiha clan's thought process truly differs from that of ordinary folk. He recalled Tobirama's comment that the Uchiha were an evil clan, given Uchiha Tigu's current demeanor. One might even wonder if the Uchiha were all somewhat mentally challenged. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen had to focus on the situation report in his hand. his expression shifting to one of severity as an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from him, causing Uchiha Tegu to hold his breath. The matter involving the sand ninjas was far too significant. With a forceful thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed Uchiha Tegu's report onto the desk. Taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions, "You may leave for now." To avoid implicating the innocent, Uchiha Tegu exited quietly, closing the door behind him. "Danzo, preserving your life is one thing, but why must you continue to make mistakes?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of heartbreak. Out of respect for their past friendship, he had merely imprisoned Danzo instead of executing him. Why, after escaping the dungeon, did Danzo choose to betray Konoha by leaking information? Had he truly erred in sparing Danzo's life? Shikaku summoned the two advisors for an urgent meeting. "Yes," the masked Shikaku replied, bowing before swiftly vanishing. Danzo, alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled his friend's collusion with the sand ninjas, feeling a sharp pang of sorrow. Had he forgotten the days they fought side by side, sharing drinks and camaraderie? Rather than perish at the hands of others, he would prefer to end Danzo's suffering himself. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew resolute. "Daybreak. What is so urgent that you called us here?" Tsunade walked into the office, having just been explaining medical ninjutsu to the medical personnel at the hospital when Shikaku interrupted her with news of an urgent meeting. She had to abandon her work and rush over. She intended to voice her complaints, but upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce expression, she sensed something was amiss. "Please take a seat." Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold tone made Tsunade frown. Sitting on the nearby sofa, she internally questioned what could have happened to elicit such a heavy killing intent from him. Mito Munin arrived shortly after, but upon witnessing the frigid atmosphere within the office, he was momentarily taken aback. He then noticed that Nara Koharu gestured for him to sit beside her. After nodding, he closed the door and approached. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed that everyone had gathered and instructed the Umbu surrounding them to withdraw. "Look at the situation report regarding Uchiha Toru," he said. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Nara Koharu frowned in distaste. "Uchiha? What scheme are they concocting now? What? Danzo escaped from the dungeon and sold information about the barrier to the Sand Shinobi?" Mito Munin felt an increasing bead of sweat forming on his brow. What was Danzo up to? How could he have escaped from a secure dungeon? What were the guards doing? Moreover, this man had the audacity to reveal the vulnerabilities in Konoha's barrier to the Sand Shinobi, evidently intending to have them abduct the village's precious bloodline limit children. It must be false. Surely this was just the vile Uchiha fabricating lies. I have long suspected their nefarious intentions. Why did the Sand Shinobi infiltrate Konoha silently? And how coincidentally did that brat Jiangfeng end up there? Only to have a large group of Sand Shinobi captured by him? Jiangfeng took in Uchiha Toru's son as his disciple, claiming the credit for himself. Can you believe such absurdity, Hiruzen? Nara Koharu scoffed at the situation report, speculating that while the infiltration by the Sand Shinobi was likely true, the claims regarding Jiangfeng were likely fabricated. Who didn't know that Jiangfeng had close ties with the Uchiha clan? Surely, it was the Uchiha's police force that captured the individuals, and to curry favor with that brat Jiangfeng, they attributed the success to him. Were they hoping to sway Jiangfeng to support Uchiha Toru as the next Hokage? Indeed, as Tobarama-sensei said, the Uchiha clan is a malevolent lineage, still coveting the position of Hokage. Yamashiro Tsukumo had interrogated the surviving Sand Shinobi and employed secret techniques to probe the memories of the deceased Sand Shinobi, ensuring that Tsukumo and his team were not fabricating information. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised another report from Yamashiro Tsukumo, which indicated that the martial faction of the Sand Shinobi intended to instigate war and invade the Land of Fire to plunder resources. This was undoubtedly a plot to disrupt the hard-won peace. How many elites would Konoha lose when war breaks out? How many children would become orphans due to the conflict? Nara Koharu fell silent. If this intelligence were accurate, the ensuing events could become dire. No one knew how much information Danzo had sold to the Sand Shinobi. How could you commit such a foolish act, Danzo? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nara Koharu bit her lip. Mito Munin took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow and inquired, "Hiruzen, what are your thoughts?" Nara Koharu looked up, eager to hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. Hiruzen recalled Jiangfeng's previous complaints about being too lenient with those around him, knowing Danzo had committed numerous vile acts without consequence. Even orchestrating an attack on the Hokage, he had still managed to forgive him, enduring far more than a turtle would, determined to alter the perception others held of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Since the Sand Shinobi dared to cause trouble in Konoha, they shall pay the price. If they desire war, then let us have it. Konoha does not seek conflict, but will not shy away from it. If they wish to devour Konoha, they must be prepared to face our strength. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen radiated the fierce aura of a drawn sword, overwhelming both Nara Koharu and Mitomanen. Chapter 78, The Eve of War in the Village Hidden in the Sand. Within the Kazekage building, the second Kazekage, Shaman, seethed with rage as he read Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen is overstepping. Does he truly think that age has rendered me incapable of dealing with him? With fury, he kicked over his desk, veins bulging from his forehead, his dragon tattoo appearing even more menacing. The exorbitant compensation demanded in the letter ignited his face with a furious crimson. Kazekage-sama, please calm down. Kazekage-sama, do not act rashly. Breathe with me, inhale, exhale. As the Kazekage's guards witnessed his fury, one took hold of his waist while another stood protectively in front of him, attempting to quell his anger. The aging Kazekage, with rising blood pressure and deepening wrinkles, was not as youthful as he once was. After previously fainting due to the daimyo's funding cuts, he feared that if his blood pressure continued to rise, he might become the first village leader in the shinobi world to perish from anger. With clenched teeth, the second Kazekage struggled to suppress his rage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's appetite is insatiable. He demands that the Sand Village publicly apologize and pay a sum of 300 million ryo, or else he will declare war. The Sand Village's earnings last year combined with the daimyo's funding barely amount to 150 million ryo. Can Hiruzen truly make such demands? 300 million ryo. Konoha is pushing us too far. Kazekage-sama, I suspect that Shimura Danzo's information is flawed. How audacious of Konoha to set a trap for us. Let us go to war. Kazekage-sama, let them know that the Sand Shinobi are not to be trifled with. The second Kazekage, recalling the conditions in the letter and the increasing population, resolved with determination, mobilize the forces. We shall march on the Rain Village and invade the Land of Fire. Yes, in Konoha, within the conference room. The room was filled with clan leaders from various shinobi clans and all registered Jonin, with Nara Koharu and Mitomanen sitting at the head as senior advisors. The atmosphere was thick with tension, silence reigning as the attendees wore expressions of solemnity, confusion, or contemplation. As footsteps echoed, the assembly turned to see Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a red and white Hokage cloak emblazoned with the symbol of the third Hokage, and wearing the Hokage hat, stroll into the room. Following him were the long-absent leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Is everyone here? Where is Jiangfeng? Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the room, noticing the absence of his most troublesome disciple, and inquired of Nara Inaka. Nara Inaka awkwardly stood. Hokage-sama, my son said that this meeting is for Jonin, and as a Nin, he has no relevance here. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed Jiangfeng under his breath and instructed the Umbu, informed them that as of now, Jiangfeng is promoted to Jonin, and summon him to the Jonin meeting. Remember, even if you have to drag him here, do it. Yes, Hokage-sama. Several Umbu swiftly exited the conference room, while Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms and closed his eyes in meditation. The assembled Jonin remained remarkably silent. Had Danzo not yet fallen from grace, he would have undoubtedly opposed every decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, although Jiangfeng possessed the requisite strength, his number of completed missions paled compared to that of a typical Nin, and he had not undergone a single assessment since his promotion from Genin to Jonin. However, each Jonin present was astute, choosing to lower their heads in silence. Uchiha Toru and Hyuga Tsuji exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Was it possible that the Hokage had intentions regarding Jiangfeng at this critical juncture? Sitting at the front, the 50-year-old elder, Senju Momoko, wore a smile that was more a semblance than genuine, shaking her head subtly. As a member of the esteemed Senju clan, her extensive experience allowed her to comprehend the absurdity of Jiangfeng's character. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, an incident was imminent. Sure enough, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from outside. You bunch of old geezers lackeys, let me go. Why am I being dragged to this meeting? I am merely a chunin. How dare you elevate my rank without cause? I refuse to become a jonin. Lord Tobarama, please, take a look at the disciple you have taken in. This is a blatant abuse of power. Jiangfeng found himself ensnared by a secret scroll, inscribed with an array of sealing runes that bound him tightly. As if that were insufficient, the Umbu further restrained him with chains designed to suppress chakra, wrapping him in layers upon layers. The attendees in the conference room instinctively buried their heads, adopting an ostrich-like demeanor. They dared not listen to such heretical words. For not everyone possessed the privilege of ridiculing the Hokage, as Jiangfeng did. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his teeth clenched in frustration, commanded, "Seal his mouth." Just as Jiangfeng was eloquently expressing his thoughts, he found his mouth sealed by a black sealing sticker from Noara Izumi, and was subsequently escorted to a seat beside her. Jiangfeng never anticipated that his father would act with such moral righteousness, even stripping him of the right to voice his grievances. Exhausted, he contemplated the futility of it all. Upon witnessing Jiangfeng's restraint, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief, eager for a swift resolution, fearing that he might once again stir up trouble. Ahem! Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention. After surveying the room, he continued, "I trust you are all aware of the situation at hand. A couple of days ago, I issued a statement demanding that Sunagakure publicly apologize and pay a compensation of 300 million ryo. They have refused, instead pushing their camp 3 kilometers closer to the outskirts of Yuin village. Their stance is unmistakable. What are your thoughts? Do they intend to declare war? Could they possess some secret weapon? Is it possible their Jinchuriki can now freely control Shikaka's chakra? That would spell trouble. What is there to fear? Sunagakure is merely the weakest of the 5 great shinobi countries. If they dare approach, we shall not hesitate to retaliate. Indeed, let them come. I shall slay them. Order us, Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his right hand to silence the crowd. "If we do not resist such provocations from Sunagakure, will the other 4 villages not perceive us as easy prey? Inform the troops. The Western Front will be commanded by the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, with Nara Shikaku as strategist, assembling 5,000 shinobi to confront Sunagakure. Uchiha Tokaku will lead 2,000 shinobi stationed in the northwest to guard against any surprise attacks from Iwagakure. Hyuga Suji will command another 2,000 in the east, ensuring the coastline remains secure against any incursion from Mizu no Kuni. Lastly, Hataki Sakumo faces the most daunting task. The 3rd Raikage is an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. You will lead 2,000 shinobi to the northeast, and should you find yourselves unable to withstand the assault, I grant you permission to retreat and signal for reinforcements." "Yes, we shall obey your orders, Lord Hokage." The 4 received Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal correspondence and exited the conference room. In a corner, Jiangfeng gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. The usually timid elder displayed an unexpected assertiveness today. Intriguing. Perhaps this version of the old man is not so bad after all. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a gas mask and tightly wrapped in bandages, Hanzo of the Salamander, contemplated the incessant rain. A rain ninja, dressed in brown, rushed in, kneeling to pay his respects. "Leader, the forces from Konohagakure and Sunagakure are gradually advancing along the northern and southern borders of our village." Hanzo clenched and then relaxed his fists. "Very well. Ensure the villagers are evacuated to safety and avoid any conflict with Konoha or Sunagakure." "Yes." The rain ninja quickly departed. "Konoha, Sunagakure," Hanzo gritted his teeth, crushing the ground beneath him. "If all goes as expected, the battlefield will once again be within the territory of Yuin village, and the village might once more suffer the consequences of the great powers' conflicts. This is the unfortunate fate of small nations, destined to become mere pawns in the struggles of the mighty." Chapter 79. Is this Hell Gate alive? In Iwagakure, Noki, the stout leader, struggled to suppress the rampaging Four-Tails, Son Goku. The surrounding hard rocks were engulfed in flames, rendered inaccessible by the molten release of the beast. As Noki landed, a subordinate brought forth crucial intelligence. Upon reading about the significant troop movements from Sunagakure and Konohagakure, he fell into deep contemplation. A large-scale mobilization from the fire and wind countries? How intriguing. TCH. They even sent that mad dog, Uchiha Tokaku, to monitor us. Originally, Noki had planned to seize a piece of territory from the Land of Fire, but upon seeing the name Uchiha, his expression soured as though he had stepped in dog waste. The haunting memories of his past resurfaced. During the 4th Great Ninja War, he had accompanied his mentor to Konoha, only to encounter a nightmare at the village gates, Uchiha Madara. Noki would never forget how that man had effortlessly swatted him and his teacher away with the Susanoo, as if they were mere insects. Noki unclenched his fists. "Very well, the time is not yet right." In Kumogakure, the 3rd Raikage read through the intelligence delivered by spies embedded within Konoha. As lightning flickered, the report disintegrated into fragments, scattered by the wind. Humph, how amusing. The shinobi world is finally becoming interesting. Back in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the seemingly endless troops preparing for deployment. A sense of turmoil gripped his heart, but as he looked upon the anxious children in the village, his once confused expression gradually solidified with resolve. Master Tobirama, even if you blame me for disrupting this hard-earned peace, I shall not regret this mobilization. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall persist. If necessity demands, I will become the flame that illuminates the village. I will ensure the shinobi world knows that Konoha cannot be trifled with. It seems the old man no longer requires concern. Jiang Feng, eavesdropping from the staircase, revealed a knowing smile. Initially, he had worried that the elder might be losing his mind or had been possessed, uttering words so contrary to his character. It now appeared that, free from Danzo's influence, the old man was unexpectedly endearing. Jiang Feng swaggered out with an air of feigned ignorance. Old man, everyone else set off days ago. What do you want with me keeping me behind? Hearing Jiang Feng's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen composed himself and chuckled with mock exasperation. You brat, always grinning like a fool. Can't be helped. With talent like mine, the loneliness of invincibility is something you wouldn't understand, Jiang Feng retorted, wagging his index finger at Sarutobi. The Hokage didn't know whether to be annoyed or amused by the reply. Narcissistic little punk. Here, take it. The scroll of seals? Old man, what's this? Jiang Feng gazed at the book of seals that Sarutobi Hiruzen had handed over, his heart quivering with emotion. Within its pages lay the recorded history of all forbidden and secret techniques in the annals of Konoha. Previously, in a moment of mischief, he had pilfered this very tome, resulting in the elder confining him for 3 days. Yet today, the old man presented it to him willingly. Since you have accomplished a significant feat by capturing the Sand Ninja, choose a jutsu that pleases you, and consider it a gift from me for your 12th birthday. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm smile directed at Jiang Feng. The old man. At this moment, Jiang Feng was genuinely moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. He had not anticipated that so many events had transpired in the village recently, yet the old man still remembered his birthday. Furthermore, capturing a Sand Ninja, which could barely be classified as a B-rank mission or at best a begrudging A-rank task, hardly warranted the privilege of selecting jutsu from the scrolls of sealing. The old man, however, had brazenly exploited his authority to grant him special favor, leaving Jiang Feng's eyes inexplicably misty. Time waits for no one. I hope I do not come to regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached out to pat Jiang Feng's head. But upon noticing that Jiang Feng had astonishingly surpassed him in height over the past year, now standing at 167 centimeters, he was left wondering what had contributed to such rapid growth, and instead, gently patted him on the shoulder. Jiang Feng unfurled the scroll before him. The first technique being the prophetic skill of the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Disinterested in engaging with mere clones, he moved on. The Flying Thunder God technique was dismissed due to his lack of temporal aptitude. The 8 gates, too, were set aside. The mutual explosive tag was discarded. Lacking his companion Xiaonan, the impure world reincarnation and the corpse sealing jutsu were similarly overlooked. A glance at the remaining forbidden techniques left him unsatisfied, leading his gaze to the secret technique of the Rashomon, which captivated his attention. This particular ninjutsu belonged to the category of summoning tools, capable of conjuring a gate that symbolizes death, serving as a defense against conventional physical attacks. Upon receiving an attack, it would morph, evoking in Jiang Feng a recollection of the King of Hell summoned by the Hell Realm Pain. This led him to ponder the possibility that a true hell might exist within the ninja world, with the Rashomon serving as its entrance. Perhaps the King of Hell's mechanized movements indicated that the deity had departed, leaving behind a discarded shell. It seemed imperative for Jiang Feng to visit the land of whirlpools after the war to behold the 27 divine masks. Time was of the essence. Jiang Feng seated himself upon the ground to meticulously observe the usage of the Rashomon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Jiang Feng's choice, nodded in relief. Fearing he might select a technique of spiritual transformation or the multiple shadow clone jutsu, ninjutsu that left one oblivious to their own demise in battle. The Rashomon was a commendable selection, complementing Jiang Feng's offensive prowess with a much-needed defensive capability, allowing Hiruzen to breathe easier. After committing the operational method to memory, Jiang Feng returned the forbidden sealing book to the elder. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to form hand seals. Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. As his thumb pressed against the ground, summoning runes expanded rapidly, reaching an impressive distance of 20 meters. With a resounding boom, a gate adorned with the visage of a malevolent spirit erupted from the earth. Flanking the entrance were 2 rusted bells, their toll causing Sarutobi to feel a jarring impact on his mind. In a moment of bewilderment, Sarutobi swiftly retreated with the disoriented Jiang Feng as the Hokage Rock trembled violently from the emergence of the Rashomon. What was happening? How could the Rashomon be so immense? Did the records of Lord Hashirama contain inaccuracies? As Sarutobi gazed up at the towering structure, nearly 50 meters high, he began to question the accuracy of the forbidden sealing book, sensing an ominous aura emanating from the gate, fraught with peril. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt an inexplicable pull from the Rashomon, compelling him to approach. "You reckless boy, halt." Sarutobi rushed forward to prevent Jiang Feng's advance. But despite appearing to walk slowly, Jiang Feng reached the colossal gate in the blink of an eye. "Jiang Feng, do not act foolishly." Sarutobi, alarmed, dashed toward him, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. "Jiang Feng, wake up." Sarutobi, frantic, unleashed a variety of ninjutsu, yet none had any effect. The grotesque face of the Rashomon cracked open a crevice, parting ominously, releasing a wave of decaying air that withered the floor at their feet. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng appeared unfazed. Stepping boldly forward, as he crossed the threshold of the Rashomon, the gate began to close behind him, standing sentinel as before. Sarutobi, gazing at the gate, questioned whether it was merely his imagination, for the malevolent visage seemed to cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Could it be that the Rashomon was alive? The mere thought sent a chill down Sarutobi's spine. Chapter 80. Old Man, witness the might of my beast jutsu after a blinding flash of light. Jiang Feng found himself in a desolate expanse. Withered tree trunks and cracked earth surrounded him, and as he surveyed the area, he found not a single living creature in sight. Although Jiang Feng had indeed heard the call of Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the moment the Rashomon gate swung open, he felt as though something of great significance to him resided within. Every pore and cell in his body surged with vitality, as if urging him to advance. Following the enigmatic summons, Jiang Feng, embodying the essence of a king, stepped forward, while the desolate and decaying scenery on either side rapidly receded, as though he were ensnared in a temporal vortex. As the sky darkened, the path beside him transformed into searing lava, bubbling and emitting a pungent scent of sulfur that permeated the air. Traversing the molten pathway, he soon encountered a towering, dilapidated palace that seemed to pierce the clouds. However, its state of disrepair was severe, and only a single character, Yin, remained discernible on the palace plaque. The other inscriptions eroded beyond recognition. Jiang Feng was perplexed. Could it be that this truly was the Hall of Yama from the 10 Halls of Hell? Yet, why was there only one? Upon reflection, it seemed that the King of Hell was not among them, and he felt a sense of relief. Approaching the gates of the hall, Jiang Feng's cells quivered with excitement. For this must surely be the destination of his journey. Jiang Feng placed his hands upon the grand doors of the towering hall, standing 100 meters high. Before he could muster any strength, the doors creaked open on their own. What met his gaze was a colossal figure, with a purple visage adorned in a crimson robe, bearing the character king upon his forehead. The King of Hell? Jiang Feng stared in bewilderment at the formidable King of Hell before him, momentarily stunned. Could it be that this entity was so colossal? The head of the Hell Path Pain was merely 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Yet the figure before him seemed to possess a toe that could rival that size. Moreover, its eyes were nothing more than ordinary black pupils. It became apparent that only those controlled by the Rinnegan would have their eyes transformed into that of the Rinnegan. Thud, thud, thud. As Jiang Feng drew ever closer to the King of Hell, his heart began to beat with increasing vigor. Upon his touch, the King of Hell emanated a radiant violet glow. The colossal figure, previously measuring 1,000 meters, gradually diminished within this luminescent aura, transforming into a small orb of purple light that seamlessly merged into Jiang Feng's being. As Jiang Feng's body gradually began to grow, his stature increased, and his once yellow-brown hair transformed instantaneously into a vivid purple. His pupils emanated an eerie violet glow. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, uprooting the shattered tiles of the palace floor entirely. Is this my power? Jiang Feng had not anticipated that the King of Hell would merge with his own body, nor could he have foreseen the transmission of a message during this fusion. This corporeal form was a vessel forsaken by the divine, and each cosmic being possessed a unique soul resonance specific to their universe. Only those fated individuals whose soul resonances closely aligned with that of the deities could attain this essence. Otherwise, even through violent usurpation, one could merely obtain the incomplete power residing within this shell. Jiang Feng was perplexed by the term soul ripple. Could it be that the deities of the ninja world, like himself, originate from the Blue Star system? After the fusion concluded, Jiang Feng realized that he seemed to have acquired the abilities of all 5 of the pain's 6 paths, excluding the Deva path. Have I usurped the 6 paths of pain? What will become of Nagato? Jiang Feng was utterly bewildered. Could it be that his abilities resembling those of the Six Paths of Pain were born from Nagato's encounter with the King of Hell upon arriving here? Jiang Feng decided to test his abilities and, recalling Dr. Octopus, immediately invoked his Azura Path powers. Instantly, 8 mechanical arms sprouted from his back, lifting his body with effortless grace. With a mere thought, the mechanical appendages retracted back into his being, vanishing without a trace. This ability is rather impressive. As Jiang Feng contemplated this, he involuntarily cast a glance at his younger brother, reprimanding himself and dismissing the audacious thoughts that invaded his mind. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, prompting Jiang Feng to dash outside in haste. A tremendous roar erupted. From the barren earth surged forth countless tentacled monstrosities exuding a purplish-black mist, while immense centipedes emerged from the rocky walls above the lava. The sky was suddenly filled with an array of bizarre four-winged avian creatures and birds adorned with menacingly sharp beaks. Even the entrance of the palace was besieged by a swarm of three-headed hellhounds. Most astonishingly, an endless river materialized mysteriously alongside the palace, flanked by an abundance of lush green bamboo. The entire space began to transform, as colossal ninja beasts and other grotesque creatures continued to emerge, tentacled monsters of the abyss. It seems, the relentless horrors of the theater have arrived, alongside giant centipedes, the mythical Yatagarasu in the sky, three-headed hellhounds, wild buffalo, and the formidable stone panda. Everything from the legendary vault of the Nagato clan was present. Jiang Feng's lips twitched, as he had never anticipated such a profound transformation in this realm after merging with the King of Hell. The once howling beasts, upon catching sight of Jiang Feng, intended to pounce upon him. Down. A flash of purple light flickered within Jiang Feng's violet pupils, causing the previously raging monsters to cower and tremble upon the ground. Is this the power of the beast's path? Jiang Feng, with a forceful grip, crushed the writhing wraith before him, reducing it to a cloud of black ashes that returned to the earth. His ability from the beast path appeared somewhat extraordinary, granting him the power to manipulate the creatures of this realm at will. Moreover, through the amplification of the summoning runes, he could endow the summoned beasts with a terrifying strength that intensified upon being struck. How intriguing. Jiang Feng approached, selecting a few of the most robust elites from a horde of monsters, and utilized his violet pupils to inscribe a spiritual contract within their minds from a distance. The scene shifted to the Hokage Rock, where Sarutobi Hiruzen remained troubled, gazing at the Rashomon gate. What was amiss? This Rashomon should not appear in such a manner. As Sarutobi scratched his head, he pondered over the scroll. He was well versed in this ninjutsu. Indeed, aside from a few forbidden techniques requiring innate talent, he was familiar with nearly all of the hundreds of ninjutsu and secret arts, which is why he was revered as the doctor of ninjutsu. Yet, this peculiar Rashomon before him undeniably ventured into the realm of his ignorance. Furthermore, Sarutobi was certain that this Rashomon was not the same as the one mastered by the first Hokage. This version rolled its eyes and frequently displayed a mocking grin, deriding him, much like its current expression. As Sarutobi observed the Rashomon's disdainful demeanor, the two large bells atop the gate swung confidently. He felt as though his mind had been assaulted, and then he witnessed the grand doors of Rashomon swing open. With a resounding cry, a magnificent bird with brown feathers and a pointed beak, measuring 8 meters in height, soared forth, gazing down upon Sarutobi. Following this monstrous avian were several colossal beasts, each no less than 10 meters in size. Were these creatures here to besiege the city? Where had Jiang Feng gone? Anxiously, Sarutobi summoned the Monkey King, transforming it into the Rui Jingu Bang, which he grasped firmly. Then he noticed a ragged man with purple hair standing atop the bird's back, and if he was not mistaken, it appeared to be the attire Jiang Feng had worn prior to his entrance. Jiang Feng playfully twirled his long purple hair, stepping on a bird's head while placing his hands on his hips, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Oh, old man, do you not recognize your beloved disciple? Behold the magnificence of my new ninja beast." Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing the familiar voice, instinctively retorted, "My eyes. I can't bear to look. Wait, is that you, Jiang Feng?" Jiang Feng. Chapter 81. Danzo scheme. Old man, something seems amiss. That's merely a bull. Jiang Feng turned his head to gaze incredulously at the 15-meter-tall wild bull amidst the herd, feigning astonishment as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, infuriated, stamped his feet in frustration, "You insolent brat, come down from there. What kind of expression is that? I shall strike you down, you disrespectful and wayward disciple." Jiang Feng mockingly patted his rear, taunting, "Can't hit me, can't hit me, ha ha ha." The monkey demon, in the form of a Rui stick, scratched his head, realizing he was still a mere stick before transforming back. Observing the comical and mischievous grin on Jiang Feng's face, reminiscent of the notorious Shiranui Jiang Feng, it was clear that despite the significant changes in his appearance, the essence of that troublesome lad remained unaltered. After exchanging a few playful insults, Jiang Feng leapt down from the Yata no Kagami, waving his hand dismissively behind him. The once proud beasts bowed their heads, their limbs bending slightly as they paid their respects to Jiang Feng before entering the colossal Solomon, which then closed its massive doors of its own accord. The ghastly visage of the demon nodded respectfully to Jiang Feng before dissipating into mist. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the restored tranquility of the Hokage Rock, momentarily bewildered. Were it not for the chaotic marks strewn across the ground and Jiang Feng's violet locks, he might have believed the day's events were but a figment of his imagination. "I was once concerned for you, but now it seems I must worry about your adversaries." He chuckled, feeling a sense of relief at Jiang Feng's spirited demeanor. As the tension subsided, Sarutobi Hiruzen habitually produced his smoking pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Old man, it's me, Jiang Feng," he said, scratching his head. Feeling the old man's concern, Jiang Feng felt a pang of guilt. He had contemplated unleashing a barrage of chakra blasts at him, yet here was the old man, showing such genuine care. Jiang Feng resolved to refrain from such antics in the future, opting instead to inform Lady Peepa of the old man's hidden stash or perhaps report his peeping Tom antics at the bathhouse. As for whether the old man would kneel on durians or sleep on the floor, that was no longer his concern. After all, he had merely performed a trivial deed. "Enough of your whining. Hurry up and get moving," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle, giving Jiang Feng a playful kick on the backside. "Humph, old man, dare to ambush me? Just wait until I return to settle the score." Jiang Feng, with an air of defiance, turned away and leaped onto the eight-tailed bird, which soared high into the sky with him aboard. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Jiang Feng from the ground, could not suppress his concern and cupped his hands around his mouth, calling out loudly, "Take good care of Tsunade, and inform Jiraiya to focus on his training in Mayaboka Mountain. Don't forget that Orochimaru is still in the land of water." Jiang Feng merely waved his hand in acknowledgement before departing with haste. "Enough of this, he's already out of sight," Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, shaking his head as he patted the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "The fledgling will one day mature into a majestic eagle, soaring across the skies." Alas, the ninja world appears to have become a realm dominated by the youth. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Beside him, Sarutobi, his old companion, observed the passage of time etched upon his friend's face, now marked with 2 deep wrinkles. Having known each other for over 2 decades, he reflected on how his friend had evolved from a bright-eyed child into the esteemed leader of a village. Seeing the increasing streaks of white in his hair, he lamented the brevity of human life. "Our duty now is to shield these fledglings from the storms of life. Care for a drink? I'm quite particular." "I won't drink without my monkey wine," Sarutobi replied. "Everyone seems to be fixated on my monkey wine, don't they? Very well, today I shall indulge. Watch as I finish your monkey wine tonight." Such bravado. Was it not you who, during our last gathering, passed out under the table after consuming barely 2 jars? Your wife had to drag you out, and you stubbornly clung to the table, insisting you were its leg. And you, my friend, weren't you the one who, in a drunken stupor, relieved yourself on the balcony, splattering an innocent passerby? And then, in a display of agility, you fell from the balcony and ended up with a fracture, lying in my home for 3 days. As they exchanged playful jabs, the head of the Oil Woman clan, Yunyu Shinetsu, sensing unusual activity near Hokage Rock, approached with 3 subordinates, only to silently retreat upon witnessing the Hokage so intimately engaged with a monkey. In the land of rivers, within a subterranean cavern, Danzo seethed with fury, overturning jars and containers strewn about the table. Though his body had healed, it bore countless scars, testaments to Orochimaru's handiwork, as he lamented, "A reminder of my sins." His skin appeared dull, muscles sagging, and his cheeks hollowed, resembling a figure plagued by addiction. This was the consequence of excessive use of medical ninjutsu, which, while intended to heal, could lead to cellular death if overused. Nearby, The remnants of the Root members trembled at Danzo's rage. They had witnessed him brutally slay 8 comrades in his fury upon arrival, leaving only themselves and another Root ninja who had ventured to abduct residents of the Land of Rivers. Danzo's shadowy gaze fell upon one of his subordinates, commanding, "You, come here. What news from Konoha?" The Root ninja hurriedly approached, kneeling before Danzo. "Lord Danzo, Konoha has issued a new proclamation, marking you as a rogue ninja with a bounty of 30 million ryo." "What?" Danzo roared. "That scoundrel Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have sacrificed everything for Konoha, becoming the very roots buried deep underground, only for him to label me a rogue over trivial matters." He seized the speaker by the throat, his face contorted in rage. The subordinate's eyes widened, and his body convulsed under Danzo's grip. "Useless. Continue." Danzo, realizing he had only one subordinate left, tossed him aside, suppressing his fury. He knew that killing this man would leave him devoid of allies, jeopardizing all future plans. "Yes," the Root ninja coughed, regaining composure to continue. "According to rumors, Sunagakure has disregarded the peace treaty and sent sand ninjas to infiltrate Konoha, aiming to seize bloodline-unique ninjas, thus crippling the new generation of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen has officially declared war against Sunagakure, with troops amassed in the Land of Rain for several days." "War? That man Hiruzen possesses such audacity?" Danzo's eyes gleamed at the report, though a more sinister expression began to form as he recalled his current predicament. He turned to the kneeling Root ninja. "Very well. How many did you manage to capture?" "7 have been abducted." "Only 7? Pathetic. If not for the lack of subordinates." "Humph." Danzo disdainfully kicked the Root ninja aside and proceeded further into the cavern. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed, sending shivers through the remaining Root ninja, who recalled the harrowing scene of being marked with the cursed seal of tongue eradication. Chapter 82. Here I am. Despite the blazing sun outside, the cavern felt chillingly cold. The sounds of lamentation and screams pierced the ears of the Root ninja, as Danzo wiped the blood from his left hand, returning to his previous resting place. His expression darkening, he squinted at the Root ninja and inquired, "What is your name?" Back, my lord," the subordinate, known as Jinsu Jia-e, a Root ninja, stammered in response, trembling. "Remember, the Root does not require names, only code names. From now on, your code name shall be Jia-e." Jia-e clenched his fists in humiliation and replied, "Yes. Clean up inside, then teach them to extract chakra. I expect results in 3 days. Or you know what will happen," Danzo declared, casting a disdainful glance at Jia-e filled with murderous intent. Upon receiving the order, Jia-e felt a chill seep into his limbs, as if he had been thrown into an ice chamber, his body shaking uncontrollably. Pathetic. Unable to withstand such a mere aura of death, Danzo thought, suppressing the urge to eliminate this useless pawn. In the past, such a weakling would not have been worthy of entering his root. Fuming, he returned to the rest area. Once Danzo had closed the door, Jia-e sank helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He stifled his sobs with his hands, desperately trying to remain silent. Just 7 days prior, he had a warm home and a joyful life with his parents by the river, fishing together. Suddenly, Root ninjas arrived to abduct those with potential, and he watched helplessly as his parents fell before him, their eyes forever fixed on him as he was taken away without mercy. Among the other 15 abducted youths, 7 had perished after 2 days of inhumane training, while the remaining 8, after questioning Danzo about Orochimaru and the Inuzuka clan Eskeed, were met with a gruesome end by Danzo's wind blades. Jia-e felt uncertain about his chances of survival. Perhaps if he worked harder to refine his chakra and delve deeper into ninjutsu, he could extend his life, as long as he remained silent. Steeling himself, Jia-e trudged into the adjacent training room. Before him lay 5 youths, curled up and clutching their heads, blood trickling from their lips, while 2 others had already succumbed to death, one with his hands tied and his head ensnared, the other twisted grotesquely into an S shape. Jia-e bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, the pain momentarily dispelling his fear. Lord Danzo has decreed that any who cannot extract chakra in 3 days will meet the same fate as these 2 corpses. I hope to see you all alive in 3 days, he said coldly. In the southern camp of the Rain Country's hidden rain village, a Konoha ninja entered the tent, clasping his fists in salute. Report, Lord Aishi. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd reconnaissance teams have detected a significant number of ninja presences in the forest, estimated to exceed 100. The second team encountered an enemy jounin during their retreat. Half the team was killed, and the rest captured. The fourth and fifth teams investigated the cliffs, dispatching 5 isolated enemies and returning safely after confirming no traps were present. Nara Aishi nodded, observing the expansive military sand table before him. He placed a larger red piece symbolizing the sand ninja forces in the forest position and several smaller red pieces beside it. The question mark representing the cliffs was replaced with a blue piece. He then pointed to the river representation, inquiring, "Have there been any updates from the 6th, 7th, and 8th teams responsible for river reconnaissance?" "None so far," came the reply. Nara Aishi waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, you may leave." "Yes, sir." The messenger ninja swiftly exited the tent. Nara Aishi placed a question mark piece on the river, rubbing his temples. As expected, the river reconnaissance teams have likely met with total annihilation. Yamashiro Mori suggested, "Shall we consider a full frontal assault?" He was growing impatient with the constant reconnaissance over the past few days. Despite their recent small victories, Aishi seemed overly cautious after sustaining over 100 casualties, opting instead for a strategy of limited engagement, which had led to this endless cycle of reconnaissance. Nara Aishi shook his head, frowning, and closed his eyes, pressing his fingertips against his temples. "Mori, leave the strategizing to Aishi. It's quite bothersome. When he decides where to strike, I'll simply charge through as a battering ram." Akiyama TG, munching on chips, rummaged through his stash and found a small pack, offering it to Yamashiro Mori. Mori glared at him. "You're the one causing the most chaos. Who else would be snacking in the tent? It's been a week, and your incessant crunching is all I hear." No wonder Aishi's thought process has slowed down. Nara Aishi was also feeling the strain. The incessant rain in the hidden rain village rendered most areas akin to lakes and rivers. The enemy had already seized the city, leaving Konoha trailing behind. They could not afford to waste chakra charging through the water. Even if they reached the hidden rain village, they would be at a disadvantage against the enemy. "If only we had an aerial assault team," Nara Aishi sighed. Yamashiro Mori exchanged glances with Akiyama TG. "An aerial assault team? You truly dare to dream. There are very few ninja with the ability to fly in the entire ninja world, and you wish to form a team? What is this? Is the ground not enough for you to wreak havoc, and now you wish to play in the skies?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, here I am. Air raid, summon the troops. Let's go, brothers." Nara Aishi turned to his 2 friends. "I think I just heard the voice of a troublemaker." Akiyama TG blinked. "I think I heard it too. Regardless, we must halt the invaders." Yamashiro Mori exclaimed, grabbing his 2 friends and charging out. "I've told you, I am no Arakid. Am I not clear?" On the Yatagarasu, Keed had initially intended to make a suave low-altitude landing, but unexpectedly encountered a group of Konoha ninjas. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 fireballs. "Who are you trying to fool? That unlucky Konoha ninja doesn't look like you at all. Just because you wear a leaf headband doesn't mean you can trick us. That kid doesn't even wear a headband." "Exactly. We heard that brat Keed's name and decided to ambush the camp. You will pay dearly for this. Are you all insane? At first, when I didn't wear a headband, you accused me of being a spy. Now that I'm wearing one, you say I'm impersonating someone. Don't think I don't recognize you, Moonlight Clan. Last time, I invited your elder to drink, hoping to learn the Suki no Mai. But I didn't bring enough money and ended up signing an IOU. I'm still waiting for repayment, you freeloaders." "Bah, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like that. I didn't drink." The Moonlight Clan ninja waved his hands in a panic, but the knowing glances from those around him made him wish he could vanish into the ground. Jiang Feng cast a glance at another individual who had just shouted the loudest. "Don't look, you too, from the Yashiro family. That's enough, disperse now." This fellow was indeed the notorious Ji Hu Jiang Feng. Nara Aishi observed a crowd encircling a violet-haired man who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Feng and helplessly placed a hand on his forehead. The brash manner of speaking, coupled with the remnants of food stubbornly clinging to his forehead protector, unmistakably identified him as the outrageous Ji Hu Jiang Feng, that little rascal. Upon receiving the command, the crowd fled in a frenzy, as if liberated, fearing that lingering any longer might expose some embarrassing history. "Hey, don't leave yet. I haven't finished speaking." Chapter 83, The Unassuming Strategist. Jiang Feng stood in a daze, gazing at the suddenly desolate campsite, his face darkening with displeasure. Moments earlier, he had unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu upon himself, enduring a torrent of insults, each one more scathing than the last. Yet, upon being recognized, they transformed into startled hares, fleeing with the technique of instantaneous movement. In the village, they would address him as Lord Jiang Feng, but behind his back, they resorted to such vile language. Very well. Today, if I do not extract every bit of filth from you, it shall be deemed that your excrement was remarkably clean. Jiang Feng rolled up his sleeves, recalling the harshest insults he had just hurled at himself, and was poised to charge into their tent. You rascal, do not act recklessly. Disturbing the military camp is a grave offense. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. It is not worth endangering your health. I have brought plenty of snacks. Let us enter and chat while we eat. Inside, there are the esteemed cousins of Lord Hokage. Do not act impulsively. Shoyuin from the mountain and Akimichi Zongxi each seized one of Jiang Feng's arms, while Nara Aishi firmly restrained him from behind. The three of them worked together to gradually drag him into the main camp. Ah, let go of me, you three. Do not hinder me. I will make them pay. The ground bore the deep marks of Jiang Feng's struggle and a single shoe, narrating the grievances that festered within him. The reverberations of Jiang Feng's roar enveloped the camp, instilling a profound sense of dread among the elite guards, who dared not close their eyes this night for fear of awakening to find themselves stripped to their undergarments and displayed on the flagpole, side by side with the sun. Within the confines of the main tent, Jiang Feng stood with arms crossed, seething with anger as the heads of the Zhu, Lu, and Dai clans busied themselves with massages, serving tea, and softly attempting to placate him. Shan Zhong Shoyuan, with a smile, inquired while kneading Jiang Feng's shoulders, Dear brother Jiang Feng, how is my strength? Jiang Feng, irritated, turned his head and shrugged his shoulder away. Shan Zhong Shoyuan's face twitched in response, muttering under his breath about the ambiguity of male interactions, and thought, if it weren't for the fear of you causing chaos in the camp, I wouldn't bother to curry favor. Ignore Shoyuan, taste my specially crafted fruit and vegetable freeze-dry, called out Xiao Dao Zongxi, presenting a wooden box. Upon opening it, the sight of freeze-dried mango and strawberry greeted them. The appearance was satisfactory, yet the moisture was insufficiently extracted, leaving it somewhat sticky. Remember not to boil for so long, as the fruit's essence had significantly diminished. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's critique, Xiao Dao Zongxi nodded and jotted down notes, planning to return home and instruct his wife to improve the recipe. Ever since the last failed attempt to introduce his child as a disciple, Xiao Dao Zongxi had not lost hope. On his second visit, he discovered that this treasure of a boy, Jiang Feng, had a remarkable talent for creating various snacks. Consequently, Xiao Dao Zongxi became a frequent visitor at Jiang Feng's home, secretly visiting to ensure the well-being of his son, Xiao Dao Dingzhua, not because he could not compete with his own son, certainly not. This is a military command center. Could you please maintain some decorum? Nai Liang Ingshi exclaimed, facepalming. Zongxi, what are you doing? Shoyuan's massage was meant to soothe him. Yet you have turned this into a culinary discussion over snacks, which is utterly absurd. Can we not be a little more serious? We are here to discuss tactics. And now I find myself feeling rather hungry. Jiang Feng cast a disdainful glance at the pretentious Uncle Ing, thinking to himself that he was not oblivious to the fact that every time he witnessed the elder sister Inuzuka Kiyomi licking her small canine teeth or adjusting her fishnet stockings, he would hastily cover his lap and retreat. What were you up to? He queried. Don't you dare speak recklessly. Nara Ingji urgently covered Jiang Feng's mouth. Can't you see it? You have a penchant for the wild. Yamashiro Shogun exclaimed in astonishment. However, what piqued Yamashiro's curiosity was the Inuzuka clan's ability to concentrate chakra in their noses, granting them a sense of smell exponentially superior to that of ordinary humans. Even without utilizing secret techniques, their olfactory prowess rivaled that of canines. How then had Ingji evaded her tracking? So it turns out you are the most concealed one. Ingji, with that temperament of your wife, if she were to learn of your escapades, wouldn't you risk a broken leg? It was no wonder that he had been fervently consuming deer antler recently without sharing any with me. Akimichi Tusha remarked with a knowing smile, pointing at his friend. Ahem. Let us redirect our discussion to the deployment of personnel in the river area, Nara Ingji, whose perpetually stoic expression was now graced with an unusual flush of embarrassment, awkwardly attempted to shift the topic. Yet, even with his nearly perfect Q of 180, he was at a loss for how to navigate this situation. Given the amused expressions of his two closest friends, the river, the one on the northwestern side of the camp, I advise against approaching it. Jiang Feng warned them seriously as their conversation turned to military matters. Nara Ingji inquired, why do you say so? If we can cross this river to reach the opposite shore, it would facilitate a surprise attack on the flank of the Sand Ninja, allowing us to press onward and dismantle their forward positions. However, as I made my way here, I noticed the river shimmering with an abundance of white light under the sun, suggesting that the riverbed is likely laden with traps. Moreover, the forest on the opposite bank harbors a chakra presence of no less than 100 individuals, including around 10 who possess chakra levels equivalent to that of elite Jonin. Jiang Feng observed the sand table with a sense of dissatisfaction regarding its lack of precision. He meticulously gathered clumps of earth to construct mounds of sand and gravel, then took a handful of crimson pieces, carelessly tossing them amidst the greenery of the sand table. He also placed several larger red pieces around the periphery of the imagined forest. While it may not be entirely accurate, this was the general idea, was it not? Why do you all gaze at me in such a manner? Jiang Feng brushed the sand off his hands, and then the three of them gazed at him with incredulous expressions. Are you observing so meticulously? Exclaimed Qiu Daozongxi, rubbing his eyes. Goodness, this sand table almost marks out the Sand Ninja Commander, doesn't it? Your performance is truly astonishing, young brother. If every battle could be accompanied by such precise maps, casualties could be reduced by at least 20%. Jiang Feng lamented, don't mention it. Just now, I thought you were stationed over there. So I rode over on my beast, only to discover upon arrival that it was sand ninjas, and I swiftly returned. Huh, they did not attack you? Nara Aishi observed Jiang Feng, noting that aside from a slight mist of water, he appeared unscathed. Who said they didn't? It's merely that they were unable to reach me. Their chakra cannot sustain ninjutsu at an altitude of 800 meters. Jiang Feng reminisced about the scene he had just passed by the Sand Ninja encampment, where a multitude of ninja tools were hurled into the air, accompanied by gusts of wind and swirling sands. Yet miraculously, not a single hair on his body was touched. Jiang Feng mused that the Sand Ninjas were likely still laboriously collecting ninja tools. One could only wonder if they felt a pang of regret for the numerous explosive tags they had carelessly discarded, which seemed to have damaged quite a few of their tools in the process. It was uncertain whether the Sand Ninjas were satisfied with his earlier act of urination before leaving. Judging by their incessant jumping, they appeared to be quite pleased. Your summoning beast can soar to such heights. Your arrival is indeed timely. Nara Aishi laughed heartily, joyfully patting Jiang Feng on the back. Enough, you overly reserved strategist. That hurts, Jiang Feng exclaimed, swatting away Nara Aishi's hand and rubbing his reddened shoulder. Stop with the teasing, you overly reserved man. Nara Aishi trembled in indignation at the nickname Jiang Feng had bestowed upon him. Chapter 84. Sand Ninjas, your delivery has arrived. On the Yatagarasu, Jiang Feng sat in silence, arms crossed. After offending the overly reserved Nara Aishi, he had been assigned to attack the Sand Ninjas lurking in the jungle across the river. What a farce. There were hundreds of Sand Ninjas there, and he was expected to charge in head first. This was nothing short of blatant retribution. Oh, what a magnificent summoning beast. It flies so swiftly. I have never seen such a large flying ninja beast in my life. Jiang Feng, you truly are remarkable for having discovered such powerful and imposing summoning beasts. My dear brother Jiang Feng, what species is this bird? I wish to raise one as my summoning beast. Jiang Feng. Oh, you lot. Quiet down. You are making such a racket. Jiang Feng impatiently glanced back at the overly curious elite ninjas from Konoha, their incessant chatter further dampening his spirits. Initially, the Yata no Kagami was merely 8 meters in size, yet with the addition of 7 individuals, the space atop the bird became somewhat cramped. Had he foreseen the necessity of sharing such close quarters with these boisterous giants, he would have endeavored to enhance his mental prowess, allowing him to contract a few more flying ninja beasts within the confines of the Hell King's realm. Unfortunately, these fellows remained restless even in the air, incessantly poking and prodding the Yata no Kagami. Thankfully, this particular bird possessed a low intelligence and was incapable of speech, lest it accuse these brutish men of lewd behavior. In truth, Jiang Feng's frequent indulgence in anime had clouded his understanding of the immense allure that flying ninja beasts held for ninjas. Even a formidable figure like Hashirama Senju could not soar through the skies, which only underscores the irresistible attraction of a mount capable of flight. The ninjas who command the skies are often the most troublesome adversaries. Take, for instance, our explosive artist, Deidara, who would effortlessly ascend to rain down chaos upon his foes. When adversaries, battered and beleaguered, attempt to seize him, they find themselves thwarted by his lofty perch and insurmountable predicament. Jiangfeng, my brother, we are nearing our destination. The elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan, standing behind Jiangfeng, patted him on the shoulder. So soon? Jiangfeng mused, dismissing the thought. Have you all prepared a proper greeting for our sand ninja brethren? Rising to his feet, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Today, I shall ensure that the sand ninjas witness an unforgettable spectacle. I've been ready for this for quite some time. I've brought enough for a year. I guarantee the sand ninjas will be pleased. Don't even think about competing with me. The first strike is mine. Whatever you claim, it belongs to whoever is the swiftest. As Jiangfeng listened to the banter of this group, he instinctively took a couple of steps back. Have you ever paused to reflect on the words you utter? He mused, particularly addressing the jonin of the Uchiha clan. What do you mean by ample quantity? Does your wife not engage you in discussion about such matters? How is it that the aloof Uchiha possesses such remarkable driving skills? The individuals before him, equipped with their ninja tool pouches, displayed shuriken adorned with explosive tags. Most outrageous was the Uchiha jonin, who casually brandished 2 wind-style shuriken, each plastered with explosive seals. It seemed that his pouch could barely accommodate standard shuriken, as he had replaced them all with those affixed with explosive tags. Such behavior was utterly reckless, and Jiangfeng couldn't help but offer a moment of silence for the sand ninjas below. The 2 wind-style shuriken wielded by the Uchiha jonin captured everyone's attention. Could one truly part with such exquisite ninja tools? The value of a single wind-style shuriken could equate to that of over 20 ordinary shuriken, especially when considering the exorbitant cost of the explosive seals. Each seal, imbued with the essence of a jonin-level fire release technique, typically ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 ryo, soaring to 12,000 ryo during wartime, with at least 30 explosive tags affixed. One could not help but marvel at the Uchiha clan's affluence. Indeed, the Uchiha family's wealth was formidable. Tears of envy welled in the eyes of the jonin from the Shimura clan as he lamented, "When shall I indulge in such lavish provisions?" Had it not been for that despicable Danzo, the Shimura clan would not have been subjected to the village's suspicion, nor would they be ensnared in the dire struggles for survival. Merely 2 ordinary tools, scoffed the Uchiha jonin, a cold snort escaping his lips as a smirk crept onto his face, betraying his uncontainable pride. Enough of this. We have arrived at our destination. All personnel, prepare yourselves. Jiangfeng hastily interrupted the conversation, aware that if it continued any longer, the moment would be lost. For he had not the luxury of time to linger with this group of robust men. The Konoha jonin, who had initially wished to engage in further discourse, promptly drew forth their prepared shuriken. 3, 2, 1, launch. At Jiangfeng's command, the 7 jonin swiftly hurled their shuriken, executing the shadow clone technique with a resounding clap. Jiangfeng clapped his hands, and as his chakra enveloped the shinobi tools before him, over 200 items multiplied exponentially. Within mere seconds, the number surged from hundreds to a staggering tens of thousands. The sand shinobi concealed in the forest noticed an abrupt darkening of the sky and looked up in confusion. An enemy attack. The sentry, responsible for vigilance, shouted in alarm. However, the sand shinobi hardly needed his warning. Anyone with sight could see the ominous mass gathering above. Fall back. There are explosive tags. As the elite shinobi from Sunagakure witnessed the largest shuriken, imbued with a multitude of explosive tags, cleave through the tree that concealed them. They instinctively fled. It was too late for some who had hoped to hide behind the trunks of trees. Upon hearing the warning from their leader, their chance to escape had evaporated. Countless shuriken rained down from the heavens, striking the unsuspecting sand shinobi. In an instant, chaos ensued, with blood and flesh scattering everywhere. The fortunate among them managed to evade the onslaught, while the unfortunate met grim fates, their skulls shattered or their abdomens pierced, leaving a gruesome scene of spilled entrails. Yet, as each shuriken struck the ground, the attached explosive tags ignited, and the surviving sand shinobi hardly had time to rejoice in their survival before the subsequent explosions obliterated them into mere fragments. "How despicable!" exclaimed a Sunagakure Jainin, clutching his severed arm and glaring defiantly at the colossal bird soaring 2,000 meters above. However, his vision dimmed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. "Shaji, hurry! Take him back for treatment. This place, we must abandon it." Several Jainin from Sunagakure rushed forward, lifting the fallen Shaji. casting a glance at the increasingly faint cries of their comrades, who lay amidst the charred ruins, and resolutely retreated. On the back of the eight-tailed bird, Jiang Feng panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Yet, despite his human form, the extensive use of chakra had strained his meridians and swollen his muscles. Fortunately, the chakra from the nine tails continuously mended his injuries, offering him some relief. Chapter 85. Find a way to strike the sand shinobi again. Is this what we have done? On their return journey, the J-nin from Konoha gazed in awe at the mushroom clouds of flames rising into the sky behind them, swallowing hard. Their initial intent was merely to inflict some casualties on the sand shinobi or to provoke the elite of Sunagakure into revealing their techniques. In the realm of ninja combat, it is customary to conduct preliminary tests to gather intelligence on the opponent, subsequently analyzing weaknesses to devise corresponding strategies. For instance, when confronting Haiden, as long as one prevents him from completing his ritualistic circle, his abilities dwindle to that of a lowly genin, easily toyed with. Alternatively, one could entomb Haiden in a concrete pit, oscillating between suffocation and resurrection until he eventually perishes, for his immortality requires sustenance. The group of J-nin had never anticipated that this operation would so effortlessly decimate the sand shinobi, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon Jiang Feng. Why are you looking at me? Achieving this much is commendable. Without the explosive tags, the number of shadow shuriken could have multiplied several times over. Jiang Feng believed that this group was blaming him for not distributing enough explosive tools to hunt down the few escaping jonin. He attempted to explain himself, stating that the explosive tags contained within were infused with fire release techniques. Before merging with the Nine Tails chakra, he could only manage to create over 80 shadow clones wielding explosive tags, and being able to summon 100,000 explosive tag clones was already remarkable. However, he mused that without the explosive tags, the damage inflicted would likely only amount to half of what had just occurred. Could it be doubled? The jonin from Konoha stared at Jiang Feng in astonishment. What kind of monster was he? Even the Uchiha jonin fell silent, deep in thought about whether his clan members awakening the Manjiki Sharingan and activating Susanoo would be sufficient to withstand such a barrage. Glancing at the ground, he understood why Elder Shana had been so furious that he nearly suffered a stroke, yet dared not confront Jiang Feng. It seemed that the leader of the Tokugawa clan had foresight, having befriended such a prodigy early on, dismissing internal clan dissent and compelling Faye to be his disciple. Such insight truly befits the leader of the Uchiha. Upon returning, if anyone dared to speak ill of the clan leader regarding the matter of the young clan leader seeking a mentor, they would have to deal with Uchiha Boichi. Moreover, Uchiha Boichi pondered that if Noera Jiang Feng's talent was this formidable, combined with the Uchiha lineage, how powerful would their offspring be? Regrettably, his daughter Meichin had only just been born this year. It was too hasty. Had he known, he would have strived harder with his wife in previous years. At the Konoha camp, Nara Aishi and his two companions gazed at the rising mushroom cloud across the river, their expressions laden with gravity. Nara Aishi furrowed his brow, questioning the magnitude of the commotion. Hadn't they instructed Jiang Feng to set off some fireworks and return promptly? Could it be that they had encountered an enemy ambush? Yamashiro Shurjin suggested, why not send a team of sensory ninjas to investigate? Why are you worrying so much? His strength likely surpasses ours combined, Akiato Soji interjected, rolling his eyes. He even has a flying ninja beast, and accompanying him are 7 of the strongest jonin from the camp. This configuration is something even the Hokage lacks. Strength is one thing, yet that lad has never adhered to conventional methods. Although he repeatedly emphasized not to engage with the enemy, Nara Aishi was genuinely concerned that Jiang Feng might go off on a reckless adventure. Considering Jiang Feng's character, both Yamashiro Shurjin and Akiato Soji felt that he was indeed capable of such impulsive actions. A resounding bird call echoed from the sky, capturing the attention of all ninjas within the Konoha camp. It was Jiang Feng's peculiar ninja beast. They had returned. The trio, initially worried about Jiang Feng, sighed in relief upon seeing him triumphantly standing with one foot on the bird's head. Exhausted, I'll let them know what happened, Jiang Feng declared, before releasing the Yadano Kagami. Upon spotting the tent adorned with the Nara clan's crest, he hastily pulled it open and collapsed onto the fragrant, medicinal bed within, drifting into a deep slumber. Jiang Feng was indeed weary. He had flown for most of the day from Konohagakure and upon arrival, was immediately assigned to battle. Having exhausted his chakra, even the most resilient of individuals would struggle to endure such strain. That was my bed. Nevertheless, as long as he returned safely, it was all that mattered. Upon seeing Jiang Feng occupying his tent, Nara Aishi reluctantly followed him. The three generals declared it a resounding victory. Before the three could inquire further, a shinobi from the Shimura clan could no longer contain himself and began to report. "Take your time," Shimura Gotai said, attempting to calm the excited individual. "The situation is as follows. Nara Jiang Feng employed a technique known as the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, splitting our explosive tag ninja tools into tens of thousands of clones, obliterating the entire forest." Shimura Gotai continued to report with a composed demeanor. There was no faulting his obsequiousness. The Shimura clan had faced immense difficulties of late. If targeted by higher-ups on the battlefield, one could perish without ever knowing why. After all, his family was entirely innocent, having done nothing wrong, but were entangled in the misdeeds of the treacherous Shimura Danzo. What? The explosive tags can be divided into tens of thousands through the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique? The three were astounded. Even the original creator, the third Hokage, could only replicate a few thousand shurikens. To divide explosive tags, one would be hard-pressed to manage even 10 without exhausting their chakra. At that moment, the trio finally comprehended the significance of the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Nara Aishi inquired, "What about the enemy's jonin? Did they not attempt to stop you?" Shimura Gotai scratched his head, uncertain. "It seems that 5 or 6 sand shinobi managed to escape, but I'm unsure if they were jonin from Sunagakure. Does that mean we can occupy the other side of the river?" Akiyama SG exclaimed in astonishment, dropping his snacks without noticing. "Yes, it appears so," Yamashiro Moriyuki nodded. Somewhat dazed, Nara Aishi declared, "If this situation is indeed accurate, Jiang Feng will receive a second-class merit, and each of the 7 accompanying you will receive a third-class merit." "Wonderful. I never expected to receive credit." The group of shinobi rejoiced at the prospect of recognition. After all, to gain a second-class merit for merely spending a package of ninja tools was an exceedingly worthwhile endeavor. They contemplated that once Jiang Feng had rested, they would approach the Sand Shinobi and deliver a grand surprise. Once Nara Aishi had regained his composure, he issued a serious order. "Then the 7 of you will lead the advance team of 200 shinobi to land and secure the battlefield." "Yes," with Nara Aishi's command. The 7 jonin clasped their fists in acknowledgement and swiftly made their way to the front line, counting their 200 men before quickly disembarking to avoid wasting time. Their sole desire was to expedite the cleanup, hoping that this endeavor would not take too long. After all, nothing was more crucial than engaging the Sand Shinobi again. Chapter 86. The Sand Shinobi are truly impoverished. The 7 Konoha Jonin, leading the 200 shinobi army, arrived at their destination. As they surveyed the area, they beheld a landscape riddled with craters. Not a single tree remained unscathed in the forest. Occasionally, they could spot the bodies of fallen sand shinobi suspended amidst the wreckage. The ground was soaked with the blood of their foes, and one might even inadvertently step upon the entrails or eyes of the sand shinobi, compounded by the nauseating smell of burnt flesh that could linger throughout the day. The 200 shinobi began to murmur among themselves. "This is outrageous. Did the village utilize the power of a Jinchuriki? The catastrophic scene seemed only a beast could wreak such havoc. Yet, the bodies of the sand shinobi appeared to have been utterly decimated. The tailed beast bombs couldn't have been so feeble, could they?" Cough, cough. Silence. The previously chattering ninjas ceased their discussions upon noticing the 7 leading jonin speak. Uchiha Boichi stepped forward, surveying the area, and issued commands. "In this operation, each jonin will tally the casualties among the sand shinobi, collect recoverable resources, and to prevent the spread of disease, we will incinerate the sand shinobi corpses here by evening. Ensure every body receives a finishing blow. Remain vigilant for any feigned deaths that could lead to ambushes. Understood?" "Understood." The 7 jonin exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before proceeding to their designated areas. Fearing that the higher-ups might suspect the Shimura clan of shirking their duties on the battlefield, Shimura Gotai, upon reaching the site, spotted a sand shinobi feigning death with a severed leg. He threw a kunai, striking the shinobi's heart, causing the body to convulse before going limp. Confirming the sand shinobi's demise, he retrieved the kunai using his chakra threads. When encountering a sand shinobi, regardless of their status, it was imperative to deliver a finishing blow before proceeding. Yes, watching his subordinates act upon his directives, Shimura Gotai felt a sense of relief. This way, his team would avoid any unexpected incidents, and the higher-ups would have no opportunity to undermine him. Yet, he thought, I cannot afford to let my guard down. Resolving this, Shimura Gotai leaped onto a relatively intact tree for better observation of the battlefield, ensuring the safety of his team members. After all, in these tumultuous times, caution was paramount. Not seeking merit, but merely wishing to avoid blame. Gradually, twilight descended. The bodies of the sand shinobi piled high as a small hill. Over 30 ninjas capable of fire release gathered to incinerate the mound. A ninja responsible for recording approached the 7 leading jonin. Report. The tally has been completed. We have discovered 103 sand shinobi corpses, and the battlefield yielded 24 unclaimed sand shinobi forehead protectors, 34 intact shurikens, 13 intact kunai, 48 intact senbon, 27 assorted weapons, and a total of 21 damage summoning scrolls and secret scrolls, alongside approximately 39 kilograms of damaged ninja tools and weapons. Hiss. Upon hearing this report, the 7 jonin collectively gasped in disbelief. What was this absurd configuration among the sand shinobi? They had heard tales of the sand's poverty, but this was an extreme case. Who could have anticipated that over 100 sand shinobi would possess fewer ninja tools than the 7 of them had originally lost? It was no wonder the second Kazekage sought to experiment with sand manipulation techniques and puppet jutsu. After all, sand was free and abundant, while puppet jutsu merely required a few simple wooden pieces to be assembled. In an instant, they felt an inexplicable sympathy for the sand shinobi. With no ninja tool pouches to speak of, they surmised that this batch of sand shinobi could scarcely manage even a single kunai each. How impoverished they truly were. In the Rain Village, at the sand shinobi camp, a man with his face painted in war colors slammed his palm onto the table in a fury. He was none other than the Sand Village Jonin, Mons, the commander of the current offensive against Konoha. His furious voice caused the surviving sand shinobi kneeling before him to lower their heads in fear. Tell me, we had a total of 127 ninjas, and they from Konoha have gone mad, bringing the equipment of thousands to ambush a mere outpost? Mons glared at the jonin, his teeth gritted in anger. After the previous skirmish, such a large-scale casualty was utterly incomprehensible. How could they have been overwhelmed by an unending barrage of shurikens and explosive tags? Without even considering if Konoha possessed such vast weaponry, who in their right mind would expend such a cost to seize a post of merely 127 individuals? What in the world? After the events in Konoha, have they collectively surrendered? Or is it that the individuals in Konoha are so affluent that they have no place to spend their wealth, each concealing thousands of explosive tags? Lord Menzomen, we acknowledge that this may sound absurd, but it is indeed the case. Yes, my lord, we witnessed a massive gray bird soaring towards us, and suddenly, an uncountable number of ninja tools affixed with explosive tags rained down upon us. We swear, if we speak falsely, let us be transformed into puppets by your hand. Menzomen, observing his subordinates utter such a grave oath, waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Go and seek treatment from the medical ninjas. Yes. Watching these few jonin limping out of the tent, clutching their wounds, Menzomen rubbed his temples in exasperation. Lord Menzomen, a woman with long purple hair, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure, clad in a black trench coat, entered and bowed respectfully. Chiyo, how is the condition of Shijizi? Menzomen set aside the battlefield intelligence and glanced at Chiyo. She shook her head regretfully. Shijizi is no longer in danger, but his left arm is severely injured, with extensive cell necrosis. If the limb is not amputated, it may endanger his life. Has Shijizi regained consciousness? He has awakened, but his emotions are rather unstable. He wishes to apply for a puppet prosthetic to seek revenge against Konoha. Menzomen paced thoughtfully. A puppet prosthetic? Very well, let him proceed. But ensure it does not impair his abilities. Understood. I take my leave. Chiyo bowed slightly and exited the tent. Menzomen gazed at the intelligence on the table, murmuring to himself, Konoha, revel in your arrogance. Soon, you shall witness the might of the puppet masters of Sunagakure. Within the Konoha camp, upon hearing the clamorous sounds outside, Jiang Feng was roused from his slumber. He stretched slightly, and a crisp crack echoed through his bones. That was indeed a refreshing sleep. Jiang Feng stepped out of the tent belonging to Nara Aishi, observing the bustling soldiers around him. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Jiang Feng hurriedly seized one individual and inquired, "What is the cause of this commotion? Why are you carrying so many belongings? Are you moving?" The soldier, being a personal guard of the Nara family, naturally recognized Jiang Feng and patiently elucidated, "Lord Jiang Feng, due to the recent conquest of the jungle across the river. Lord Nara Aishi has ordered the entire army to strike camp and advance 2 kilometers. Oh, that enigmatic strategist certainly has a multitude of matters to attend to. Very well. You may return to your duties, Jiang Feng replied. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the soldier, anxious to avoid any further bewildering remarks, swiftly took his leave. Chapter 87. Predicament. Jiang Feng, laden with 2 injured comrades, hurriedly traversed the rainforest, cursing under his breath, while a dark mass of sand shinobi pursued him relentlessly. This frenzied group of sand shinobi was bent on capturing Jiang Feng, forcing him to use his own body to shield the wounded from a barrage of shuriken. One might wonder why Jiang Feng did not turn back to eliminate his pursuers, opting instead for flight. The reason lay in the fact that this was the flank defense of the sand shinobi. Any commotion could potentially draw reinforcements from the front line, encircling the trio. As for how he found himself in this predicament, it was a sorrowful tale. He had lost his way while attempting to save others. A month prior, Jiang Feng awoke from slumber to find himself surrounded by a group of jonin. The news had spread among all the Leaf Jonin regarding how Shimura Gotai and his companions had gained merit, prompting them to curry favor with Jiang Feng. They yearned for him to ride the Yada no Kagami and deliver yet another surprise to the Sand Shinobi. However, Jiang Feng explained that this was not a fictional world. It was improbable for an enemy commander to fall for the same ruse twice. Nevertheless, the Leaf Jonin, blinded by the allure of military accolades, insisted that Jiang Feng take them along. Eventually, under duress, he acquiesced and set out again on the Yada no Kagami. Yet, reality proved that while this world resembled an anime, it was still grounded in truth. No fool would stumble into the same trap twice. Upon reaching the Sand Shinobi encampment, they were taken aback. To thwart aerial assaults from Jiang Feng and his companions, the Sand Shinobi had constructed several makeshift watchtowers, each towering 200 meters high. Upon detecting the approach of the Yada no Kagami, the guards would sound the alarm, unleashing a barrage of wind release techniques upon the bird. Fortunately, the Yada no Kagami was agile, narrowly avoiding a disastrous plummet. Despite their setbacks, the Leaf Jonin remained undeterred by the prospect of military glory. They instructed Jiang Feng to steer the Yada no Kagami deeper into the Rain Village, where they discovered that all the structures were designed as towering spires. The Sand Shinobi no longer needed to erect even rudimentary watchtowers. As the Yada no Kagami approached, a deluge of sand and wind techniques were unleashed, compelling the bird to veer away in fright. After experiencing this significant setback, the group began their return journey, only to be met with a sudden downpour. With nearly 10 passengers aboard, the already burdened Yada no Kagami struggled against the rain-soaked wings, ultimately losing control and initiating an emergency landing upon the river's surface. As Jiang Feng summoned the Yatagarasu and conjured the hellish crab, they navigated stealthily beneath the surface, evading the vigilant line of the Sand Shinobi. After enduring a series of setbacks, the elite shinobi finally relinquished their aspirations for an aerial assault. Upon returning to the encampment, they wore expressions of despair, lamenting Jiang Feng's insistence on slumber, which they believed had afforded the Sand Shinobi a moment of unguardedness. Hearing their grievances ignited a surge of ire within Jiang Feng, his veins pulsing with indignation. How dare they exploit him so? With this thought, he raised a fist as large as a sandbag, prepared to confront 10 adversaries single-handedly, embodying the essence of a conqueror. However, the commotion escalated to such an extent that the 11 who had transformed into grotesque caricatures of themselves were ultimately confined for 7 days under the orders of the trio, known as the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly. Jiang Feng found himself in a dire situation, as Zhu, Lu, and Dai were well aware that this individual was a spirited troublemaker brimming with energy. Jiang Feng was dispatched to the front lines, tasked specifically with the rescue of wounded individuals from various factions. However, everything was proceeding smoothly until the unpredictable weather of the Rain Country intervened. When it decided to rain, it poured. He had originally found 2 injured leaf ninjas on the battlefield, intending to bring them back, but alas, the heavens were unkind. A torrential downpour descended, enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick veil of mist. With visibility severely compromised, both sides of the conflict reached an unspoken agreement to cease hostilities. As Jiang Feng encountered several Sand Shinobi along his path, he ultimately opted to evade the situation, overwhelmed by the hassle and unable to discern friend from foe. Thus he fled towards a less populated area. In an unforeseen twist of fate, he inadvertently ran into the flank of the Sand Shinobi. Unfortunately, He crossed paths with a reinforcement unit heading towards the front line. Cough, my lord, please let us go. We are poisoned and cannot endure much longer. Indeed. Yuyuan speaks the truth. Were it not for our burden, you would likely have escaped by now. The two Nin gazed at Jiang Feng's back. His garments stained crimson with blood, and the relentless tide of sand shinobi pursuing them, feeling a deep sense of frustration at their own impotence. They understood Jiang Feng's prowess. Had it not been for their encumbrance, he could have utilized his skills to not only flee but also eliminate a number of enemies in the process. At this moment, they bitterly regretted their carelessness that led them to fall victim to the poison traps of the sand shinobi. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "Silence. I have not abandoned you, so how could you forsake one another? As a ninja of Konoha, my ninja way does not permit me to leave my comrades behind in solitary escape. As long as one clings to hope, fate cannot prevail against you. With the headbands you bear, your lives are assured in my hands. Not even the king of hell can intervene." In that moment, the eyes of the two ninjas glistened. Clouded by an uncertain mix of rain and tears, they seemed to perceive a warm, radiant glow emanating from Jiang Feng, dispelling the agony brought forth by the toxins in their wounds. Jiang Feng sensed the waning vitality of the two ninjas upon his shoulders, realizing that running aimlessly held no purpose. While the death of a ninja was not an extraordinary occurrence, what Jiang Feng found unbearable was witnessing the demise of acquaintances before his very eyes. Though his demeanor was often frivolous, bordering on shamelessness, he felt a profound obligation to ensure their safe return, especially given that his disoriented sense of direction had led them into such peril. At that moment, he spotted a small mound and hastily summoned the stone panda, instructing it to suppress its presence and envelop the three of them. Using its colossal rocky form, it pressed against the mound's stone face, camouflaging itself as part of the terrain. In such torrential rain, where visibility was severely compromised, detecting the stone panda's disguise would indeed prove a formidable challenge. "Where are they? It seems they fled this way. Search thoroughly," commanded one of the sand ninjas as they dispersed to scour the area. As long as they sensed any living creature, they unleashed their tools for extermination. In an instant, the denizens of the rainforest found themselves in dire straits. Jiang Feng was not idle either. He promptly retrieved the antidote and began to cleanse the poison wounds of the two individuals. Subsequently, he produced the specially formulated military rations of the Nara clan and administered them to his companions. As the toxins within them were gradually subdued and the rations took effect, their complexions began to regain some color. Without pausing, Jiang Feng then carefully bandaged their injuries with meticulous attention. This selfless act moved the two Nin to tears, as they could no longer contain their emotions. What a noble spirit he possessed. Despite being mere strangers to this Leaf Village prodigy, he willingly placed himself in such perilous circumstances solely to aid them. Jiang Feng swiftly gestured for silence, and the two promptly nodded in understanding. In such circumstances, it was their duty to avoid causing any further trouble for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng felt a sense of urgency within, fervently wishing for the accursed downpour to cease at the earliest. In this misty, rain-soaked weather, it was nearly impossible to discern the right direction. The two Nin were uncertain how much longer they could endure. Without the appropriate antidote, the toxins within their bodies would inevitably resurge after a spell. Chapter 88. The might of the beast of the ninja world, however, fretfulness proved futile. After tending to the two, when Jiang Feng attempted to assess his own injuries, he discovered that his wounds had already scabbed over. Following his fusion with the Hell King, his body seemed to possess an enhanced healing capability. Currently, his chakra was abundant, and his recuperative powers were formidable. The only aspect that appeared somewhat lacking was his proficiency in genjutsu. There was little he could do. Jiang Feng acknowledged his straightforward nature. Constructing a mental realm for genjutsu was far too convoluted. Moreover, killing was not an option. He would rather expend his efforts on unleashing a couple of lightning techniques instead. Peering through the gap beneath the stone panda's arm, Jiang Feng observed the surrounding sand ninja, uncertain whether they had given up or not. Just as he contemplated releasing a sigh of relief, a shuriken struck the stone panda's body, creating a shower of sparks as it ricocheted off its hard, stony exterior. This sudden event left the two Konoha Nin, who were hiding beneath the stone panda, paralyzed with fear and holding their breath. Jiang Feng retrieved a kunai, prepared to strike down any enemy that dared to approach. "Ziluo, what are you doing shooting at stones? Perhaps it is just my imagination, Gang Tai, but I can't shake the feeling that this large rock seems almost alive." After speaking, the kunoichi named Ziluo picked up the shuriken that had been deflected, brushed it off, and then made two deliberate scratches on the stone panda. removing a small chunk of rock before ceasing her actions. Ziluo scratched her head, pondering, could it truly be just my misperception? If it is, then so be it. Remaining vigilant on the battlefield has its merits. She looked apologetically at her companion. I apologize. Perhaps I have been under too much stress lately. Gangtai nodded calmly. Continuing to survey their surroundings, let us proceed. There are still a few areas ahead that need to be checked. We should aim to finish swiftly. This rain cloak offers little protection against such downpours, and we must avoid falling ill. Understood, Ziluo replied, somewhat bashfully trailing behind Gangtai. She had resolved that once the war concluded, she would confess her feelings to him. This man, who continually shielded her and provided her with a sense of security, was someone she, Ziluo, could not bear to lose. Meanwhile, Jiangfeng was preoccupied with managing the stone panda, which was growing increasingly agitated from the itch caused by the kunoichi's earlier scratch. The creature's expression became more bizarre, and it struggled to maintain its seated position as it began to fidget restlessly. Jiangfeng was acutely aware of the impending exposure and dashed forward in haste. The rustling sound echoed as Ziluo, trailing behind, turned around. Her gaze descended, and she was met with the horrifying sight of her own decapitated body. A grim realization dawning upon her that she had been beheaded by the enemy. In front of Ziluo, Yang Ai turned his head only to see a violet-haired man wielding a longsword, just as he was about to shout. His mouth was pierced by the very blade he sought to evade. Jiangfeng executed a swift backhand flick, the sharp blade of his azure sword gliding along the bridge of his opponent's nose and cleaving open the crown of his head, performing an impromptu cranial surgery. The stone panda, feeling a sense of embarrassment, lowered his head and rubbed his hands, acutely aware of his misstep. Jiangfeng waved his hand in silence, and the stone panda transformed into mist, returning as if granted a reprieve. How is your condition? He inquired, shaking the blood from the blade before sheathing it, directing his question towards the two individuals. Not particularly favorable, otherwise, you. They exchanged dry smiles, glancing at Jiangfeng's limbs, which bore the telltale signs of purple bruising from the poisoned darts. Initially, they intended to persuade him to retreat on his own, but Jiangfeng interrupted their counsel. If one relinquishes hope, that is the true epitome of despair. Without persevering until the very last moment, how can you discern the outcome? The two Nin exchanged pale, bewildered glances, unable to fathom how to escape while encircled by adversaries. After more than 2 hours, the relentless rain began to abate, and the sand ninja, having found no leads, began to regroup in large numbers, retreating in a singular direction. Jiangfeng anticipated that would be their gathering point. As the rain subsided, the dark clouds began to disperse, and the sun finally broke through, casting its radiant light once more. Jiangfeng hastened his pace, aware that the sun in this rain-drenched land could not linger for long. He had no desire to be ensnared by the misty rain once more. Their camp lay to the east, and time was of the essence to return. With his vision restored, Jiangfeng was no longer timid about inadvertently harming his comrades. If he did not escort these two back soon, their fate might be dire. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so he resolved to create a commotion. Jiangfeng broke into a smile, his hands descending in a swift motion. The ground was soon enveloped by mystical runes, pulsating with energy. Suddenly, with a series of thunderous sounds, a dense mist erupted, accompanied by a powerful gust, giving rise to a multitude of serpents that coiled beneath the three individuals, elevating them high into the air atop their heads. Beside this sea of serpents, a magnificent bull, summoned through Jiangfeng's augmented spiritual technique, stood tall at 8 meters, adorned with a pair of imposing horns nearly 2 meters in length. Alongside 3 colossal centipedes stretching 20 meters each, Jiangfeng supported the two individuals, allowing them to recline upon the head of the serpent of 10,000. What is the purpose of summoning me out in such weather? Furthermore, what right do those insignificant creatures have to stand upon my head? The serpent, feeling the presence of not just Jiangfeng, but also the two barely conscious beings, grew exceedingly irate. Come now, cease your obstinacy. I shall treat you to a drink upon our return. Let us proceed eastward with utmost urgency. Humph, who desires your libations? Do not presume that a mere flask of wine can sway me. The serpent swallowed back the saliva that threatened to overflow, its body obediently advancing eastward, crushing great trees beneath its form, while dispatching 4 colossal spirit beasts to charge ahead. Huh, you little imps think you can lead the way before me? Perhaps you should drink milk for another 2 centuries. With a surge of speed, the serpent swiftly outpaced the 4 spirit beasts, The creatures, lacking significant intelligence, understood only that Jiang Feng's command was to clear the path ahead, and thus they pushed forward with all their might. Observing the acceleration of these three beings, the serpent, unwilling to fall behind, remarkably increased its own speed yet again. Jiang Feng covered his face as Wan Shi, despite its growing length after shedding its skin, retained its childish and attention-seeking demeanor. The ground trembled violently, capturing the attention of the Sand Shinobi. Soon, they beheld four colossal monsters wreaking havoc within their defensive perimeter. Let us unite to vanquish these four beastly shinobi. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, gale cutter. Wind release, wind blade technique. A barrage of wind techniques struck the four shinobi beasts, leaving deep gashes on the massive centipede and the wild buffalo, momentarily halting their movements. Do not underestimate me. Wan Shi, facing the sharp wind blades, unleashed its potential, skillfully evading each attack with agile movements. With its formidable 46-meter-long body post-molt, Wan Shi trampled over numerous unfortunate foes that dared to block its path. However, as the number of sand shinobi swelled, Wan Shi's tough scales deflected the incoming projectiles. Yet it could not escape the inevitable wounds inflicted by the storm of wind techniques unleashed by hundreds of sand shinobi. Sensing the pain coursing through its body, Wan Shi charged forward, releasing a stream of venom towards the densely packed enemies. More than 20 unsuspecting sand shinobi were struck by the toxic spray. Their bodies swiftly corroded into putrid sludge. With an indomitable spirit, Wan Shi broke through the encirclement of the sand shinobi. The four shinobi beasts, having endured relentless assaults, began to swell and rapidly split into identical forms. The sand shinobi, unaccustomed to such a sight, were caught off guard, with one unfortunate soul crushed into a pulp by a newly formed beast. The situation on the sand shinobi's side was nearing collapse as the number of beasts continued to multiply. The battlefield had already birthed 9 buffalo and 23 giant centipedes. Wan Shi, noticing that the number of Jiang Feng's summoned beasts was also increasing, cursed under its breath. Why am I, too, not splitting despite my injuries? Chapter 89. Do shinobi beasts suffer from kidney deficiency? Jiang Feng's violet eyes shimmered with a radiant purple light, as the augmentation and division of the beastly ninjas were all sustained by his chakra. Wan Snake observed in astonishment as a colossal centipede was severed in half by the wind release, vacuum wave unleashed by 5 sand ninjas. The severed ends of the giant centipede writhed with fresh flesh, rapidly regenerating, transforming the two halves into independent entities that charged once more toward the sand ninjas. Wan Snake grew increasingly perplexed by the origin of this extraordinary creature. Its innate abilities seemed excessively monstrous. To split and give rise to new beings upon sustaining grievous or fatal injuries. Suddenly, he felt a pang of envy towards his own shedding abilities. Tears of admiration trickling down the corners of his mouth. Observing the scattered sand ninjas ahead, Wan Snake transformed his sorrow into strength. He opened his massive jaws, utilizing his sharp fangs to seize 3 sand ninjas, while his tail violently struck a boulder over 20 meters in size. The rock soared into the air, crashing down upon 4 unfortunate souls within their tents. Jiang Feng, uncertain whether it is merely a figment of his imagination. Jiang Feng perceives an overwhelming sense of anger, envy, and sorrow emanating from the myriad of serpents. How can such a trifecta of emotions coexist within a single being? Is it a manifestation of split personality? Have you, my dear creature, succumbed to a fit of temper? Jiang Feng gazed at the myriad of serpents, assuming that this creature had recently shed its skin and had yet to regain its strength, feeling irked and disgruntled after being summoned by him. Who dares to throw a tantrum? Do you think I am someone of little consequence? The myriad serpent exhaled a cloud of murky air through its nostrils, casting a glance at the colossal centipede and the bull, which were striking a formidable presence amidst the throng of serpents. Deep within, it swore to itself that it would one day possess such remarkable abilities, and then, accompanied by Jiang Feng and the others, it departed with an air of dignity. Jiang Feng, lost in thought, stroked his chin, pondering whether Wan Shi was feeling jealous. It was understandable, as this creature always threw a tantrum whenever he formed a new bond with a ninja beast. This time, releasing 4 at once might have pushed its temperament to the brink. Old Wan, let me tend to your wounds when we return, Jiang Feng mused, observing the scenery retreat around him while gently caressing Wan Shi's head. Offering unsolicited kindness often hints at ulterior motives. But alas, since you insist so vehemently, I shall reluctantly permit you to tend to my wounds. Consider it a testament to my generosity. As he watched Wan Shi hum a cheerful tune, seemingly in a better mood, Jiang Feng shook his head affectionately. Despite its massive size, its temperament resembled that of a child. The commotion within the perimeter had alarmed the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja. In response, they dispatched Chiyo and her younger brother, Aiz, to subdue the colossal beast. As the highest commander of the Sand Ninja, it was imperative not to allow a horde of rampaging beasts to threaten the flanks of their forces. Chiyo hurried towards the side with urgency, instructing the sealing squad to follow closely with sealing tools capable of restraining chakra. Confronted by these monsters capable of perpetual division, Chiyo speculated that they either absorbed ninja techniques to split or, as her subordinate suggested, split upon sustaining damage. The latter possibility indicated that the beast exhibited excessively high cellular activity and instability, which could trigger division through pain. 3 methods existed to counter such creatures. The first was to unleash a powerful fire technique to incinerate the beast entirely, leaving no cells behind. Regrettably, most of the Sand Ninjas specialized in wind chakra, with only a scarce few possessing fire chakra, let alone outstanding fire techniques. The second method involved employing the ice techniques of the Yuki clan from the land of water to freeze the beast instantly, rendering their cells inactive and defeating them. Unfortunately, the Wind Country was sorely lacking in bloodline ninjas. Thus, only the third method remained. The beasts were not as formidable as the giant snake that had fled. Had they not relied on their sheer size to continuously divide, they would have been vanquished long ago. If Chiyo and Aiz could engage the beasts, the sealing squad could utilize sealing techniques to confine them within their tools. Should they manage to subdue these monsters, they would become a secret weapon for Sunagakure, second only to the one-tail, Shikaku. Upon reaching the battlefield, Aiz nodded at his sister and unsheathed his long blade, charging toward a group of over 20 bulls that were recklessly rampaging through the Sand Ninja ranks with their long horns. White secret technique, Nara's 10 puppets. Without hesitation, Chiyo unfurled a purple-covered scroll, summoning 10 white-robed humanoid puppets crafted by Monzaemon, manipulating 10 strands of blue chakra. The Nara's 10 puppets surged towards the 40 or so giant centipedes. As the massive centipedes wreaked havoc in the Sand Ninja camp, they suddenly faced a barrage of strikes from several white-robed puppets, sending them sprawling. 3 of the puppets formed a triangular formation, yet the centipedes, having split into dozens, exhibited even less intelligence. Obsessed with destruction, they charged recklessly at the puppets that had struck them. Chiyo's eyes widened as she bellowed, Sanbao Suekue. The 3 puppets inscribed with the characters for Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha activated mechanisms, unleashing a powerful suction that the giant centipedes could not resist, pulling them in. Now, Chiyo commanded, observing several centipedes drawn toward her. The sealing squad sprang into action, swiftly lifting the lid of their half-meter-high sealing pot, performing hand seals and slapping the ground. The earth beneath the giant centipedes transformed into sand, guiding them inexorably toward the sealing pot. Seal. Beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of the sealing squad as they intensified their chakra control. The sealing tools emitted a radiant light, generating a strong pulling force that drew 8 giant centipedes inside, quickly sealing the lid. Seeing the centipedes attempt to escape the sealing pot, other squad members hastily retrieved 2 70-centimeter-long sealing tags and affixed them in an X formation on the lid. This time, silence enveloped the sealing pot. Chiyo, witnessing their method succeed, shouted to the besieged Sand Ninja, "Use wind release to blow the monsters over here." Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, split sky palm. Sanao Suekue. Chiyo observed the beast being relentlessly drawn in by the wind, applying the same technique once more. The battlefield erupted in chaos as the giant centipedes and bulls were pulled closer, only for them to suddenly dissolve into smoke and vanish. The sealing squad, having already switched to several ceramic jars and water tanks, prepared to open the lids, only to find the beast had entirely disappeared. What on earth just happened? Chiyo, gritting her teeth in frustration, emitted a grinding sound from her jaws. "Forget it, sister. Capturing a few is still commendable," Aiz consoled his furious sister. "Humph. Pack up. We are leaving." Chiyo surveyed the remnants of the beast's presence, suppressing her rage as she summoned the sealing squad. Within the medical tent of the Konoha army, Jiangfeng displayed a peculiar expression. Having mastered the realm of Yama, he could discern that the giant centipedes he had summoned back appeared somewhat weakened, as if their cellular composition had been drained. Could ninja beasts also experience such a phenomenon? Chapter 90, The Movements of Danzo. What's this weakness? You were the one who insisted on applying medicine, so hurry up and do it, one she urged impatiently, observing Jiangfeng's pause. All right, I'm not refusing you," Jiangfeng replied. Jiangfeng shook his head in silence, continuing to lift the towel stained with medicinal liquid to cleanse once she's wound. "Oh, this sensation, ah." As Jiangfeng applied the medication, It seeped through the wound into the scales of the immense serpent, Wanshi. The tingling sensation caused Wanshi to involuntarily flick its tail, accompanied by a cacophony of unintelligible sounds emanating from its mouth. While administering the ointment was paramount. The creature's vocalizations were rather distracting. The mere presence of such a colossal being in the military camp was enough to draw attention. And the strange sounds only amplified the curiosity. Many ninjas paused, initially contemplating the idea of subduing such a magnificent beast as their spirit companion. However, upon hearing Wanshi's rather undignified noises, they shuddered at the thought of possessing a spirit beast that could lead to social embarrassment. Be quiet and let me finish. Wanshi feigned indifference, turning its head away, yet it felt the weight of the gazes from the Konoha ninjas, wishing it could bury its head in the ground. Little did it know that it too wished to suppress the sounds. It was baffling why a human would cry out in pain from applying this antiseptic. While on its serpentine form, the sensation felt warm and soothing. Furthermore, as Jiang Feng's application of the ointment flowed through its body, it seemed to invigorate its very essence, resulting in an indescribable sense of euphoria. Jiang Feng raised his hand to wipe away the sweat from his temples. The colossal form of the serpent was overwhelming. Although he could utilize his chakra to cling to its body, the continuous motions of bending, lifting, and crouching to apply ointment to the serpent proved to be quite exhausting. The perspiration and medicinal salve soaked through his garments, causing them to cling uncomfortably to his skin. Under the radiant sunlight, the damp fabric faintly revealed the alluring contours of Jiang Feng's physique. Jiang Feng's figure was truly captivating. Remarkable, indeed, his allure had only intensified with maturity. One might wonder, could I take the place of this serpent? Upon hearing the predatory words of several female Uchiha members, Jiang Feng paused in his task of gathering the water buckets. He couldn't help but wonder if it was merely a figment of his imagination. After his physical maturation, the Uchiha girls, who once merely sought to indulge in his charm, now gazed at him with an intense fervor, as if they yearned to ignite him. Jiang Feng sensed the gaze from behind and, with a sense of helplessness, raised his head to shyly acknowledge the more than 10 women from the Uchiha clan who surrounded him. Some girls, barely in their teens, bashfully lowered their heads, their faces flushed with a rosy hue and their eyes misty with shyness. The young women over the age of 20 unabashedly extended their delicate tongues to moisten their crimson lips. Some stretched languidly to showcase their supple bodies, while others wrapped their arms around themselves, revealing their alluring forms. A few playfully kicked off their shoes, displaying their dainty feet encased in stockings. While this beautiful scene was indeed captivating, it was undeniably a spectacle belonging to the Uchiha clan. One could hardly predict their next move. He recalled overhearing a man named Kenji from the Uchiha clan boast late at night about his exploits, claiming to have engaged in carnal affairs 10 times in one night, only to end up in the hospital the following day due to renal exhaustion. This illustrated how impulsive the Uchiha clan could be. Remembering how he had rescued them on the battlefield, and their heartfelt declaration to serve him, Jiang Feng shivered with trepidation. In order to avoid being drained by those transformed sisters, Jiang Feng hastily grabbed a wooden barrel and fled. The Uchiha girls exclaimed, "Ah, he got away." One snake responded, "Oh dear, he escaped. Young ladies, you must put in more effort." "Yes." One snake senpai, originally intimidated by one snake's fearsome appearance. The Uchiha girls now found her unexpectedly amiable. Those who came to their aid could not possibly be villains. "I am spirited. My summoning time is drawing near. I hope to see you, my adorable juniors, standing by his side successfully next time. We will work twice as hard." One snake senpai. One snake felt an immense sense of vanity satisfied by the many young girls calling her senpai, and she returned to the dragon cave with a hearty laugh. Upon arriving at the medical tent, Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine, as if something dreadful were watching him. Lord Jiang Feng. May I ask what brings you here? A medical ninja emerged, puzzled, considering Jiang Feng had just left over an hour ago. "Oh, I came to return a water bucket. How are the 2 injured individuals I brought?" "They are recovering quite well. We have extracted the toxins from their bodies using our specialized technique. They should be regaining their spirits now. Thank you for your hard work." Placing the bucket at the entrance, Jiang Feng turned to leave. Since the onset of the war, the tents of the 47 medical units had been filled with the wounded. Frontline soldiers fought valiantly, while medical ninjas tirelessly tended to the injured. Jiang Feng had initially intended to check on the 2 individuals but decided against disturbing their rest and turned away. The medical ninja watched Jiang Feng's retreating figure and silently lit a cigarette. In this precarious era of war, it was remarkable to find someone like Jiang Feng, who remained committed to the injured even while deep within enemy territory. It left him pondering whether to admire Jiang Feng's indomitable spirit of fire or to deride his impulsive foolishness. The actions of a jonin were truly beyond the comprehension of a chunin. Nevertheless, having such a jonin around was indeed reassuring. Where has everyone gone? I just stepped out for a moment. My apologies, Director. The medical ninja quickly extinguished his cigarette, pulled aside the tent flap, and resumed his duties. In the Konoha village conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen and two elder advisors appeared troubled, as if clouds hung heavily over their brows. The source of their concern lay before them, a plea for assistance from the land of rivers. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Hiruzen. "The contents of this letter are somewhat incredulous," replied Naruto. "Indeed, Hiruzen, how could Danzo possibly command nearly 300 shinobi to pressure the daimyo of the land of rivers? As a rogue ninja, how could he rally such a number? This is almost the size of a small nation's ninja force. If Danzo were pressuring the daimyo to establish a ninja village, I could understand, but how could he expect to force the daimyo to abdicate? Does he truly believe that 300 ninjas could match the thousands of samurai in the land of rivers?" Naruto continued after sipping his tea. "Ninjas are not adept in trade, agriculture, or industry. The existence of a daimyo is thus justified. Just because one possesses strength does not mean they can govern a nation. Even if Danzo were to succeed in usurping power, the land of rivers would surely decline and perish within months due to his misrule. It is not impossible." Considering he wields the tongue curse sealing technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temples. Had he foreseen this situation? Such heart-manipulating jutsu should never have been permitted to be learned by anyone. "What shall we do now?" Midogate asked. "Since Danzo is a traitor to Konoha, it is our duty to deal with him. He poses a threat not only to the land of rivers but also to Konoha itself. We must dispatch troops and provide support." Chapter 91. Hiruzen vs. Danzo. "Hiruzen, are you really going? Konoha cannot afford to lose you," Midogate implored as he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in black combat attire, standing before over 330 members of the Sarutobi clan. "My decision is made. I entrust Konoha's oversight to both of you. My indulgence of Danzo has led to this predicament. I must personally confront the consequences." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to silence his friend. His gaze turned toward the land of rivers, resolute in his determination not to let Danzo go unchecked any longer. Reflecting on Danzo's attempts on his life and his ambitions to ascend to the Hokage position, Hiruzen remembered the underhanded tactics employed against Zhang Feng, whose vibrant life force was coveted. Danzo had dispatched individuals to manipulate and eliminate him, while also attempting to entice Orochimaru with endless funds. Leveraging the allure of would-release attempt Tsunade, aiming to draw the Senju clan into human experimentation. In hindsight, Hiruzen recognized how forgiving he had been toward Danzo. The bonds forged over more than a decade had rendered him overly emotional, allowing Danzo's recklessness to flourish unchecked. For the future of Konoha, and for that young man who had vexed him to the point of losing hair, Hiruzen resolved to bring Danzo to justice. "Let us go," Hiruzen commanded. And the 330 ninjas surged forth. He turned to nod reassuringly at his worried wife by the entrance before joining the ranks. "Hiruzen, return safely." Mido Pihua clasped her hands anxiously against her chest. "There is no need to worry. Hiruzen's strength surpasses Danzo's. Do not fret unnecessarily," Naruto reassured her, gently patting her back. Yet, even he felt a sense of unease, perplexed by how a former friend had come to stand on the opposite side. He wished to ask Danzo if power truly held such paramount importance. "Do not worry. According to the intelligence, Danzo's forces are far outnumbered by Hiruzen's." Midogate added, "I hope that is indeed the case. I shall return home now." Sarutobi Hihiko forced a smile at the two and turned away. What a tumultuous time, sighed Tanshin Koharu, who found herself at a loss regarding the current situation. Although the two of them could provide some advice to Hiruzen in their daily lives, managing the entirety of Konoha was an insurmountable challenge for them. The village had already been depleted of its ninja forces after being dispatched to surrounding areas. And with the Sarutobi clan's 300 elite shinobi now mobilized, Konoha's military strength had been severely compromised. Presently, the village was mostly populated by children still attending the ninja academy and freshly graduated genin, with only a handful of Uchiha police and Umbu operatives maintaining order, occasionally assisting the newly graduated Yamanaka clan members on their missions. If only there were someone decisive to take charge. Midogate anxiously tugged at his thinning hair. The two, weary from the day's exertions, made their way to their respective posts. Mido diligently recorded expenditures and logistical supplies, while Tanshin headed to the hospital, aiming to expedite the training of competent medical ninjas for deployment to the front lines. In addition to the ongoing conflict with the Rain Country and Sunagakure, the militaristic Kumogakure seemed to be stirring restlessly, probing the defenses led by Hatake Sakomo. The Wagakure also appeared to be engaging in dubious activities within the land of grass, harboring ill intentions. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, the village renowned for its assassination prowess, had been uncharacteristically silent, raising suspicions of covert maneuvers afoot. When would this chaotic situation ever stabilize? On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a day and a half of relentless travel, had finally crossed the border into the land of rivers. At this moment, he and his subordinates were resting and regrouping, allowing for brief intervals of respite every 3 hours of marching to avoid exhaustion. Lord Hokage, we are currently approximately 3,000 meters northeast of Kamachi village in the land of rivers. Please give the order. One of Hiruzen's guards unfurled a paper map, stepping aside. Regroup. Danzo, since you are here, you might as well show yourself, Hiruzen intoned, narrowing his eyes as he tossed 2 kunai forward. Clang. Suddenly, 2 ninjas emerged from behind a tree, deftly deflecting the kunai with their long swords. Stay alert, commanded the guard, as members of the Sarutobi clan quickly encircled Hiruzen, shielding him. You noticed me, as expected, Hiruzen. Danzo stepped out from behind the concealment of a cloth, revealing his grayish-white hair and a mechanical prosthetic arm in place of the lost right eye and limb from previous battles. Danzo, what is this attire? Hiruzen's gaze grew cold as he observed Danzo's transformation. Initially using the telescope technique to sense Danzo's chakra, he had not anticipated such a drastic change. Setting aside the striking white hair, the mechanical limb was evidently not forged in the land of rivers. Could it be that the neutral land of iron or the rain country sought to exploit Konoha's chaos for their own gain? Oh, if I had known it was this effective, I would have switched long ago, Danzo exclaimed, flexing his mechanical right arm with a satisfied grin. As a disciple of the second Hokage Tobirama-sensei, I cannot allow you to tread further into darkness. Now, to prevent any further complications, Hiruzen commanded the Sarutobi ninjas to charge at Danzo. Did you truly believe I was unprepared? Danzo sneered, summoning hundreds of root ninjas clad in varying garb. And chaos ensued as both sides clashed. Danzo, I will not permit you to err again. Summoning technique. Monkey King Enma. Hiruzen swiftly performed hand seals, biting his finger, and a towering monkey emerged before him. Old friend, I entrust you with this. Hiruzen extended his hand, and Enma transformed into a long, flexible staff. You are the one in error. Konoha does not need a Hokage as cowardly as you. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo formed unusual hand seals with one hand, puffing his cheeks before unleashing a barrage of air spheres. Hiruzen wielded the staff, evading the oncoming spheres while countering with the staff whenever necessary. The air spheres struck the ground, creating deep craters and shattering tree trunks. Finding himself at a disadvantage, Danzo produced shurikens, enhancing them with wind chakra, sending them spiraling toward Hiruzen with deadly intent. Expand. Hiruzen roared, causing the staff to grow in size, deflecting the shurikens with a single swing. In a flash, Hiruzen released several kunai from his other hand, clashing with Danzo's incoming attack. How dare you point fingers at me, Sarutobi? Danzo's eye gleamed a menacing red as he unleashed a laser beam from his mechanical eye, striking Hiruzen's arm. You. Hiruzen grimaced, clutching his injured limb, his expression darkening. Haha. Look at how helpless you are now, Hiruzen. Without the ability to form seals, you are nothing but a waste. Danzo's triumphant laughter echoed. Is that so? Hiruzen retorted disdainfully as his body began to dissolve into a mound of earth. Earth clone. Danzo's expression soured as he searched for Hiruzen's whereabouts. Suddenly, Hiruzen appeared above him, the staff in hand, twirling it to summon a whirlwind that drew him closer. With our years of friendship, how could Danzo not be aware of my capabilities? As Hiruzen prepared to launch the staff, Danzo coldly countered with an explosive tag. The explosion sent the staff careening away. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Hiruzen stood upon a branch, summoning an oversized shuriken from behind, launching it with tremendous force. The massive shuriken sliced through the air with a piercing sound, multiplying into over 40 smaller shurikens. Danzo leaped, hastily forming seals, wind release, vacuum sphere. With a powerful gust, the wind ball formed in his abdomen and blasted forth, colliding with a multitude of shurikens, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Hiruzen created a shadow clone, and both swiftly performed seals, combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Firebomb. From the earth emerged a colossal earthen dragon spewing torrents of soil, while Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a devastating stream of scorching flames from his mouth. The fusion of these two elemental techniques created a terrifying force that made Danzo's hair stand on end. Danz, his forehead slick with sweat from excessive chakra expenditure, stubbornly refused to retreat even a single step before Hiruzen. With swift hand seals, he inhaled deeply and roared, wind release, vacuum serial waves. From his mouth erupted razor-sharp gusts of wind, slashing toward the combined earth and fire technique like sides of the wind god. A thunderous explosion followed, the searing shockwave forcing Hiruzen to narrow his eyes as his combat robes flapped violently. Danzo, pale-faced, shielded his vision with his left arm. His prosthetic limb, not truly his own, demanded both focus and chakra to control, further tipping the scales against him. The battling shinobi on both sides were caught in the aftermath. The Sarutobi clan members, seasoned and steady, anchored themselves with chakra to the ground. But Danzo's root operatives, lacking experience, were sent tumbling or flung backward like leaves in a storm. Such terrifying power. Even at this distance, the Hokage's battle affects us. Who knew Danzo could hold his own against the Hokage like this? To think we assumed he rose to power through connections alone. His strength is real. Very well. We won't disgrace the Hokage. Charge. With renewed vigor, the Sarutobi forces surged forward. The battle was one-sided, Root's numbers were fewer, their skills inferior. Most were barely Genin level. Some no stronger than academy students. Worse, they lacked proper weaponry. Many wielded only crude knives or cleavers. As nearly 300 Root operatives fell like wheat before a scythe. Danzo's face twisted in fury. 3 months of effort, and this is the result? A momentary lapse in focus cost him. The whistle of displaced air warned him too late. His mechanical arm's blade barely twitched before a crushing kick sent him skyward. Hiruzen bellowed, hurling his Enma staff. Mid-flight, it multiplied into a cube-like prison, pinning Danzo, limbs and head exposed, body trapped. With blinding speed, Hiruzen formed 6-hand seals in a second. 4 shadow clones appeared around the cage, all 5 puffing their chests in unison. 5 elements. Grand devastation. No. Stop. Danzo's desperate cry was drowned as 5 elemental natures, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind, collided upon him. Boom. The detonation dwarfed their previous clash. Shinobi and debris within 50 meters were hurled outward. Those Sarutobi quick enough to erect earth walls survived, awestruck. This is the Hokage's true power? Through the smoke, pride swelled in their hearts. This was Konoha's strongest, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their clan leader. Among them, a 9-year-old boy, Hiruzen's son, Shinosuke, watched with burning eyes. Father's strength. One day, I'll reach it too. Cough. The smoke cleared, revealing Danzo limbless, torso mangled, a gaping hole gushing blood. Enma returned to Hiruzen's hand. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice wavered. This was his friend of decades. Hiruzen. This time, you win. Danzo's remaining eye locked onto him, glazing even as he rasped. Mistakes? No. Victory justifies all. They'll finish you. And Khan, his body went limp. Who are they? Danzo. Hiruzen shook the corpse futilely before incinerating it with a fireball. Burying him now felt pointless. This reeked of some deeper scheme. Look. The sky. A shinobi's warning ended as kunai pinned him down. Take cover. Hiruzen roared. A hail of kunai rained. Many Sarutobi dodged behind trees or boulders, but those too slow were shredded. Hiruzen, drained from high-level jutsu, barely raised an earth wall in time. Sky Ninja? He recognized the Golden Flyers' headbands. Their audacity enraged him. A minor nation like the Land of Sky, exploiting Konoha's war with Suna to ally with Danzo? The first wave retreated, only for 70 more flyers to appear, dropping explosives. Prepared now, the Sarutobi countered with fire and wind jutsu, detonating the bombs midair. Screams echoed. The ambush had only begun. However, the situation for the Root ninjas was far less fortunate. Engaging with the Sarutobi clan's ninjas had already proven to be a formidable challenge. And their already limited chakra was nearly depleted. To make matters worse, they were mercilessly attacked by the airborne ninjas, unable to evade the onslaught, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that propelled them into the air. Seizing the opportunity as the enemy turned, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly cast 5 shurikens, performing the hand seal for the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The 5 shurikens spun rapidly, multiplying exponentially. 5 became 25, then 625, and finally 390, 625. In an instant, tens of thousands of shurikens rained down upon the airborne ninjas and their aircraft. Other ninjas, inspired by this display, unleashed their own kunai and shuriken into the skies. Over 70 flying machines plummeted from the sky under Sarutobi Hizashi's relentless assault, with more than 30 downed, while nearly 20 were destroyed by the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. Soon, only 19 airborne ninjas remained, filled with dread as they hastily maneuvered their aircraft to gain altitude. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief at having repelled the enemy, 100 more flying machines appeared in the sky. In the Rain Village. At the Konoha defense line, urgency surged within the village. A messenger burst into the main tent, interrupting an ongoing meeting with a sense of panic. Over 30 elite ninjas turned their attention toward the messenger, who felt the weight of their scrutiny as he hurriedly retrieved the intelligence and presented it. What? The Hokage has gone missing, echoed in disbelief. Nara Shikaku and Yamanka Shigeru, upon reading the distressing news, were drenched in cold sweat. What has happened? They exclaimed, their voices laced with alarm. The elite ninjas, witnessing the disarray of Nara Shikaku and Yamanka Shigeru, fell into chaos as confusion reigned supreme. Jiang Feng accelerated rapidly, dashing forward to snatch the intelligence from Nara Age's hands. Kongren. Jiang Feng glanced at the document, gritting his teeth as he discarded it and surged ahead. Jiang Feng. Nara Age, anxious, followed him outside, only to see Jiang Feng riding the Yada bird soaring towards the land of rivers. Why is he so impulsive? Yamashiro Shogun emerged, stomping his foot in frustration as he watched Jiang Feng vanish into the sky. We must change our strategy. Nara Age led Yamashiro Shogun into the command tent, where they found Akimichi Tsuji restraining a chaotic group of jonin. He quickly approached the conference table and slammed his hand down to capture their attention. Now, we are changing tactics. Tsukigakure, Mitakashi Nato, Shimura Gotai, heed my orders. Yes, they replied in unison. You three jonin, take teams 20, 27, and 33, totaling 500 men, and immediately proceed to the land of rivers to assist Jiang Feng in locating Lord Hokage. Understood. They exchanged glances and hastily exited the main camp to gather their respective ninja. The other jonin regrouped their forces, remaining vigilant against potential ambushes from the Sand Ninja's puppet masters. Oil Woman Shomei dispatched her insects, ensuring the safety of the medical ninjas. Yes, echoed throughout the tent. Meeting adjourned. A sense of unease lingered on the faces of the jonin as they promptly moved towards their assigned areas. At the medical ninja camp, black insects crawled out from Oil Woman Shomei, scattering in all directions, countless swarms taking flight and burrowing into the ground. Tsunade, tidying up her equipment and preparing to return to her tent, was horrified to see an uncountable number of insects on the ground. Noticing Shomei's nearly straightened brows, she hurried over. Shomei, is there a problem? Tsunade had never seen Shomei display such distress during her time on the battlefield. Though reluctant to disclose the situation, Shomei felt compelled to explain, given Tsunade's esteemed lineage as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, the leader of the Senju clan, and the princess of Konoha. Today, we received urgent news from the village. Lord Hokage is missing. Jonin Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, immediately summoned his summoning beasts and headed to the last known location of the Hokage in the land of rivers. How could this be? How could the old man go missing? Jiang Feng, that rascal. Tsunade felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, biting her nails helplessly. Her strength was insufficient to traverse the battlefield freely. All she could do was worry. Princess Tsunade, please remain composed. Rest assured, I am not one to lose my composure. Tsunade politely nodded to Shomei before moving to another tent. She approached an elderly woman. Oba-san, I hope you can. Tsunade-sama, I am aware of the situation. Perhaps you should place more faith in both Lord Hokage and Jiang Feng. Additionally, it is my duty to protect your safety. In my eyes, their well-being pales in comparison to yours. The elderly woman, Chiyo, closed her book and stood, gently patting Tsunade's shoulder. I understand, Tsunade replied, feeling a sense of disappointment as she exited the tent. Grasping her chest, she murmured, Jiang Feng, please be safe. At the Sand Ninja camp, a report was delivered. Lord Konoha has mobilized hundreds of ninjas heading south, presumably towards the land of rivers. Oh, Chiyo, Ebizo, what are your thoughts? Monzaemon set down the game pieces on the sand table, turning to the two. Ebizo spoke up. Could it be that Konoha intends to split their forces to launch a surprise attack on our Wind Country territory? Chiyo scoffed. What does the Wind Country have? Apart from lifeless deserts and wastelands, east of the land of rivers? Unless Konoha has lost their minds, they would not seek to occupy such meaningless territory. Ebizo found himself unable to refute his sister's words. Upon reflection, it did seem that way. Enough. If Konoha is splitting their forces while at an advantage, it indicates that the land of fire must be in dire straits. Relay the order, under the cover of night. We shall breach Konoha's defenses and seize the land of fire. Yes, echoed the response. The land of thunder, the land of earth, and the land of water also received reports of Konoha's strange movements, prompting each to dispatch their own ninjas towards the land of fire. Chapter 94. Who dares to harm my teacher? At this moment, over half a month had passed since Sarutobi Hiruzen led his forces into battle. Now, he appeared haggard, hiding with the remaining 30 or so Sarutobi clan ninjas in an underground passage within the land of rivers. Occasionally, a dozen patrolling aircraft would pass overhead, sending chills down Sarutobi Hiruzen and his subordinates' spines. During this half-month, they had been deprived of adequate rest and supplies. The route to the Land of Fire was incessantly monitored by the Sky Ninja, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men had long run out of provisions. They had consumed who knew how many insects and tree bark over the days, their bodies lacking nutrition, leaving them in poor spirits. Just moments ago, they narrowly evaded another aerial assault. Damn it. Since that encounter half a month ago, these Sky Ninja have been using their aircraft to evade our attacks. Dropping bombs and escaping, utterly shameless. Sarutobi Shinji slammed his fist against the wall of the underground passage, causing his abdominal wound to reopen. Blood staining the bandages wrapped around him. Their ninjutsu and tools could not reach the enemy, while the enemy, relying on their aerial advantage, lured them into traps, significantly reducing their numbers. Young Master Shinji, silence. A nearby bodyguard gestured for quiet and nodded towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinji looked down, filled with guilt as he observed his father, who had his right arm wrapped in bandages to protect him. I wonder how things are back at the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutching his right arm, gazed anxiously at the Sky Ninja flying past. We have been missing for half a month. Those two friends of mine must be in quite the predicament. He had come to understand their abilities through their long acquaintance. During peacetime, they could offer sound advice, but amidst this chaos, even a lesser-known nation like the Land of Sky dared to seize the Land of Fire's advantages, let alone the other four great nations. Glancing at his injured arm and feeling the chakra within him barely restored, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel despondent. With the military provisions exhausted and food long gone, perhaps the moment his chakra ran out would also be his last. He closed his eyes, replaying the faces of his loved ones in his mind, wondering if Jiang Feng would cause any more trouble on the front lines. Would Tsunade's fiery temper lead to a disaster? Orochimaru had gone to the Land of Soup alone and had not been heard from in months, and Jiraiya, that reckless lad, perhaps was faring well in Myobokuzen, at least keeping himself alive. Perhaps he would have to bid farewell to Biwa Lake, meeting his end here. But at the very least, he must ensure Shinji returns home, just like teacher Tobirama. Bang! A bomb plummeted from the sky, creating a gaping hole in the ground large enough for a person. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly retreated, realizing they had been discovered. Fall back, he urged. Over 30 ninjas, still resting, shielded the young Sarutobi Konohamaru as they fled. The explosions, though weaker than explosive tags, were still powerful enough to penetrate stone. With the sheer number of bombs falling, evasion was imperative. Otherwise, they would end up like the unfortunate root ninjas, reduced to mere remnants. The air ninjas, situated in the narrow seas between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, seemed pitifully small in territory and were not known for their wealth. How was it possible for them to unleash a barrage of bombs for half a month? Observing their retreat, it appeared they were headed toward the direction of the Land of Rivers daimyo, who was likely already taken down by Danzo and the air ninjas. The plea for help sent to Konoha was presumably a deliberate act by Danzo and his cohorts. As the bombs drew nearer, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and shouted, "You escort Konohamaru to safety. I will hold them off." "Father, I won't leave," protested Konohamaru.